baseball in particular, and pitchers, I guess you could say, in really particular. Wrong.
Brian, you're drunk. You're drunk.
Where you going? Nowhere.
I'm standing up here bashing the living shit out of Nazis.
All right, what do you say, guys? Ready to poll just a minute here? Hit that like button on the way in. All right, let's hop right into it. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for being here once again. I'm Boston Brian. This is Blunt Politics. Thank you to everybody watching on this space as well. I appreciate Matt and all the mods over there for all the hard work and the time that they spend putting all that together. So thank you to everybody over there. I appreciate it. Make sure you hit and like on both channels there. Make sure you like it on the way in here as well. We're trying to get to 15,000 subscribers. It's a slow crawl to get there, but I do believe we're getting there organically. There are also a multitude of ways where you can help the channel financially if you're in the financial position to do so. If you're not in the financial position to do so because of how tough the economy is, because of how stupid our president is, then it's totally understood. Don't do a damn thing. Just do the free stuff, right? The liking, sharing, subscribing, putting it out on social media. That's all free. That doesn't cost you a dime. But if you are and do find yourself in the financial position to do so, there's a multitude of ways. Like I said, patreon.com/BostonBrian. You can check that out for as little as $5 a month. We have our Zoom meetings coming up. You can check out the channel membership just below me at $2.99 for the month. I believe you can help out independent media. It goes a long way. But let's bring in the chat, say hi to a few people, and then get into a few of these stories here. What's going on, Dad? I appreciate you watching, my man. Love you, big guy. What's going on, Steph? Hi, Jen. How are you? How are you guys? What's up, Wise Girl? What's up, Petrazi? Rosanna, how are you? Tiff, Rocks, thank you, guys. Laser Sword, what's going on? I appreciate you guys joining me. What's up, Wise Girl? So we are now entered into, I believe, day 8 of the government shutdown. Because of our incompetent government, the one that has the presidency, the one that has the Senate, the one that has the House, the one that has the Supreme Court, the one that now has ICE and our military roaming the streets of our cities, that the people that have literally complete control over the government are now continuously trying to blame the Democrats for their, I guess, inability to keep the government going. But yeah, yesterday we talked a lot about ICE's recent actions and the increase in videos to come out from ICE and like the abuse and the violence and the uptick. There's more of that to be seen all over the place as well, because, I ran into this video that I wanted to show you guys before we hop into a few of the other stories. And we'll be talking about Donald Trump wanting to invoke the Insurrection Act. He spoke with Greg Kelly. There's also a video here from Tim Pool. Let me see if I can throw that in the screen for you guys. Where the MAGA, I don't know if I'd call it a MAGA, so I don't know what you'd call it, but the rift that has really dug its heels into MAGA because of the Charlie Kirk murder. So now you could add Charlie Kirk, Israel, the Epstein files, right? Like the main things that are now creating cracks and rifts inside MAGA. And I do believe it is our duty as leftists, our duty as, political commentators to make sure that we highlight, spotlight, and, again, pry our fingers, feet, and crowbars into the cracks that are forming in MAGA and pry those some bitches apart as best as we possibly can. So, Candace Owens has been doing a lot in this space. Apparently, she has just put out a couple of recent videos depicting some text messages from inside Turning Point USA. I'm not going to give too much credit to the conspiracy theories themselves, but I will absolutely point out the fact that this has created a stir inside of MAGA, let's just say. So not only that'll be coming up. What else? We got Ukraine, a Ukraine update, obviously, because they launched an incredible strike in the last few days. And again, they've been doing incredible work on the oil and the oil refining capabilities, of Russia, which has, again, showed a lot of success and a lot of long lines and or no gas. And again, here's just a few other videos where, from definite MAGA folks who, again, are not believing the government, are not believing, the narrative that they've been told. So, again, just to kind of further show the rift. And then I just wanted to show, have you seen the numbers that this woman is doing? Like on her videos, 18 hours ago, 1.9 million views. 1 day ago, 2.4, 2.8, 2.8, 2.8, 3.3, 3 million. It's outrageous. It's crazy. So, she's got a lot of people listening to her bullshit. What else? We got Pam Bondi. You know, I was kind of hesitant, and I still am hesitant of showing any of the Pam Bondi clips. There's a few up here that I could play, but basically, you know, I don't know if it got us anywhere. I really don't. She went in there, and I don't know if you guys saw this story where she was kind of caught red-handed with her little scripted notes where she had like opposition research instead of the answers to the questions that she knew she was going to be asked. She had opposition research to like combat, to go against the Democrats or the people asking her questions on the oversight committee, right? So like it didn't really result in anything. She made an ass out of herself. We can see here the notes and what they said, and if we want to take a look at that. But and there are a few clips where she was questioned about the Epstein, and it's, you know, you can kind of gain a lot from her lack of answers. But other than that, you know, it's basically like you'll see a lot of lefties being like, oh, she was demolished, oh, she got creamed, oh, she got you know, she was useless in her testimony and all that stuff, right? But and then you'll go over to the right-wing accounts and they're like, oh, Pam Bondi destroyed Democrats and this. So it's like, you know, we're not living in the same reality as the other side. So I kind of struggle to, you know, take a moment or waste time on things like that, where it's like, you know, both sides are trying to claim the W in the same situation and nobody really wins from it. Unless the Epstein files get released, that would be the ultimate victory. But what do you say we hop into it? Let's get into, again, I think we'll get into at least a couple of the clips. What do you say we get out of, we'll get into a couple of the clips. Let's show this one here because this, put this on there for you. This was Dick Durbin asking Pam Bondi point blank if she consulted the White House about not releasing the Epstein files, and she refused to answer. I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you. Again, stonewalling, that was her tactics. Either stonewall, say she's not going to answer, or if she has some opposition research, some fucking, you know, she did some investigating and found some dirt that she could possibly use against these people, then that's the tactic that she was going to use. But again, sometimes when you're not answering a question, it gives you just as much insight. You know, you can glean just as much from that as if you did answer the question. So let's just take a look at this. And I think there's one more clip that I wanted to play about the Epstein, when she's questioned about the Epstein files as well.
Quarrel with you is to read somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
To flag records for President Trump?
To flag?
Yes, the 1,000 agents that were tasked at literally putting whiteout or Sharpies over his name and pinpointing every time his name was mentioned in the Epstein files. Are you going to act that stupid and ignorant now? Are you going to claim to be that ignorant in front of the whole world? Because I'm not sure that's the look you want to go for. I'm not sure that's like, gonna rub off on the American people in the way you think it's going to, because it's pretty obvious to everybody, especially that saw the reporting, that we know how many agents were involved, how much time they spent, and what they were tasked to do.
Records which included his name.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
Eventually, you're going to have.
Right, and let me I would just remind everybody that this is the head of the DOJ, right, answering to the oversight committee that has oversight on these different bureaus and agencies and make sure that they're doing things by the book and that, they're going by the law and, shit like that. So for her to sit there and say that she's not going to tell the oversight committee anything is just, it's blatant. And again, this is from the administration that loves to claim that they're 100% transparent, the most transparent administration in American history. And again, this is the answer from the transparent administration. Gotcha.
To answer for your conduct in this. You won't do it today, but eventually you will. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I like that response too, because he's like, listen, you may not answer questions today. You might think you're getting one over us on us today, but eventually you will be brought to task. Eventually you will see, some accountability in these fucking mistakes that you made and the cover-ups and the illegalities and the bullshit that you fed the American people, right? And I think there was one more here. Yeah, it was this one too. This one was from Senator Schiff, where he says, you refuse to answer questions about ethics, the Qatari plane, the Epstein files, Tom Homan's alleged bribery. I don't know how alleged it is when the FBI literally has him on camera taking $50,000 in cash in a duffel bag. Like, how that's alleged at this point, I don't know. Political prosecutions, military authorization. So let's take a look at this clip. This was, I think, one of the better moments from this, because not allowing her to respond and basically just calling her out for all the mistakes is probably the best way to approach this, considering, her stonewalling tactics, her bullshit. Again, it seems like she spent more time investigating and trying to dig up dirt that she could use in this hearing against these Democrats or against anybody that may have had a tough question for her than she did actually investigating the Epstein files. which is just mind blowing, right? So check this one out too, because this was a good moment from Schiff. I think this was the correct tactic to use.
I think it's valuable that the American people get a sense of what you've refused to answer today. So these are just some of the questions you refused to answer, or have answered with personal attacks on members of this committee. You were asked whether you consulted with career ethics lawyers, as you promised you would do during your nomination hearing, when you approved the president receiving a $400 million gift from the Qataris. You refused to answer that question. You were asked who or what role you may have played, or who played the role in asking that Trump's name be flagged in any of the Epstein documents gathered by the FBI. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Holman kept the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Holman paid taxes on the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did career prosecutors find insufficient evidence to charge James Comey? You refused to answer that question. You were asked, how are military strikes on these boats in the Caribbean legal? And you refused to even answer that question.
So I think this is more striking. This will give more to the American people than, again, allowing her to answer each individual question with some bullshit response and, again, derail the proceedings and take it to an area that has absolutely nothing to do with the original question. I think this is just, bullet point by bullet point, list every single one of her, miscalculations, mistakes, like I said, illegalities where she's, been obfuscating, where she's lied to the American public, where she's lied to Congress. I think that's more meaningful and has more of a sticking point, right? It's more to be remembered than just, where you could look on the Republican side of Twitter where they said, Pam Bondi demolishes Adam Schiff or demolishes Senator Whitehouse. It's like, no, she didn't.
You were asked, excuse me.
Right. So she even tries to interrupt and he says, excuse me, I haven't asked you anything. I'm not addressing you. This is me making a statement. I don't need your input right now. So can you please shut the hell up?
You were asked, did you discuss indicting James Comey with the president? You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did you approve the firing of antitrust lawyers who disagreed with the Hewlett-Packard merger? You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you support a restoration fund for violent insurrections who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. You refused to answer that question.
And this goes on for another couple minutes, but I just wanted to kind of give you guys an example of, I think, the better way to approach these, especially when you see, again, stories like this. Let me see if I can put this on. I don't know if you guys saw this. I'll put this on the screen, so maybe it's a little bigger for you. But you can kind of see what it says in her notes there. Can I zoom in on this? Is that possible? Let's see here. Yeah, let's see what you're seeing. So I'm going to put this on the screen right here. All right, so this might be a little bit easier for you guys to see. So it says Jack Smith 8 subpoenas. He targeted Republican Congress without any legal basis. Not something is blocked out with no predicate blocked out. Going after DJT seems to be blocked out. Very much ongoing, 100% looking. You can see there's actually another picture as well. Let me see if I can go to the other picture there, which was this one. I don't know if we'll be able to see this one as well, though. Oh, you have to. I think it's in that story. But let me see if I can go to this one because you can see it from here. On the bottom, it says Epstein. I don't know if you can see that circled on the bottom there. But where it's circled by her left thumb, it says something about Epstein. I'm not 100% sure what it says because I can't quite make it out. It says, did you talk Reid Hoffman, 3 question marks? I think it says Epstein. So that's basically where she went after, I think it was Sheldon Whitehouse, because apparently Reid Hoffman somewhere at some point donated to his campaign or something like that. So again, just to show that she went in there with literal opposition research against the oversight committee. So she didn't have to answer questions pertaining to, again, the Epstein files, Tom Homan's bribery, $50,000 bribe, cash bribe, and other things that she's, again, failed her duties in. On my phone, can't see. Yeah, I know it's probably tough. But if you look up afterward, just look up the Daily Beast article, and you can pull up these pictures and kind of look at them a little bit. You might have to rotate one of the pictures because it looks like she also has like tweets. Looks like a printed out tweet from Sheldon Whitehouse or one of the people asking the questions, and then some more bullet points underneath that. So obviously she went in there with, again, like I said, opposition research, fucking things to fire back on, and somebody managed to kind of snap a picture of it. All right, so what do you say we dive? Because we don't have a ton of time, this being the early show. Please join us later as well. We'll be on at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Pacific here on the West Coast. Again, later for our late show. But what do you say we get into a few of these other clips that I wanted to take a look at? Because the insurrectionist threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act to quell a fake insurrection that's not actually happening is pretty friggin' ironic. So this was Trump, who I guess did a phone interview with Greg Kelly. I think this is a two-parter, but I just kind of want to dive in. Oh, thank you so much, Colleen. I appreciate that. Bondi is shameful, disgusting representation for women in Congress or pursuing a future in the field. I 100% agree, Colleen, and thank you so much for your kind contribution to the channel. And anybody else that wants to, financially contribute, just like Colleen did, you can send a super chat, super sticker. You can contribute on Venmo, that's just up in the corner. Take a picture, bust a buck, try your luck, support some independent media. It goes a long way. But Colleen, thank you so very much. Shout out to you. All right, let's see what we can get into here. I appreciate you guys joining. Hit that like button. And again, this is Donald Trump with Greg Kelly. The two dumbest people, I swear, to ever hold positions in front of cameras. This time, one being on the phone. But again, let's listen to what idiocracy comes from this.
President Trump, welcome. How are you tonight?
I'm very good. I'm very good, and I love watching your show.
Is that? Wait a minute. Is that actually Trump? That sounds like AI or some shit to me. That didn't even sound like him. Am I crazy? Hold on. Let's play that again.
Welcome. How are you tonight?
I'm very good. I'm very good, and I love watching your show.
I'm sorry. What is that bullshit? That sounds like some of the worst AI or like a bad comedic impression. Like, what the fuck is that? That's not Trump. Wait, okay. Well, I'm sorry. I know. But wait, are you guys getting the same thing that I'm getting? Or is he just sick as a dog?
How are you tonight?
I'm very good. I'm very good, and I love watching your show.
I don't know. I've listened to a lot of Donald Trump in my days. That don't sound like Donald Trump to me. I'm good. I love watching your show. Like, I don't know. Holy sugar.
And when you said, could you do it? I said, I'm a little busy, but in your case, I'm going to do it. Absolutely.
He sounds like he's fucking 5 feet of the 6 feet under right now already. Like, is somebody like actively shoveling dirt on top of Donald Trump as he's giving this fucking phone interview? Is his heart ceasing to function as he's giving this interview? Like, what is happening, bro? He literally sounds like he's losing air in his lungs as he's giving.
Well, you certainly are busy, and we know you got literally the weight of the world on your shoulders. Hey, first,
Sounds like the weight of the world's on his lungs. It sounds like the weight of the world's on his throat. Christ almighty. Is Derek Chauvin somewhere in the vicinity of Donald Trump? Because somebody might want to check to see where his fucking knee is.
mine. The Schumer shutdown. Are you making progress? What do you expect? I heard the experts say it should be over this week.
Well, I guess we're making progress. You know, look.
Well, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if this is Chat GPT. I don't know if this is like one of Donald Trump's people that he's hired to sound like him to do these fucking interviews when he doesn't want to, or if Donald Trump literally has COVID-25. I don't know what the fuck it is, but he sounds horrible. He quite literally sounds like he may not make it tomorrow. And I know this was a couple days ago, but what is going on?
Should have never shut it down. We have the best economy in the world right now. Nobody's even close, and they shouldn't have done it. But they're out of control.
Imagine that, saying you have the best economy in the world right now as there's farmers coming out of the fucking woodwork to express their anger, frustration, and outrage at the way that they've been treated and how the tariffs have affected them. The fact that gas prices and grocery prices and housing prices have done the opposite of come down in price, just like Donald Trump said and promised he was going to have happen within, 24 hours of becoming president for the second time. Right. So, inflation, like I said, grocery prices, gas prices, housing, heating costs. Is anybody, car insurance, health insurance, is anybody seeing any of that getting any better? Because I'm not seeing any of that get any better. So to have the fucking gall, or to think that the people listening are so stupid, incompetent, and ignorant and don't pay attention to the news, that would believe like we're in like the world's best economy right now. And like there's no red flags up, there's no fucking downside, there's no like really big problems that we're facing at this moment, is just, again, not living in the same reality. And it's almost impossible to kind of talk to people like that.
Well, they're controlled by the radical left people, and it's just so ridiculous. So, yeah, I guess we're making progress. A lot of people want to get it done. They want to spend their money on open borders. They want to spend their money on all the things that you don't want.
How do you spend money on open borders exactly? Like, how does that work? Like, wouldn't that just cost nothing? Right? Isn't it like, again, if we're talking about finances, like, why does it cost money to have an open border? And again, nobody's advocating or has advocated for an open border policy. I think everybody, like, rightly and correctly has pointed out that we need some drastic changes to our asylum process, drastic changes in the way that we think about how drugs and, trafficking happen in this country or come into this country, because still seems to me that the majority of people don't quite understand that, the majority of drugs and the majority of human trafficking still happens and takes place at the ports of entry, the ports with all the security, the ports with all the cameras, the ports with all the sensors, the ports with, the guys with the guns and stuff, and not through like open territory, unguarded borders, like that type of shit. Like, it's amazing to me that people still don't quite grasp that like whole, I don't know, that whole statistic in the battle against drugs or against human trafficking. Like, you do understand. Again, it's kind of, you guys know, so I won't beat you. I won't beat a dead horse.
To spend money on, and what they've done with healthcare is a disaster. What they've done with healthcare is just an absolute disaster.
What we've done with healthcare, the reason that millions of people still have healthcare, said by the guy responsible for stripping millions of access to healthcare, cutting cancer research funding for kids, taking away USAID in the multitude of ways that it helped people around the world. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. And, before I lose this, you're 100% right, Five Alarm, right? So tariffs cost money, our money, right? And this is being found out as we played on the show the other day, where farmers now in the country, throughout the country, are now quickly finding out, if they didn't know already, that the tariffs are literally trickling down to them. Like, the only time that trickle down economics seems to have an impact or in any way be visible is when Donald Trump's tariffs go into place, and he says that the other country it has to pay for them, but really the companies and the countries jack up the prices so that inevitably they can make up for it. But the person at the end of the line buying the tractor, buying the grain, buying the feed, buying the cow, buying the whatever it may be, right, financing their whatever the hell it is, now they're at a disadvantage. Now they're the ones footing the bill. Now they're the ones paying the exorbitant costs, right? And it seems like because of the videos that we've been playing recently and all the fucking soybean farmers and all these people, again, rapidly coming out of the woodwork to be like, okay, like, if there's something doesn't change, there's going to be, 25 to 30% of the farms are going to shut down. I'm going to be out of business. This is going to be worse than the year that we had COVID. You're bailing out Argentina. Like, it's we played it on the show. So again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but anybody that hasn't seen any of these videos of what is clearly Donald Trump country, people in Donald Trump country that, clearly, just by, judging by line of sight, one could assume voted for Donald Trump, especially by the way that they're talking. I know we played one guy that said he was willing to give up his livelihood, willing to give up the, his ability to provide for his family, because he believes somewhere in the way down the line that this policy could potentially, maybe, possibly work. Right? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
They waste money. So it's just one of those things. But I guess the answer is, I think it's moving in that direction.
So Governor Pritzker on TV today says he doesn't want to call you because he thinks he'll have legal exposure if he calls you. He looks like he's ready to let Chicago burn.
Well, I think that's pretty smart of any governor that speaks to Donald Trump or has contact with anybody in his administration. It's probably, smart if it's legal, depending on what state you're in, to record any conversations that, or take a picture, a snapshot, a screenshot of any memos or emails being pushed your way, because one can assume that this is going to lead to a lot of fucking, time in court, let's just say, if this country comes back together and if we have the, law and order and, the Constitution means anything, then this should definitely lead to some extended court time for a lot of people.
No, it's a great city, potentially a great city again, and they've got to fix it. They've got to do what I did in Washington, D.C., which is it's the same thing on a larger scale. Washington, D.C. is now so safe. The restaurants are booming. The whole place, nobody's being shot and killed. They come in from Iowa, Indiana. They come in from all over the country, and
nothing says to come out for a nice romantic dinner like an armored personnel carrier or a couple M16s or a 9mm on the hip. Like nothing says, hey, dine here, quite like that tank outside of the the restaurant. We apologize for that, but doesn't it give great ambiance? We actually put a couple candles on it last night. People loved it. It was muy bella.
Getting a phone call, the parents that their son was killed. Not anymore. It's a safe city. We arrested.
Oh crap! Did I even show you guys? My apologies. Did I show you guys this? Speaking about what he's doing and what his thugs are doing in these cities, I don't even think I showed you this. So again, along the lines of, I think we played, what was it? Fucking maybe 10, 12 videos the other day, clips that you could find readily available on the internet of the brutality of the heartlessness, the soullessness being shown by these ICE officers, by Border Patrol officers, by even police officers engaging and helping with these things. But this is another video that I want to show you because this is, I think this is a pretty good depiction of what's actually happening and, what they're considering to be violence or a threat, right? So you got 3 people on the roof here. You got 3 officers on the roof, clearly decked out in their fucking military garb, clearly looking like they're ready for war, right? And then you got, what is it, maybe 5, 6 people down here, 2 with signs, one's got a bullhorn, giving clear distance, clearly on the sidewalk, not impeding on the territory, not trying to storm whatever this building is. I don't know if it's a police station or what it is. Judging by the camera, it's probably a police station, I'm guessing, or some sort of, ICE facility. But, absolutely causing no threat, just trying to talk to them. And I believe, if I'm correct, that this guy in the black that you'll see is a pastor, right? And let's just see what happens. Let's just see how the people of this country are being treated when they're peacefully protesting, when they're using their, God-given constitutional rights to express their free speech, to express their outrage for the, what the government is doing. Check this out. Watch the kid in black. Watch. You see that? Shot him right in the head with a rubber bullet. Shot him right in the head. Ready? You can hear it. You can hear them shooting before. Nobody causing any problems. Nobody here is shooting anything back. Nobody's tossing Molotov cocktails. Nobody's even fucking shooting a slingshot. Right? And listen. You can hear the shots already going off. The guy with the helmet's already reacting, right? Now watch the guy in the black, the pastor in black, who is literally just standing there talking. Right in the head. Right in the goddamn head they shoot him. And then you'd think, you'd be like, oh shit, like you just shot that guy in the head. Maybe you should, I don't know, go down and see if he needs any fucking medical treatment and medical aid required, right? And maybe we should probably stop shooting right now, considering there's other people about to gather around to see if the guy's okay. But do they stop shooting? Let's see. No, they just increase their rate of fire. If you listen to it, it's just fucking increased. So one more time, just in case, you don't actually, in case you haven't actually seen like any example of like outright violence, unprovoked outright violence by ICE, where again, it's begging the question as to when does this become self-defense? When does this become the people standing up for their rights? And when does this become taking our country back from, a blatantly authoritarian dictatorial regime that has law enforcement, federal agents at their disposal shooting the citizens, whether it be with rubber bullets or real bullets, in the fucking dome piece in order to, again, I don't know, put the fear of God into people to make sure that they to respond to instructions. Like, this is so you can have a citizenry that listens and obeys. Listen, one more time. Here we go. They already shot him. You can see him there. He already flinched, right? So that first one, he flinches. If you look at him real closely, you can see. Ready? First shot. Flinches again. He got hit. He got hit again. Right in the head. And they're still fucking firing. I mean, if that doesn't piss you off, if that doesn't fucking give you like cause for alarm, like if that doesn't outrage you, if that doesn't get you to fucking get the fuck out of your seats and get into the streets on your nearest and next protest and next rally, if that doesn't get these no kings and hands-off protests combined into one large, massive general strike at some fucking point, I don't know what will, right? Because I brought up the question, and again, this is just a question I posed, like, when does it turn into just strictly self-defense? Like, when does it become, if we don't do something now, this is going to get 10 times worse, and the power that they're going to have over the next 3 years, potentially, is going to be exponentially worse than what we're seeing now, right? Like, I raised the question, at what point did the militia and the resistance people that fought up in the hills, that fucking, when their country was taken over in World War II, said, I'm not giving up, right? And went and met with other resistance militia members. And they went around and systematically killed, their enemies, and systematically killed Nazis, and systematically killed anybody, collaborating with them. Like, at what point in history did that become the necessary thing to do? At what point did that become, looked on as like heroic and justified, right? And again, I'm not calling for anything like that. I'm just curious, like, at what point and who says in history, like, when it's going to be, like, when the thing that you're afraid of that may be called out now at this moment is looked upon in history as the right thing to do. Right. And I know it's a difficult question. I know it poses some harsh realities, but I think it's a question that needs to be had. Again, especially when we're seeing what we're seeing take place on the streets every single night. And again, it's only getting worse and worse and worse. And at any time, we try to defend ourselves or stand up for ourselves, like, I don't know, it seems to be somehow tried to be turned around. And it's crazy to me. It really is crazy. And I'm curious at what point, we realize that even marching down the street, like, shut shit down. I'm not saying fucking burn. I'm not saying violence. I'm not saying destruction. I'm saying let's just everybody fucking call a place and a time. We'll meet there. We'll march right down. How about we use their terms? We'll march right down to the Capitol. And we will sit our asses in front of that Capitol and shut the government down until we get the answers and the fucking policy reversals that we fucking deem necessary to having our own democracy, to having our country back, to having an actual constitution and a Bill of Rights that means something. I don't know. I keep saying there's nobody in the world that anybody can blame that has more ability or has had more responsibility for radicalizing me and more people than Donald Trump and the Republican Party of the last 10, 12, 15 years, right? Never did I think that I would see, police officers perched on the fucking tops of buildings, just at will, unprovoked, shooting fucking rubber bullets into crowds and, literally aiming at the faces of people that are just trying to, again, have a meaningful conversation with them. So when is drastic action needed to be met with drastic action? And we can have all the conversation in the world, if you want, about what that drastic action looks like and what it needs to be. And I'm all ears, right? I'm all up for suggestions. I'm all for it. But at what point, and again, like Tucker Carlson used to say, I'm just asking questions here, just asking questions. When does drastic action need to be met with drastic action? And I ask you that in the chat, and I am more than happy to have that conversation with you guys and discuss what that looks like. Because again, we got a lot more time in this, and I know we're doing everything possible. And again, I know we have the ammunition and the power and the opposition research to do some serious damage going into midterms. But again, we need to be realistic with what the power, we need to know what power we're going to have. We need to, again, wield that power in a way that is maximizing the limits to the power that we have, right? So let me see if we can continue with this, because I think it's not too long from here where he talks about invoking the Insurrection Act. Again, how ludicrous it is to be talking about the man that actually led an insurrection against our government, that led his people on a violent rampage to the Capitol to disrupt the counting of the certification of a free and fair election, to hunt down politicians, to build a fucking gallows and say they want to hang the vice president, their own vice president, to smash windows and to threaten to get in there, that led to death and destruction and officers being killed and harmed themselves. Like, it's crazy that this guy is now threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act because people are standing up for their rights, because people don't want to see their own military and posse comitatus, thrown in the fucking trash, right? There's a reason that you don't unleash the United States military against its own people in its own fucking, borders. There's a reason that it has to be a very, very specific and drastic fucking situation in order to even contemplate that happening. And people are rising up, and people are fighting back, and people are speaking up because of these uninvited, vicious thugs now spreading like cockroaches throughout our cities, right? Abusing people left and right. Fucking nuts. That's another thought. That's tough to do, right? I agree with the sentiment. Like, I'd rather stop having to schedule protests and just have everybody be so fucking, fed up and done with it that it's just like an instinctive automatic thing that happens. But again, we have to be realistic as well. Like, people have daily lives. Like, it's not easy for these things to happen. Like, I understand, like, people will be hurt, whether it's financially, whether it's, their careers, whether there's a multitude in different ways in which, if you don't show up for work, like, it will impact you. It will affect you. But, if we do that as a big group, if we do that on the whole, then it takes the focus off the individual person, right? It puts more focus on the movement as a whole. It puts more focus on the goals of the movement than it does with the individual that didn't show up for work, right? So again, I think in some way there's, it has to be so big and involving so many people that it needs to be scheduled. It needs to be, talked about. And then, once these things continue to happen more and more, then I think it will continue to happen more organically. And then once those things, again, once it aligns into one big general strike, or even, multiple bigger general strikes throughout the country, that's where I think it's going to have an impact. That's where I think when corporations are shut down, when the government, again, is unable to move or fucking do any of its duties, and again, businesses aren't making money and everything's shut down, that's when you have the most power, I believe. And, again, I know that has detrimental effects on both sides, and people will be affected. And it's, again, something that needs to be discussed, and we need to figure out when we're in that position, to find ourselves in the necessary spot to have that conversation, right? And I think at this point, we're well beyond a general strike. And that's just, again, my opinion. Maybe I'm too radical. Maybe I'm too fucking, maybe I'm too crazy. Maybe I'm too naive or whatever the hell. But I absolutely do think that we are well beyond the time where a general strike and the people should absolutely be showing their outrage and frustration on a daily basis. And not just continue to be bent over and fucking, spanked at every opportunity by this government, whether it be with our allies, whether it be fucking cuddling up to enemies, whether it be with foreign trade, whether it be with tariffs, whether it be with, demonizing the people of color and the trans community, or, deporting legal immigrants and legal asylum seekers, right? I don't know how long the list has to get and how many different ways our freedoms and how many times our democracy has to be attacked in order for us to be like, okay, enough is a fuck enough. Like, enough is enough. And, you know, I have all the faith in our ability to come up with some way that, again, has the most impact while causing the least amount of harm, because I know we're all bright people. We have a ton of fucking bright people on our side. You know, the big tent is a good thing for a reason, because you got ideas flowing from all different types of minds. So I have all the trust in the world that we can come up with a way to use this and to to use our power in a way where it, again, gives us the most benefit and also, causes the least amount of fucking harm to any, to people that are involved, right? All right, let's go. Oh, sorry, it was this one. My apologies.
And we're doing other things too. We've already had FBI.
Yeah, time
in Chicago.
flies.
They've done an incredible job. We got it down a little bit, but the big surge is what you need. And we're going to be going in. We're going to save Chicago. And that's what you have to do, is save Chicago.
The hostages, you had a lot of momentum last week. It still feels like there's momentum. I'm hearing about talks.
So he goes right into this non-existent fake fucking peace deal that I refuse to call a peace deal, which this whole time was just made so that Bibi Netanyahu had justification to continue his all-out war. This was something that they were never even going to allow Hamas to comply with, regardless of how eager Hamas was or is to try to comply with this. This is something that was made to be unattainable. This was made to be something that Benjamin Netanyahu was absolutely at every point going to say was not met. This wasn't met. This wasn't met, which again allows us the justification. And now we have the complete and total backing from Donald Trump and the United States, which again was his ultimate goal, because on a multitude of occasions already, Netanyahu has, I believe, he gave a speech in Hebrew where he was talking and saying that, no, we have absolutely no intentions on removing the IDF from Gaza, right? Which is, again, going against everything that was talked about. And he gave the withdrawal lines that were in the original peace plan, the so-called fake peace plan, right? So again, that's already been fucking rewritten. The terms that the Muslim and Arab countries surrounding apparently agreed to were already changed not long after this was reported. So again, this is just a bunch of fucking bullshit. But let's see what he has to say on this one.
Egypt, can you update us on when they will be coming home? How close are we?
Well, I think we're getting very close. And, it's been going on there are those that say 3,000 years. Let's say a couple of hundred years. Okay. Let's say a few centuries. But
just say any number, because it really doesn't matter, because you're making it up in the long run anyway, right? So you could say 3,000, you could say 200. It really doesn't fucking matter.
It's many, many years. It's been going on forever. And I think we're very, very close to having a deal. We have all of the Arab nations. We have all of the Muslim nations. We have many, the world is in favor of having this deal done. It's a very specific deal, and it will bring peace to the Middle East. Beyond Gaza, it'll bring peace to the Middle East. And
I couldn't fucking swore that this was the one where he talks about, because I know this was a two-part. Let me just see. He talks on ICE agitators. Maybe this is where he talks about the Insurrection Act.
Then you'll have a governor get up and say, there's absolutely nothing wrong. And you see these places are burning down. Like in Chicago with Pritzker, they lose 5 a weekend, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11.
30.
It's crazy. And
There it is, right here.
Like 35 are shot. You look at some of the bigger weekends and they'll have 11 dead, 11 murdered, and 50 shot.
Yes, and again, in a city of how many, right? Can we just put it into context? And again, did they ask for your assistance? Did they ask for your help? Which is, again, how it typically works. You know what I mean? You don't just send the troops in. Typically, it has to be a request from the governor that says, hey, we're kind of in over our heads and could probably use some assistance. That is, again, the opposite of what seems to be happening in all of these cities, where the governors are repeatedly coming out and saying, hey, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. We have this very much under control, as you can see by the declining crime rates over the last few years. Like, I don't know why you think it's necessary to send these guys in to sit on the side of the road and pick up trash with a 9mm on their hip. But I think we got it, Pops. I think we can handle it from here, right? And yes, in any major city, you're going to have your murders. You're going to have your violent crimes, right? I mean, I don't think there's in any way, shape, or form a possible way to eradicate in totality all of the violent crimes or murders that would take place in a city of, I don't know, 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, right? So it's ridiculous. It's the same way that they used to talk about how the White House came out with the total number of, I think it was violent crimes, as opposed to the percentage in which the violent crimes and the crime statistics in these specific cities had declined over the last few years, right? So they'd rather give you the total number and say, I don't know, 45,000 carjackings or, fucking 70,000 this or that, right? It sounds more scary. It sounds like there's much more of it happening. But then if you put that in perspective and you say, well, that number is actually like 17% less than the year before. So clearly we're on the right track at least, or clearly something is working, right? So I don't know why it's deemed necessary to send the National Guard in, but I believe this is where he's asked if he's thinking about invoking the Insurrection Act, which is absolutely something that he says he's willing to do, because why not? It just gives him much more power, another Reichstag moment for him to use to accrue more power, as we've been talking about on the show.
He gets up on television, tells everyone how safe it is. It's not safe, and we'll make it safe. I can make it safe. We can make it safe easily, and it won't even take that long. And the biggest problem we have...
Yeah, dude. I mean, again, I feel bad for him, though, because didn't he get pepper sprayed? I mean, what if you get pepper sprayed in one of those suits? It's over. I mean, it's done. You might as well just it's a wrap and call it a day, right? And it's a funny sight to see, and I have no problem with, some people out there kind of dressing up like that, but I don't know. I don't want to turn it into, I have a fear that it turned into some circus that's not deemed as a credible retaliatory effort. Like, I understand, I don't mind a few people out and right, but if everybody starts getting out there and frog stuff and it's pretty easy for them to just, shoot the pepper spray in the mouth or whatever, I think we're setting ourselves up for failure, right? But it was a funny sight to see. I gotta say, it was a funny sight to see. And I do like the fact that they're being mocked as well. But I don't want to see it turn into some sort of fucking sideshow. I don't know.
Is that they fight? They just fight. I guess I don't know what it is. It's a sickness. They don't want. Why would you not let the military come in? Meaning National Guard.
Yeah. Ask the question.
And when they interview, very interesting. They interviewed people before and something, and I'm watching, and a woman said, "I don't care who they bring in. People are being killed here. I just want it to stop. They can bring in whoever they want. People,
bring in ISIS, bring in Al Qaeda, bring in MS-13. We don't care. I'm sure. Can we speak to that woman? Where was that woman interviewed at?
They wanted to stop, and that's what we did. We brought in the National Guard into D.C., and it's now one of the safest. It went from a very unsafe city to one of the safest cities in the country. It took 12 days. And then let's say give us a couple of more days after that, figure a month. But it took 12 days before the crime really stopped. And after it stopped, and our soldiers are not politically correct. These are, we won the case on merit at the Supreme Court. These people are there for merit. They're there because they should be there, and they look like soldiers. And they went in and they just cleaned it up. And they're doing the same thing right now in Memphis, Tennessee. They're doing a great job. In just a few days, it's almost better. It's getting really good.
It's almost better. We're not better yet. It's almost kind of maybe slightly not yet, but in a couple days I'll probably say it's totally fixed though. Totally fixed.
Really fast. We'll do the same thing in Chicago, and we'll do it in other places that need it. We saved Los Angeles. I'll tell you, if you look, we did this a few months ago with Gavin Newsom in Los Angeles, and
again another unwarranted, uninvited fucking deployment of the National Guard. I believe was that the first deployment that they had, and then they even put some Marines on standby, and that I think it was right around the time. He's probably going to bring this up, but he talks about you people and everybody here in California. But I do want you to remember this. Remember when he said? Let's see here. I think it was something like, we'll let you burn. Where is it? Oh, for crying out loud. Bum, bum, bum. Eating the dogs. No, here it is.
Gavin Newsom is going to sign those papers. And if he doesn't sign those papers, we won't give him money to put out all his fires. And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires, he's got problems. He's a lousy governor.
And what he means by I don't give him money to put out his fires, he's got problems. What he actually means is the people, the citizens of California have real problems because he's going to withhold federal funding to fight wildfires that threatens your home, your livelihood, your family, because Gavin Newsom didn't comply, didn't kiss the boot. And again, now this is the president of the United States on with Greg Kelly bragging about, again, illegally and unconstitutionally sending the military into different cities. And then what we're seeing come from those actions, which is outright violence, outright fucking, just, I don't even know what the hell you'd call it, disrespect for the people that they're supposedly trying to protect. Like, it's crazy.
That place, it would have burned to the ground if they didn't do it. You were saying, no, they could have done it themselves, is the old story. But we literally saved Los Angeles from burning to the ground, along with the other.
I can't even get a word in. I think he's trying to get this insurrection question in, but he can't.
Yeah, that burned to the ground.
The NFL just chose the bad bunny rabbit or whatever his name, this guy who hates ICE. He doesn't like you. He accuses everything he doesn't like of racism. Do you think maybe we should just kind of entertain blowing off the NFL?
Is that a joke? Like, instead of is it this one that he asked? I'm so confused.
So President Trump, there are some good people at Fox News, but let's face it, a good chunk of them also did not support you in 16 and in 20 and again in 24. What do you make of that opposition? And you notice it. I know you do. I saw you put it on True Social. They seem to be at war with conservatives they don't like, and they gave you a really hard time.
He's going after Fox now. This is great. All right. So I won't subject you to any more of that. I could have sworn it was in that first clip. Maybe it went by and I didn't hear it, where he asked him about invoking the Insurrection Act, but I know it was in those. I know it was in one of these two. I don't know what the hell. Maybe I glossed by it, but he absolutely does say that he's thinking about doing it, and absolutely would do it, because again, that just gives him more and more power to use at his disposal, which is again his ultimate goal in this whole thing. Man, I ran out of time fast. Let's see here. What do I have time? Let's see if I can cover just a little bit of this, because I think if there's anything that I'm going to leave out is probably the fact that MAGA is at each other's throats. I mean, check this out. We'll do just a minute of this. This is not to lend any credence or anything to any of this conspiracy theories or anything that's being espoused. This is mainly just to show you the amount of kind of infighting going on between MAGA right now. So whether it's Tim Pool and Candace Owens, or a multitude of other right-wing accounts that are, again, going against Pam Bondi, going against Kash Patel, going against Dan Bongino, who's been awfully friggin' quiet of late, or just going against other MAGA members and Turning Point themselves, right? So apparently she's come out with, I'll skip right to the point where she comes out with the text messages here, which are right here. So these are the text messages apparently put out by Candace Owens saying that Charlie lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because he won't cancel Tucker, yada, yada, yada. Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave this. So again, this is just trying to corroborate Candace's latest, this was Israel, it must have been Israel behind it type of bullshit that she's been peddling. But this has caused a huge crack, a huge rift inside of MAGA. And I think maybe on tonight's show, we'll have enough time to kind of dive a little bit deeper into this. But let's see if we can kind of just take a look at, let's see, what was this one? Yeah, let's just take a look at this one, because we only got about 7 minutes left here before I got to kick it over to Big Jeff over there on this space. So let's see if we can dive into this and just give us a little update on the latest successful missions by the Ukrainian military, right? So this is, again, let me give credit where credit is due. This is Ukraine Matters, with Ukraine's drones are now striking the Kremlin's backyard. This is from 21 hours ago, got roughly 80,000 views. So why don't we check this out?
Hey there, Georgie here with Ukraine Matters. Boom, 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 boom. Russia goes boom, because the explosions are happening all across Russia as Ukraine is growing their long-range strike capabilities. It's so much that, in fact, I could have spent this whole episode just talking about some of the strikes.
No, and it is kind of crazy. I mean, it is crazy to see the extent as to how this has kind of rocked MAGA, and how deeply they're invested in I don't even know if there's anybody on any side that actually believes that A, fucking Robertson was the killer, and B, if he was or is, that he has any chance of being convicted, considering the lackadaisical nature in which the investigation was conducted, the mistakes they made, the lack of proof that they have for different things. I mean, again, we'll show it on tonight's show. I'll go over it on tonight's show. So make sure you tune in tonight, 8:30 p.m., 5:30 here on the West Coast. And we'll dive more into, kind of what's being talked about and how in depth these people are getting and try to debunk the theories and how much they are not trusting what this government is putting out. It's pretty wild to see, considering this is the government that they themselves got elected. They themselves fought so hard to put in power. So it's crazy to see them automatically do this turn, like Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn. What was another one? There was another, what's his name there? Aiden Ross. All these people that actively helped Donald Trump and had Donald Trump on their podcast leading up to the election are now doing their best to try to slowly creep backwards and do the Homer Simpson meme where they back into the fucking bush to try to kind of separate themselves, distance themselves from Trump and his administration, whether it be because of, again, what's going on with Israel and Gaza, or what's going on with Charlie Kirk and his murder, or what's going on with Epstein and the lack of the transparency with the Epstein files. There's a whole range of things now getting these people into trouble. But again, I saw that comment go by in the chat, and I had to agree.
There are plenty, and a lot of them are very notable. These news and more in today's daily news show. Let's begin. And we start talking about notable strikes by talking about the one that came very close to the main perpetrator at hand, Vladimir Putin.
What did it say? Boston Bride wouldn't tell me who made that beat, so I had to go get it done. All y'all are going to be bumping child molested for generations to come. I don't know what the fuck that means. I have absolutely no idea what that means. What beat? Anyway, moving on. I hate. I got to get better at doing this whole fucking time thing. I really do, because I don't feel like I have enough time to kind of dive fully into that as well, and I don't want to kind of half-ass it, because it's very important, I think, in my eyes, to correctly highlight and accurately highlight the successful missions that Ukraine has. But there's a ton of things as well. And I know I got 3 minutes here, so we'll wrap it up, and I'll toss it over to Jeff in a couple minutes. And then, you guys make sure you stick around so I can thank everybody that either sent a Venmo or a super chat or a super sticker here on YouTube. I do appreciate it. But let's just see, because I'll give you one more example of, Pam Bondi kind of using her opposition research as opposed to answering questions. So let's see if we can do this. I'll put this back up. Pam Bondi, Epstein. Put this up. So there was Schiff and there was Sheldon Whitehouse here. This is, again, here's another where she just refuses to answer a question. She sits there silent, but I think her face says it all. So check this one out, right? Ready?
Did the FBI find those photographs that have been discussed publicly?
Look at her face. Look at her face. That is a phase of look at that. I got caught. That's what that says to me.
By a witness who claimed Jeffrey Epstein showed them to him. You don't know anything about that. Okay.
So this is, she's being asked a direct question stemming from, something said by a witness in evidence somewhere, in a testimony somewhere, in the investigation somewhere that Pam Bondi should absolutely have knowledge over. And she either does and doesn't want to answer the question, or she's too incompetent, ignorant, and has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Right. But again, this is just to highlight the fact that she's there to not answer questions, not to get to the bottom of things, but to do the duty, do the bidding, to protect and defend this administration and Donald Trump to, at all costs. So it's kind of disgusting to see, but I think it's very much expected from these people at this point. Let's see if I can get one more quick one out of the way. I'm old enough to remember Pam Bondi announced she was going to release the Epstein files. Yeah, see, I mean, it's crazy because you go on these right-wing accounts and Pam Bondi nailed it. She crushed the Democrats. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, how are we living on the same planet here? This is the same one she failed. All right. So why don't you say, I'll toss it over to my boy Jeff over there on this space. I appreciate you guys watching over there. Make sure you guys tune in tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 here on the West Coast. We'll have a little bit more time to dive a little bit more deeply into some of these clips, some of these new news stories that we'll be talking about. So I appreciate you guys on this space. Jeff, have a great show, my man. Take it away and kick some ass over there. I appreciate it. And everybody here on Blunt Politics, make sure you stick around so I can thank and highlight and appreciate everybody that either sent a Venmo over to support the channel or donated somehow on YouTube. And I really just want to thank you guys, honestly, from the bottom of my heart for everything that
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
He's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively, massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. I am your host, Jeff Waldorf, and you are watching Logically Left right here, this space, Wednesdays. Let's do it. Okay, we've got a great show for you all today. A lot of stuff to talk about, including Stephen Miller glitching out after he revealed a little bit too much. We've got an ICE shooting well, look, there was an ICE shooting in Chicago where an agent is like, I'm in a threat of my life. This person, they drove at me and I had to shoot them 7 times. Turns out that no, that's not exactly what happened. Okay. According to court documents and even video, that ICE agent was not exactly in mortal peril. And so I'll get to the details here. We got Benny Johnson claiming that Kristi Noem was staring down an army of Antifa. But is that true? Is that true? Spoiler alert, no. I'll show you this army in question. Then we have the White House looking at changing Medicare and Social Security in some pretty disastrous ways. I've got the details on all of that. We've got a Michigan Republican who is trying to ban porn. Shocker. He loves porn. Of course. Of course. That always happens. Every single freaking time. All right. So get the details on all that. And then if we have time, conversion therapy is at the Supreme Court. Uh-oh. So, yeah, we've got some real big issues here coming down from the activist right-wing Supreme Court. Terrible stuff. But anyway, before I go forward and start out with these stories, I just want to remind everybody to please like and share this stream, this space. If you haven't already, subscribe to this space. There's a lot of other great creators alongside myself here that are doing excellent shows with excellent commentary. Boston Brian before me, great show. Big shout out to Brian here, as well as coming up next after I'm done. We go to Fuckville. Okay. Well, actually, we're already there, but some of you might not be aware of just how far deep into that place we're at. But Andrea will show you. She will tell you. Okay. It's real good at that. But anyway, that said, why don't we start out with the first story? We'll talk about Stephen Miller oopsing. I said too much. I did it again. Oh, God. Now I have that image in my head of Stephen Miller looking like Britney Spears. Please don't. Oh, brain, why do you do these things to me? Why do you hate me so, brain? Why? You're the worst. Anyway. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller glitched out on air during an interview on CNN after apparently saying too much.
You've called the district judge's ruling blocking the deployment of National Guard in Oregon legal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
Well, the administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority.
Stephen? Stephen? Hey, Stephen, can you hear me? It seemed, Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue. We'll try to fix that and get back to you after a quick break. Stay with CNN.
Stephen? Stephen? Earth to Stephen? Are you there? Are you there? You're blinking. You're blinking. Did you just pull a Mitch McConnell? Or Glitch McConnell? No, he actually didn't. I think he realized, oh no, I just said the quiet part out loud. Oh God, oh God, oh God. In fact, when they came back on the air after fixing their supposed technical issue, Sanchez had asked the question again and got a slightly different answer. See, Miller had answered the question, but left the word plenary out of his response. He said, I was making the point that under federal law, Section Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has the authority anytime he believes federal resources are insufficient to federalize the National Guard to carry out a mission necessary for public safety. So he left plenary power out. That's very, very interesting. What is plenary power? Basically, it refers to a government official, like a president, having absolute control over a particular matter. So, for example, a president with plenary power on, for example, the military, would not need approval from any other governmental bodies in order to send the military into, well, basically anywhere he wants, domestically. That's not good. So what he admitted there by saying that word is that he believes that Donald Trump is essentially a king who could send in the National Guard to any city he wants for any reason. That's it. He's got the plenary power. And that is incredibly messed up. which is probably why he stopped right after he said that and was like, I need another take. Okay, I accidentally gave away the game here. Look, presidents are not supposed to have that power, okay? We're not supposed to have a king. We do not have a king, okay? We do not have an emperor, okay? We're not under the rule of Palpatine, all right? That's not supposed to be the way that we do things. And look, our country's founders, for as flawed as they were, they actually had some pretty specific fears about giving the president absolute control over the military, and had set up some safeguards to protect against that. You know, because they wanted to protect the erosion of civil liberties for white people, obviously, and to protect the democratic process for white people. Again, I'm just being 100% on that, right? Yes, the founding fathers were flawed. They were racist, okay, because a lot of people were back then, all right? But they had some good ideas, and they enshrined them in our Constitution, which Donald Trump, and even more racist person, Stephen Miller, even more racist, is like, no, let's shred them. Let's shred them. Let's let Donald Trump become a king, okay? But no, that is not what the Constitution allows. Under the Constitution, governors have the authority to maintain order within the borders of their own respective states. You know, federalism. What we're supposed to have. We're supposed to be under a system of federalism, which includes, ironically, states' rights, of which, again, Donald Trump is shredding by sending the National Guard to places that do not want it, had not asked for it. He sent it to LA. They didn't want it. Sent it to Chicago. Didn't want it. And are suing this administration. Sending it to Portland. Portland also doesn't want it. I mean, what part of this is hard? Okay. No, they're completely destroying rule of law and shredding the Constitution. The same things that they always accused, ironically, the left of doing. But look, when it comes down to it, Trump does not have plenary power. He cannot just do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. He has to answer to others. It's a checks and balances. Now, one of the checks that's supposed to be on him, which is failing miserably, is the courts. Okay? You've had lower courts that have blocked Trump's deployment of the National Guard, whereas the Supreme Court comes in and rubber stamps everything. Now, Miller has claimed that, oh no, Trump has that power under Title 10. And they're using that argument in court. But the insane thing is that Title 10 only allows the president to call the National Guard into federal service when the country is being invaded. We're not being invaded. Or when there's a rebellion or danger of rebellion. There is neither thing. Neither. None of that is happening. No invasion, no rebellion, nothing. In fact, I would say the only people that are going against rule of law is this administration, which is a lawless administration. But they don't care. They don't care. They are ignoring over a third of all the court rulings that are being made against them, okay? That are negative. They don't give a damn about the law. They are a lawless administration. And again, this is not a glitch on the part of Stephen Miller, who accidentally gave away the whole game and admitted that he and Trump are nothing more than lawless authoritarians. That's the reality. Now, I was told by numerous conservative right-wingers that we needed the Second Amendment. This is why we needed the Second Amendment, to stop tyrants. So where are they? Where are the Second Amendment people? They're nowhere to be found. Shocker. Shocker. Well, actually, you know what? Scratch that. I know where they're at. They're all joining ICE. They became the tyrants. Shocker. Except no, not really. So much for that, right? Moving on. in Chicago, a Border Patrol agent had shot a woman about 7 times for allegedly driving her vehicle towards another vehicle driven by an ICE agent. Now, her lawyer, Christopher Parente, that is an attorney for Mar Martinez, who was shot 7 times, spoke at a hearing on Monday, 2 days after federal officers had accused her of driving towards them in the Brighton Park neighborhood. Okay? You were driving aggressively. You were in a convoy. And you were endangering our agents and their lives. Oh my God. Except no. Parente says that he has body camera footage that disproves this account given by federal prosecutors and Border Patrol. Okay? It showed that the agent who shot Martinez was saying, quote unquote, do something, bitch, before pulling over and shooting Martinez. That's right. That's right. Martinez and another driver, Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz, were charged on Sunday. I mean, thankfully, she's even alive, okay? But they were charged on Sunday with a felony assault on a federal officer for, again, driving aggressively in a convoy that was following ICE vehicles after they had done a raid. There was video captured by a security camera at a nearby tire shop showing Martinez's car, the Nissan Rogue, pulling alongside of a government Chevy Tahoe after they had conducted an operation in nearby Oak Lawn. There's also a GMC Envoy that was driven by Ruiz that was following closely behind the authorities' car. Now, that video doesn't show the shooting, it doesn't even show Martinez allegedly ramming into that, ICE car. Okay. Now, the Chicago Sun-Times noted that a statement by DHS after the incident referenced a loaded gun in Martinez's car. Now, that was not mentioned in any of the charging documents. Why? Why even bring that up then? I mean, look, Martinez is a legally licensed gun owner, and she wasn't even brandishing. So what was the point of bringing that up? Don't know. I mean, Parente noted that she had a concealed carry license and a valid firearm. So this is one of those, again, should be protected by the Second Amendment, right? And it has nothing to do with this case, again, especially since they were in the car. Why? Why even mention that? Because they know they messed up. All right. And what they wanted to do is to make Martinez seem like she was some dangerous aggressor. In reality, she was live streaming on Facebook while following this ICE vehicle. Okay. That is not a crime. That's not a crime at all. Martinez and Ruiz do not have criminal history and have extensive community ties. Martinez works for a school. She has had several character witnesses write letters to the court on her behalf. So, I mean, look, Parente said this at the hearing, and I think he nails it. He said, I think there's a danger to the community, but I don't think it's Ms. Martinez. Yeah, it's ICE. It's the Trump Gestapo. That is what they are. And they tried to murder this woman and failed. And now DHS, the Department of Homeland Security run by Kristi Noem, is trying to cover up the lawless actions of their brown shirts. That's what's going on in Chicago right now. That's what's going on in all these places. Trump's Border Patrol is not making anyone safer. They are the danger. They claim, oh, no, we're protecting you from dangerous, undocumented, illegal aliens. Oh, my God. And Antifa protesters. But in reality, they're the ones that are endangering communities, endangering the people. And everyone who's not part of the Trump cult can see that can see what's in front of them. The obvious stuff. The fact that we have troops on our streets. in American cities. That is not normal. That is not right. That should not be happening. It should not be happening. Look, here's the other thing, okay? Federal prosecutors in Chicago have ended up having to dismiss criminal charges against people, okay? For example, most recently, a Chicago couple that were lawfully carrying loaded guns last month outside an ICE facility in Broadview. Now, they were just out there. They were exercising their Second Amendment rights. They just had guns, okay? Lawfully carrying them. And a grand jury agreed because they refused to hand up an indictment in that case. In fact, defense attorney Richard Kling told the Chicago Sun-Times that a good prosecutor could convince grand jury to indict a ham sandwich, but said in this case, apparently they had less evidence than a ham sandwich. Yeah, look, the case against those two had been used to argue that ICE agents have been endangered by protests and protesters, right? And that's how it relates to this case. Because once again, here's ICE claiming, oh, these dangerous Antifa protesters, oh, there's so much, they're putting into a personal mortal danger that we had to shoot them 7 times. We had to riddle their cars with bullets. That's what we had to do. We had no choice. We had to do it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're just proving over and over again that you are the baddies. You are the Nazis, the Gestapo. You're the bad guys. And everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. I guess they're going to have to try something else, though, to try to convince people outside the cult who already believe all this stuff. Okay. Oh, they're so dangerous. Oh, Antifa, they're everywhere. Oh, my God. They're going to have to do something else, though, to try to convince everyone else. Like, for example, attempting to murder a protester for following them and live streaming. Look, none of this should be a surprise. Nobody should be shocked here. No one's having Pikachu face. ICE, let me tell you, they are not hiring the best. No, they're hiring the most racist, the most violent, and the most unhinged people to try to carry out Donald Trump's lawless mass deportation agenda. Okay? Carrying out the agenda of the most racist president that we've had in modern times. Okay? And that's saying something. When are more Americans going to wake up and to realize that what is going on right now ain't normal and shouldn't be happening? This government needs to be reined in and stopped from, well, violating the rights of not only undocumented immigrants and just immigrants, but also violating the rights of American citizens. When are we going to wake up as a country and band together and put a stop to it? Okay. Let's move on. Oh, here we go. Internet propagandist Benny Johnson is getting mocked online for praising Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem for the way that she stared down an army of Antifa. Here's his post on X. Breaking: DHS Secretary Kristi Noem stares down an army of Antifa and a guy in a chicken suit from the rooftop of the ICE facility in Portland. Noem says, hey, guy in the chicken suit, you can do better. Too bad they're uneducated and ill-informed. Noem isn't chicken. Army of Antifa, everybody. Now, I want to show you here of the video of that army, and then we'll talk about it. That was the video that Benny Johnson posted. Yeah. That's your army of Antifa? This is what MAGA is shitting their pants over? A few people with signs and a guy in a chicken suit. Where's the war zone? I was told Portland was in a state of being constantly on fire and falling apart. Oh, the violence there is so out of control. We've got no choice. We got to send in the troops. We got to send in the troops. Everybody, restore order. I have seen the aftermath of football games get more out of control than that. I remember watching a protest outside of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. that actually did have violence, and it was destructive. But that wasn't led by Antifa, that's for sure. Oh, no. And in fact, this government is trying to scrub that whole thing. That's right. Rewrite history on the January 6th protests, the Capitol riots. Okay. Here's the thing. The right wing in this country is a joke. They are such a joke. And yet, somehow has been given all three branches of government. I mean, just roll that around your head, okay, for a minute. Like, how the hell did that happen? Like, what is going on here? Okay. And again, talking about Benny Johnson, getting back to him. All right. This guy, remember, he was kicked out of BuzzFeed for plagiarism, for one, and was most recently paid by the Russian government to do literal propaganda. That's who Benny Johnson is. And now, by the way, he is doing propaganda for the government. I wonder how much he's getting paid for that. Now, of course, the internet did respond to it. One person says, Benny, I was told Portland was burning to the ground. Where are the fires in war? Holy crap, maybe this is all manufactured farce to hook the dumbest people in America again. Yeah, it again reminds me of the meme, the comic, I guess, of someone who basically creates a scene with like, oh, burning buildings and monsters in the background, paints it all up, makes it look all nice, and then gets into a fetal position and cries, because of the monsters that he created. That's what's going on here. Okay. Another said 12 people there, 7 with cameras as press. An army of 5. Holy cow, this is amazingly pathetic that you would post this thinking that it makes you look good. It doesn't. Absolutely. Another says army of Antifa. MAGA are such beta cucks. Another says army of Antifa. One of those people is a 60-year-old lady. Oh, to be fair, there's some 60-year-old ladies out there you do not want to F with. Okay. I'm just saying. Adam Cochran writes, Benny Johnson, who took Russian propaganda money, says Kristi Noem is brave for staring down this army of Antifa from a rooftop. 7 members of the press, a few middle-aged protesters, and a guy in a chicken suit. If this is what the administration thinks is an army, we're in trouble. Well, here's the scary part. They probably will claim that this group of lovely protesters are so dangerous that they had to send in the troops to crack down. Okay. Oh, we got to stop with the dissent. That's the overall goal here, to crush dissent. There's already been situations where ICE agents, immigration, have instigated situations and then lied about it in order to try to arrest people. That's what they've done. That's why so many cases, by the way, against these so-called violent Antifa protesters are being dismissed by grand juries. I thought you could indict a ham sandwich. Turns out, no, not this administration. But here is the danger. All right. They want to provoke a violent response. All of this is meant to provoke violent responses. Okay. So that they could justify increasing their crackdowns. So they could do the Insurrection Act and get away with it. Now, so far, they have failed. They have failed because the protesters have managed to stay peaceful even in the face of violent oppression. We got to give them a lot of credit because they understand what's at stake. They understand that when you are violent, you are giving this regime exactly what they're asking for. We had an opportunity to actually indict a sandwich. Exactly. And our, what is it? Janine Pirro, the lush in charge of, I think it was the Attorney General's office of DC, couldn't even indict a sandwich thrower. Oops. Sad baby. Okay. So let's move on here and let's get to Medicare and Social Security. By the way, Ms. Blue Ocean says on the chat here, can't fall for it. Call civil disobedience. Absolutely. Where Donald James says this is why it's important not to react, that because that's what they want out of protesters is a reaction. Yup. So y'all get it. All right. Despite President Donald Trump's promise not to touch Social Security and Medicare, this administration is, looking at touching Social Security and Medicare. So now the Washington Post reported that the Trump administration is actually eyeing a new policy that would make it more difficult for older Americans to qualify for disability. So from the article, the Social Security Administration evaluates disability claims by considering age, work experience, and education to determine if a person can adjust to other types of work. Older applicants, typically over 50, have a better chance of qualifying because age is treated as a limitation in adapting to many jobs. Yes, exactly. However, officials are now considering eliminating age as a factor entirely or raising the threshold to age 60, according to 3 people familiar with the plans who spoke on the condition of anonymity to share private discussions. That proposed rule change, according to one analysis, could actually impact over 750,000 Americans. So, look, I don't think I need to tell you how ageist the job market is, especially in times where the job market, like right now, is really tight. What do you mean the job market's tight? What about the jobs numbers? Oh, right, we're not getting jobs numbers. That's because this administration pretty much canceled them. So we don't get to know how few jobs are being added now because this administration is hiding those numbers. We're not going to get a new jobs report. And Trump had the previous head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Erica McIntyre, for putting out a jobs report that is not favorable to this administration. Oh, no, you can't do that. No, that looks bad. That looks bad for me. So let's just get rid of that, get rid of her. And you know what? Let's just not do the monthly jobs reports anymore. They just don't look good for me, and then I can go out and say that I am the jobs president. Now, that, of course, is going to have a disproportionate impact on people who are older because, well, there's a lot of age discrimination when it comes to jobs. And this is also going to compound that hurt because, people who are older and disabled, because people on disability, by the way, have a very, very, very high unemployment rate. Yes, people on disability actually do work. A lot of them do. But again, there's a lot of people who cannot. And for the ones who do want to work and who can in a limited capacity, there is a ton of discrimination in the job market. So this rule change is going to impact those people specifically. Now, there is a widespread misunderstanding of the difficulties in getting approved for disability benefits. People think that it's so easy. So easy. Oh, man. All you have to do is just go to a disability office and you stroll in the door and then be like, oh, my back. Oh, it hurts. And then suddenly you're getting money. No, that's not true. I mean, that's what the right wing wants you to think about it. Okay. But actually, it's very, very difficult to qualify for disability benefits. There's a ton of paperwork. There's evaluations. There's interviews. There's verifications. They go through pretty much everything. Medical records, work records. They'll talk to members of your family. They'll talk to your bosses, current or former. They'll do all of that to ensure that you cannot actually work a full-time job. And by the way, they will deny you. They will deny you many, many, many times for disability. And then you have to keep applying over and over and over and over and over again and go through that same exact process. Here's the thing. You can, while you're on disability, you can still work, as I mentioned, but you can't make that much. You can make, as of this year, 2025, a total of $1,620 a month, which is basically nothing. Okay? Barely. You can't really make anything on Social Security, not enough to survive. Now, if you combine that with the average about, say, $1,200 a month that you get in disability, then you may be able to survive, but just barely. Now, the reason that I'm giving you all this context, all this information, is because Trump, I mean, he's going to make it harder, more difficult to qualify for disability. And so that's a problem. That's a huge problem. Now, this, by the way, this changes on top of all the other different ways that the Trump administration is trying to destroy Social Security. For example, they have closed offices across the country, which has led to longer wait times for beneficiaries. Okay. The New York Times reported a couple of weeks ago that the problems are getting even more intense as frontline SSA workers are asked on a daily basis to do more with less. In fact, the Times quoted one Social Security technical expert who works in a field office in the Midwest who said, quote, "In my 24 years, I have never seen it so bad to the point that a lot of us are medicated. It's bad when you have to take anti-anxiety medication due to how stressful this administration has made your job." Okay. And this is all on purpose. All on purpose. Okay. So there's the effect of Donald Trump on Social Security. But what about Medicare? I mentioned Medicare. Well, the Times also reported last week that millions of low-income seniors are missing out on crucial help paying for Medicare. And the recently enacted federal budget law, the big, beautiful bill, blocks an effort to help them receive it. Trump administration budget law does not reduce any of Medicare's standard benefits, but does suspend until 2034 a requirement that states adopt a Biden-era plan to increase enrollment in state-run Medicaid programs that help seniors who qualify get a hand paying for out-of-pocket Medicare costs. So now here's the thing, again, another misconception, right? Medicare is not free and never, no, of course not. People who are disabled or who are on Social Security and retirement, they still pay into the system. They pay a premium. Now, that premium gets deducted automatically from their monthly benefits. Medicare is a great program. I like Medicare, but it doesn't cover everything. There are significant gaps. For example, there's no vision, there's no dental. And there are copays for other things. There's a deductible that you have to meet. But that said, all of those things are still cheaper than regular for-profit insurance. And so, yes, Medicare is still superior even with those issues. That said, people who are retired and or disabled, they can't always afford to pay for those things. And so what Biden did, and I give him credit for this one, is to try to let them get Medicaid as a supplement to help them out. Now, Trump comes in and says, you know what? Screw you guys. Screw those people. No, you guys suck. I'm going to screw you over so good in order to give tax cuts for the rich, for people like me and my donors. Yeah. And so as a result, everything's going to get worse. Okay. In fact, NBC News also reported, this is another change, that the Trump team is starting to move forward with a program to use AI to find out where they can deny people on Medicare services and or prescriptions. Okay. So this Medicare AI program will find out how much money that they could save using AI by denying care to Medicare patients. Now, this pilot program requires patients or someone on their medical team to seek insurance approval or prior authorization before proceeding with certain procedures, tests, and prescriptions. So basically what you're going to have is an AI. You have to ask a computer, okay, if you can be have prior authorization for a procedure. That's it. So now this will impact patients in Arizona, Ohio, Oklahoma, New Jersey, Texas, and Washington starting January 1st and run through 2031. Now, did you know that United Healthcare did something similar with their Medicare Advantage plans, right? They used an AI. And you know what happened? About 90% of all claims from Medicare Advantage patients were denied. That's right. And then the CDO was murdered. I'm pretty sure that that's, not at all related, right? No. What I'm saying here is that this is probably not a good idea. And it's going to hurt a lot of people. It may not be direct benefit cuts, but it is destroying what both Social Security and Medicare were supposed to be. Okay. Let's move on here. We got a shocker, not so shocker story. A Michigan Republican lawmaker that is trying to ban porn is, no surprise, a gigantic consumer of it, or at least was. State Representative Josh Schreiber of Oxford has called porn a scourge and has compared it to heroin, right? Now, he had introduced legislation back in September to try to ban it in the entire state. So now it turns out this guy actually is a huge fan of porn, or at least was. Data reviewed by the Detroit Metro Times shows that an account linked to Schreiber's personal AOL, remember that, appeared in a data breach from Fling.com, a porn dating site that features live webcams and promises users that they could find sex and get laid tonight. Ooh, wow. Okay. Now, the website also describes itself as the world's best casual personals for adult dating, sex, and swingers. Fun times. Woo. Now, the leaked information about Mr. Schreiber, verified by the cybersecurity database Snoosebase, lists Schreiber's email address and a profile indicating his sexual interests, which include fetish and group sex. Okay. Well, there's a weekend for you. Now, to be totally fair, it's been a while since Schreiber had allegedly accessed this account. In fact, according to the data breach, the account was last accessed on September 11th, 2010. Interesting date there. Okay. Maybe something hit his Twin Tower. I don't know. Okay. Or he was getting his hand off the Twin Tower. I don't know. But anyway, interesting date to stop, or interesting date to have last access to. I don't know. Okay. But anyway, Schreiber responded to this and said, this is fake. It's not real. But wait a minute. It's totally real. The same email address and password actually appears in multiple other breaches linked to Schreiber's verified personal accounts. including, get this, MySpace. Man, that's a throwback. And Chegg, which at the time matches up to him being a college student. Okay. The birthday and IP address in the fling.com records align with Shriver's March 1992 birth date and his time as a student at MSU, where he graduated in 2015. Fling.com had confirmed in 2016 that millions of user accounts containing email addresses, sexual preferences, and IP data had been hacked and sold on the dark web. Now that sucks. That sucks. No one should have their very personal data broadcast for the world to see, right? Including their spank bank. I mean, not a good thing. That said, the reason that I'm talking about Shriver is because he happens to be one of my state's most outspoken culture war conservatives. In fact, Shriver had frequently targeted both online pornography and LGBTQ plus rights. In fact, he had called in December of 2024 oral sex. He railed against oral sex, calling it a crime against God and the natural order. The mouth and anus are not reproductive organs, Shriver wrote on Facebook. The sin releases plagues of disease, promiscuity, and perversion in our local communities. Repent! Yield to Christ! Be fruitful and multiply. Woo! Wow. Okay, he sounds very repressed. Okay. A little repressed. And very unhappy that he himself apparently cannot indulge in his own desires. And so, like many of these people, have made that everyone else's problem. Shriver's proposed porn ban would go actually way further than laws in other states, which require age verification, which doesn't work. It's a bad idea. Good intentions, bad laws. Now, this, however, is just not bad or not good intentions, bad intentions, and bad laws. In fact, it would basically outlaw all online pornography. Good luck with that, including depictions or descriptions, and this is very telling here, of transgender individuals. So now we know what this is about. So this could be another one of those, one of his particular hang-ups. Okay. The bill actually makes it a felony punishable by up to 25 years in prison to distribute or make available any prohibited content, including what it describes as a disconnection between biology and gender. So this is not a porn ban. This is actually a underhanded, backhanded way of criminalizing transgender people online, to make it so that you can't even have a conversation, talk to people about being transgender, or post a picture of yourself as a transgender person, because that will be considered to be pornography. So I'm just saying. Now, that same month that he had railed against oral sex, Shriver wrote on X, quote, make gay marriage illegal again. Oh, okay. So he's going after the entire LGBTQ community. Okay. He also voted against bills, funny enough, banning child marriage. Wait a minute. So you're for child marriage. And closing Michigan's marital rape loophole, which provided legal protection to anyone who drugged or assaulted their spouse. So that's gross. That's who this guy is. All right, there you go. Now, once again, he claimed in an email to the Metro Times that these were forged records. Who are you? Who is this guy? Why would anybody want to forge those records? No one knows who you are, dude. Seriously. And no one would care about what you spank it to if you weren't such a goddamn hypocrite. But he said, this is fake. I've never heard of this website or accessed it. No, never. Right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, totally. Believe you. I totally believe you. Of course. There's a little problem, though, with that denial. You see, according to extensive cybersecurity data reviewed by the Metro Times, the information tying this man to these websites appears in multiple verified breach databases. And again, includes a lot of his personal details: birth date, AOL address, an IP address in East Lansing, where he went to college at. In fact, the email address jtschreiber@aol.com matches his initials and middle name and appears in the fling.com data breach confirmed by cybersecurity researchers and reported by Vice News all the way back in 2016. The same email and password combination appeared in other verified breaches tied to Shriver's personal accounts, including MySpace, Chegged, and ZeroQ. Additional identifying information in the data include Shriver's birth month, March, and an East Lansing IP address, as I mentioned, aligns with his background and his time as a student at MSU. Fling.com's breach, which included user emails, sexual preferences, and login records, was authenticated by the site's operators after the data was sold on the dark web back in 2016. So, I mean, that's you, bro. That's you. Busted. Okay. But look, this is very clearly a case of obvious hypocrisy, which shouldn't surprise anyone. Okay. I'm not having Pikachu face here. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. The only people that compare online pornography to heroin are people who have a big problem with consuming online pornography. All right. Guy can't get enough of it. And he's decided, like so many others, that the only way to stop themselves from voraciously consuming every piece of online pornography they can get their hands on is to make sure that no one else can view it. But you're the problem, dude. You can't stop yourself. That doesn't mean that you should stop anyone and everyone else from being able to access it. And apparently can't stop thinking about oral sex either because he wants to ban that. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't you stop making your personal hang-ups, everyone else's problem? Stop it. I don't care if people look at that stuff. The only things that I really have an issue with in the porn industry is for one, criminalization of sex work and the exploitation of workers who work in that industry. These are legitimate issues, okay? I believe in the decriminalization of sex work, okay? And I do believe that there are some legitimate issues with labor rights, okay? And that the workers who work in that industry deserve protections. A lot of those workers are women, okay? And I would like to protect them. The solution and the way to protect them is not to do a blanket ban, which never works. It never works. I mean, think about what happened during Prohibition, okay? That didn't stop people from drinking. I'm just saying. And so a porn ban's not going to stop people from consuming porn, okay? Just like a trans ban's not going to stop transgender people from existing. It's not going to happen, okay? But again, the funny thing is, this man is a conservative culture warrior. And guess what? Guess who consumes the most online porn? Conservative states, evangelicals, okay? Oops, oops, oops. Except, once again, everybody knows this. Hey, you know what? Maybe instead of trying to ban online nudie videos, maybe Shriver should, I don't know, consider seeing a therapist or something. I mean, if you've got that much of a problem with your own personal habits that are interfering with your life, then maybe you should go to therapy. I mean, but of course, dudes would rather try to ban it for everybody than go to therapy. Okay. Wow. I do not have enough time for the next story because it's a long one. So you'll have to tune in to my channel tomorrow. That's Logically Left on YouTube here. Also, Jeff Waldorf Show on Facebook, also on Twitch, twitch.tv/Jeff Waldorf. All the places that you can find this wonderful show. where I'm going to talk tomorrow about conversion therapy. Okay. Now, I'm not going to be live tomorrow, though, so unfortunately, but I will have some content up. I will talk about that conversion therapy in the Supreme Court. So we'll do that. But anyway, thank you for watching the show today. Really appreciate it. Please, if you haven't already, like and share the stream. Consider subscribing to this space as well as my channel over, again, youtube.com/logicallyleft. If you haven't already, sign up to become a supporter, patreon.com/Jeff Waldorf. You can see it right there on the on a little ticker, which is nice. All that stuff. So with that said, I've got a couple of minutes here. I want to read a couple comments. HBX says, it's been a fantastic show. The time flew by. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for watching. Appreciate that. Johnny Too Late FTV. Jeff being hella based. All right. Thank you. The reference frame says they are MAGA. Minor attracted guy apologists. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really, really good one, actually. Jedi Protector says a VPN helps to conceal your identity. Yes, but remember, a hallmark of these conservative culture warriors is that they're not very smart. And perhaps, and this is kind of my own little theory on this one, they kind of like being caught. Because you know that there are people that get off on being publicly shamed, okay, and publicly embarrassed. I'm not saying this guy is one of those people, but maybe, okay. Interesting. And let's see. Tennessee wants to eliminate all marriage age restrictions, says Captain Homer. Are we shocked? It's Tennessee. Okay. Gross. Absolutely gross. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Scott Bloom says, wow, AOL, MySpace. I remember those days. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Starmer just buckled to Trump pressure and agreed that the NHS will pay for 25% more for U.S. drugs. Yes. Yeah, that's Canada. Come on, guys. Come on. I love you Canadians. I really do. But your leader, a little on the weak side. Just saying. All right. So with that said, I'm out of time. All right. I'm out of time. I don't know. Oh, actually, I do know. Coming up next, we are, well, we're already there. Okay. But we will be getting an explanation, probably, of why we have ended up in Fuckville. Stay tuned.
Is this thing on? Hello? Let's turn that off. Let's put that there. Okay. Put that there. Close the private chat. I don't need that. Why is there, what is this? What is this? Why is this here? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, hello. Welcome to today's show, Graham show. To today, we'll be doing a showgram or a pro show program on today's show. This space, everybody, we're here on this space. You're here. I'm here. We're all here today on the space. And you may be watching this space as it's being spaced. Or you may be watching this from the future, in which case, I'm sorry. But if you're watching this currently, you may be currently engulfed. Possibly ensnared. Anyone ever get snared or ensnared? I don't know what the difference is. Either snared, ensnared. Sounds like a Crash Bandicoot boss, you know? If you were alive currently, you probably understand how to speak a language. Or maybe you don't. Eh? You might be thinking, I can speak a language I'm watching right now, but can you? Can you really speak and breathe the language? Or are you conditioned like an animal, like a zoo animal, like a lab rat, to see collections of letters and to just have meaning beamed into your brain without thinking much about it? Now, people might be out there wondering, what the fuck are you talking about? That's usually what people, whenever I'm in the middle of one of my things and then I look for at the chat or whatever, I always see people going, what in the hell? What the fuck? I was watching some nice man talking about the news and now some bitch is on my screen. Right? But anyway, without that, rewind. With that out of the way, let's talk about language. And what exactly is language? Now, I like language. I'm a fan of words. I'm a fan of language. I'm a fan of expressing concepts linguistically. I like doing that. I think it's fun. In fact, I'm doing it right now, actually, if you can believe it. Is it 3 o'clock already? So I thought I would come on here and talk about how most people, in my opinion, don't actually speak a language. Most people would probably say that they speak one language in this country, in the United States. But I would argue that at least 50% of people in the U.S. speak 0 languages. They can't speak any language. What do I mean by that? Well, it means basically this is a roundabout way of just calling them, you know, really stupid motherfuckers. That's really what I'm getting at here. But the type and variety of stupidity is important. Now, when it comes to most people, language exists insofar as, can I put this Hot Pocket in the microwave? Let me read the box. Beep, 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 beep. And then not have the microwave explode and burn the house down. That's most people's that's where they max out on language, is just enough to read the Hot Pocket instructions, but not enough to, I don't know, think about whether or not they should be eating Hot Pockets. You know what I'm saying? That's the Goldilocks zone of of language when it comes to the people in the government, when it comes to the corporations. They want you to be smart enough, well-read enough to look at the stop sign and go, that says stop. Okay, let me pull the car down. But not smart enough to question whether or not you should be getting into the car in the first place. What do I mean by that? You know, you may be thinking to yourself, what the fuck are you talking about? That's also probably what I'm thinking about. You also might be thinking, you have 55 minutes left. Oh, wait, no, that's actually just what I'm thinking about. I have 55 minutes left. I've already done 90% of my soliloquy, and I'm only 5 minutes in. But anyway, we are witnessing widespread psychological warfare against the ability for people to speak, read, and write. Once again, they want you to be just smart enough to read the instructions on the Hot Pocket, but dumb enough not to question whether or not you should be eating the Hot Pocket at all. We're in, I know a lot of people don't like it, and we're coming up on number 7, actually. We're getting really close. But we're in the 6th year of a pandemic that has destroyed people's ability to speak, read, and write. You ever think to yourself, doesn't it really genuinely feel like everything around you is dumber and dumber and people are getting stupider and more passive, more docile, more accepting, and they're dumber and dumber and dumber? Doesn't it feel that way? You know, could this still be the same population as it was 10 years ago? You know, when Donald Trump first walked in there and the escalator and people were like, how dare you, good sir? Didn't it feel like people were at least a little more like wise to the scam? Didn't it feel that way? Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it's just remembering another time in the past. But you hear this a lot everywhere. I hear it a lot. Of everyone is dumb now. Everyone is stupid. They want you to be stupid enough, not stupid enough to know that everyone is stupid. Then they want you to be stupid enough to keep going out there looking at the Taylor Swift concerts and getting sick over and over. You know, a lot of people love to pretend like COVID magically disappeared. Magically, it just went away. But it's made everyone extremely stupid. And until we can really reckon with that, how do we proceed? COVID, severe acute respiratory syndrome, the virus that causes the aforementioned syndrome, attacks the parts of your brain that are having to do with cognition, decision making. It limits parts of your brain that are able to cohesively and realistically and practically assess situations, think about them, and then respond. And at a population level, it's like everyone played high school football. That's basically what we're dealing with. At a population level. Imagine if everyone played football in high school, what that would do to our collective intelligence. But I know people don't like to think about this. They really don't. So instead of thinking about it, they just don't think. They shut their brain off, drink more Kool-Aid. Maybe if I get infected with COVID the 78th time, that is going to give me the superpowers that I so desperately want. Let's not think about divesting from this culture at all. No. Let me spend all of my money on useless garbage and experiences living in a shithole country. Let's not question how we got here. No. Let's not question my own participation in how we got here. Can't do that. I got to go to the bar. Can't do that. I got to go to Wendy's. Can't do that. I got to go to Denny's. Can't do it. Sorry. I got to go to this protest and take a picture of myself and put it on the internet and then get sick for 3 weeks. But when when you have a population that essentially everyone just got kicked in the fucking head, and then you give that population one of these. Whoa, look at this. I know I have the order mixed up. We got these before we got the kick in the head. But you could argue the kick in the head is with 2 feet, and this one's the other foot. So you have a bunch of people. They're really dumb. They're sick. Their brains are melting. Their brains are being damaged, right? Literally, they have tumors fusing in their brains. That's what COVID does. It fuses your brain cells together, causes dementia, brain tumors, all that, right? And instead of thinking, how do I get out of this mess? They turn to ChatGPT. Hey, ChatGPT, what should I have for dinner tonight? Hey, ChatGPT. Hey, ChatGPT. Some people are falling in love with ChatGPT. Some people are sending ChatGPT all of their text messages. How do I respond? Help, ChatGPT. My friend said, hey, how's your morning going? How do I respond? Help, ChatGPT, ChatGPT. That's what people are doing. Everywhere around you, you're seeing fucking dumpster slime. Oh, I'm sorry, humans. You're seeing humans going out there and using shit like ChatGPT over and over and over again for basic cognition. ChatGPT, what kind of clothes should I wear? Hey, ChatGPT, should I keep breathing? Hey, ChatGPT, should I eat food today? Hey, ChatGPT, is water good for you? This is the world we're living in, right? Everyone got a kick in the head. Probably shouldn't have done that so hard. Oof, that was maybe a little bit too much. Everyone got a kick in the head with COVID, and they're still getting a kick in the head, by the way. That's what's happening. It's like you're in the fucking elevator door, and then the elevator goes boop, and then it opens, and you're still there, and then it goes boop, and then it opens, and then eventually you get crushed into a fine paste. That's how I imagine elevator doors working. Maybe they just go like this indefinitely. I don't know. But I imagine if you stood there long enough, you get crushed. Anyway, everyone's just huffing in the brain-destroying juice or smoke, whatever. It's airborne. So they're huffing in this smoke that kills their brain. It's like everyone's huffing gasoline or paint thinner in small doses every day. And instead of, working on that at all, right? Instead of, thinking about, I feel like I'm getting dumber, right? How do I get out of this mess, this runaway downward spiral? Oh, I know. ChatGPT, help. My life is falling apart. What do I do? By the way, ChatGPT, now you can put your credit card in it. ChatGPT, what should I buy today? I'm sure that is going to be a very well-researched buying decision. But anyway, my point being, everyone's getting dumber and dumber and dumber, actively dumber. And we're not just talking about people are forgetting things. We're talking about brain damage, right? On a population level, right? 5 to 10 IQ points. I got a lot of problems with IQ, but that's what the scientific studies research a lot of the time. A lot of the time they study IQ, all right? That's just how it is. When you read scientific research, which I tend to do recreationally, I'm one of those people, you're gonna have to deal with motherfucking IQ, okay? So put your fucking panties away. I don't know why you got them out, but put them away. But 5 to 10 net IQ points lost on every human being who's huffed in COVID. Every single one. Now, I don't leave the house. I get vaccinated. I am one of the 20% of Americans who get vaccinated every year. So I don't know. Maybe I got COVID once or twice. I don't know. 50% of people, when you get COVID, you're asymptomatic. Why is that? Because it's a spy that bypasses the immune system. It's like Metal Gear Solid. You ever play Metal Gear Solid? And you go like this against the wall, and then you got to go like this, like you ever play that shit? That's basically COVID, and that's your immune system, right? So 50% of people, they don't even know they get sick. It's almost like, I don't know, you should be wearing a respirator at all times, but hey, whatever. who am I to police people? So everyone's getting dumber and dumber and dumber. Their brains are actively being damaged. And the older you are, the harder it is to recover from brain damage. All right? The younger you are, brain damage hits different because your brain's still developing. So your brain may just develop in an improper fashion if you're young. If you're old, your brain is too old and it's not going to recover properly, right? So basically, our kids are huffing in paint thinner, essentially, every day. And they're not learning anything. And they're begging robots to do all of their critical thinking for them. They never learn how to live like as a human, right? They're just plugged into this psychotic social matrix where their lives are wrapped up in these phones, right? And I'm not saying that we should ban phones. I think phones are probably a net positive. I think what corporations have done with this technology is horrendous, but I think that this technology is overall a net positive. That's my opinion. So they got these phones that literally replace their real vision with psychosis machine, right? You know, most kids, when you ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? They say, I want to be an influencer. God, help me. Please, God. Right? But they're not, when they say they want to be an influencer, that doesn't mean that they have a message that they want to preach to the world. That doesn't mean that they have like special interests that they want to share. It just means they want attention and they want people to give them money for doing nothing. That's what it means. Because that's what influencers are. They're people who get money for doing nothing. Right? That's why I don't call myself an influencer. I don't get money, and I like to do stuff. So when people say, I want to be an influencer when I grow up, and you're 5, and your entire world is online, and look at the state of online. It's a psychosis machine. It's a bridge to an alternate reality. Right? What they're saying is, I want to grow up to live in an alternate world. I want to grow up and reject reality. Now, again, they're children. They don't quite understand that that's what they're saying. But that's the logical endpoint of growing up, huffing COVID every day, dumber and dumber and dumber, brain damage. Your brain never actually develops properly, right? Every single waking minute of your day, you're in the psychosis machine. You want to become one of the people on the screen. You want to become one of the, the hallucinations, right? And you never actually have to think. Think about it. Who's the most famous out there? Who are the most famous influencers you can think of? A bunch of fucking idiots. A bunch of stupid, dumpster sludge fucking garbage. I was on Twitch the other day. I was trying to watch some Spyro. You ever watch Spyro the Dragon? Cool game. Right? And Twitch, all over Twitch, right? Social media platform. They're for video games, ostensibly. But it's a bunch of these fucking rat-faced fucking morons talking about how great Donald Trump is to hundreds of thousands of viewers, 50K, 60K viewers talking about Donald Trump on the front page of Twitch. That's what they're trying. I'm just trying to watch Spyro, for Christ's sake, right? And I can't not be inundated, right, with all this fucking garbage, the lowest common denominator trash you've ever seen in your life. You go on YouTube, right, maybe on a fresh account, right? And what do you see? You see the lowest fucking quality nonsense garbage you've ever seen in your life. You go on Twitter on a fresh account. Jesus fucking goddamn Christ. What are you like? Wow, they are fully blown on the psychotic machine, the psychosis machine even. They're just fully blown generally, except in the good dick way. They wish. But my point being is, the internet is designed, if you're a newcomer. Now, I've been using the internet since I was like 12, okay? 13 or so was when I first got my home internet connection. So, was the internet better back then? That's a whole separate conversation. But the internet as it is now is designed for if you are new, if you are a newcomer. And who are the newcomers? Old people who are really just holding out and they haven't, honestly, if you haven't gone to the internet yet and you're like 70, Stay away, okay? You've already pretty much seen, you missed your chance, okay? But it's old people and kids. Those are the newcomers to the internet. And when you're new, the internet is designed to make you dumb. That's what it's designed to do, right? The world is designed to make you stupid. That's why they cut the Department of Education. Because they want you to be dumb. They want you to be fucking stupid. Of course they want you to be stupid. Of course. That's why you huff in COVID every day. If you leave the house without a respirator on, you are, by every stretch and every imagination, right? You are a propagator of disease apartheid. You are the Gestapo when it comes to disease apartheid. No one can feel safe around you if you leave the house without a respirator on during the 6th year of a pandemic. This is somehow controversial because we live in Fville. Somehow, I know people may be watching this might think that it should be obvious, but you leave this echo chamber of intellectuals and people who know how to read, right? You go outside and you will see people breathing in wildfire smoke because they're so afraid of wearing a mask. They will literally breathe in toxic chemicals because masks are scary or something. Now think about the world we live in, right? When it comes to technology and people's access to technology, and then how people interact with that technology, right? People said this a lot to the point where it got a little cliched and it might not be true anymore. But for the longest time, we had the complete record of all of human intelligence throughout all of recorded history in our pocket, literally 24/7. It might not be true anymore. That might no longer be the case, okay? However, there was a time when everyone was walking around with a complete record of the entire human species in their pocket. Okay? And what did we do with that? We did nothing. We did nothing because learning is lame. Being smart is lame. Being dumb is cool. It's happening. It's tubular. Being another dumb fuck shithead. That's what's cool. That's what you get attention for being. Right? But think of it in the terms of the 6th year of a pandemic. We have access to vaccines and respirators. You ever just sit back and think about this? Respirators. Wow. Just literally, I'm serious. Think about it. You're a fucking coal miner and you get black fucking lung mining coal. And some guy invents this thing that you put on your face and then now you get to grow old with your grandkids and not die at the age of 37 from black lung. Think about that. Right? You get to work at a construction lot or whatever. Get to work, so such a privilege. Right? Where there's fucking chemical reactions happening at all times and byproducts being fucking thrown into the atmosphere. And you get to go home at night with your kids and not sound like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., because you've been inhaling all this fucking toxic garbage. Right? Now, we can talk about the anti-vaccine sentiment, but I think that the dumb fuck normie lefties and normie libs, I think that they figured that one out. But how many of these dumb fuck wave-riding lefties and super commies that you may see on shows like YouTube or whatever platforms, how many of them are the same caricature that they describe anti-vaccine people as when it comes to wearing a respirator? How many of these people wear respirators every time they leave the house? Almost none of them. Why? Because they're the same as flat earthers when it comes to another incredibly important technology. Right? Sunscreen. Think about it, motherfuckers. right? People have been getting skin cancer working in the fields all day. They found out, oh, there's a little fucking, it looks like cum. You rub it into your body and then it protects your skin from the sun. And then you can do backbreaking farm labor and not get skin cancer. And then you can grow old with your family or whatever, right? We have this technology. And as a population, we have decided, can't do it. So I talk about this a lot, but I don't think that there is a dumber set of humans that have ever lived in all of human history. Because 1,000 years ago, the access to this knowledge was either restricted to the most powerful people on the planet, like the Pope or a king or whatever, or just not existent, right? We didn't have respirators in 917 Anno Domini, right? Didn't have them. But we do now. We have this technology. We had or have, depending on your persuasion, the complete historical record of all of humanity in our pockets, and we do fucking nothing with it. We do nothing at all with this fucking information. With this technology, we do fucking nothing. Nothing. At all. Because people in power want you to be stupid. They want you to be psychologically malleable. Because a language is not only a way for us to describe what it is we're doing. Oh, I took the garbage out. I watered the flowers. I baked some bread. That's not what language is exclusively used for, right? Now, it's a very useful component of language, and I appreciate that aspect of language. But one of the other aspects of language that I find a little bit more important, in my opinion, is the ability to plan, to do problem solving, to discuss abstract things, such as there's these lions and they come by this fucking little patch over here that we're hanging out by at around the same time every fucking day. So guess what? We know when that time is. We know they're going to be coming. So let's head out at 5 o'clock. They're going to come over here. We're not going to be here. They're not going to eat us. They're not going to kill us. They're going to leave, and then we'll go back. Problem solving, planning. That's what language can allow us to do. It unlocks that door. But along with it, language is like, it's like imagine, you got like a saint. I don't like religion, but let's imagine saints are actually good people for a second. But they've got like a fucking bomb strapped to their chest. And any minute, they're going to fucking explode. Right? That's what language is. Right? Yeah, it helps us solve the problems. But also, what if someone said, hey, the lions, they're actually never going to be here at this time. And then it turns out the lions are there. And it turns out this guy invested in lion, industries. Okay? They're an investor in lions. Okay? So then they tell you, go over here. The lions are going to kill all of them. The lion stock is going to go up. They make a large amount of money. Then they go over there. Then they ransack the corpses. And then they fucking rinse and repeat. That's basically where we are right now. We are being lied to, and we're buying our own misery. We're buying our own demise. We are willfully spending our hard-earned money on things that kill us. Right? While these people who invested in the lions are stealing all of our shit. And then when we die, they're going to steal all of our fucking shit. They're going to steal our generational wealth. You ever think about that term, generational wealth? What is that? So like having your fucking dad die and then he has a house or some shit. Your mom dies and then you get a couple stocks or whatever and it's like, $60,000 or what, That's generational wealth, right? But what happens when a generation never owns anything? Well, then what happens? Well, we ran this experiment and the results are in. What happens is nothing good. Nothing good happens. When you take a population and starve them of the ability to actually accumulate wealth or value as a familial unit and then pass it down, right? That's what banks are here for. They're here to steal your house in one of these recessions that the banks created a recession so they can steal your house. Then your parents die, and instead of inheriting a house, you get nothing. Or let's say your parents had a house, and then the governor decides, hey, I don't like your skin color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tear your fucking house down and build a fucking highway on it. But don't worry, because I'm so amazing and magnanimous, I'm going to give you $20 for your house. It's called eminent domain. We're going to give you $15, not 15,000, not 1,500. We're going to give you a nickel, steal your house, tear it down, and build a highway over it. Oh, and by the way, you know, rent prices through the roof. Oh, and by the way, sorry, but no one's selling any more houses. They're all bought up by private equity, right? So then you pass down nothing to your fucking kids, right? And then your kids grow up with fucking nothing. And then they're stuck in the mud, right? Repeating the first step over and over and over of trying to climb out of the mud, getting deeper and deeper and deeper, right? And now we're seeing a generation that is so hell-bent on making these same mistakes that they're leaping into the arms of the psychosis machines. The children, right? The children, think about it. Think about being 7 right now. 7 years old. Think about it. You're 7. Phew. Boom. All right. Close your eyes. You're 7. All right. Whoa. You got to get up for school. Whoa. You know, like, and whatever other shit 7-year-olds do. Anyway, think about it. You're 7. Your parents, you live in a shitty apartment. Your parents have nothing. Right? You go to school. School is, you don't really learn anything at school. You learn everything you need to know from your cell phone. You learn from Dennis Prager. You learn from Mr. Beast. Yeah, woo! Skibbity boo bop doo 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 da. Right? That's where your teachers are. School is really daycare, where you get to hang out with your friends or whatever, right? You're 7. This is your life. Right? Not only do you have nothing, you own nothing, you are nothing, but not only all of those things are true, but you don't even have an individual self. You don't even have like an internal idea of who you are. You were never allowed to do that, right? That's a generation that is leaping into the arms of the corporate overlords, a generation that is raised and taught that thinking is lame. Reading is like totally stupid, dude. You have a generation that doesn't even know what words are, right? And that is a generation that you can do anything you want with. Anything you want. It's open season. So we're seeing, again, globally, psychological warfare taking place because the rich understand that this is a perfect time to cement some gains that they've made. Poor people are at an all-time high for access to information and stupidity. Somehow, the more widespread information gets, the dumber people are. I don't get it. Personally, I think it's very strange. I find it to be very strange, personally. But again, we're seeing people who do not know how to read or write becoming, and at this point, seemingly are, the majority of interactions that you have are with people who cannot read or write. Okay? That's a fucking problem. If you use the internet, if you use something like Twitter, there's a 7 in 10 chance that the person you're reading a post of or talking to is literally not even real. It's a fucking robot that's programmed to make you waste your fucking time. If you use any other social media website, the number is usually somewhere around 3 in 10 or 4 in 10. that you're going to be reading something, if it's totally random, assuming it's totally random, if you have a well-curated feed or whatever on a website that has feeds still, and it's not algorithm, not all that fucking horseshit, but if you have a well-curated feed of humans, that might not apply to you. But if you're using any of these algorithms, right, and you're talking to people on those things, it's almost a guarantee that that's not even real, right? Then maybe it's a real human being, but they're getting paid $7,000 by people like Benjamin Netanyahu to lie to you. So most of the time, most of the shit that you see is either real people saying shit they don't believe, possibly even worse than that, real people saying shit they do believe that they don't, actually understand why they believe those things. They didn't arrive to those positions from any source of logic at all. They were just told this. Like we're talking about, these make America healthy again types of motherfuckers, right? Those guys, man, holy fuck. Maybe I'll do a whole show on that archetype. Those motherfuckers piss me off, okay? But then, right, so either people are saying the dumbest shit you've ever heard and they're being paid to do it. They're saying shit, the dumbest shit you've ever heard, and they genuinely believe it, which is kind of worse. Or it's not even a person at all. Or it is a person, but they're obscured through many levels of AI, and they're lying and they're manipulating you to make money. It's that if you're living in India right now, it is a valid, viable career choice to make a Twitter account, get like a fucking picture of some Roman statue, and then fucking just do white supremacist memes all day, because white people and Nazis love ancient Rome, a notoriously white thing. I guess the marble was white because the paint washed off, and that's why they think they're white people. I don't know, whatever. But that's a job in India, right? You could, I don't know, work at the fucking, whatever Indian people work at. I don't know. They have jobs there. Or you can get a laptop, right? Go and call yourself like Super White Man 69 or whatever, and you can talk about how, black people are evil and all that kind of stuff, and you can make enough money to feed your kids, right? That's a viable career path. So either people are lying to you, people are just really fucking stupid, right? Or they're just not even real people. They're AI generated garbage, right? Or they are real people and they don't know, and imagine you're 7 and this is the world you're stepping into, right? And you don't even have, something to fall back on, like critical thinking skills. You don't have language. You don't have a bullshit detector, right? Because that's really, the more you immerse yourself in language and reading, that allows you to understand if someone is shitting all over your shit, okay? That allows you to understand, oh, wait, that doesn't make any fucking sense. This person is lying to me. But if you don't have that access to language in your mental region, you're just going to wander around the world being scammed over and over and over and over and over. If you don't have the ability to read, let's say, scientific peer-reviewed studies, you might believe it when your favorite president, whose dick you want to suck, tells you the pandemic is over. All the scientific studies say the opposite. All the research says the opposite. All the numbers say the opposite. But Joe Biden, your favorite president, went on TV and said, pandemic's over, Jack. And without reading, you decided must be true. And that's how most people operate, right? They are literally, they wake up in the morning with glee in their eyes. All right, how can I waste my money and get scammed? All right, right? They get a shower, they eat some garbage, they walk outside and they look, who's going to scam me today? Whose dick can I suck? Right? How can I get even dumber than I already am? That's how most people wake up and interact with the world around them. Right? Because most people are thoughtless fucking cretins. Most people. Not everyone, but most of them. And it's a shame that we live here. It really is in Fuckville. It's a shame. It's a darn shame, I would say. Just heard a sound. Must be the wind. Anyway. So what do we do here? Well, me personally, I'm going to sit here and do a YouTube show. That's what I'm going to do. Is that helpful? Ow. Might be. Might not be. Who knows? Well, what can you do? Well, number one, you can divest from this shithole culture. Because that's really what this is. It's a decadent, decaying, rotting shithole culture. There are parts of it that are decent. There's some music that's good. There's some movies that are cool. There's some video games that are worth playing. But as a whole, as a sum, all that good stuff dissolves away, and what you're left with is dumpster sludge. What's in the dumpster sludge, right? You might be running around the dumpster and you might see a Twix bar. Ooh, yummy. Right? It's like half a Twix bar. Someone took a bite and then was like, maybe I don't want the whole thing. And they threw it in the dumpster. But that Twix bar was being surrounded by dumpster sludge. It's covered in dumpster sludge. So wouldn't it be great to wash off that dumpster sludge? Maybe sneak a bite. Just one when no one's looking. It would be great in theory. But at the end of the day, it's swimming in dumpster sludge. So that song you like, that movie you think is just cool, yeah, it is cool. Despite being surrounded in dumpster sludge. And we need to preserve the parts of this culture that are worth preserving. And we need to throw the rest of that shit away. This American experiment, it's not going so well. Now, I'm skeptical of a lot of the ideas America was founded on. And I think a lot of the virtue signaling mental gymnastics people do in order to defend it are a little interesting and bizarre strategically. But there is one thing that, I somewhat at least appreciate in the American experiment. And that's the ability to say whatever the fuck you want. Well, unless it's bad about the government, and then they'll knock on your door and send you to jail. Or even worse, it's bad about another government that's not our government, and then they'll send you to jail. Anyway, but that's the one thing I kind of tend to enjoy more than others, let's say, about America. But one thing that's done is it's convinced the population that everyone has a right to an opinion. Yeah, my opinion that this can, what color is this? Guess what color this is. This is purple. That's my opinion, dude. You don't need to wear a respirator because COVID's endemic. It's my opinion. Yeah. This can is blue. Vaccines don't work. The earth is flat. So Americans, they are taught that they're allowed to think anything they want. And that it has inherent virtue just because they came up with it. Right? But they're not taught to value truth. They're not taught to value reality. They're only taught to value themselves. And then you have the corporate class funding the trader class, which is just out there providing different lanes of conspiratorial garbage to sell to people, right? To make people think that they know what's going on when they don't know fucking shit about anything at all. You might be able to convince people that not only do vaccines and masks hurt you or are they useless, but they hurt you. You ever hear these conspiracies? Yeah, I got the vaccine and now I'm dead or whatever. Jimmy's dead. Yeah, I was wearing a mask and then I couldn't breathe. Oh, as if that's a thing that ever actually happens. You couldn't breathe? You can't breathe? Like, what does that fucking mean? Maybe stop smoking. Or, what the fuck? You can't breathe? All right, but anyway, people are convinced that things that are good for you are actually bad and things that are bad are actually good. So how do you navigate that space? I don't fucking know. Right? I really don't. I wish I did. If I did, I probably wouldn't be here. I'd probably be somewhere else. Out there, solving the problem. But I don't have that answer yet, so I'm just sitting here instead. Right? But I want, at least people watching, I want you to really try your best to defend what's up here. To defend your fucking thoughts. To defend your ability to think. Because they are trying desperately, they being the people in charge, the people with money, the people with power, the people with guns. They are trying desperately to get you to throw this in the garbage and replace it with this. Government-approved propaganda streams 24/7 directly into the ear. That's why Elon Musk wants to put chips in your fucking brain. I know it sounds like a joke, but he's developing literal brain chips, dude. The guy that said he wants to use AI to rewrite all of humanity is literally working on chips for your brain. And yet, there are still right-wing conspiracy theorists who think that fucking the earth is flat. Think about this. Motherfuckers out there think the earth is flat. When I just gave to you a juicy, right? Like, it's like we're playing T-ball, all right? I put that fucking shit on the stick. That is the juiciest conspiracy you've ever heard. The richest guy in the world is using AI to reinvent all of human history, and he's working on putting a brain chip inside of you. And that's real. That's shit he's actually saying. And yet motherfuckers think the earth is flat. So what are we supposed to do here? Honestly, I don't know. How do you navigate this space? I have no fucking idea. I'm just trying to do a show here, for Christ's sake. I don't know how other people would do it. But what I can tell you is that this space is a lot better than that space. That space, kind of stinky. Feels like they just got done dumpster diving. But this space, on the other hand, pretty good. Pretty good. Anyway, that's pretty much it for my melancholic monologue today. Yeah, that shit is scary. I find that myself, I consider myself to be a little bit of someone who lives in a bubble of some kind. I don't leave the house. I don't talk to people. I barely ever, if at all, interact with mainstream culture. So every once in a while, right? Like when I do see something that's like, that really is going like, right? I feel like I'm on an alien planet with you motherfuckers. I really do. I really do, man. It feels like I'm living in La La Land. But again, 6 years of a pandemic, or one of the most common symptoms, I guess not symptoms, but results of the virus is the inability for your brain to function as it did previously. You get COVID and your brain never gets back up to 100%. Your brain takes a hit and then you recover, but you never hit 100%. And then you get infected again and then you go down, you recover, and then you get infected again. And then all of a sudden you're dead. Right? And I don't know, dude. Doesn't seem like it's going to go so well. ICE is doing military raids at fucking, stores, apartments. They're gonna, next thing you know, they're gonna fucking burn down an orphanage or whatever the fuck. These guys, they're going out there and they're doing stuff, all right? We don't live in a country of law. If someone can go out there and kidnap someone without a government warrant, without a badge, then you don't live in a country of laws. I've been saying this for a while. Rape is legal. Murder is legal. Right? Law is made up. If all there is are enforcement mechanisms. If you can put on a fucking Halloween costume, stalk your ex-girlfriend, shoot her dead in the street, and then leave, and everyone's just like, oh, I'm pretty sure it's an ICE agent, then what the fuck? Like, we don't live in a world where laws exist, right? The anarcho-capitalist hellhole dream is where we live. We live in an anarcho-capitalist world. What is the natural consequence of anarcho-capitalism, a made-up philosophy, right? There's going to be private military institutions. That's like the big thing about anarcho-capitalism. But what is the difference between the government and a private military institution? Well, a government is ostensibly public owned. You have a say. But what happens when you don't have a say? Explain to me the difference between the U.S. government and fucking BlackRock or Water or whichever one it was. I don't fucking know. So we're living in the anarcho-capitalist hellhole right now. Right now. That's what it is. And the whole liberal democracy thing you may have grown up believing, that was just the fucking window dressing. That's just to make you not think too hard about it. Yeah, it's a liberal democracy. I cast my vote and that does something, I guess. Whatever. Words. It's not like democracy is a word that has meaning. And you could just look up that meaning. It means everyone has the right to vote and have their say be heard. Does it feel like that? Does it feel like everyone has the right to vote and to let their voices be heard by the government? It doesn't feel that way because we don't live in a liberal fucking democracy. We live in another dictatorship and a long series of motherfucking dictatorships, and each one has tried to come up with some way to lie to the population. No. It's not a dictatorship. No. You see, it's just I'm the most important person, and everything that happens is because I say so, and everyone listens to me. Not a dictatorship, though. I'm not a king. No, I'm not a king. I'm just the most important person, and everyone listens to me. It's not because I'm a king. It's just I'm the most important. It's not. Oh no. See, I'm not a king. No. I'm a general, right? And like I'm just like really smart about like military and stuff. And why do we have a military? So that we can go. I'm a general. I'm not a king. No. Actually, I'm not a king. I'm an emperor. And that's different than a king. It's better, I guess. And then no, actually, I'm not an emperor. I'm a president. Right, yeah, I'm a president, and that's not a king, and you say things to me, and then I don't, right, so, again, words, they have meaning. There are things such as languages, a set of meanings and definitions and grammar rules, right, you can look those up and study them, but what happens when you look up a language, and you learn English, and then you move to America, where motherfuckers don't speak English? Do you think Donald Trump speaks fucking English? Does this sound like he speaks English? He's going out there saying he deserves a peace prize while he's carpet bombing fishing boats. Does that sound like he's... If someone had learned the English fucking language and wanted to emigrate to the United States, right? But if they wanted to do that, they would come here and they would go, I learned English for no fucking reason because these animals, these dumpster slimes, don't fucking speak a lick. They don't fucking understand a word I'm saying because I learned English and they speak something completely fucking different. Where carpet bombing fishing boats is peace. But, whatever. QCock, questions, comments, or concerns? If you have any questions or comments, maybe even you're concerned, let me know. Now, this is the first true thing I've seen all week. Yeah. Oh, we got the private chat. What are these fuckers up to? Not enough Max. Where the hell is this guy? Maxie. He's roaming around. Do I know anything about MMT? I know everything about MMT. That's why I buy gold. Speaking of which, gold is at an all-time high. At least, you know, all of like what the last couple hundred years. Whenever we started tracking that shit, I don't even know when the current way of tracking gold was established. So that's cool. Buy gold, buy silver. I guess silver has gone up a little bit less than gold. So if you wanted to buy metals, I would suggest silver instead of gold. But that's what I would suggest. Can't eat gold. Well, a lot of fancy restaurants would disagree with you. You ever see those restaurants and they sell you those the gold cheese pizza or whatever, where they like melt some fucking thin slice of gold on top of the pizza or some shit? You can eat gold, according to them. Should you be eating gold? Well, that's a whole separate conversation. But you said can't. If I look at this comment, it says can't. And I believe with enough willpower that you could eat gold. I think it is possible. There's an ancient form of execution that I really enjoy, which is pouring molten gold inside of someone's mouth and then it hardening inside of their body. An ancient form of execution that they would do back in the old days. Nowadays, if someone does something bad, we just let them die on the street in the wintertime. It's the great purge, the great cull. You're not rich enough to afford a hovel, die in the cold outside. That's what we do now. Back in the day, we used to like strap people into devices and shit like a Saw movie. Nowadays, oh, sorry, no hostel for you. Die, bitch. Anyway. Armis bella, lingua est. Hopefully you enjoyed today's show. I will be back tonight on Left Past 10 is a show that I do with others tonight at 10. Doing that tonight at 10. Do I have to do anything else today? I don't think so. What does the left do when AOC and Bernie capitulate back to the corporate Democrats again? I don't know. It's a little bit of a complicated subject for 60 seconds, don't you think? Maybe I'll tackle that one later. Anyway, thank you. Coming up next, Left of the Box on this space.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh.
Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. How do these look? It looks kind of weird with the reflection in it. I thought I could do this, but I might look a little high. I'm not high. I'm not. I had to go to the eye doctor earlier today, and they put those drops in to dilate your pupils. And when I put on my eye makeup and everything, I thought, oh, this is fine. But I have these lights in my eyeballs right now, not helping me. It's like, I feel like it's radiation in here right now. So I'm going to have to just keep these on despite I did a fairly decent job with my eye makeup. How is everyone doing? I'm doing fine. It's a follow-up eye appointment I have because I might have one of those diseases where it's just kind of like there's this thing, but there's nothing wrong. It's just there's something abnormal, so it has a name, but it shouldn't really affect anything. So that's kind of what I'm. Ooh, I can still do the eyebrow thing. You can see that, huh? It's like they're gone. Here they are. They're gone. Here they are. Oh, there's one. Peekaboo. Anyway. I actually have something planned for everyone today. And you're going to have to ignore the squeaky chair. I didn't switch them out yet, so you might hear it grumbling every now and then. But yeah, before we get into the thing that I was going to cover today, I need your all opinion on something. Because, yeah, I'm not too sure about this. Sorry, I'm getting distracted with the light bouncing from side to side. ADHD for the lose. So as some of you might know, I've been working on a video about Charlie Kirk. And it's been taking me a lot longer than I originally thought it would because I've done the initial script and right now I'm working on the build script. And for me, the build script is as I'm going through the script and it's like, okay, I need an image here or I need a clip here. I'm actually making the image or getting the clip and then putting it into my video editing program all in order, which takes a long time right now. But when I do my actual video shoot of me speaking and then edit it in, it's going to cut down on that time a lot. So there's more clips and images in it than I originally thought there was going to be because there's a lot to cover in it. But I am getting close to getting it done, like the first build script done. And then after that, it's just a matter of tweaking the script and whatnot. So here's the thing. There's a good chance, very good chance, I will have this done by October 14th. Now, why is that important? Well, not just because it's right after Canadian Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to all you Canucks out there. It's because the United States, all those people in the House and the Senate and stuff, the Congress, decided to make October 14th a National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk, because it would also have been his birthday. So I need to know in subspace, put a 1 if you think it's a fantastic idea for me to drop the video that day when like lots of people will be looking at it, or put a 2 if you think I'm setting myself up to be unalived. That is just like a horrible, horrible idea. So 1, if you think it's a great idea. 2, if you think it's a horrible idea. Let me know in subspace what you think. If I should actually drop the video on the National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk. because I'll be dropping the video and then I'll be doing a live stream right afterwards to kind of do like a bit of a talk back. So we can talk about the video. I can answer any super chats I get during the premiere of the video, that sort of thing. Okay, so I'm getting a few ones so far. Yeah, some people. Okay, Rodney, you're voting twice. I don't know. I'm not, maybe that counts as 2 votes here or 2 separate votes. I don't have a voter roll. Yeah, it's just chances are there's a lot of people that will be looking his name up that day. So it could get a lot more attention, but it could get a lot more negative attention if I posted that day, because it's not exactly painting Charlie in a very good light. And I'm going completely fucking scorched earth in this video. My God, you guys are going to be seeing a side of me you don't normally see. The amount of insults and cuss words are just... Rich P1K, what you missed? What are we voting for? I was just saying, I've been working on a video about Charlie Kirk and the fallout from it, and I'm going like completely scorched earth. Not just like it's about the whitewashing and the response to it, as much as it is about who he was and just how that has like ripped out a part of my soul, seeing all the amount of whitewashing going into it. So I'm just going scorched earth. And I'm also saying some really accurate but shitty stuff about Charlie Kirk in it. There's going to be insults galore, cuss words, all of that. And I will most likely have it done by the 14th, which will be the National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk, and what would have been his birthday. So, Rich P1K, put a 1 if you think it's a fantastic idea for me to drop the video that day, or a 2 if you think I'm setting myself up to be unalive. Snicks Alba says a day before. I was thinking that too, maybe, because then it'd still be up. And etchboxing, yeah. You see, I have no producers, so I don't know if this is a good thing or not. If you're lucky, someone will clip it and use it in their reaction, says etchbox. Yeah, it's like I might be going too far in this video, but I don't have like an editor or producer going over this with me. But at the same time, fuck it. Because he doesn't deserve for people to be nice. Let's see, Donald James. But that's the thing. You don't even have to say anything. Charlie speaks for himself. Let people make up their own minds. Yeah. I'm obviously not calling for violence in this, and I'm going to be distinguishing between, the radical left and radical right and how they're not equivalent. But yeah, I'm just a little, let's see. Somebody saying, so Miss Blue Ocean, well, then it feeds into the right-wing narrative that we are horrible people. If you drop it that day, it depends on how rebellious you want to be, I guess. And again, you're in Canada. Yeah, we're just way too polite up here, right? Donald James X, no, it's been voted on. In fact, the majority of shithouse Dems voted in favor of it. 95 of them voted in favor of it. But I'm still getting a lot more 1s and no 2s, but potentially like some, cautionary. Like that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know how safe I am up here in Canada. I already know I can't travel to the States because, I didn't bring it up, but maybe I should show you guys here. I covered it in my last live stream. There's kind of a travel advisory. It's not so much an advisory as a cautionary note for people with X gender markers on their passport to maybe not go down to the States, that you might run into issues if you try to cross the border with an X gender marker. So I already know I'm not going to the United States in probably ever. I've pretty much ruled it out. But you know, I also sometimes over worry about these sorts of things because let's see how. Oh, that's bright. Okay, yeah. But still, I think my dilated pupils makes me look a little nicer. I sometimes over worry about these sorts of things because I do have a super ability of going unnoticed, which really sucks when you're a content creator. So it's I'm worrying about, like, I'm getting all anxious about it. I'm not going to hold back because of my anxiety, but I'm getting all anxious about it. And then it might just get, you know, my standard couple hundred to 500 views. And so then I'm getting all worried over nothing. But then the worst case scenarios is I get doxxed and my channel gets taken down. So those are the balances. Yeah, because as Donald James says, I am putting my channel on the line, so be a little careful, please. Yeah, like there's nothing illegal. I'm not calling for violence or anything. Reference frame thinks 3 is the right answer, none of the above. Then what is your suggestion on that? To not post it at all? So yeah, I don't know. Miss Blue Ocean saying, before we became fashion, I have dropped it, but I live in a seriously red area and listen to the evangelical church sermon online. Holy shit, it's local and these people are crazy. Yeah, I am a little bit safer up here, but it's in the way that I talk about queer rights and trans rights and all that sort of stuff. We are safer up here relative to the United States, but we are not safe. There is a difference. But yeah. Bittengale, I don't know what is wrong with your screen. I think everyone else is seeing me. Because they're saying that they have a black screen. I would imagine people would be yelling at me right now if that's all they were seeing. Yeah. Not chick gut. I really should pull over my graphic here saying I won't be able to pronounce your names. It says, please be safe. It's easy for us to vote for the badass option. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know. I think I have to get it done, but chances are nobody's going to notice me because I'm still just a teeny tiny YouTube channel. Let's see. Let's see, reference frame saying, no, I just think it's not such a big deal. It's not the best idea, nor will it be catastrophic versus your channel gets banned. Yeah, that's not technically the worst that can happen from this outcome, but yeah. Like, I don't want my channel to be banned, obviously. But yeah, I do worry about it, but at the same time, we can't kowtow to authoritarianism. You know, we can't just keep on backing off. That's what they want us to do. They want us to be afraid to speak our minds, to, you know, go over reality. And we're actually going to be talking a bit about that today. They want us to cower, to not challenge authority. They want us to, you know, allow them to get away with their whitewashing of Charlie Kirk. And if we all stand back and do nothing because we're worried about our individual comfort, it puts everyone's safety at risk. So, you know, I'm not doing this for clickbait. I'm doing this because it's the big picture. It's not about my individual comfort. It's about the safety of everyone. And if we all just go quiet, if we all start accepting this revised history or image of Charlie Kirk, if we don't push back against this authoritarian uprising, then we're complicit in it. And I don't want to be one of those people. And I feel like I have a responsibility as someone who is safer, as someone who's in a safer situation. Yes, my channel might get banned, but hopefully we'd be able to get it back if we get enough support. I don't have to worry about my health care. That's covered. You know, I'm less likely to have Trump supporters on my doorstep, even if I get doxxed. That said, there was a hate attack in my area a few years ago targeting a gender studies class, you know, basically targeting people like me. So that's, again, I'm not completely safe. I'm just safer relative. But I feel like if I don't use what little privilege I have to speak out against what's happening and speak out in a way that gets noticed, because, you know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, we might go over that video too that she did. You know, it is about mocking them. It is about making them feel uncomfortable, pointing out what little loser dweebs they are on the fascist right. Not that there's much of a fascist left. But, you know, we can't give in to the bullies, and we have to expose them for what they are. So that's kind of what I've been thinking. Yeah, I think a lot of us saw this coming, Miss Blue Ocean. But yeah, it's going to be quite the video, that's for sure. Anyway, why don't we actually get into it? Let's see how the light is doing on my eyeballs. Still really bright in here. Yes, me and my sultry big pupils. For those who might have missed it right at the very beginning, I had to go see an eye doctor earlier today, and they put those drops in your eyes to make your eyeballs big, pupils dilate so that they can see. And they still haven't gone back down to normal. So it's really, really bright in here for me having these lights shining in my eyes. So what I was going to go over today is a thing called Darvo. I've done this on my channel a long time ago. Not a long time ago, since my live streams. I've done it on a live stream a little while ago, within the past 2 years, because that's how long I've been doing live streams. Talking about Darvo and how it applies to how the right is treating the left. And it's a psychology term for abuse, a type of abuse. But I think it's really apt in describing what we're dealing with. And I just thought it'd be a good thing to maybe go over to try to help us understand what's going on. But again, to let us know we're not going crazy. We're not the crazy ones. We're not the ones that are losing all sense of reality. But that's what the right would like us to think that we are. So let's see, I need to add this to the stage. Share screen. There we go. Darvo. Share. Mr. Producer person, my icon isn't in the corner. My little logo. Shame. There it is. You guys got to know I'm a connect up here. I have certain safeties in place that you guys don't have. So, well, Miss Blue Ocean also can't wait. I think you're talking about my Charlie Kirk video. And Nightingale is saying to keep the shades on and rest my eyes. Yes. Well, I'm going to be looking at the computer all day today for the rest of the day too, because I'm at that point with the Charlie Kirk video where I'm like this close to getting the build script done. I really want to get it done so that tomorrow I can just focus on like smoothing everything out, making sure it all flows properly and stuff, and then hopefully record my script part on Friday and then get it all edited together upload it on the weekend, but then that way YouTube has a chance to flag anything. Like if I'm using copywritten material or something like that, then I still have time to, you know, make edits and change it and stuff. I'll be very cognitive how I presented Donald James. But anyway, let's get on to Darvo. What's the other screen where the print is bigger than my head? Which one is that, producer? I'll just start messing around with it. And is it that? No, definitely not that one. Is it this one? No, that's the one we were at. Is it this? Oh, there we go. Ah, see? I push enough buttons and I'll figure it. What does this one look like? I don't know if I like this one. I think I like me off to the side a bit more. What do you guys think? Put a 1 if you like this one. Put a 2 if you like this one in subspace. So 1 if you like this setup better. 2 if you like this setup better. 3 if you like this setup better. Okay, I'm seeing a couple 2s in subspace. So anyway, let's get to it. Yeah. Okay. Seems to be a consensus with this one. Same as there was a consensus that I should drop the Charlie Kirk video on his National Day of Remembrance. Oh, it's gonna be a doozy though. Anyway, let's get to it. So I have the Wikipedia page, but then also a couple articles that basically say the same thing. It's just I like the nuance in the different things and how they describe it. So I'm going to have to look over to the side. So it looks like I'm looking away from it, but I'm actually looking to the bigger print in the monitor next to me. So DARVO, an acronym for Deny, Attack, Reverse, Victim, and Offender, is a reaction that perpetrators of wrongdoing, such as abusers or sexual offenders, may display in response to being held accountable for their behavior. Research indicates it's a common manipulation strategy of psychological abusers. Now, I've gone over this before because when I first saw this pop up, I'm like, this is exactly what the right wing is doing to the left wing. When you decide when you really take a step back and look at what the right wing is doing, their reaction to the left and all that sort of stuff. Oh, what's in the private chat? Okay. Yeah, when I saw this, I'm like, this is exactly what the right wing is doing to the left. And it does make you feel crazy. It does make you feel like, what is going on? But it's like the entire right has just turned into psychopaths. But it's not so much the entire right as the people who have the influence and the power and the ones that are doing the social media, because I'm fairly certain there's a lot of people on the right, it's not a blanket statement. Not everyone on the right is a psychopath. A lot of them are just victims of the same system that is harming everyone. They're just being harmed in a slightly different way. They're believing slightly different propaganda that makes them believe something. But the reality is they're still just hurting. And the ones in power are using that pain against them to control them, to manipulate them, to put the blame on other people and all that sort of stuff. So it's not like everyone on the right is unsavable. But when it comes to the far right, well, watch my Charlie Kirk video. I have thoughts. But again, never going to call for violence. I'm against violence of all sorts. But, it doesn't mean we capitulate to them at every moment. Okay, so DARVO commonly involves these steps. So the perpetrator denies the harm or abuse ever took place. When confronted with evidence, the perpetrator then attacks the person that they had harmed or are still harming. The attacker may also attack the victim's family or friends. Finally, the perpetrator claims that they were or are actually the victim in the situation. Sounds familiar. thus reversing the position of victim and offender. It often involves not just playing the victim, but also victim blaming. And the articles we're going to go over goes into a little bit more details of that breakdown. So these tactics are similar to other techniques used by perpetrators to avoid accountability by manipulating observers' perception of events. Researchers have noted similarities to outrage management, where perpetrators try to make observers think better of themselves and their actions so they can avoid consequences. This strategy often involves denying the victim's version of events and trying to make the observers doubt the victim's credibility, which are both key aspects of DARVO. Relevant techniques also include playing the victim and playing the hero, which perpetrators use to downplay the harm seen in their behavior. In playing the victim, a perpetrator highlights their own past suffering to attempt to be seen as a victim as well. And in playing the hero, the perpetrator admits to some amount of wrongdoing, but highlights their own past good deeds to mitigate their harmful ones. Both techniques may come into play for denying or reversing stages of DARVO. Again, this all sounds very familiar with what the right is doing, with how they are claiming, it's the left that is calling for the harm. It's the left that, it is the violent ones and all this sort of stuff, when that's exactly what they are. But then they'll cherry pick a few incidences where the violence inflicted was done by someone they perceive to be on the left or claim is on the left. And so they'll cherry pick those and be like, see, we're the victims, while ignoring all of the harm and stuff that they're doing, but then constantly trying to tell us that we're the ones that are violent. I think we'll just skip over origins. So, study on the prevalence of DARVO suggested as a common tactic used by perpetrators when they are confronted over their behavior, regardless of the type of harm they have caused. One study of undergraduates who have confronted someone over harmful events found that DARVO was used by 72% of perpetrators during the confrontation. These offenses ranged from social mistreatment, like betrayed secrets, to interpersonal violence like sexual assault or child abuse. DARVO is particularly likely in cases of sexual violence, with one study of women who had been sexually assaulted at university reporting that half of the perpetrators involved had used elements of DARVO in later conversations, and that is a lot of the victim blaming that goes on. DARVO has been studied and documented in specific contexts beyond those interpersonal violence. DARVO has been labeled in some cases of medical malpractice, where victim blaming is already common since doctors and hospitals generally refuse to admit their mistakes due to legal risk. DARVO has also been cited as common in workplace bullying and toxic workplace culture. In the case of academia, when professors try to report bullying, DARVO tactics often compel them to stop speaking up, adding to their trauma and contributing to a culture of silence. And part of the reason why I feel it's important to make this video about Charlie Kirk is the stop speaking up element of DARVO. They want us to be quiet. They want us to not say anything. They don't want us to push back, because it doesn't take much to shine a mirror on them, to let them see how wrong they are, to really make people aware of the bullies they are and how wrong they are. And so they'd much rather try to manipulate us into staying quiet. So in this vein, DARVO has been theorized as an acting on groups of people and not just individuals. One case under study was the intense backlash to the Me Too movement, where men's rights activists cast Me Too allegations as false and claimed assailants were the real victims via reactionary hashtag #HimToo. Other researchers say DARVO can happen at even wider societal levels, labeling it as DARVO when media organizations promote assault myths in effort to discredit sexual assault victims. Researchers have also drawn parallels between individual DARVO tactics and the tendency for dominant cultural groups to stigmatize and blame groups who are speaking up about their trauma. Ding, 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 ding. And make no mistake about it, a lot of what, and again, when I'm saying the right in this instance, I'm not talking about the people who are also victimized within the right. I'm talking about the perpetrators of it, the people who are promoting it, are aggravating it, antagonizing the hatred, who, the ones with the power to actually inflict this. They are traumatizing everyone else. It's traumatic to have militarized forces come into your town, kidnap people, assault people, putting everyone on edge every moment of the day, not knowing what's going to happen. It's traumatic. It's traumatic to hear the government, that Donald Trump is threatening to arrest duly elected people in your state. Like it's traumatic to feel like your safety, your rights, your individuality, your protections under the United States is being stripped away, and there's nothing you can do about it. But it's traumatic when they start saying things like, oh, it's okay for gay folks to be stoned to death, that all of these rights that people have over their bodies should be stripped away, that all this hatred and vitriol that's constantly being spewed towards the left, not to mention the actual policies that have gone through that have harmed people. The fact that right now they're trying to reverse the ruling on conversion therapy is severely traumatic on every level. And so this is an entire societal issue right now of Darvo tactics being put towards the left. Sorry, just catching some stuff in subspace as I'm going along. I'll probably, after I go over this Wikipedia article, I'll quickly check subspace before I go over the other articles. So effectiveness. Darvo tactics are more successful when abusers can take advantage of societal beliefs and stereotypes to convince their audience of the new narrative. Things like all trans folks are unstable or dangerous. All queer folks are sexual predators and groomers. You know, those are the stereotypes that they use. So in the case of sexual violence, assailants sometimes victim blame by appealing to societal opinions on gender roles and power dynamics. Stereotypes can help perpetrators if an assailant is wealthy, white man. He may be perceived as an authoritative and sincere, whereas if an accusation against him was made by journalists, they might be seen as predatory and thus less trustworthy. Stereotypes can also limit the effectiveness of or opportunity for Darvo tactics. One example is how ethnic stereotypes of Black men as dangerous predators makes it harder for assailants who are Black men to employ Darvo. Similarly, gender stereotypes about sexual violence help explain why Darvo in assault cases grows even more effective where a woman has assaulted a man rather than vice versa. Darvo is able to move perceptions of responsibility and blame from attackers to victims. When studies in sexual abuse, one study found Darvo made observers see perpetrators as less responsible for a described case of abuse and less abusive in general than in cases where Darvo was not used. Victims were likewise seen as more responsible for the abuse against them and more abusive. And we are seeing it so much right now with the constant drumbeat of the left are the violent ones. You know, just totally not taking any accountability for the harm that they're causing. That they're not responsible for, you know, the increase in temperature when they're the ones with the hands on the dial. The study also found that Darvo reduces the believability of victims and perpetrators when it is used. Even though both sides are seen as less credible by observers, this still hurts victims more. They often need to meet a high standard of credibility to be taken seriously or to successfully report or litigate cases of sexual violence. Knowledge of Darvo makes observers less likely to be manipulated by it. In the previous study, the negative effects of Darvo were lessened for observers who have previously learned how Darvo works. This makes observers less likely to blame the victim or decide victim should be punished and more likely to agree the perpetrator should be punished. And this is part of the reason why I'm going over this is knowledge is power. Vulnerable settings. So Darvo is particularly concerned in legal contexts and institutional reporting systems because perpetrators engaging in Darvo tactics frequently use these systems against their victims. Judicial systems often treat alleged perpetrators and victims neutrally during investigations, so an alleged perpetrator and victim have similar legal processes and may have the same access to supportive or protective measures. In American University, where Title V offices often handle investigations of sexual assault and harassment, limited protective measures are available before a full investigation is completed. Assailants engaging in Darvo use these protective measures against their victims, taking advantage of the neutral policies of the office and attempts of administration to support the rights of both the accuser and accused. Darvo manifests in the legal system when assailants file lawsuits against their victims. So all of those people, like think in the media how Trump is targeting people who have accused him of horrible things. It's the countersuits. Like she accused, like in just generically speaking, she has charged someone with assaulting her. And he then turns around and wants to sue her for going after him and the damage that that's doing to his reputation, that type thing. Darvo manifests in a legal system where assailants file lawsuits against their victims. These commonly take the form of defamation or libel cases, where assailants accuse their accusers of trying to hurt their reputations. Legal Darvo tactics have been growing more common as of 2022. After this rise, many U.S. states pass anti-SLAPP laws to help victims dismiss certain Darvo-based defamation lawsuits. Anti-SLAPP measures help in cases where perpetrators' lawsuits would obviously fail and was just brought forward to increase public and financial pressure on the victims. Let's see how much more of this. Okay, so it's just one more section before we get on to the articles that just break down what the points mean a little bit more. How am I for time? Okay. So motivations and belief. Researchers have examined how the beliefs of abusive partners match what is claimed in Darvo tactics, where perpetrators deny the abuse happened and blame the victims for being the aggressor. They brought it on themselves. In one study concerning intimate partner violence among college students, researchers asked students to fill out private surveys that measured internalized belief about their relationship and allowed students to self-report intimate partner violence they had committed. Researchers found strong correlation between students of all genders who have previously abused their partners and belief that relationship difficulties were the partner's fault and not their own. For male respondents, avoiding the discussion of relationship difficulties was also strongly correlated with the likelihood of past abuse. Other research has found that violent men are more likely than nonviolent men to believe their partners are critical and intentionally malicious. Studies of abusive men have also found that they frequently minimize or fully deny that incidents of abuse happened, and that this behavior is most common when the abusers fear legal issues or other situational consequences. Yeah, I think we know something like this going on right now, called like the Epstein files, and how they want to deny that it happened, and try to minimize it, all that sort of stuff. Oh, well, we were just friends, just went on the plane, didn't do anything. Because of Darvo's prevalence in cases of sexual harassment and violence, one study examined how someone's belief in rape myths intersect with their likelihood to use Darvo. The study measured participants' use of Darvo in reaction to worst wrong they had ever been accused of committing and found that Darvo reactions in any type of wrongdoing were correlated with greater acceptance of myths and likelihood of perpetrating sexual harassment. The authors proposed a few potential explanations. People who use Darvo may be more accepting of victim blaming. People who minimize violence may minimize their own wrongdoings and feel righteously enabled to use Darvo. Or persistent sexual harassers may have learned over time that Darvo allows them to avoid accountability. Darvo tactics are also associated with victim blaming themselves more for their abuse, with one explanation being that perpetrators' victims blaming gets internalized by the victims over time. A lot of gaslighting, which the articles kind of touch on. In one study of undergraduates who have confronted someone over a past wrongdoing, exposure to DARVO was strongly related to the confronter's self-blame, regardless of the number of apology-related phrases they heard during a confrontation. This study also found that exposure to DARVO was related to the confrontation, feeling like it's going poorly, and increased the number of negative emotions for the confronter. There has been some work specifically checking relationships between DARVO and gender. The previous study of undergraduates' confrontations did not establish who was the perpetrator or victim, but at least 4 correlations between confronting and accused parties in DARVO. It found women were more likely to be exposed to DARVO tactics in all forms, including denial and minimization, personal attacks, victim blamings, and reversal of the role of perpetrator and victim. Men and women were equally likely to use DARVO in the study, although previous studies found that male perpetrators were more likely to use aspects of DARVO when it concerned their romantic relationships. Another study found DARVO cases of sexual assault has stronger impact when the male victim and female perpetrator rather than the female victim and male perpetrator. Okay, so we have how narcissists use DARVO to avoid accountability. So research shows that between 0.5 and 5% of the general U.S. population have narcissistic personality disorder in the U.S., with a greater prevalence in men than women. However, multitudes are affected by a controlling tactic narcissists use called DARVO. Let's see. So we'll go over the breakdown of the acronym here. Knowing the definition of DARVO is one thing. Understanding the signs to look for in your relationship is another. So denial. Someone adamantly denies being wrong and won't acknowledge wrong behaviors. A person using this tactic will not only say they were not abusive, but will minimize your feelings. If they tell you it's not that big of a deal, or you're making too much of this, that's another way to deny the wrong behavior and its impact on you. And if we go over to this tab, very similar. So a perpetrator of abuse may deny that they have done anything wrong. They may minimize the feelings. So basically saying to the victim, you're being overly sensitive, blowing things out of proportion, being ridiculous. How often have people on the left been accused of being snowflakes for having normal reactions to being harassed, insulted, threatened? Oh, well, you're just being a snowflake, grow a thicker skin, that sort of thing. Attack. When a perpetrator is accused of wrongdoing, they may attack the credibility and character of the survivor of the abuse. This may bring up incidents from a person's past to discredit their accusations. A perpetrator may state that the survivor of their abuse is a liar, has mental health issues, misuses drugs or alcohol, consented to what happened, has a history of making false accusations. They may also use gaslighting to confuse the survivor of abuse. Gaslighting is when a person manipulates another person into doubting their own reality. It may cause a survivor of abuse to second guess what happened. And here, again, it's all very similar, but there's some nuances in one that's not in the other, so that's why I'm going back and forth. The accuser person becomes aggressive, arguing that they are not in the wrong. They also seek to cast doubt on you as the person who is questioning their behavior. Instead of just refusing to accept responsibility for abusive behavior, this person is actively working to make it look like you are the one who is in the wrong. Abusers attack the credibility, character, or motivations of the victim. They may use insult, threats, gaslighting, or manipulation to discredit their victim's account of the abuse. So a lot of this is you're just looking for attention. This is clickbait. You have all these alternative motives. You don't really care. You're just in it for the money. You want to use this to, sue somebody so you can get the money from it. I'm sure you're seeing a lot of what's going on in society right now. So reverse victim and offender. The abuser tries to switch the roles, arguing that they are the real victims and making the victims look like the offender. So again, that's when you see people on the right cherry pick incidences of violence where is potentially a more leftist person committing it towards a right-leaning person. And even in a lot of the cases that they've used to cherry pick, it's not necessarily the case that the person is of the left. It's just a perception of them being on the left. So the abuser may claim to be unfairly accused, then say it is you that are making the accusations to cover your own behavior. You see a lot of those PDF type people doing that sort of thing. Like recently, I was just pointing it out in a tweet when it came to cartoon characters, how a lot of people on the right don't seem to be all that concerned about with the underage girls being the princess, the Disney princesses. The amount of them that started launching accusations at me because I pointed out this very real statistic, because they were all upset over 2 girls kissing in a cartoon, but not upset about all the underage girls. Yeah. I have nothing to hide. The RCMP can come check my hard drives and history. I don't think they could say the same. So this attempt to shift the blame helps the abuser be seen in a more positive light while inflicting mental harm and emotional pain on the person already experiencing abuse. In addition, an abuser will gaslight the victim, making that person wonder if they are crazy or think that what they are experiencing is not actually abuse. An abuser will also likely deflect, trying to switch gears and remove attention from the problematic behavior. By denying their actions, by denying their actions, attacking the person, confronting them, and flipping the roles of victim and offender, the narcissist effectively redirects attention away from their own actions, often causing doubt in the victim's claims. Go back to this one. So reverse victim and offender. A person may state that the survivor of their abuse is actually the one who perpetrated it. Their aim is to discredit the survivor while making it seem as though they are the ones who have been abused. For example, the perpetrator may lie and state the survivor of the abuse is out to get them, trying to make them look bad or ruin their life, trying to get custody of their children, trying to get money from them, jealous of them, angry that they rejected them. And I think we have a good idea how it could affect our mental health, as in negatively. But then this article has a little bit more of what you can do. So impact of a DARVO. Abusers who use DARVO methods on their victims often achieve the intended results. Studies show that when people saw one person using DARVO tactics on another, the victim was viewed as less believable, while the perpetrator was seen as less abusive and less responsible. And you see this in sexual assault cases that go to court all the time. She's just looking to get money from them. She's just looking for attention. She's looking to ruin their lives. So many cases of them, and the judges, the jury, they'll all buy it. As you can imagine, dealing with this level of manipulation day in and day out takes a massive toll on its victims, physically, mentally, and emotionally. DARVO negatively impacts the victim's mental health because they internalize the false narrative that they are the perpetrators and that the problem in the relationship or abuse are their fault. They convince themselves that they are the cause of their own mistreatment, leading to a feeling of self-blame and doubt. So let's scoot down. So how to protect yourself against DARVO. Once you learn more about DARVO and think you may be the victim of this manipulative tactic, you can take the steps to help yourself. Educate yourself. Know what the signs to look for. When you understand the pattern that DARVO abusers use, you can see it coming. You'll be able to recognize their tactics and be able to better control and manage your emotions when it happens. Once recognized, this pattern becomes more predictable and quickly loses some of its power and influence. Stand up for yourself. Clearly name what is happening, what you will allow and what you will not allow. Learn what healthy communication looks like in a relationship. Now, some of this doesn't necessarily apply because we're talking about, massive groups of people from the left and the right. So it's not like I can just simply talk to the right and be like, these are my boundaries. Yeah, that won't work. But being very clear in what you consider acceptable, then that way when they do cross the line, they're not as able to hide behind these tactics if you're already stating clearly what your lines are. So learn what healthy communication looks like in a relationship. Along with saying what you won't put up with, make sure the abuser knows what you expect. Find a support group. go to Subspace or go to my sandbox for support. Friends and family members can give you the encouragement that you need. Having strong support networks can help you validate your experiences and counteract the effects of Darbo. When you see the right in particular or centrists try to cause wedges in the left, to fracture the left, to make it seem like there's this massive infighting in the left that doesn't exist, what they're trying to do is eliminate our support groups, to make it so that we can't turn to each, or feel like we can't turn to each other for support. So this is happening on a much greater scale whenever you see, especially the right and centrists, try to cause drama or whatnot within the left. Is they want to take away our support groups. They don't want us to coalesce. They don't want us to, form a cohesion and be a stronger group together. Document your experience. Keep a record of the abuse incidents, including dates, times, description. This also includes recording of videos if your state allows. Oh, we have lots of videos of the right doing horrible things. And a lot of people who didn't know who Charlie Kirk were, and they just found out about who he was, yeah, those montages are not helping his whitewashing. So get professional help. That's neither here nor there when it comes to this big level of societal things and people's budgets and income and, whether mental health is covered or not. Just try to be kind to yourself. But here. Sticks Dragon, Sharon saying this is why we need healthcare for all. Yes. Mental health care, everything like that. And so I don't think there's anything else in this other article that I wanted to touch on. Here, I'll just get back to it just in case. So how can I protect myself against Darbo? A person may protect themselves. So learning about Darbo, other methods person can use to protect themselves against Darbo include record or making note of occurrences of Darbo and other abuse, including dates and times, setting boundaries, speaking with mental health professionals, speaking with support workers, and finding a support group. So let's go back. Is this? Oh, I did the right button. Okay. So when we put this in context of like society in general, I think we see a lot of what's the word? Relevance. I think it's relevance. No, how this relates to the larger society as a whole. And it's important that in these times, especially with the rising fascism, that we build networks, we stick together. We, they're going to attack us and try to prevent us from doing that. That's like Trump getting saying that the ICE app has to be taken out of the Apple Store, where it was alerting people where ICE officials were. They're going to try to break our networks, and it's more important now than ever to support each other. So when a channel goes down, we have to rally. When they try to silence us, we have to speak that much louder. We have to have more voices involved because this can be defeated. And it's just important for us to, keep treading water until the current changes and we can touch ground. But it's so important that we just support each other through this and know we are not the ones going crazy, that these are tactics the right is using towards us, but we're not the crazy ones. No matter how much they try to tell us we're not. We're in the right in these situations. Fascism is bad. I know, hot take. Let's get the bouncing eyebrows back. No eyebrows, no eyebrows. One eyebrow. How am I? No. How are my pupils doing? Still a bit big, huh? Let's see what people are saying in subspace for the next 5 minutes. I think I did a pretty good job at all of this rambling. So yeah. I will be working on my Charlie Kirk video for the rest of today and stuff. And yeah. Yep, JK. No, yeah. I saw snippets of CK speeches. Stephen Miller is a raving lunatic. Yep. Okay, I think people are getting excited about my Charlie Kirk video if I go back far enough. Okay. I'm worried about it, but I think it's just me being anxious, like overly anxious, because I don't get noticed. So the likelihood of me falling, like, yeah, sure, there'll be nasty comments and stuff like that, but I tend to not care about nasty comments under my videos. And if I know I'm going to get a lot of them, I just don't look. I just don't care. But if there's like a very direct threat or something, then I'll take, I'll take it more seriously. But as far as I know, I haven't received any sort of life-ending threats, because I somehow slip under the radar. So, Miss Blue Ocean, the only thing I feel energetic and optimistic about is doing my segment at 5 o'clock on Thursday for this space. I've lost so much of my drive. Good for you, Sandee. Keep it up. Well, welcome to this space. Let's see. Yes, everyone, go check out my channel, Left of the Box, like Edgebox says. And like and subscribe to this space and in my space, Left of the Box. Let's see what people are saying. The thing is as I'm scrolling and I go right over it, the words disappear. And so then I have to go not over it. Yeah, I saw that. That was a massive Freudian slip, the reference frame, where he's like, we need to stop attacking these people and these people, like talking about people in power and stuff like that. And we need to stop attacking. He actually said it. And I think he didn't mean to say it, but that's what he was thinking. Groove Dragon, I may be reiterating something, but already said, but Darbo is basically what Cohen, his early lawyer, taught Trumpo the horrible person, horrible clown. Yeah. I think a lot of it just, people who are narcissists and psychopaths, they learn from one another. They see what works and then they go for it. And so this type of thing has worked. It's worked in a lot of cases of sexual assault going to courts, discrediting the victims, making them look like, oh, you actually consented when you didn't, or you actually wanted it when you didn't, and all that sort of stuff. And it's still employed. And I think of the hockey team here in Canada and what they did to that woman, and the hell she had to go through in that court case just for the judge to be like, yeah, I don't think she was very much of a reliable witness. I doubt what she was saying. Absolutely disgusting. JK, we always wondered why the German people stood by in silence. It's not so easy to stop fascism. It's true, but we have something they didn't have, and that is the same thing that's also exacerbating the problem, and that is the internet, connecting across the continent and whatnot. And so it exacerbates the problem by spreading hate, but it also allows us to form stronger fronts and connecting with each other and fighting back and knowing that we're not, like, knowing what's really happening. It's kind of like what's happening in Gaza. There's more people today that recognize it as a genocide because it's being live streamed and we're actually seeing it. Whereas a lot of people outside of Germany and even a lot of people in Germany had no idea where it had gone. Let's see what people are saying. Miss Blue Ocean saying we still have to break them out of the cult, and it's not that easy. It is being reinforced in all the evangelical churches here. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary. Something I've said in like one of my earliest videos. Oh shit, it's 5 o'clock. And I totally feel is still absolutely and 100% the truth of it, is the most powerful social driver in the world is the need to be accepted. And so when you have these churches forming these groups where you can feel like you're accepted versus other people to be like, yeah, no. You get loyalty. And so what Donald Trump did right off the bat to a lot of these right-wingers was say, I love you. He said that over and over again. I accept you. I love you. And a lot of these people have been hurt, are nasty people because of the traumas that they went through, and have pushed a lot of people away. And suddenly, for the first time in who knows how long, they heard someone say, I love you to them. And that is how you get a loyal base. And it's this need to be accepted. Okay, I'll just have to quickly go through. Sorry, I want to be more, I like interacting with all you a bit more, but I'm already kind of going over time. At some point, they're just going to work it into the schedule. Groove dragon got to be a little crazy to keep from going insane. Oh, I'm down to the bottom. Okay. So, yes. Unless I get some cold feet, like, okay, if I don't get the video done on time for the 14th, then obviously I won't be dropping it on the 14th. But if I get cold feet, then I won't be dropping it on the 14th if it gets done. But should I rewatch it and feel like, no, fuck no, I'm dropping it. I'll be dropping it on the 14th. Which I think it could potentially be setting myself up for bad stuff. But like I said, I've never had a video go viral. I've only had 3 videos get over 10,000 views. And that's even with me covering TYT stuff. So I don't think I'm in much danger here. And when that is the case, I feel like I have a larger responsibility to not be quiet about the whitewashing of Charlie Kirk and to not let all these right-wingers, centrists, and some liberals and stuff get away with what they're doing, and to call this shit out and to be mean and to mock and to humiliate them. And that is exactly what this video is. It is a side of me I think a lot of you have not seen yet. So stay tuned for that, but also my regular news live stream this upcoming Sunday, for Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass. Lots to go over. Mark Carney, totally fart gobbling Donald Trump. I like that term. I came up with it. I might have heard it before, but I thought of it while I was out on a walk. And yeah, he is totally fart gobbling Donald Trump. With all the things, I'll be covering that on my live stream. And don't forget to like and subscribe both this stream and my stuff. Buy my book. I have now officially sold over 100 books of this one and my secret book. I'm just going to put it. I have a secret book. I have now sold over 100 books. Woot woot. Check out my Amazon wish list on my channel. Every little bit helps. If you become a member of the Sandbox or a patron, every little bit helps. And I've been rambling way too much, and I'm pretty sure, Nicholas is doing. Does anyone even do that anymore? Like, we don't wear watches. Is that still a universal sign for like, hurry the fuck up? I don't know. Is it? Anyway. Here, let's get these sultry big pupil eyes out for this. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. Oh, that's bright. That is very bright.
cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that
Cocaine.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
Born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, they're off your head. This that puts against the bed, this that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got gunk, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got love, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
You see the final cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see cancel.
they want you to comply.
Hello.
Well,
Hello.
we have a very special guest here, everybody. So, of course, it's Laverne Cox, the legend. Laverne, thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure. I'm a huge fan, and I'm honored to be here to join all of you. I watch almost every week, unless I'm like, or I watch.
Wow. Amazing.
That's incredible.
I feel honored.
I know. I mean, we don't even watch every week. Like, that's amazing.
I'm not even here every week.
Where am I going to go for my news? Well, no, you're not. You're welcome back. You needed a break, David. It's all good.
I need a break every couple of weeks.
business.
Some weeks are just crazy.
She even knows all the leftist mafia lore.
She
and
knows
David Doel never shows up. It's amazing.
And she's
He has
the
a
only
baby.
one.
He needs sleep. I get it.
That's right.
Bender has like 6 babies and needs
And
no
somehow
sleep.
he does.
Yeah.
I love how, Laverne, you're the only one who can get all of our asses here on time. So I appreciate that.
I was surprised that Rebecca was here. Like
That's what I said.
No shade, but you used to come from your day job. I know you.
So don't you know the business, Laverne? From you really watch it, because Matt was just saying the same thing. Matt was like, Rebecca, she probably watches, so she's gonna know that she would have been late. I said, I'm not coming on Color People Time. We got guests. It's not happening. I gotta be on time. So, but he's like, so
she's gonna expect you to come 20 minutes before the show ends. I mean,
it's all good. It's all good. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, so nice to have you. Can you just
Yeah.
talk about what you've been up to lately? I know a lot. I saw a poster that you posted on Instagram for a big movie you're in with a lot of other stars.
The movie.
Tell us what you're up to.
The movie is Animal Farm. We actually don't know when it's out. It's Orwell's Animal Farm that we shot it a few years ago, and it just had its premiere in London. And I hope there's distribution soon. So I have no idea when it's coming out, but I hope there's distribution. We kind of need Animal Farm right now. So yeah, and Glenn Close and Steve Buscemi and Seth Rogen are in it, and I play Snowball, if you know the book.
Amazing.
Pretty awesome. And another movie in the can with Keanu Reeves. I don't know when that's coming out, called Outcome, but I'm making my Carnegie Hall debut October 20th in an all trans and non-binary production of The Drowsy Chaperone, one night only, and it's for charity. So if anyone's in New York and wants to come out to Carnegie Hall, come on out. You're in New York, Ariana? Cool.
Both me and Matt, so we can plug.
Yeah, I knew Matt was in New York. I didn't realize you were in New York. Cool. Hey, so yeah, and I'm trying to just kind of stay sane, if I'm being honest. It's very, being trans right now is, I I can't even describe it. I'm trying to be in good spirits. It's devastating. I think like being trans right now is devastating. Just being an empathetic, sensitive person right now is devastating. And I mean, the fascism has affected even me and my ability to make money. I've never, as an actor, I've never like acted, worked as much as my fellow colleagues who would be on my level, because there's just never been as many parts or roles available for me. So I've always had a sort of a 3-pronged strategy, like branding, speaking, and acting. And I mean, gosh, between 2013 and 2019, I probably spoke at like hundreds of colleges and universities. That doesn't exist. That work doesn't exist anymore for me because of the anti-DEI, anti-woke stuff. And like right now, I actually want to teach acting. And a friend of mine, I won't name the school, who was a professor, and I'm a 4-time Emmy-nominated actress. I think would say I'm qualified to teach an acting workshop, and I've taught acting before too, and I'm obsessed with my craft. And I think because I'm Black and trans, it's like DEI, so it's kind of crazy just trying to make a living right now, which is wild and scary and deeply triggering. Like the times when I was poor and couldn't make rent, I mean, I'm definitely not there. And when it's hysterical, it's historical. I had like a meltdown on Saturday, and I realized, okay, when it's hysterical, it's historical. This is not about this moment. This is about those couple times I was in eviction court and scared I was gonna like be out on the street. Okay, that's what this is about. But I'm not there now. It's a different situation. So yeah, it's even affecting me. And then just being, now we're terrorists. I mean, it's like,
right.
What the actual fuck? So, and I was thinking it's just important that we have trans people, and I'm like just trying to keep myself sane, and I'm prepping for my Carnegie Hall debut, and but we need more trans voices, and there's only so much I can do, and we're being talked about but not talked with, and so it's so much easier to humanize people when there's this like mythic trans person who's also maybe a furry and all the insane things that they're saying about us. So
a trans person who hasn't even done anything, by the way. All we know about this trans person that you're referring to is that they were potentially in a relationship with someone who did something. It's ridiculous.
And according to Clippenstein, the person is really trans, and like I want more information. Trans is I love my community. I love my non-binary siblings. I love somebody tells me they're trans, I believe them, but it's a broad category, so, and we're not a monolith, and I want more information, especially after I went down this rabbit hole about transmax thing and Corey Birds. I was like, okay, there's some weird stuff going on. So anyway, but that apparently, just a side note, I'm not fully even sure based on the evidence that Robinson is even the shooter. I don't want to be conspiratorial, but anyway, that's
wild how it went through so many different things. It was at first the shooter was trans, then it was no, not the shooter, the bullets were trans. Wait, no, not the bullets. No, the roommate was trans. Wait, no, not the roommate, the lover. No, wait, he may have listened to a song at one point that had trans
had trans lyrics.
Yeah, but then also he changed clothes multiple times, dismantled the gun, reassembled it. Apparently the gun, while assembled, won't fit in the backpack. There's a lot of weird stuff. So anyway, it's just, we're in a really precarious time right now. So trying to sort of be stay in the love is something I've ended my emails with for 20 years. Stay in the love and empathy and a hopeful place is very difficult. And to just over the past, just feel at a loss. For me as someone who's, mostly use my voice when I can, just speak up about issues that are important to me, including trans issues. We've just completely lost our control of our narrative over the past 5 years, I would say. For people who don't know anything about me, I was on a show called Orange is the New Black and got kind of popular in 2013, 2014. I was on the cover of Time magazine in 2014 that declared the transgender tipping point. And that moment in 2014, I remember going on a lot of talk shows and like sort of educating journalists and being able to, as a trans person, like set the agenda for like how trans people should be spoken with and about. And other trans people in the whole community of people were like there with me doing that work. And and then in 2016, the bathroom bans, they tried that, it didn't work. And then they went and got very organized and did focus groups and found a way to, the best way to dehumanize us. And the Trojan horse was trans women in sports. That first bill was introduced in 2019. I forget what state it didn't pass, but the next year in 2020, we had the first ban of trans women and trans girls in sports and schools. And now like half the country, and now half the country also bans gender affirming care for trans young people. Now we have 20 states that have bathroom bans. And then what's happening on the federal level too. So we've completely lost control of our narrative as trans people. And it's like, I don't know how to get it back when, they're trying to shut us out of every, place where we can actually have a conversation. And now this new distinction around nihilistic terrorism, even like talking about this stuff could be, deemed a problem with this administration. So, but we have to, visibility isn't everything. Visibility is a trap. That has to be accompanied by movements for change. But it's really easy to dehumanize people when you don't see them.
And that's why your rise was so important, because I remember around a decade ago when I saw you on Orange is the New Black, there were also a lot of other shows as well that were starting to introduce trans characters. There was Transparent, there was Glee that introduced, a trans female character. And so it really felt like, wow, this is the damn bursting. And I remember, that headline of The Tipping Point. And it's like, it's easy to become complacent because you think, wow, it's all downhill from here. Now that trans people have visibility, you can't really put that cat back in the bag. But it's crazy how quickly things can change, and you learn, oh no, they actually can undo progress, and they can do it really quickly. One thing that I will say is that a revolutionary act right now is just existing. And just to put this in a more personal sense, I have a very young trans niece, and I never growing up, I had no
how old is she?
She's 7.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, I never had any role models growing up. The only gay person that I knew was Richard Simmons, I think, and I thought he was really weird. So I'm like, oh, I don't want to be like him. Not that I knew I was gay, but growing up, there was nothing. So,
sorry, Mike, that's the one option. If you're gay, you're Richard Simmons. That's it.
That's who you're gonna become. You're gonna be screaming at people in a flamboyant tank top.
Sweating to the oldies.
That's it. But it's crazy how now things are so different to where you can actually see yourself age. And that's one thing that I knew. When you were young, in the 90s, 80s, you never saw LGBTQ plus people age. So you just kind of had this sense of a foreshortened future where it's oh, that's just they don't exist. But now, even though things are so bad, the thing that gives me hope is that there are queer people that are very present, yourself included. I showed my niece your music video that you released after you won Ole, and she's like, oh my gosh, she's like me, she's so pretty. And it made her life. So the act of simply existing, honestly, as corny as it sounds, it really does inspire other people. And just being present and saying, this is who I am, I feel like that really does go a long way. Not politically right now, but mentally for people at the individual level, it goes a long way. So you are doing something just by being you and not shutting up. Because you have people like Jimmy Fallon saying, I'm just going to kind of keep my mouth closed right now so I can keep my show. But you are still being yourself when right now NPSM7 is saying, well, if you talk about extremism on gender, you could be a terrorist. So the fact that you're not backing down in and of itself, I think is revolutionary.
Hey, but Mike, Jimmy Fallon is just being him, buddy. That's exactly who he is.
That's true.
But even Laverne, even you just, you named, which is good, but you got a lot of things that you have from coming up. Orange is the New Black popped off for you, but you had so many other things. And because of you, doors are open for so many other people, a part of the LGBTQIA plus community, but specifically more conversations surrounding trans people. One of my closest friends is trans, and growing up, she never knew where to fit in. And now, years later, we're both 35, I've just watched how she's just been accepted. She got married and everything, had a wedding, all the things. And you were one of the people that she speaks about often. And so you are one of the most popular names when people think of a trans person. And for so many reasons more than just your acting. And you know, Olay, she's my bestie. You did that episode with her, which was controversial for a lot of people. But to me,
I also did the very first episode of Olay's show. Actually, I was her.
Yeah, no, I know that too. That was one of I was
huge fan. That was huge Olay fan. Yeah.
Good. Just we love her. We love her. But Olay, even in the moment of watching that specific episode, the conversations even within the community that people are not aware of, where within the LGBTQIA plus community, there are issues as well that need to be talked about, discussed. So it's like you said, it's not a monolith, but we're hearing those conversations, we're seeing those conversations, and it's great to have you at the center of them and to be teaching other people how to have those conversations, but to show it ain't perfect. We have our own issues, but this thing is real. Even right now, you mentioned a whole slew of things. Being unemployed, me, because of my work in politics, I'm a Black woman. They targeting us right now. We know the 300,000 plus women are just, being targeted within this administration, everywhere, everything. So just to hear that even affecting you is something. And as well as this, them looking for somewhere to point, like to say it's because of this. We know that they did that with them children that were shot up that they wanted to ignore in Texas. And they said that it was because of trans people. They were saying the other issues that shootings are happening, mass shootings are happening because of drag queens. So they're reaching and they're trying, and people are believing this. So criminalizing and making people fear mongering and making people believe that trans people are the issues for mass shooting, even though there are pictures, there's evidence, everything is out there that shows it's a whole white man, right, that did this. But people will believe.
And statistically, literally statistically, like 1% of mass shooters are actually trans. Like, so we're really talking about 5 people out of thousands.
It's like
it's mostly cis white guys who do mass shootings. We all know that.
Yep.
Even the
They're
FBI is
underrepresented
actually
in mass
data.
shootings, overrepresented in gun violence.
Absolutely.
So it's completely absurd to make them the scapegoat. But that's the thing; it doesn't even matter. Every single tragedy going forward will either be attributed to immigrants or trans people, because that's just who they've decided to demonize. One thing that I will say though is, as quickly as things went south, they can change again very quickly too, because back in 2017, that was like the Bush era where they voted to ban gay marriage in all these states. And then a decade later, things flipped completely. So I think that one thing that I've kind of realized is that America's going to oscillate between being completely demonic and fascist and being more open-hearted. And each time it's inevitable. It's going to happen. We're going to swing back and forth. But as the pendulum swings back and forth, I think that maybe with time it won't be as bad each time, because the fact that like in 2004 there were almost no gay people besides like Ellen and a few other gay people, they couldn't really defend themselves. So the positive thing now is that there actually are LGBTQ role models, trans role models that are actually able to speak up and try to reframe the conversation. It's difficult. You're kind of going against like this uphill battle. It's a Sisyphusian task.
The algorithms, the predatory algorithms, and just in this attention culture, how does one, especially if one is not like fighting and doing conspiracy theory, getting attention in this space now is just so tricky and difficult.
Yeah.
But when you both were talking about the trans people in your life, it reminded me of when I was Grand Marshal of World Pride this year, and as I was sort of driving down the street and seeing all these beautiful families, like people with their infant children and like toddlers and teenagers and adults and beautiful, diverse people. I was just sort of like, it's like these young people are growing up and I'm here, and there's other beautiful trans folks, amazing, smart trans people who are visible, and the genie's out of the bottle. They can't they're really doing everything they can to try to sort of literally erase us, eradicate transgenderism from public life, to quote them. They're doing their best, but we're still here, and you can't we've always been here. And so you really can't erase us. There are things that we know historically that have been done to trans people that they can very easily do. I think this categorizing us as terrorists, some politicians are suggesting that we be placed in mental institutions. These things have happened before. It's terrifying.
We lost you.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Frozen.
This is NSPM 7 in effect. They're shutting us down now.
It's because look,
They came in with the ban hand.
we done got Laverne on. They trying to shut us down.
Usually though, it's like, you know, the connection starts to go, right? She had perfect connection and all of a sudden just like that, cut off.
Trump's like, stop her right now.
You don't find that suspicious?
That's very suspicious.
I will say that before I assume she'll come back in if he resets, but there is a difference between cultural acceptance and political acceptance. Like I feel like the culture war is we've won. I mean, we're going like it's hard to envision that, you know, that we've won at this point because of how politically things are going. But I do think you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Like people are more open than ever in terms of their ability to accept who they are and find their place in society and find people that will accept them. You can't change that. But politically, a small minority of people can still have a lot of power, and we're seeing that in terms of how they were trying to outlaw trans people. So there are sort of like two different fights going on here, where culturally I think we're winning and we're going to win. But politically, it's very important that if we do attain power, that we actually fucking use it and ensure that these rights are protected in a way that they cannot be reversed. Like this is the issue with Democrats that win and don't use their power in any way, or at least to the ability that they could use it if they actually cared about these issues. So that's, I think, a way that we have to really
to be honest,
reframe this.
I agree with you.
Let's remove her from the room so she might not even know that she got cut off if she was talking. Oh, it just happened.
Yeah, go ahead and let her know, Mike.
I agree with you, and I wanted to have this conversation with her as well, but I think another problem when it comes to trans rights is the fact that we have a lot of people who are on the left who are liberal about everything but trans, like, you know, like the TERFs. Like, I think that's a huge issue because you'll have a Democrat that'll be like, oh yeah, I'm very leftist or whatever, and then they'll come out and say the most turfiest bullshit on earth, and it's like, okay, well, when people on our own side don't even, you know, support or protect trans people, like, how do we achieve that? You know what I mean? That's another big
You have to
issue.
challenge them through primaries, challenge their power. Like, you can't, like, a lot of those Democrats as well, they're not successful because they're anti-trans. They're successful because they're the Democratic option in the race and not the Republican. But if you have somebody who is strong-willed and is willing to fight, I think strength and showcasing that strength is able to outperform these Democratic TERFs that you're referring to.
I think you gotta, like you were saying, I think even though these people who are are say to be on the right side of things, but they don't protect trans or immigrants or all these issues that are not popular, call them out. Listen, they ops too. Sometimes it's just like when you're in the room, when you're in spaces like, for instance, the Breakfast Club, and they're making these anti-trans statements or whatever, don't be afraid. Like we saw Lene do, where it's like you'll be the only person in the room that's defending trans people or whatever marginalized group at the time is being disrespected. But we see that mostly with trans people right now. So call them out. Don't be afraid to call them out in the room, whether it just looks crazy, whether it's a popular space, but they're ops basically. And sometimes it's not going to be the most, you might get disrespected. They might try to, they might try to ice you out of situations, places, and things because you're sticking up for it. But that is going to be where we stand out and where we call out who's really for people's rights, marginalized groups' rights, and who ain't. Because there's a lot of people that I've seen coming up in the years that swear they're for everything. And then when you tell them, hey, let's talk about this certain issue, it's like, oh, don't want to touch that, don't want to touch that. And it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. I see where you're going with this. But we'll sit with people who actually are so disrespectful to this certain group of people. And we see that often. So just call them out.
Yeah.
We got you back, Laverne.
We have Laverne back.
Yay. Sorry about my connection. You guys were saying some great things. I think that the piece about oh, I have an echo. I know why.
Uh-oh.
I think she was fixing the echo.
think she
She
fixed
said
her
that she,
echo.
yeah. No, but I was just gonna, I would add that, you know, I also wondered, like, you know, obviously with the Trump administration in power and Republicans in Congress, and, you know, a conservative Supreme Court, obviously when it comes to like actual like
Here we go.
policy and those in charge, you know, that we've certainly gone backwards on things. But also I hesitate to really peg exactly how we've fallen back, like as a society in terms of these issues. Like I don't think we've lost anyone who had their eyes open about, you know, racial injustice or LGBTQ rights. I think the number of people who support these sorts of things are higher than ever before. It's just that those who oppose are just getting louder than ever before, and they have more power than they've had in quite a while. But like, we're not losing numbers. Like,
also,
yeah.
I would also contend that the nature of the debate, right? I think the way in which these conversations are being had, I watch Breaking Points. I watch a lot of leftist media, and like, so I've saw, you know, Crystal and Sagar had this wild debate with Trantifa in the headline last week, and you know, Sagar, bless his heart.
Anyway, I can't watch that show because of him.
I was a paid subscriber, and I had to I couldn't give my money to Breaking Points because of that man. But Crystal says, like, you know, Crystal has said many times that, like, you know, gender affirming care for young people is something we can debate, and I'm like, no, actually we can't. I think the second we make that concession around debating gender affirming care for young people or debating trans women in sports, then we've conceded to right-wing framing, which Democrats and people on the left so often do. How do we set the terms of the conversation? And so much of that, I think, is about like humanizing trans people, talking about our stories and about equal rights. And like, really, ultimately, I watched and shared Mom Donnie and Bernie had a conversation, and it was like really inspiring and really beautiful, and we shared it. And my big takeaway, because I've been at a loss today, but my big takeaway was like, power to the people. Like, what does that like really mean and look like? And we all know that because of money in politics, because of like now mergers and acquisitions and you know, monopolies, that like the people don't have the power, that the majority of Americans can believe anything or want anything, and it doesn't really matter because of special interest in money in politics. And like, what does it look like to like return power to the people in terms of, obviously in terms of workers' rights, but then it extends to trans people having control over our bodies, to people who can get pregnant having control over their bodies, to racial justice. So like that is necessarily a systemic change that has to happen. But then there's also the storytelling. There's the fear that has been engendered, no pun intended, in producers and people who want to tell trans stories or not tell trans stories. I had a show on Prime Video called Clean Slate, which premiered in February of this year, and it was not renewed for a second season. And there's so many reasons why a show won't be renewed for a second season. Thank you for watching. I executive produced, starred, and co-created the show. It was like a dream come true. And yeah, and it was semi-autobiographical. But in this climate, you know, the Black trans woman starring in a TV show, it's like, it's amazing we got to the air. So I'm like grateful for that. But it's so the people who are, I think I heard you say this, Rebecca, if you're about that life around being an ally to trans people and just like marginalized people in general, you gotta really show up and showing up in terms of money and resources, platforming people. But a lot of it's about money. A lot of it's about like, you know, hiring us, telling our stories. And if it's not about elevating us, having us on Leftist Mafia. And I think there's a bigger thing too that I was thinking about why I wanted to come on this show. I was thinking there was this is slightly off the subject. We can talk about it later if you want. After watching a couple of videos from FD Signifier about like Mamdani versus Bernie and how he's doing better and differently with Black voters than Bernie did. And then I watched an episode of Crystal Kyle and Friends that Joy-Ann Reid was on. And oh my God, now that she's not on MSNBC, like her brilliance is just she's always been brilliant, but like she's slaying. But the historical perspective on race that she brought to Crystal Kyle and Friends, and I'm a big fan of both of them. But it made me think a lot about the left, like people on, like I identify as a leftist, people of the left, and how, particularly with older Black voters, I think Mamdani is making headway there. He obviously got young Black voters in New York, but like, how do we, in a Jim Clyburn world, and where older Black voters like didn't trust Bernie, how do we as leftists get Black folks who are the base of the Democratic Party? And FD Signifier had a great video on that I think everyone should watch. A lot of it was about organizing. A lot of it was about going to Black churches. A lot of it was just about doing that like organizational work to reach people where they are. But then also I think there's like with Chris as brilliant as Crystal and Kyle both are, and it's like just their knowledge is amazing. I was really aware watching them with Joy-Ann Reid just how their racial critique, like Kyle is more often likely to call something racist than Crystal is. She works with a right winger when, a lot of conservative white people, liberal white people, like if they hear the term racist, they like turn off or they get offended or whatever. And I think that like so many like liberals particularly, and even leftists, because they understand that like a lot of white people hear racism or white supremacy and tune out. So it's like, okay, let's like focus on class solidarity and like, just like, let's do a class thing. And it just doesn't, you actually can't talk about America and the ills of America effectively and in its totality without a real deep racial understanding. It's like impossible. The reason we don't have Medicare for all is because of race. Like the reason we don't have universal programs is because of racism. And it's like, it's just so deeply ingrained. And that's the work that I think leftists need to start doing in Black communities to like, cause we get it, but like Black folks get it, but like we're all historically, we're like really, risk averse too. A lot of people are like, well, Bernie could never win. He calls himself a socialist. So like a lot of people maybe were Bernie averse because the fear that because he called himself a socialist, he couldn't win. I think he would have won if he made it to the general, but obviously,
It's really all, I think it boils down to as well, they're doing this on purpose. So of course we have people in the Black community and even other marginalized community, Black and brown communities, where people are stuck on whatever they heard. The older communities are going to be stuck on, the vintage type of way of voting and those types of ways. But also, we have to understand that what's happening too is that with the whole free speech thing, they are limiting and pushing us out on purpose. If we cannot educate people on this side of news or information or combating misinformation, then they're going to be able to continue with their rhetorics, and people will believe that. And not just white people, not just racists, but everybody will continue to believe it, like we did so long ago. Whatever news that we received, that's it. So pushing out the trans person, pushing out the Black or brown person who is in the space of media. This is why it's very important for us to be in media, but right now we're pushed out of the scene. We're pushed out in these areas that need us the most for us to give the news and things like that. Because if we're not there, who's going to really highlight the issues? Who's going to highlight what's really happening in Gaza, who's going to highlight what's happening in Haiti, who's going to talk about what's really how the trans people are actually being attacked, who's going to really be the center of that. So if they can push us out of these places, then good enough. What about in corporate? And a lot of these women are out of those places too, but these are the women who've been fighting for programs for kids to have meals and education in school systems. These are the places where they're fighting for Black people to have more than just that one little corner in the office where they have the DEI hire or whatever. These are the places where it's super important. So as long as they push us out enough and mute us, that's where they can come in and infiltrate every person's mind, and especially the vintage folks. Me being Haitian, I sit around and I hear how they speak about how they're going to vote or how they're going to move, and it's so harmful what they've been taught and the seeds that have been planted and what's being spread out on WhatsApp about when Kamala was running. All of the information, it was misinformation, but because it's so quick for them to get it that way. And I'm like, the person that you guys think you should be voting for is actually against you. And they found out the hard way, but because that information, they were silencing folks who can get that information to them or to educate them. And they were silencing folks. So this is what they're actually doing right now. And it's
this is why the empathy piece for folks who voted for this administration, I think they've been lied to, and this is a tactic of fascism, and it's a word that this administration doesn't, it's all of a sudden opposed to. But I think I love Jason Stanley's book, How Fascism Works, and he and the 10 tenets that he outlines of fascism and education, miseducating people is a huge part of it, and lying to them, lying to people and getting people used to lies. He says the best way to just rip the heart out of democracy. So the media, free speech, getting the truth to people, getting people educated. And the war on education has been something that's been going on really since Reagan, since the 80s, and the misinformation, and I don't even know how where to begin with all that, because it's so systemically ingrained. How do we really educate people on what's going on? And then even a foundation of understanding of some basic concepts around and in 2020, we started having conversations around systemic racism, and then it just, and then the backlash was what is it? Critical race theory.
You see white women, like the moms in Portland, for example, locking arms, in the streets to protect protesters, and then 5 years later, it's no, we hate all that. Throw all that.
No,
shit
you know
out
what?
the
No,
window.
but I don't.
I
I don't think you lost those people. I don't think those those suburban moms who put out the Black Lives Matter flags. I don't think you lost them.
I think they're scared. I think I think if anything, I hope you're right, Bender. I think in a way you could be, because I think they're just scared. Corporations were doing the DEI as, optics, right? It was an optics thing, and the second they didn't have to do it, they didn't do it. And the administration has made it so unpopular, and so people are scared to support, but they do have low-key support, and some people are speaking out. So it's really, we're up against this really well-organized, well-funded. They had 4 years to get Project 2025 together, and they are implementing it at record speed. So it's the problem is that we don't have a resistance party. Oh, girl, Chuck. Oh,
it's rough out here.
It's a mess. It's a hot mess. It's a hot mess. And so honestly, right now, I think I'm all about primarying. I live in New York. I'm all about primarying Jeffries. I don't think Schumer's up until 2028, but primarying as many of these corporate Democrats as possible, so that we can get people get power to the people. And I think for me, the standard is if you take corporate money, if you take PAC money, you need to be out, because you're not doing anything for the people. That's where I'm at. And so most of everybody who's in Congress needs to go, and then maybe there's no resistance party, because they're all in the same, they're all getting paid by the same, special interest and donors. So they're not in the trans stuff. The reason they're like, being like just capitulating to, framing around trans people is, again, it's a lot of the same donors, or they're just afraid, or they don't know trans people, or they're scared. I even had a moment during the 2024 campaign where I was like, if I speak out, will I harm the party by being trans now? Because it was a mess last year. It was a mess. And I was even like, well, shit, I don't want to be harmed by being vocal as a trans person. But now I think post all that, I think we really need to learn the right lessons from it, that we need to address everything and have a positive message. Ultimately, to those ads, I mean, in retrospect, Kamala should have said, she said, I followed the law. That's what she said. That was her response. I followed the law. But she could have added, I followed the law, as did Donald Trump, because it is cruel and unusual punishment to not provide health care for people who are incarcerated. Just because a person is incarcerated does not mean that they're not entitled to health care. In America, we provide health care for people who are incarcerated, and that includes trans people, because trans people are human beings.
Showcasing strength, I think, has to be a major piece of any sort of Democrat, regardless of if you're leading a party, trying to be president. Showcasing strength, I think, is above and beyond. Anyone that may be afraid of how this person may feel about the issue of a certain trans issue, whatever, that is completely overtaken if you show strength and you're able to properly discuss why you took that position and not be afraid of it. When you the running back and being afraid of positions you took or commercials that she was in and afraid to own that hurt her more than just being able to own the actual issue and discuss why it's important. Strength is a major reason why Trump is successful.
And you look at the difference between her and Imam Dani. You look at the difference between her and Imam Dani, when he is asked about when it's radical jihad or whatever, or he's asked about going to Israel. He's like, this is why I'm staying in New York, and I believe in equal rights. He takes it. He meets it head on because he has the courage of his convictions. He's actually about something, and most politicians, particularly the ones who are paid by corporations, aren't. And what me criticizing Kamala, I voted for her because there was a choice. I actually changed my registration. I've been an independent my whole life, and I changed my registration to Democrat in 2020 so I could vote for Bernie in the primary. And I realized I need the energies in the primary. But I voted for her. But what I see when I see Kamala Harris, as I see with a lot of politicians, but with her, I see her triangulating this is what I believe, but this donor who paid me this amount of money doesn't want me to say this. And then this donor who paid me this money doesn't want me to say that. So I'm going to say a lot of nothing. And that's what we get from most politicians. And
I was going to say
really most politicians, that's what we get. We get a whole lot of nothing.
It's the diet Republican.
Yeah.
You're a diet Republican.
Democrats are basically Reagan Republicans.
The diet version. They don't want that.
Politicians are all they're all like that. We expect this from them, but even back in the day, this is how it always been, but we can't expect anything different. I would love something different. And I've always said that. Before she was even running for president, I've been a huge, I've criticized her. But in that moment, last year when we were looking for something different, when we were looking for a way out.
It was a brat summer, honey. I was having a brat summer, girl. I was like, we can't. I was all in,
I lived a little bit too close to the sun. I'll admit that. I drank the coconut juice.
But as we should have, though. But again, that's one of those things we were like, we have to be on the right side of things. This is the thing that I'm saying. Sometimes it's not going to be popular. Sometimes it's not going to be, because what's happening now is scary. Either way, we're going to have either president, politician, whatever. We know things is going to come with it. They're not going to do everything that we want them to do. They're not going to align themselves to what they probably ran off of. We've seen that. That's the norm. It's never been anything different. But right now, what we have is destroying immediately. Man ain't been in office a year yet. And the destruction that is happening amongst them, but then how it's leaking over into the groups that have already been under attack is it's crazy to see. But I wanted to read this comment real quick from this moment in the chat. It said, I don't think it's about misinformation. It's about willful ignorance. We're here because it has been tolerated too long. We have to address the anti-Black racism in the progressive movement. I think I see that often too within the left, whatever they want to call it, but on the left side, I see that sometimes they don't speak up on certain issues when it comes to marginalized folks because either they're fearful or they align with the conservative views. I see that very, very often. And it's like, y'all don't see this major immigrant issue happening right now. Is it because the immigrants are Black and brown? Is it because that there's not really a conversation centering this? Or is it because it's not popular right now? It's not trendy to really align yourself with this. So it's true. There is a lot of willful ignorance that's happening. Also, it pays. It pays if you kind of look like you're just riding the fence as somebody who's on the left. You will get a coin for that. If you speak up and you're willing to sacrifice whatever sponsorships you're having for your channel or whatever, whatever.
Recent reporting reveals that.
Yeah. So if you speak up on certain issues, you might. It just has to be a sacrifice, right? The person that I am, I realize even right now, I'm like, dang girl, you unemployed because you talked about Charlie Kirk. You got unemployed earlier this year because they was like your political work, all of the things. And the reason why I stay employed is because I need the benefits for my health care, right? That's really why I need it. And it keeps the lights on when days are hard when you're working in media, especially in the digital space. But, I have to realize, I sat down with myself the other day. I'm like, girl, with the work that you do, with what you've covered, with how you've covered it, with, you and you calling people out by name, you sitting with, different Republicans or conservatives and having debates and all that. It's all over the internet. You chose this life and you're not going to shut up about it. So that is a sacrifice that you have to make. You may never be able to, show your face in corporate again, ever in your life. But that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Because right now is such a dangerous time where they're trying to do this weird deification of a very bad person. And I think it's a good thing that people are brave in this moment and not allow them to do that, because it's one of those things where I don't even have to talk shit about a person, just listen to him in his own words and the things he said. That alone should be enough. I know a lot of people who had no idea who he was, and then they're like, I went online and I watched all these videos by the guy, oh my god, and I was like, yeah, I know.
But even quoting his words, it's gotten people fired from their jobs.
Karen and Tia, and other people and many other people just showing actual visual the truth of not even quoting his words, letting his video speak for itself. And it's like, how dare you? And it's people who align with the fact that, okay, we must not revisit who he was, but we need to make sure that we revise that history, because he's a person. I said this on our last episode, me seeing the church align with him and try to make it be like this person brought souls to Christ was crazy, especially when I saw Black churches aligning with that. And everybody was using the same statement of, just because somebody has a different view. And I was like, oh, this is how we're going to play it right now. This is what we're going to do, because none of that happened. It's not about a different view. It's about this is being a harmful view. There are views that are right and there are views that are wrong. This view is wrong. It hurts people. Look what happened. Not even 24 hours later, white folks took to the streets talking about some white man fight back. HBCUs were being attacked. We're seeing different things happen where people are found hanging, and all of this is a result of this one person and what they spewed out and saying that people should die so that gun rights could be. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I think we're seeing this cultural coercion happening where they won the last election and they feel like now they basically get to dictate everything in this country. It's why, they're policing people who aren't sufficiently mourning Charlie Kirk or quoting him.
Crazy.
It's why they're outraged that Bad Bunny, who mostly sings songs in Spanish, is going to be performing at the NFL. They shouldn't have to deal with that right now. It's Trump's
Who's an
America,
American.
Right? He's an American.
Who's an American? They so dumb.
They don't know that. Yeah, they don't get that. But you know, it's why you see libs of TikTok and right-wing conservatives going through all of the catalog of children's shows on Netflix to suss out any homosexuality that they might find, because now that they won, they feel as if they've conquered us. So why are we still here? Why are we existing? It's like increasingly them tolerating us is impossible.
Did you see
that is,
Mike?
but that is part of the project. I mean, Lance hasn't spoken. Go.
Oh, no, go ahead, take it.
But that's part of the project. I mean, if you read Project 2025, like literally on page 4, we want to erase all these words from every piece of legislation, every document. The words were DEI, transgender, gender equality, abortion. Like they want to, and they started. And they're doing it. Like you go to websites now and it's LGB. Like this is the plan. This has been part of they wrote it out. What was crazy, it was crazy, like reading, like they wrote it all down. And so the plan, it's not, I've been saying that, like, the Democrats are now Republicans, Republicans are fascists, that we don't have like, that's kind of where we are. And so to get back to some kind of sanity, we need power to the people. Like all these people have to go. There needs to be a mass movement, and it needs to be a mass movement to get money out of politics, but maybe it's just about getting politicians who take, corporate money out of office. Like we have to build, we have to have politicians in, because it's not, if we can get a progressive, person in 2028, it's not enough if he doesn't or she doesn't have, the House and the Senate. I'm like, they don't even bother legislating anymore. It's hot. It's a disaster, this country right now. And so much of it is that we don't want to, I think the piece around willful ignorance on the left, I think that anyone who says that they are progressive in some way, I invite them, I think everyone has to do work to decolonize our minds around race. I think as a Black person, I was born in Mobile, Alabama. I internalized anti-Blackness. I internalized white supremacy. That I got to college and I started reading my first Bell Hooks book, and I was like, oh my God. And it was a process of unlearning that. And if many Black people internalize anti-Blackness and white supremacy, if I'm internalizing it, white people are quite likely, and other non-Black minorities are also internalizing anti-Blackness and white supremacy. We have to decolonize our minds, and racism is in the bones of this country. Like it is just so deeply entrenched, and the fact that they don't want to teach about it, that they want to they're taking away exhibits in the African American Museum, and they want to just erase the horrible, awful history of race in this country, and how, the Jillian Michaels moment on CNN that went viral, the ignorance around 2% of white people own slaves, but the whole fucking economy was based on slave labor. We became the wealthiest country in the world because we had centuries of unpaid labor, right? And trauma to these people who were enslaved, and trauma that persists. And there's never been a project. After the Holocaust, at least the Germans were let's institute some law so this never happens again. Yeah, there's so much, after the Civil War, they basically we were enslaved for centuries and dehumanized and treated as chattel, treated as animals, the mental health consequences, the lack of education, just you're out there. And then they didn't prosecute the insurrectionists, Confederacy. The Confederacy, right. These people should not have been allowed to hold office again. And then they were, and they took things back, KKK forms. And so there's we need to learn these lessons from history and hold people accountable. People do need to be, Trump is trying to arrest people now, but people need to just like people should have been arrested after the financial crisis in 2008, Wall Street people, Confederates should have been arrested. There needs to be accountability so that this stuff doesn't happen again. And we have to actually to be able to tell the truth. And it's a painful truth. It's painful, like it's very painful for me when I've had moments when I've, there was a moment many years ago, I remember tweeting, they had passed an abortion ban in Alabama. I'm from Alabama. And I retweeted a friend who said, woman's body, woman's choice, end of story. And a trans man said, you're really going to erase trans men right now in this moment? I was just like, oh. It's like, I was sort of like, oh God. I mean, I'm aware that trans men get pregnant and non-binary people can get pregnant. I was trying to have a moment of solidarity. And I'm not sure if people want to hear about trans men getting pregnant now. They really didn't then, they still don't. But it was a moment of like, I had to like, it was super uncomfortable. I was being called out by somebody from my community. And I said, and I breathed it in. It was super uncomfortable. It was public. It was, when I was on Twitter like that. And I said, thank you for bringing this up. I'm going to think about this. And then I had a commencement speech when I got to speak at universities a few days later. And I talked about how uncomfortable it was to be called out publicly, how difficult it was to like be called to account and the vulnerability that requires, but how necessary it is to sometimes to be uncomfortable so that we can get to new spaces of critical consciousness. And that is also part of the work that we and like the transphobia that is being like perpetrated now, like how we have to unlearn that too. Like what is the truth about the people? And I think when we think power to the people, it's like it's about listening to people. It's about listening to like, immigrant communities. It's about listening to working people. It's about listening to trans people, LGBTQ people, Black people, just listening to people and what they need and who they are and empowering them. And that feels like where we should be focusing our attention, but we can't. The Democratic Party is not the place to do that because they're bought and paid for. I'm so inspired by Donnie's campaign in the Working Families Party that like really like held this like educated around ranked choice voting. There's a lot of lessons we can take from this Democratic primary in New York that on a national level. And I think the organizing piece, the really listening to people, reaching out to working people across every demographic, but listening to people, really, really listening, and then having politicians who aren't bought and paid for so they can actually respond to those needs. It's like really the work we should be doing. Where's our Project 2025? Our Project 2028, honey.
Yeah. I mean, you see it right now in Mexico where Sheinbaum has an overwhelmingly positive approval rating. Her own party is like 90%. The opposition parties, it's like 60%. Like that right there is what happens if you have a government that delivers for the people. Whereas with all these other governments, neoliberal governments, they're all kind of headed in the same direction. Like even in Canada and the UK, you kind of see this increasing Americanization of politics. You see fascism on the rise everywhere. And so like late stage capitalism globally is doing what it does when it reaches this end state. It pushes everyone to fascism to like maintain control of the state, since liberal democracy is no longer going to be able to service capitalism. So now you need to clamp down on civil liberties, civil rights and whatnot. But it's hard because like the work that like I think the solution is easy. Like with regard to like trans rights, for example, we know that you can actually win over most people, not all, but most, by simply explaining to them what it means to be trans. Like part of the reason why so many Americans are against gender affirming healthcare for trans youth is because they literally believe that involves like sex change operations and stuff like that. But when you actually explain, no, it just means like expression. Like you get to wear the clothes that you want to wear. Expression is like the essence of humanity. Like if you can't
and therapy,
yourself,
oftentimes it's therapy puberty. There's therapy, maybe a name change, maybe growing your hair, cutting your hair, and affirming who you are. But the narrative, part of so much of my work is like, when I first came on the scene, and I would get people, people asking me like, and I've done research. So I watched like 60 years of TV talk shows of people asking trans people about what's in their pants and what surgeries they've had. Yeah. And when the majority of Americans and people around the world think transgender, they think surgery, right? So that is something I've been really trying to move the conversation away from, but that is still what people think. They think surgery when they hear trans. And and they don't think about the humanity. They don't think about the affirming experiences of, living truthfully as who you are or whatever. So that's still work to be done, but educating people about trans folks is super important. But I just say it's also none of your business. Just like it's none of your business. Like even with children, it's just like if you don't have a trans kid, if you're not a doctor, you're not a parent of a trans child, why is it your business? Why is it your business? But that is sexual. What is it? Sexual. What is Stanley say? Sexual anxiety is one of the tenets of fascism. Creating this like they're coming for your children, they're coming for our families. These, this is another tactic of fascism. So it's, everything that's happening right now is just like right out of a fascist playbook. So scapegoating an out community, like right now it's immigrants and trans people mostly, but it'll be and left anybody on the left.
Another issue though is that as gays and lesbians received more rights over the years, it was frankly because people just felt more comfortable coming out. More people felt more comfortable coming out, and then people realized, oh, wait a minute, my brother, my sister, my relative, my best friend, my buddy at work, they're gay or lesbian. I had no idea. There's nothing. They're great people. There's nothing wrong with them. I know them. Oh, they want to.
But there's more gay and lesbian people than there are trans people.
Exactly.
We're less than 1% of the population. It's easier to say.
And that's exactly it. But the funny thing is too, whenever there's that poll that goes around that asks people like what percentage of the country do you think is this, and then people are asked what percentage of the country do you think are trans, and people say 20%, and it's like 1/5 of this country is not trans. I mean, the world.
It's because of the conversation, media, like the obsession that media has had with this issue, makes it seem like, oh, this must be a big thing. When it's as you're saying, this is no one's business. Like the issue of trans people in sports, why is that a national political issue? That has nothing to do with
there's
presidential politics.
There's less than 10 trans athletes in the NCAA. But again, it's a tactic of who do we find a scapegoat? It's a community that people know very little about. It's mysterious, and there's all of a sudden they're more visible now, and they're coming for our children. So it's a tactic of fascism. It's just right out of a fascist playbook. I did an episode of I have a podcast, and I did research. Like, this is 2022, and I put in Fox News transgender. And there were like hundreds of stories of Black trans athletes, usually the same two from Connecticut, those Connecticut girls, but like they had done hundreds of news stories. If I watched Fox News only, I would think we were dominating in women's sports. I would think that. So they've just done such a relentless job, and they're so well funded too. And I think the other big issue is that like they're so well funded to like do studies, to like put out the propaganda, to like hire these influencers to like, spew propaganda. And so we don't have that money on the left, but like we need to organize, and we need to let this like corporate liberalism, we need to let it go because it's not serving us. I guess the people who are corporate and who are invested in that whole thing. I mean, I think like what was so clear to me when they pushed when everybody dropped out before Super Tuesday in 2020, that it was really the whole establishment that like Bernie Sanders' campaign that wasn't taking money from special interests was like a threat to the entire Democratic Party. And he had to be stomped out at any cost because all these jobs, all these consultants, all these people who are like, they would just like lose their jobs. And they were like, no. So there's a whole system being propped up. That's just they're not winning elections. They're not doing anything. They're not governing or legislating. They're just getting paid. And the people are fucked because of it. And we have to acknowledge that, and it gets real hard. Like I remember I participated when TYT did their whole like trying to get like a campaign to get Kamala to overturn the Senate parliamentarian who I'd never heard of before 2020 to get minimum wage to get minimum wage up, right? So like and then people were calling me like, this is calling me racist and like, misogynist because Kamala is a Black woman. That like, let's overturn the Senate parliamentarian so we can get minimum wage. That's the only thing Bernie. Am I right? I said this on a podcast and people like attacked me, but the only thing Bernie asked for, which I think was a problem when he withdrew in 2020, he was like, can we just get minimum wage, like a higher $15 minimum wage? That's all he asked Biden for. And Biden immediately like just kind of like, Senate parliamentarian can't do anything. Next. And that just, I mean, that's infuriating.
Imagine
I mean,
Trump
that's
not
the
doing
excuse
something because
Democrats.
they're parliamentarian.
Yeah.
Right.
Democrats got to play by the rules all the time. And that's the thing. Like, even when I haven't seen it so much this time around because the Democratic base is up in arms and more angry at people like Jeffries and Schumer. But like the first Trump term, it wasn't about like changing things for the better when they win. It was about a return to normalcy when they win. That was their selling point. And listen, for the vast majority of people, a return to normalcy, whatever that is, i.e. pre-Trump, all their problems are still there for the most part. I mean, we're supposed to progress, not go back to how things were before a time. We should learn from the Trump era and make things even better, not go back to, when Obama was president. We should continue and, continue to progress. And I think, I do think the Democratic base this time around is more hungry for that. I mean, for me, like, if there's any Democrat who runs and doesn't put legal trouble for like legal punishment for all these people, ICE agents covering their face and harassing Black and brown people, children. If there's not a promise to go through the list of ICE employees and legally charge each and every one of them, from the pencil pusher to the guys in charge, for breaking the law, for whatever they did that can possibly potentially be illegal, then what are we doing here? No one here should get a pass. No one here should be able to go, I was just doing my job, just following orders. You were running around wearing a mask on your face, physically assaulting women and children and men who didn't do anything wrong.
Taking them to camps,
zip tying them,
innocent people who don't even know why. See that I cry, I get emotional. The hairdresser who was in El Salvador, he didn't even know why he was there. He was like, "Is this because I'm gay?" Like it's it's heartbreaking. I can't watch this stuff. This is so inhumane. It's so utterly disgusting. And when you have town halls of old white Republicans talking about due process, like old white Republicans in Republican districts saying, wait, what the fuck are we doing? Okay, we have a mandate to actually like hold people accountable for this. This is the most, I can't even believe that we're witnessing people being kidnapped with taken off somewhere. They don't know why they're going, they're there. It is horrific. It is that we're doing that in the United States of America is like the most disgusting thing. That's one of the most disgusting things that happened in my lifetime.
Ariana, I know you were trying to get in.
There was just a story really quick. There was just a story where in Chicago, ICE with Black Hawk helicopters basically invaded an apartment building, forced everyone out of the building in cuffs, brought them in to check if they had just warrants even, let alone if they were in the country illegally. People were taken to their homes at 10 p.m. and weren't, and if they were let back out, it wasn't until 3 a.m. they were released. And they said they held something like, out of all the people, they held about 30 some odd people on warrants or being in the country illegally. This is insanity. Sorry, Ariana, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that there's currently not to be smiling while saying this, but it's just like so absurd. There's over there's about 1,200 people that were in Alcatraz. No one knows where the fuck they're at.
Missing.
Yeah,
missing.
There's just no database. There's no,
No paper
for
trail,
half
nothing.
of them, for half of them, there's just
Missing
absolutely no
finding.
paper trail. The other half, you can see their name on the ICE website. You don't have any updates. It just says call ICE for updates. And it kind of, Laverne, you were talking about something and it reminded me a couple of years ago, I went to Berlin and I was looking at all these, I was sightseeing like these ex-Nazi areas, and I saw, sorry, I also tested positive today for strep throat. Don't ask me how I got it, but I've been struggling a little bit here, so just like stay with me. But at every single site, these past Nazi sites that I would visit, you would see, I'd see German soldiers coming in, and it seemed like they had someone talking to them in German, teaching them some things. And so one day I went up and I asked them, I was like, hey, this is like the fourth group of soldiers I've seen at these, historical sites. What is this about? And it turns out that their soldiers have a curriculum, an anti-fascist curriculum that they all have to go through before they officially become soldiers for the country of Germany. And it really brings me back to what you were saying, that, all of this just goes back to education. Rebecca, I think you can speak more about this, but it's like, oh, the Haitians are eating cats and dogs, right? Or, all these, trans people, they're taking over sports and stuff like that. I think there's so much fear mongering, but also I think on the left, we talk at a lot of things, but we don't bring in those communities to talk with them. And I think that's a huge problem that we see, especially in federal politics too. I mean, like when I was watching Kamala Harris, I felt like she was speaking more at me than with the community. And I think that's the problem. And I think that's something that Obama did so well about. Like, listen, I'm Middle Eastern. He droned the shit out of the Middle East. I know he has issues. But I think one thing that Obama did really well was he would talk with communities. And I think that with the component of, taking out money from politics would go so far in America. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Yeah, no, Ariana, that's actually a good point. And I think I wanted to bring that up a while back. That is literally the point. Like when Lene said what she said at the Breakfast Club, when Jess tried to make her anti-trans statements, the truth is somebody trans should have been in the room. These people have, but the thing is they have had trans people in that room.
I've been on the Breakfast Club.
I know you have. I've seen you be on. I've seen.
Yes, Madison, and going,
others,
and it's like I never went. And
yeah.
The Jess girl, the Jess.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it, and I know me and
But there's some stuff that you don't know, like. Okay, girl, can I spill tea? Yes. Okay, so so I did the Breakfast Club, and there was a moment on the Breakfast Club when Charlemagne was like, "Oh, Jess was misgendered," and I'm like, "What?" And he was like, "Tell the story." So Jess tells the story to me, and if it's on the internet, where famous R&B singer from back in the day, like an old school R&B singer, DM'd her, thought she was trans, and he wanted her to anally penetrate him. And I was like, and he offered her $50,000. I was like, girl, I'm like, there's girls out there watching who will take that money. And I was like, did you offer to like pay him? She was like, he wanted the real thing. He thought I had, and and Charlemagne was alleging that she was traumatized by this. And I was just, I sort of, I was like, girl, like, share the name with the girls so they can go and get that money. But she has historically been like, Herbie Revolves uses this term transpassing, that she has been assumed trans many times. And in that moment, but on the Breakfast Club earlier, she also, in that same interview, she talked about using the F slur when someone had come at her, calling her the T slur, right? And she called them the F slur. And she was like, what, was I justified? And I took a moment and I was just like, hurt people. And I was just like, for me, I'm not put here for that. I'm put here for something way bigger than that. And I just gave her so much grace. And she sent me a voice note on Instagram that day. She was like, thank you so much, Laverne. I felt like you really heard me and saw me. And it was really beautiful. And you're so smart. And I just really appreciate everything you said. She sent me a voice note on Instagram Live. And I wrote, I sent her a voice note back and said, thank you so much. It's all about love. And it was like a beautiful moment. And then like a few months later, she just went on this anti-trans spree and she's been continually doing that. And so it's just, I reached out to her after she went on that just privately and I got no response. So it's, I don't know. Hurt people. And the grace I would give her is maybe, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. I mean, it's like there is a thing historically for Black women, we know, and I actually talked about that history that in America, Black women have always been in the context of white supremacy, not real women, right? When Sojourner Truth in 1851, said, "I'm not a woman," she was she's made that speech in the context of a racist and sexist system that denied her womanhood because she was Black, and denied her personhood because she was Black, and her womanhood because she was Black, right? So it was an intersectional conversation. And she was talking about like white women are treated this way, but ain't I a woman? And so like Black feminism has always been intersectional. So it's been a history of like in the context of a white supremacist nation that like Black women are always less than in the context of white supremacy, are always not fully women and fully feminine in that context. That context is a lie. White supremacy is a lie, but like that's the reality that like so many Black women walk around with when we see like all these people calling Michelle Obama trans and calling the Williams sisters or any Black woman, Sierra. So that intersection of like misogynoir and racism is like so deeply ingrained in like America. But then like for someone like Jess, what I would invite to her, and so many Black women have done this work, understand that like being anti-trans is like, it's not the way. Like, it's like, it's not going to reaffirm your womanhood in the context of white supremacy. You have to divest of white supremacy. You have to divest of like the patriarchal white supremacist cis normative standards that like would make you less of a woman, right? You have to divest of those standards and that ideology and that way of thinking, and not allow yourself as a Black woman to be pit against another marginalized group. She's divide and conquer.
Those people. She's around that whole group of people at the Breakfast Club. There's misogyny. She benefits from that up until it's towards her, right? And so that's what we were seeing. She was spewing out the same things that these people around her believe or say often, especially within the Breakfast Club. There's no and it's like we can make these jokes.
It's not fair to just make these jokes. Jess,
right. So it's like there's like and I told, when me and Ole, we did the show together, and me and her kind of went back and forth about it, because I'm like, you have to understand, like, the room itself is a problem. Like, they have been talking about that when Jess got there. Then it's like they even make jokes and say, well, Charlamagne will say, well, Jess is a man, well, Jess, they call you a man. And I know that hurts her feelings. I know that it's, it's problematic to her, but this joke about the LGBTQIA plus community, when she on their, I think on their promo, they put some of that in there, anti-trans stuff within their promo for Jess coming on to be a permanent person. But also, Jess before that had some, a scandal where she was on the plane. This is her in her everyday life, and she pulled out her phone to say the Middle Eastern person, she was afraid of them on the plane. And that right there, I was like, are we serious? And she doubled down on it. She says, I don't care. You guys can act like you're not afraid. I'm afraid of this, basically this person being on the plane. I feel like she said that, and I'm like, okay, so now you're anti-immigrant. You are reinforcing these the stereotypes because of 9/11, because of conservatives. This is where ICE even came from and was birthed. We're talking about all these things. So this type of mindset is within her. I think people can change. I think people can unlearn things, but again, willful. She wants to be here. She doubles down on these things.
Well, there is a
She went
space. I mean, I think we
Mhm.
have. I mean, with love to Charlemagne and the Breakfast Club, we're talking about a space that's a right-wing space. Like, I mean, they have the Breakfast Club. There's just too much. Even as Charlemagne will rail against, Hakeem Jeffries, it's a conservative space. Like, so the patriarchy, the misogyny, the anti-blackness, like it's all there. So it's a conservative space in so many ways. And that, like, the fact that represents a huge section of the Black community is something, like, a lot of Black people are really conservative, that there's something mainstream about that show is something I think we should be looking at as Black folks, critically and yeah.
But that's why people should be in them rooms. That's why they should have representation within those rooms, because just like anything else, Black people are not a monolith. So we should not, even when we're in those rooms, and I know they try to be like, on other episodes, we'll see them being empathetic towards certain marginalized people, but it's like, again, if it's not the immigrant or if it's not the popular ones, then it's like whatever. But the ones that people are attacking right now, we see y'all doing the same thing conservatives are doing, and yet you want to say that you are. And then it'll be this. It's the same thing that they're saying with Charlie Kirk. There's a difference of opinion. When they brought Candace Owens on there, it was, we want to hear it from other people. Like, it's like we platformed her because we just want to hear her thoughts, and it's not, we want to give everybody space to speak. We're not judgmental, and it's like this girl has been putting out very dangerous rhetoric, and if you're gonna sit in the room,
and
with
she's
her,
dangerous, and there are a lot of Black people who like, well, she's kind of making sense, and so it's Candace Owens is dangerous. Candace Owens, the fact that she was let go from the Daily Wire and is even more popular, that she's been able to like parlay gossip and the Lively Baldoni thing into like a bigger audience. That woman, in terms of grifting, in terms of like making money and conspiracies, I know she's being sued right now, but that woman knows how to get attention. She knows how to make money. She knows how to propagandize and radicalize people. Candace Owens is dangerous. She's really dangerous because she's actually smart. She's savvy. She's savvy. She's very.
She started off as a leftist. She started off, but then again, it pays when you grift, when you slide, baby. It pays to do so. I remember first getting into politics like 10 years ago, and everybody was like, I used to go to, these political events, and she was right on with me in the mix. But also the conversations were going around, hey, y'all, being a conservative pays. Being a Black person who switches is going to get me paid, like Diamond and Silk, right? I can be the one that's a smarter person that shows up, and it'll pay. Like if I just say, I used to be on this side, but I realized that conservatives have a better way of life, a better way of thinking, something that is more American, and it pays. So she's somebody that, especially when they fire her behind, she started to like try to, for 2 seconds, align herself with Blackness, find the Black media groups and sit and have conversations. And the thing is,
realize that was
opening
not the
doors.
move.
Yeah. And everybody's opening doors. And then, but when they sat down, I felt like, again, in places and platforms like the Breakfast Club, who have criticized her here and there, this was a moment for you to call out things, not just challenge her on, God is good all the time is God is good. She ain't even get that right. So here we are, and we're like, take away her Black card, but also challenge her on the things that she said that's harmful to the Black community, to other marginalized communities, to the, the gossip that she's put around about presidents of this country and that, all of the people's personal business. This is harmful. Challenge her. You're right here in front of her. Stop playing around. This is why I said we have to sacrifice, especially in platforms like that. Be the person that stands out. Be the person that's asking the questions. Do the media work correctly. Because a lot of us are not in those seats. A lot of us are being pushed out. You guys are the face. You guys are bringing these people in. Have those.
Are they qualified though? I mean, with all due, are they DJ Envy? Bless his heart. And Charlemagne does the best he can. Are they really qualified to push back? I mean, I think, when we saw Olay, that Olay Eric Adams moment, like, it's just like, that was just fate. That was just wonderful fate when that happened.
He gone.
Can we have a moment of silence for Eric Adams, like dropping out of the race? And
shout out to Olay for doing the Lord's work.
He's still the mayor, but what the actual fuck?
The work that Olay did literally, I believe, helped. My co-worker, my co-anchor, Benjamin Dixon. I remember when he did this with Bloomberg, but back in 2020, when he put out all this information, blew up Bloomberg's spot, and then Bloomberg had to back out. So it's literally the people who are doing the work. It actually matters. So these devils, these demons, are not going to be able to try to run anything. We're going to make sure we
whitewash their records. Bloomberg girl.
Yeah.
But oh my God, the clownish. I mean, it's the clownish corruption of an Adams, like, it's very Trumpian. It's so wild. It's like, and I think the problem with someone like Eric Adams is similar to the problem with someone like Trump. It's so clownishly corrupt, but it's also deeply entertaining. And when these corrupt motherfuckers are entertaining, Eric Adams is so ridiculous, but it's so funny. And it becomes a problem because we're entertained and we're getting fucked. And we're amusing ourselves to death. To allude to
love us a good show.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing saying Eric Adams can't be a public figure when he's not mayor anymore. Like, we could make him like the New York official court jester or something. Like,
I believe the charges have been dropped. I believe the charges have been dropped.
Did you guys see the new report that he hired someone that he was with and gave her
the woman
$200,000 yearly?
The woman that wrote the book. The woman that has the book and that she's sitting on people's couches right now telling her story.
I'm like, babe, you could not waterboard that information out of me. Like, there's just.
I'm like, girl, you could have. And then honestly, I ain't gonna lie to you.
But when there's a chat,
I'm ready for the information. But then she gave it, and I'm like, girl, this is like kind of boring. But I mean, whatever. But girl, you should have gave it something else. My thing is, I would have definitely kept that. There are some things that people ask you, like, what your body count is. I'm lying. It's 0. So, like, what are we talking about here?
She needed to Stormy Daniels it. She needed to give us, like, Stormy Daniels worked. Stormy Daniels worked it. I mean, she really, she gave us, she gave us the things, she gave us details.
Get your coin. This is not giving get your coin. This is like, girl, you could have kept this one. Absolutely kept it.
I believe that, like, everybody needs a hustle. I don't know, like, anyone's hustle. It shouldn't be illegal. Don't harm people. Don't break the law. I think sex work is work. So do your thing.
It is.
But, like, yeah, Stormy, some hustlers are. One last thing I have to say about Candace. I'm sorry. Like she was fired.
Is she a sex worker?
She was fired from the Daily Wire. She was well. It's all relative, in patriarchy. She was fired from the Daily Wire for her alleged, anti-Israeli thoughts. But Ben Shapiro hired her after she said that Hitler was great. It's just that he took his ambitions outside of Germany. He hired her after she said that. He hired her after all of the anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism is not a problem at the Daily Wire that is run by Ben Shapiro and what's boring. Anti-Semitism isn't a problem.
It's anti-Israel. That's the problem.
Anti-Israel. Right. Anti-Zionism is the true crime.
I feel like this goes back to our conversation of the whole, like, Nick Fuentes accidentally streamed gay porn, and then when he did that, he was like, Israel hacked my computer and did it, right? I think we're going back to that same topic again.
The lies.
Unfortunately, I hate to say it, Candace Owens has won the hearts of many people across the Middle East and North African diaspora as well, and it really hurts my heart, especially as a Middle Eastern person myself. I'm like, guys, she's not doing this out of the kindness of her heart. She's literally doing this because this is where the money and the clout is at. Like, you can very easily blame all of your issues in life on Israel, like as a political. I mean, every single one of us on this stream can be like, well, Israel is, sending someone to look at me after me and like follow me, and everyone would believe it because they're just they do so many terrible things. And I just feel like this is like, she was obsessed with the French president's wife for the longest time.
That she's being sued. So much so that she's being sued by them. Yes.
Yeah,
and they need to take her for everything she got.
Sorry, go on.
And they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. I think. What's so just deeply distressing about this moment with the Fuentes and Candace. These people are anti-Semitic. These people are deeply anti-Semitic. Yes. So we should not be listening to anything that they say about. These are hate mongers. These are people. It's so disturbing. And so it's like, I think like being anti-genocide and anti-apartheid is very important, but we should not, like, we can't be anti-Semitic. We can't like let anti-Semitism is not acceptable. It's just not. And you can't, these people, like.
You have better voices for the like Palestinian solidarity movement than Candace Owens.
I think it's so.
I think that's like the really like that's the thing that really gets me angry about this. The charges of anti-Semitism against the left, because like the left, who is critical of Israel, is actually very careful to make sure they are just critiquing Israel and not also. Blaming Jewish people or being anti-Semitic. They're very specifically talking about Israel and the Israeli government and Netanyahu, and maybe even especially now where Israeli society is as a whole, which is very similar to me in terms of how this country was immediately after 9/11, where it was just like not a good place to be. But because people are so comfortable with conflating, Zionists are so comfortable with conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, it confuses people who aren't so politically active, the mainstream public. So when they hear someone like Candace Owens, perhaps, who is actually just outright being anti-Semitic with her criticism of Israel, when she is criticizing Israel, they will just assume, it's people conflating the two again, when it's not. A lot of these right-wing commentators who are critical of Israel are being very anti-Semitic. It's not their criticism. They don't care about the Palestinians. They're not standing up for a free Palestine. They're not crying over all the poor men, women, and children whose lives have been taken in this genocide. No, what they're upset about is that the U.S. government is sending their tax dollars over to any country. Israel just happens to be who their ire is at right now, because a lot of our money does go to Israel. It's very frustrating to see.
It's a lot of people in other countries too, right? Because they don't know any better. Like, you might see a person like Jackson Hinkle or Nick Fuentes, and you just see one little viral clip, and then they think, that person is speaking for Palestinian emancipation.
Yeah, they don't know the full record, and I've realized that. Like, people will see a viral moment. One thing I do want to say, which is it's probably potentially controversial in this space, is like, I have a lot of friends Jewish friends who are Zionist, and it's been really interesting. And and these are people that I love with all my heart, and I'm not Jewish. And so I can't tell them how I'm not Jewish. Like, we understand that the UN has, said that this is a genocide. we understand international law and we can see with our eyes, but then I'm not Jewish. And so it's like, it's this interesting space for me as someone who wants to like love these people in my life and then also understand, you know, the reality of things. And so it's like, so does anyone else, because I watch the show all the time, but like for anyone else here, are these things that you confront, like the people in your life who are Jewish and Zionist, who are deeply, you know, who feel like a dear friend of mine who feels that Zionism is anti-Semitic. And I was like, and I was like, okay, why? And I listened and I tried to understand. And I don't want to disrespect them, and I don't want to, and because there's also lots of trauma attached to, like, right? Particularly the two friends I'm thinking about, there is the just as a Black person, the trauma of like slavery, that's epigenetic, that's like, you know, post-traumatic slave syndrome. There is that trauma. And sometimes trauma survivors, it's for people surviving trauma, it's hard for them to distinguish between an alarm bell and a dinner bell. So for some people, I understand that Netanyahu is a war crimes. I get what's happening is despicable. I get all that. I get this a genocide. I get apartheid. But like how, for me, the space of like wanting to respect my Jewish friends who are Zionist for whatever reason, and not like demonize individuals. And maybe it's just about, you know, loving individuals and being critical of systems and systems of power. But I'm curious about if anyone has any thoughts on that, because I watch you guys a lot, and I watch a lot of leftist content, and I don't want it to be like apologia for like a genocide. Like, I mean, you feel free to critique me, but
no, I think that's that's a very good question, honestly. I'm probably not the best person to ask either, because I'm not Jewish religiously. I wasn't brought up Jewish either. I'm ethnically Jewish. But maybe on this show I'm the closest to being able to answer that question. I mean, I think an issue here is that Jewish people from a young age are taught that Israel is inherent to their identity, and it's just not the same to me as, like, you brought up African American experience with the trauma of slavery, but there's a direct line there, in my opinion, from slavery to Black people today living in this country. Whereas, I'm sorry, unless like you're Israeli or your family is from Israel, to me, the Jewish identity is not that tied to Israel, outside of you being taught that it is for the reason of propping up Israel. Like, Judaism is not tied to Israel, because Judaism is the oldest religion, the current religion that still is practiced today, as far as I know, at least thousands and thousands of years, much more longer than Christianity, for example. But the country of Israel has only been around since the 1940s. I mean, yeah.
But there are people, there's Zionists who would say, well, this is our, their return.
Yeah.
We know what,
I mean, I'm not
an expert. Like, I'm still learning about all these issues. The more I learn, the more I know I'm like not really educated to speak on these issues in a nuanced way. But it's just a question I had, just out of love. Like, what does it mean to, like, for me, it's like, what does it mean to have a love ethic, to like really fully like have love for people and like what they're experiencing. And I think that, like, obviously that love should obviously extend to Palestinians and extend to anyone who's being persecuted. But the Zionist people in my life I love, and I don't want to discount their experience or feelings or.
But for the people who said that they're like being anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic, like, my family raised me to be Zionist, and we are not Jewish, we're Christians. So like if you look
Yeah.
at all the Zionists, the overwhelming majority are Christians. So just like definitionally, it doesn't automatically make it like anti-Semitic. Sorry, Ariana.
No, you're fine. I'm not Palestinian. I'm Iranian. So my country and my family were getting bombed by Israel. So I think I'm one of the only people on this panel that actually has like personal experience or indirect experience with the government of Israel. I think when we're having this conversation, the first thing to really emphasize that it's super important to not like we need to separate Zionism with the Jewish identity. Although some Jewish people adhere to Zionist belief, that doesn't mean that all Jewish people do, because not all Jewish people are a monolith, right? And so
Absolutely. Jewish Voices
yeah.
for Peace, for example, yes.
Yeah.
Who
So
many of my Jewish Zionist friends say they're not representative of the majority of Jewish people, is what my Zionist
Right.
friends have told me.
yeah.
But anyway, go on. All right.
No, you're fine. So that's one thing that I wanted to talk about. But going beyond that, you know, hurt people. I think that's just been a part of being human, like throughout centuries, like so thousands of years that we've lived. But how do I put this? The idea of Israel being this promised land that they're returning to is not a Jewish belief, it's a Zionist belief, and anyone can be Zionist. So you can be Muslim and be Zionist or whatever. And that doesn't necessarily justify this idea that you as a country, Israel, you can bomb so many different countries, not just, you know, the Gaza territory. You're bombing Iran, you're bombing Syria, you're bombing Yemen, you're bombing Qatar. They just recently bombed Qatar. You are a sovereign nation that is justifying the bombing and really the destabilization of so many countries around you. And at one point, and I do hold empathy for people who were really like ever since they were kids, like they went to, you know, schools that, you know, a lot of Jewish kids go to, and this is kind of what they're taught, and then it's birthright, and then they go to birthright, and there's a lot of indoctrination that goes into this. But I think at some point, one thing that your friends need to go through is kind of like we talked about previously in this conversation, is decolonizing their mindset, because Zionism is an arm of colonization. It's kind of this idea of, you know, Israel being the promised land that people are going back to. This didn't exist in the early 1900s. This really took part. It really started jumpstarting in the 1950s, and so you cannot use the fact that you went through something so horrific like the Holocaust as justification to now put that hurt onto a whole new group of people because you believe that this is your promised land, right? No land is inherently given to anyone. I believe our borders should all be open to everyone, period. And I think that anyone, not just your friends, whether you're a Christian Zionist, a Jewish Zionist, or you're just like a Zionist and you don't believe in any God, I think that what you really need to do is sit down and decolonize your mindset, because what is happening is an arm of colonialism within the Middle East, and that's just, whether they like it or not, that is what it is. You know what I mean?
And the research have been since October 7th. I've been doing tons of research on this subject and still know very little. But what I do understand is that at the beginning of this project in the late 1800s, that they were very, when they didn't think colonizing was a bad thing, they said we want to colonize this area. So they you know, were very open about it being a colonial project.
Even Christians that are, you know, that want to bring it up and things like that, if they go into the vintage Bible, Israel ain't even on there. They weren't considered. Palestine is in the original Bible, in the map, and recognized. So they want to act like Palestine and came out of nowhere. The older Bible, the vintage older Bible, didn't recognize Israel. They recognized Palestine. And so even with those type of things, like they don't want to bring, again, visual things, they're there, but people don't want to bring them up. People don't want to have those conversations. They want to act like Palestine came out of nowhere. They're in Israel's way. So we need to make sure we dismantle that. To me, there's no, and it's not biblical to say, me as a Christian, right? And it's not biblical. There's so many places in the Bible I tell stories about how other countries have tried to overthrow other countries, and God like, yeah, see, I done gave y'all a country and now y'all trying to overthrow this country, and that's not what I said. So now I gotta sit y'all down. So those things are biblical. Those are stories that are biblical, and they don't want to talk about those. It's this idea that Israel is just this promised land. We've been taught that Israel is the place to go, and it's where there's sanctification over there. There's covering. There's all these things, and like people who are covered, people who are sanctified, people who love people would not accept what's happening or what they're doing to Palestinian people. But again, America has done it to Black folks. America has done it. That's just who they are. So of course they will align themselves and they will attach themselves and make sure that the blood is on their hands as well when it comes to genocide. So
America's colonial history is and we can love our country and be critical of it, you know. And I think we must, because I mean we must if we want, you know, power to the people, you know.
I hate the country, but I am critical. But I mean, either perspective, as long as we get to the goal.
The critical part. Why do you hate America? Like I feel so corny because like I grew up, like I'm older than I think everybody here probably, but like I grew up in 53. I grew up thinking like I could do anything. Like in America, like anything's possible. And, you know, people actually like, because of the trajectory of my life and career, would really hold me out as like the, you know, realization of the American dream. I understand that, like, you know, this isn't, even as a Black trans woman, I have a lot of privilege that is allowed this life that I've had to be able to live. So I'm critical of that, and I'm critical of how they, you know, take one or two people, hold them up and say, you know, marginalize them and say, oh, you know, if they can do it, anybody can do it. So I'm critical of that. But at the same time, there's a whole, I still believe that, like, you know, everybody should be able to like live, have a living wage and have work that's like fulfills them, and have like civil rights, like all those, you know, all those stuff that those enslavers wrote and those documents that are deeply problematic. They probably should be rewritten. God, like all of our founding fathers owned slaves.
And that's why we don't like America, because they don't go by none of that. They don't believe that. Me growing up, I was born here, but you know, being a product of immigrants, Haitian ones at that, they told us that they came here, this is going to be a new life, a good life. But I watched them get abused, spit on, talked down to, disrespected, to the point where they told us not to speak our language in school so that people can respect us. I saw them be turned down for jobs, all kinds of different things. And then for me, who is American born, told I'm not American. So they're like, girl, you just not. I'm told that by Black Americans. I'm told that by white folks. I'm told, like, you're the less than person. You're a product of immigrants. America is, you know, I would love to think that it's a great country, but my experience hasn't been that. And again, there are people who are privileged. I am privileged than my parents. They brought me here, those type of things. But
and privilege is contextual, right? Like in one room you can be the most privileged, in another you can be the least privileged.
Yeah. Absolutely. But that's the reason why a lot of us, like, I used to think that celebrating, I mean, this is before I went to the #1 HBCU in the nation, FAMU, but this is before I went over to FAM. I used to think, okay.
Thank God I didn't go to HBCU, because we'd probably be battling. Go on.
You see, absolutely. And look, and we know FAM is the #1, but I know, you know, but that for another day. You know, I because FAM taught me to love my culture, who I am. And I already did that before, but I knew I always had to code switch in a way. When I was in this room, when I was there, none of them rooms accepted me as American, but they were like, you know, you speak English great to be Haitian. I was born here, like all of those type of things. But the flag never felt so like, I used to love celebrating July 4th, didn't know anything about Juneteenth yet, and none of that, but I loved celebrating July 4th and, you know, having the American flag. But then even before everything was going on and I was conscious about everything, when I got to FAM, it was like, even there, how they celebrated Juneteenth, they had all that before it was even recognized, you know, globally or nationally. You know, just the representation of Black looks so different than how America itself, you know, would because they didn't represent it. They didn't nourish it.
It was your critical awakening. It was the moment where your consciousness was raised. And when you think of like all the feminist movements and of the 60s and 70s and black liberation movement, they had consciousness raising sessions to educate. Right. And so we need our consciousness raised. Like that's part of the decolonization process. I think like getting off the internet and maybe being in community more and having consciousness raising sessions is like it's part of the project. There's some old school stuff that works, like some old school organizing that maybe we should be drawing from. Yeah,
that's true.
Wow.
To Rebecca's point, I think that the reason why, like me specifically, why I hate America is twofold, and I probably shouldn't say that these days, but like it's twofold. One is because I have Canadian envy. Now it's more Mexican envy. But two is because I kind of felt like. To Rebecca's point, it's all just built on a lie. Like you have these nerdy old racists wearing wigs, shitting in holes, writing this document, pretending as if everyone is free when they're enslaving people. And the whole foundation is just like so flawed and so fake and disingenuous to me. And also I genuinely take issue with the idea of a nation state altogether, because I feel like there's nothing inherently special about America. Like growing up, you're taught, we're the #1 country in the world. You're so lucky to live here. But it's like, why? Like, if you really think deep down about it, like, there's nothing special about America. There's nothing special about any other plot of land on this random rock that is floating through space. So I feel like, to me, it's always like, and this is like why I call myself the Humanist Report, right? Because it's more about like a human perspective. Like when you put up these artificial borders and you say, I'm an American, I'm a Canadian, I'm Indian, I'm Chinese, I'm Russian, like you end up segregating yourselves and not seeing like the humanity in each other. And that's kind of like, that's always been my ultimate like goal, is to get people to see the inherent humanity in each other. And I just feel like the state in general, and this is like complete like different rabbit hole, but like it just like it really prevents you from doing that. So to me, I've always
I don't
felt
think it has to necessarily. I think it can. I mean,
That's
if you're
fair,
like
yeah.
a nationalist, but like I think of myself as patriotic, and my number one thing is like, giving people grace and lifting up people's humanity as an artist, as like trying to not dehumanize people. Like that is one of my core values. So but I would understand. You're right though. It's all a lie. It was all a lie. And
Welcome to the inaugural episode of American Wasp, where we all agree you don't get change in America by asking nicely. I am your host, Deter McBizness, New England's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant living in Southern California. The purpose of American Wasp is to explain the social values and political views of the most powerful tribe in American history. So let's start this very first episode by answering the obvious questions. What is a WASP, and why should you care? Imagine, if you can, an anthropologic mosaic featuring panels for every major American tribe you can think of and their related subgroups. African Americans, Asian Americans, Mexican Americans, every kind of immigrant. Muslims, Jews, Roman Catholics, Irish Catholics, the LGBTQ plus communities. The list goes on. The least community-oriented tribe on that mosaic is without question the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. If America represents the emergence of individualism in human history, as so many historians agree that it does, we wasps are the best Americans because we wasps epitomize American individualism. Or at least we'd like to think we do. What you'll soon find out is that that obsession with individualism derives from wasps failing more than any other American tribe at the social art of empathy. The main reason why wasps struggle so much with empathy is what you already know about them. We are, the most privileged and powerful tribe in American society. And to be perfectly honest, we deserve to be. After all, we founded this country. We've run this country. We own this country. The rest of you are just tourists. You didn't know that? Ironic, isn't it, that the most powerful tribe in American history just so happens to be the least tribal? Something to keep in mind. A quick note about empathy, since that's the social concept more frequently used these days than it has been since, I would argue, the civil rights movement. The most widely used cliche to define empathy is walk a mile in my shoes, which works fine. But I prefer to phrase empathy as an acknowledgement of ignorance, because that's exactly what it is. I have no idea what it's like to be you, just like you have no idea what it's like to be me. The reason I have no idea what it's like to be you and you have no idea what it's like to be me is that we are all prisoners of our own personal experience. That is what I like to call a Deter decree. Over the course of this show, I'll frequently revisit 3 types of foundational insights relevant to understanding someone's worldview: Deter decrees, Deter dichotomies, and Deter threes. This very first Deter decree, we are all prisoners of our own personal experience, is crucial to understanding the obliviousness of the American wasp to the plight of those less fortunate. A tremendous anecdote that perfectly encapsulates the American wasp self-image as the founders and, by extension, the proprietors of America is Robert De Niro's highly underappreciated 2006 film, The Good Shepherd, which explores elite East Coast wasps establishing the Central Intelligence Agency following World War II. There's a scene between Matt Damon and Joe Pesci wherein Pesci's character notes that, culturally speaking, he and his fellow Italian Americans are known for having a strong commitment to family and to church. The Irish have their homeland, the Jews have their traditions, and African Americans have their music. He then asks Damon, "What about your people? What do you have?" To which Damon responds, "The United States of America. The rest of you are just visiting." A lifestyle anecdote that might help explain what I like to call the superficial spirituality of the American wasp is that the Protestant work ethic implicitly teaches that material success brings us closer to God. So instead of going on mission trips like true believers, we wasps write checks to churches. Then before we chow down on some lobster, pray for all of the people getting screwed over by unregulated capitalistic globalism so we can enjoy more guilt-free time at our summer house. That is the ultimate symbol of wasp success, by the way, not your first, but your second home. A Nantucket Country Club conversation between a few New England waspy good old boys might go something like, "You got a pool? Cool. I got a view. You got a view? Cool. I got a view. And a dock. And a boat. Oh, you're on the water too? Cool. But you're facing west, right? Because only an idiot would buy waterfront property that doesn't get the sunset." At this point, I should probably acknowledge that I'm describing a pretty specific type of American wasp, and it's because this is the version of the subculture with which I happen to be the most familiar. I'll get into other sub-demographics, most notably the Southern evangelical WASP, soon enough. But for now, I'm talking about the ruling class of America, the elite East Coast male country club WASPs that essentially run the nation, whether it be through direct political power or corporate political power. As you'll come to see in future episodes, the Southern evangelical WASPs are merely manipulated by these country club WASPs to serve their one-percenter in corporate political interests. The great tragedy of the American right. For WASPs with money, because they had satisfied their need to succeed, their new interest becomes the pursuit of perfection, or more specifically, the pursuit of the appearance of perfection. But what they don't realize is that that commitment to the appearance of perfection comes at the expense of individual happiness, which is ironic because the entire WASP culture is predicated on individualism over collectivism. Understanding this very first Deter dichotomy, individualism versus collectivism, as it relates to understanding people's worldviews, will prove very useful when I begin to analyze people's politics according to demographic and psychographic data. That's the premise for a future segment called Drugstore Psychology, which will be featured in my next episode where I diagnose myself. Obviously, the WASP would like to think of himself or herself as an individualist. Remember, we're talking about the least community-oriented subculture in America. Without even realizing it, many East Coast upper-crust WASPs are caught in this emotional catch-22 of constantly questioning their self-worth, which contradictorily derives from the opinions of their social competitors. Keep that in mind because I'm going to be coming back to it in a minute. Now that you know my first Deter dichotomy, I might as well introduce you to my first Deter 3. The 3 best ways to see who someone really is. You want to know what someone's truly made of? You want to know what's really important to them, what their greatest fears are? Get them stressed, get them drunk, or watch what they do with their money. Since witnessing the effects of stress and alcohol require a certain level of proximity to the individual, and since the type of WASP we're currently discussing is defined by his wealth anyway, money is the most natural choice of criteria we can use to evaluate the collective conscience of elite East Coast WASPs. Related to understanding someone's values by way of observing their financial decisions is my second Deter dichotomy: material comfort versus experiential happiness. WASP success is somewhat experiential. Where did you go skiing last Christmas? But predominantly material. The self-made WASP, who didn't inherit his wealth, works to accrue possessions to prove to himself and his brethren that he is successful. But while his need to prove himself to others might produce comfort, it doesn't produce happiness, because he can never truly trust those whose approval he seeks. Why? Because men like that can't help but compete with their peers. It's a social paradox, the catch-22 I was just talking about, wherein one's pursuit of social approval derives from their standing with their peers, but their peers are also their social adversaries. I'll frequently refer to this social dynamic in the future as the tough guy complex. Country club culture is the WASP American experience. Unlike their Catholic equivalents who grew up going to their cousins' birthday parties, first communions, and good old-fashioned Sunday afternoon barbecues after church, like a real community. Type A WASP 1%er men in particular don't have real friends and tend to have increasingly superficial relationships with their immediate family members as they grow older. They play golf and drink at the club, but these guys don't spend time at each other's homes. They don't confide in each other by having deep conversations. Only the most open-minded 1%er WASP would even consider seeing a therapist, much less admit that they see one. And you can forget about meditation. Believe me, I've tried. The concept of spiritual and or emotional awareness could not come less naturally to these men. Very often, their emotional scars are actually the motivation for their need to succeed. More people need to know this. Many super successful white men were physically or emotionally abused when they were young. The converse of this behavioral pattern is that 70% of inmates were abused as kids. Of course, chances are that the abused kid who grows up to become a CEO doesn't look a whole lot like the abused kid who grows up to become a criminal. Back to the whitest of white Americans, that lack of emotional self-awareness is the reason why the only thing more important than individual success to a WASP is privacy. Appearances are everything. Vulnerability is weakness. Authenticity, and by extension, intimacy, are expendable. My third Deter dichotomy is the artistic versus athletic divide. The artistic athletic divide helps explain why these men, and very often their spouses, are so obsessed with winning. In general, America's youth grows up being encouraged to either pursue sports or art, rarely both. And in general, especially if you're a guy, if you're good at sports when you're a kid, you play sports. Pretty much all of these country club WASPs grew up playing competitive sports. Some were decent athletes, but more importantly, their interest in athletics exacerbated their competitive disposition and did not encourage them to balance their early life by pursuing anything creative. And as you will see over the course of this show, if you don't already know, creativity is the domain of empathy. The East Coast elite WASP is too busy competing to appreciate that self-reflection is the vehicle of self-determinism. Put more simply, successful WASPs are less likely than any category of human being to reflect on their approach to life because they experience years of people around them reinforcing the idea that their worldview is the best worldview because that worldview produced material success. They're white-collar wannabe gangsters like the D-bags you saw play golf with Tony Soprano in the series' 10th episode, A Hit is a Hit. I'll be doing a series on the Sopranos this fall, by the way. If you don't remember, the club members pretend to seriously consider sponsoring Tony for membership to their club so they can ask him all kinds of questions about his gangster life over the course of the round. But they're completely unwilling to share with him anything about an investment opportunity that comes up in the conversation later. Golfing WASPs talk about the market, the latest Fox News political coverage, and sports to a certain extent, but there's usually only a handful of guys in any given WASPy clique that really knows what they're talking about when it comes to sports. Most of them just borrow a quote from an ESPN personality to make it seem like they know about sports because real WASPs watch sports. Because WASPs win, baby. At some point, probably without even realizing it, these sociocultural super competitors gave into the idea that social status and self-worth do not derive from any kind of personal or spiritual journey characterized by exposing oneself to different people, cultures, and experiences. Competition is king. Winning is what matters most. Not loving, but beating your neighbor. I speculate that were they to be more socially connected to their neighbor by way of some kind of community, they would likely be less oblivious to the societal consequences of their obsession with winning. By the way, Vince Lombardi regretted being known for that tired but elegant oversimplification. Winning isn't everything, but it's the only thing. More people need to know that. The problem with this social dynamic is that all of the men I'm talking about are already winners according to society's social standards, but not necessarily according to high society's standards. Since they're now surrounded by people who are just like them, rich, white, wealthy, at one time educated, but neither spiritually nor culturally enlightened, and live just like them, at least 2 huge houses, at least 1 country club membership, usually a boat, a luxurious travel experience once or twice a year, the need to win manifests in a different way. This social context facilitates a behavioral pattern psychologists call groupthink. The social psychological norm that when you group together people of like minds, their views become more extreme and more firmly held. Right-wing media outlets, Tucker Carlson on Fox News most prolifically, regularly attempt to steal this label to suggest that the left is guilty of falling victim to this kind of anti-intellectualism. But right here and now, and over the course of this show, I'm going to reclaim the term groupthink as characterizing the right, not the left. That political tactic by them is known as conservative projection. So to review, according to conservative East Coast WASPs, in the game of life, the scorecard is, no surprise here, money. The best way to show everyone how much money you have is possessions. But while those possessions produce comfort, they do not produce happiness. Lacking the self-awareness to even know that this is one of their core values, elite East Coast WASPs believe, and so do their evangelical counterparts, but they don't experience it as much as their northern cultural cousins because they're simply nowhere near as wealthy, that happiness does not derive from experiences, but rather the comfort and security provided by an abundance of material possessions. My thesis is that WASP culture is the most individualistic culture in America. Well, in 1%er WASP culture, that individualism manifests as materialism. Expensive furniture isn't good enough, it's got to be antique furniture. A big sailboat made of fiberglass isn't as impressive as owning a wooden sailboat because wooden boats cost like 10 times more to maintain. Unless you're a billionaire, usually from New York, you don't necessarily have to own a private jet, but you at least have to have a private jet membership. Because if you don't think $5,000 an hour is worth avoiding those airport security lines, you just don't know how to live. Plus, the best thing about traveling private is, you guessed it, the privacy. There's that core value again. The reason why elite East Coast WASPs are so obsessed with privacy is because they don't want others to know how incompetent they are at participating in authentic relationships. Their relationships tend to be inauthentic because they are inauthentic. They don't want to know you. They want to beat you. However educated, successful, or well-traveled an elite East Coast WASP might be, after a couple decades of self-validation by way of living the corporate country club life, a person can't help but feel entitled to a certain degree of social deference, best exemplified by the childish outburst you'll hear from an elite East Coast WASPy 1%er if you dare disagree with them publicly. Try telling a white 60-something CEO you know better than they do. See how it goes. The social pressure to avoid any kind of intellectual, much less verbal conflict is so pronounced that they constantly and rightfully second guess whether the person to whom they are talking is really being themselves or just acting agreeable to avoid conflict. And the truth is that after years of this kind of relational fakeness, most 1%er WASPs enjoy occupying the position of social superiority. And that's actually the impetus for this show. To expose the WASPy worldview as nothing more than inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement. Let me say that again. The conservative, waspy worldview, both East Coast and evangelical, is inauthentic, narcissistic, social entitlement. The ones who have money, especially those who are self-made, think that America belongs to them. We built this country, remember? And because of that narcissistic belief about what they mean to America's history, they also believe that they deserve to be treated as intellectually superior to those with less money, and at least as intellectually equal or superior to academics who have spent their entire lives studying a given subject. Climate change, for example. They are neither enlightened nor worldly. They are decidedly ignorant because they are trapped in a social bubble of their own making, a social bubble of groupthink, which constricts their ability to see the ugly truths of the world at large. This is my empathy for them. And the emotional avenue for that empathy is forgiveness. More on that in the next episode. Partly to maintain my own sanity because I have a couple wasps like the ones I'm describing in my life that are very important to me, I need to believe that most of these wasps are not intentionally malicious people, but merely overgrown children who don't know any better. Underdeveloped human beings that, for whatever reason, either never received those crucial educational or experiential opportunities to transcend the ignorance of their upbringing, or they simply didn't take advantage of them when they arrived. This is my second Deter decree. Just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. However legitimate that explanation for their limited worldview might be, their effect on our society is far too great to concern myself with any kind of excuse for their selfishness. For the past 40 years of them taking so much for themselves and leaving so little for everyone else. I don't care if they didn't or don't know any better. The ugly truth is that their beliefs have hurt America far more than they have helped her. Concerning ourselves with their feelings is nothing more than a distraction that hinders tremendously the ability of the educated and enlightened members of society from forcing these detractors out of the way of progress. This firm but fair understanding of the consequences of their selfishness and stubbornness will justify the aggressive and unapologetic political strategy I propose in future episodes for how the left should challenge the right until it is cleansed of Trumpism. Then we can talk. Contrary to what outsiders may think of the WASP's luxuriously comfortable lives, I can tell you from personal experience that the American WASP is actually a tragic figure, as difficult as that may be to believe. The fierce combination of blind faith Christianity and blind faith capitalism has not produced a tribe of happy people who look back on their lives with a sense of satisfaction. More often than not, elite WASPs in particular spend most of the second half of their life complaining about the most mundane minutiae most of us wouldn't think twice about. The mail comes too late. The neighbors play their music too loud. The news is too negative. But all that complaining is nothing more than a social smokescreen to hide their internal dissatisfaction with life. Their sadness. The net result of living a fear-driven life. By the time they reach the age of reflection, say 70, it's almost impossible for them to be truly happy because they've forgotten what true happiness is, if they ever knew. By that point, they've spent too much time and money pursuing possessions rather than experiences that they're just not very interesting people. They're boring. They're not real. They're fake. They're not remotely creative. They're annoyingly competitive. They're not worldly because worldliness, just like creativity, requires empathy. They're not empathetic because they can't help but be preoccupied with what someone should do with their life as opposed to what someone wants to do with their life. I'll conclude this episode with my fourth Deter dichotomy, wants versus shoulds, or desires versus expectations. My examination of WASP culture will demonstrate that the WASP worldview is the foundational culture of American conservatism. You'll soon learn that the conservatives' resentment for liberals does not derive as much from ideological differences as much as it does from conservatives' jealousy that liberals live freer lives than they do. Republicans like to promote themselves as the party of freedom. The left is where true freedom lives. Conservatives envy liberals' unapologetic pursuit of what they want rather than what society tells them they should want. We entertain, they complain. We party, they pray. We engage in relationships with people that are different from us. They actively avoid people that are different from them. We don't allow blind faith patriotism to discourage us from criticizing America. Their criticisms of America are directed at those that aren't native-born white Christians. Thank you for your attention on this very first episode. My hope is that this show will articulate a socio-political ideology from which the left can derive more effective rhetorical tools to help progressives win elections, rather than Republicans and neoliberal corporate Democrats. As mentioned earlier, the next episode will introduce a segment called Drugstore Psychology, where I evaluate people's personalities and attempt to explain why they are the way they are according to demographic and psychographic data. The first edition of that segment will feature myself focusing on the evolution of my own politics to establish my credibility as an authority on WASP culture, which, by extension, informs modern-day conservatism, aka the Republican Party, aka the Trumplican Party. Another segment, War of Words, will discuss the connotations and denotations of particularly loaded words and cliches, such as blame, victim, politically correct, socialist, my right to an opinion, and my personal favorite, let's agree to disagree. You'll quickly realize that this war of words is nothing more than a rhetorical war between inevitable change and the status quo. In a similar spirit, the blame game will be another segment wherein yours truly unapologetically assigns blame to certain luminaries and political factions for present-day problems. If you're interested in understanding how today's insane world came to be, a detailed examination of the last 40 years of American history will reveal that one demographic more than any other merits a majority of the blame for the current condition of our country. Check out that episode to find out who it is. I doubt you'll be surprised. Finally, in the liberal capitalist segments, I will counter all of my complaining by proposing solutions to both policy and political problems facing the progressive left, such as the Deter debt solution and Deter's 10 points of truth. I'll also eventually add a segment to the show called For the Love of Hollywood, where I defend the entertainment business by arguing that it is actually a reflection of society, not an influencer of it. If you haven't realized it by now, I am a diehard progressive. You'll find my show to be a little different from theirs. I'm going to focus on explaining conservative cognition to support an argument for a new macro-level left-wing political strategy. A lot of people out there might think they understand the right, and some accurately speculate as to why Trumplicans are the way they are. But the difference between them and me is, as you'll find out in the next episode, I actually know why WASPs are the way they are because I am one of them. Only because of some profound educational experiences early on in my life was I able to transcend their oh-so-tempting fear-driven worldview so I could see it for what it was. And not only reject it outright, but work to mitigate its effect on American society. Please like, share, subscribe, find me on Twitter, email me with questions and concerns you have about the world and what's going on and what you'd like me to talk about. Welcome to the second foundational episode of American Wasp, where we all agree you don't get change in America by asking nicely. I am your host, Deter McBizness, New England's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant living in Southern California. This episode will be my attempt to establish my credibility as something of an authority on the subject of the WASP worldview, which, I argue, constitutes the ideological foundation of Reaganism, which has since mutated into present-day Trumpism. If you're tired, like I am, of hearing political commentators struggle to explain Trump's base by exclaiming things like, "How could any American support this narcissistic idiot, much less 63 million voters in 2016? Take a good hard look at the origins of white society in this country, leaving out the Catholics, of course. And the idea of supporting someone like Trump won't seem so absurd. I know the WASPs inside and out because I spent the first 2 decades of my life being surrounded by every size, color, and shape WASP you can think of. I suppose they're all the same color, though. To understand WASP conservatism is to understand American conservatism. To put it biblically, you might say the insights I offer here are the keys to the kingdom of comprehending conservative cognition. This episode is part of a series called Drugstore Psychology, where I attempt to explain why people are the way they are according to demographic and psychographic variables, such as the socioeconomic status of the family in which someone was raised, where they were raised, urban, suburban, rural, the educational opportunities made available to someone and the extent to which that person took advantage of those opportunities. Not just whether or not you went to school, but where you went to school and how well you did while you were there. Life experience variables, such as how much someone has traveled or done community service work, how much money they've made or inherited, whether the person is predisposed to athletics or the arts. Even birth order can be insightful. Using demographic and psychographic data points such as these invokes my 5th Deter dichotomy, an age-old question I'm sure you are all familiar with and have pondered before: nature versus nurture. Since I became an uncle 8 years ago, my views on this dichotomy have shifted slightly, because I've seen that kids do indeed come out of the womb with some strong personality predispositions. The question of whether or not someone is a product of their environment, however, depends on what aspect of their life you're evaluating. So leaving personality aside for the real psychologist to evaluate, I speculate that most people's worldview is well over 80% determined by the circumstances of their life, circumstances like the variables I just listed, leading up to their mid-20s. Not coincidentally, according to psychology, 18 to 24 is typically the most impressionable age range in someone's life, with more of their opinions changing in those years than any other time period. Dramatic events can take place after the mid-20s, which might transform a conservative into a liberal or vice versa, but those cases are few and far between. Those stories, often presented as redemptive or seductively unique, play well in mass media, but only because they are the exception, not the norm. Stories about atypical people draw larger audiences than stories about typical people, because typical people are boring. Until you've been out of school for a couple years and actually experienced real independence, there's still a chance that an outside force might influence your worldview, but once you start paying your own taxes, buying your own health care, and start to think about having kids, your raw, real, when no one is looking opinion of humanity is crystallized. before I delineate the evolution of my personal politics, I feel compelled to offer this intellectual disclaimer. Those who seek to influence others, especially within the context of politics and religion, as I am doing right now, must practice what they preach if their message is to survive criticism, lest they be labeled hypocrites. To invoke the gospel according to Matthew, judge not, lest ye be judged. So please, feel free to judge me, because I'm going to be doing a lot of unapologetic judging of others over the course of this show. Express those judgments of me in the comments section below, because they'll only make me a better advocate for progressive change. I know how YouTube works, so for all you Trumplicans hate watching this right now, first of all, thank you for your attention, and secondly, know that I accept your feelings toward me in the same way the greatest president of the 20th century accepted his detractors more than 80 years ago. They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred. The great irony of my personal journey leading up to the launch of this show is that the reason for my comprehensive understanding of all things Wasp is the same reason why I've outright rejected the subculture's values and views. My loving mother and father. I was only able to transcend the ignorance of my privileged upbringing because of the educational opportunities they provided. So before I continue, I want to be clear. I am grateful to my parents for providing me with those amazing opportunities. I justify my harsh criticism of the WASP worldview as both the least mature and least empathetic of any American tribe by arguing that their relentless resistance to any kind of change is the single biggest obstacle to America becoming the great society we all want it to be. The society we were promised it would be by now. When so many members of the voting public resist change for no better reason other than it is change, it should be no surprise that the country struggles to socioculturally evolve. They want to preserve the status quo because they are the status quo. Why would they want the system to change? As far as they're concerned, even though most of them are dead wrong about this, the system works for them. No other relationship between political factions has influenced American society more in the last 40 years than the alliance between rural uneducated whites, most of whom have become Trumplicans, and white one-percenters, most of whom have become the primary beneficiaries of Trump's economic policies. The emotional bond of this alliance is the inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement that I defined in my previous episode. That sense of entitlement, that we own this country because we built this country, even though that proclamation is far from true, has been promoted by elite WASPs to manipulate evangelical WASPs into voting against their own economic interests. I know that understanding of Republican political strategy since Reagan might not sound particularly original, but when I dive into the details of that alliance in the next few episodes, you'll come to appreciate that any strategic plan for long-term left-wing political success must include intentionally offensive tactics. Because playing not to lose might work in 2020, but it won't in future elections. For now, let me explain how the first 2 decades of my life entitle me to the privilege of judging the 3 major feathers of right-wing American conservatism. Let's call this my second Deter 3. Right-wing religious, right-wing military, and right-wing corporate America. I get to judge them all because I know them all. I know them all not by choice, but by chance. No one chooses the circumstances of their early life, But I am grateful for mine because they endowed me with a special kind of comprehension of the conservative psyche that I am now attempting to share with you. I spent the first 23 years of my life aspiring to become a waspy one percenter in my own right. So you're listening to someone with all kinds of credibility when it comes to explaining the cognitive tendencies of the ruling class of America and their electoral demographic base, because I come from that world and consciously left it because I became aware of its decidedly negative effect on American society at large. Let me explain. If you had asked me when I was a freshman at Vanderbilt what I expected my life to be like after college, I probably would have said something like, I want to get a top-shelf job in corporate America so that a few years later I can go to Harvard Business School. By the time I'm 35, I'm 36 now, by the way, I expect to have a few $1,000,000 in the bank, a hot wife, at least 2 smart and athletic kids, at least 2 homes, maybe a boat, and take at least 2 lavish vacations each year. Because I love to ski. What actually happened was my childish but passionate defense of George W. Bush and the Republican Party went up in smoke when I saw Fahrenheit 9/11 while studying abroad in New Zealand. 5 years after that, I produced an activism documentary of my own about offshore wind energy in Massachusetts. A kid who actively rooted against Al Gore in 2000 produced an environmental activism movie 8 years later. What the hell happened? Well, as you might imagine, I did a lot of self-reflection for this episode. And upon doing so, I realized that the 180 in my political perspective came about in 3 phases. First, I was conditioned to value relationships with people that are different from me at a very young age by attending a very small, 50 guys a grade, all-male private high school where the only things my classmates and I had in common were that we were all guys, all pretty sharp, and all eager to learn. Over half of them were on financial aid, and the school was already very affordable to begin with compared to other private high schools in the area. So, unlike most privileged white kids from the suburbs, I actually had a diverse group of friends growing up from inner city Boston. We all still keep in touch to this day through a group text chat that frequently blows up with fiery political arguments. Without even realizing it, my 6 years at Roxbury Latin didn't just make me tolerant of people that are different from me. They actually made me want to know people that are different from me. Genuine social interest in those that are different from you doesn't have to derive from education, but it did for me. I work in the entertainment business, and what outsiders don't realize is that the best part of Hollywood isn't the parties. It's that Hollywood is a magnet for people who are genuinely interested in knowing those that are different from them. Working with people that are different from you. How much fun is that, can you imagine? Why are Hollywoodites so interested in people that are different from them? Because that's storytelling. The second phase of my path to progressivism came when I studied abroad in New Zealand. And yes, it really is that beautiful. After 2 years of awkwardly navigating the social politics of a college experience that can best be described as Southern rich kid frat culture, which is a lot of fun to be clear. Spending almost half a year with people from all over the world in what is arguably the most beautiful country in the world reminded me of how good it feels to socialize with people that are different from me, since Vandy was certainly not the most diverse academic institution. Even though I understand that it is much more so today. Those 5 months in New Zealand introduced me to the idea that humans have a moral obligation to take care of our planet, and taught me that the history of the human race, just as our present-day global economy, is defined by change. So to be predisposed to resist it, which is the definition of conservatism, is only a manifestation of a fear-driven worldview. Still reluctant to take Michael more seriously, but really just scared to death that this would indeed become the table-turning intellectual moment of my entire life, and that ideological about-face would somehow make me less of a man, After hearing every local Kiwi and every study abroad student rave about it, I finally saw Fahrenheit 9/11, and it did not disappoint. Seeing that film made me realize how much damage mass media, which was also coincidentally my major at Vandy, had done to public conscience, because no matter what you think of Michael Moore's personality, Fahrenheit 9/11 is a fact and data-driven exposure of conservative politics as the means by which the wealthiest Americans manipulate the most ignorant Americans into politically supporting the interests of the top 1% in corporations, rather than their own. Up until then, I defended conservatism by invoking its cliché principles of individual responsibility, fiscal responsibility, yeah, remember that one, and small government. But Michael Moore's incredible research opened my eyes to the ugly truth that when it comes to the politics of our Western democracy, conservatism cloaks itself in cultural crusading to defend the economic interests of the status quo. Let's call that my third Deter decree. W was also reelected while I was in New Zealand. There was hope among my liberal friends that Kerry could upset a wartime president, but that wartime context and, let's be serious, Karl Rove's political genius proved to be too much for the post-Clinton stuffed shirt Democrats. I'm embarrassed to say that I was secretly somewhat pleased that W won re-election in 2004, and I suspect it was because I saw the Democratic Party then in much the same way as I do today. A party of losers. My study abroad experience combined with seeing Fahrenheit 9/11 had yet to influence my worldview definitively. I was becoming more aware, however, that I was indeed looking, as Trumplicans do today, at politics as if they are a team sport. We conservative tough guys defending America against you deadbeat liberal losers looking for a handout. Little did I know, a colossal shift in my worldview was about to take place. In the third and final phase of my political transformation upon my arrival back at Vanderbilt, I was warmly greeted by a new batch of friends my other friends had incorporated into our social circle while I was gone. They were, for the most part, flaming liberals, and none of them were from the South. Making memories with them over the next 3 semesters combined with the most intense streak of studying I've ever experienced to produce a complete reorientation of my political perspective. At that time, I still really wanted that corporate America job, so I knew I had to graduate at least magna cum laude with Phi Beta Kappa honors to get it. So as a byproduct of working hard academically to get a good GPA so I could get a competitive corporate job right out of college, I learned a great deal about American society with a particular focus on the politics of the 80s and 90s, the evolution of communication technology over the course of the 20th century, particularly 24-hour news and the internet, as well as a tremendous appreciation for who I and many scholars consider to be the father of Western civilization, Sir Winston Churchill. By the time I graduated, I had done so much research on recent American history that I could no longer intellectually stave off the ugly truths left-wing America had been spouting about right-wing America for decades. The same ugly truths that were showcased in Moore's masterpiece, and the same ugly truths so many of my friends back in Boston had tried to help me see when I was younger. I grew up in a very conservative household, but that household was surrounded by the capital of American liberalism. Part of the reason Boston has that reputation is because it is the Athens of America, with more academic institutions in its vicinity than any other city in the country. So my friends' parents were almost all really well-educated liberals, being professors at MIT and Harvard, physicians, lawyers, judges, CEOs, and even publicly elected officials, all of whom were Democrats. After graduating college, I was well on my way to becoming the progressive I am today, but first I had to do a year in corporate America, which I hated, so I left. A year working on movies in New Orleans, and a year making my aforementioned documentary on Cape Cod before heading to UCLA Film School in the summer of 2010. Over the next 10 years, I would spend more and more time becoming an active citizen, but that interest in politics grew 10 times when Trump shocked the world in 2016. Speaking of fundraiser, and I asked my dad earlier that summer if he and his friends were planning on going. He said a few of them were, but he wasn't. So my old man straight up lied to me about publicly and financially supporting Trump for president. My folks have given money to presidential hopefuls in the past, but they've never paid to have their picture taken with the candidate. That kind of public display is a far cry from sending a few $100 to George W. Bush in 2000, I'm sure you would agree. I've tried to explain to them that it's one thing to vote against Hillary, but it's quite another to publicly and financially support Trump, because having your picture taken with a politician, particularly when you pay for that picture, attaches your reputation to theirs. Typically, that public display of support doesn't really change the way your friends and family look at you, because politics and religion are topics of conversation we're taught to avoid when we're young. But this pick did for me. And it has for many other friends and family of loud and proud Trumplicans. Trump isn't like any politician we've ever seen. Supporting him isn't the same thing as supporting W or Reagan. Supporting him has reputational consequences, whether Trumplicans like it or not. I knew they'd never vote Democrat, but I thought Trump might wake them up to the ugly truth. Are you starting to recognize a theme here? That their party was no longer an intellectually legitimate form of conservatism. Back when Trump was hosting The Apprentice, my dad actually joked about how much of a failure Trump was in real estate. That all the people he knew who worked in commercial real estate looked down on Trump as some kind of wannabe player who never actually got to the big leagues. A joke within the industry. After all, the guy went bankrupt 6 times. Count them, 6 times. You know how hard it is to bankrupt a casino? My old man admitted that the only reason Trump has fame and fortune is because he became a reality TV star, not because he was a successful real estate entrepreneur. This may be a rationalization, but since I knew my dad didn't respect Trump as a legitimately successful businessman, that he lied to me about attending that fundraiser is actually a good thing. I'm choosing to look at it this way, because it tells me that he was actually embarrassed to have gone to that event. And likely only did so because my mother pressured him into it. He also likely felt a decent amount of peer pressure from his country club crew of friends, but neither of those influences are excuses. They do, however, constitute an explanation for his choice to attend that makes me think my dad is not actually an overgrown child, unlike most Trumplicans, particularly 1%er Trumplicans. I honestly believe he knows he was wrong to publicly and financially support Trump in 2016. I know he regrets it. But I also know he's way too damn proud to ever admit he regrets it. CEOs, after all, aren't known for their humility. I knew my mother would jump at the chance to publicly and financially support Trump, but I just didn't think my dad would accommodate it. Without getting into too many details about what she said about Obama, let's just say her Southern evangelical heritage informed the way she would talk about our first black president. I know that night sucked for a lot of people, but it sucked for me in a special way, because not only did Trump win, but my family helped him win. And all my friends now knew it. I couldn't help but be embarrassed. And whenever I tell that story, it always gets a hearty laugh from listeners, but always let people know after they're done laughing that it's funny for them because they're not your family. When the Trump campaign contributors are not only members of your family, but the founders of your family, you only laugh to prevent yourself from crying because, to be perfectly frank, their public announcement of that political allegiance means that I will only respect their intellects again if they surprise the hell out of me by admitting they were wrong to attend that fundraiser. Repentance, ironically enough, since that's a big word in Christianity, does not come naturally to conservatives, much less 1%er WASP conservatives. So before I break my promise of implying that my folks are bad people because they are Trumplicans, let me tell you a little bit about them. My dad, put simply, is the American dream. He came from humble beginnings on Long Island to attend the U.S. Naval Academy. My family's connection to the Navy runs deep, with my mother's father serving as a minesweeper in North Africa during World War II, while my father's father captained an amphibious vehicle to transport troops to Omaha Beach on D-Day. My Cold Warrior father spent his 5 years of naval service as a nuclear engineer on submarines chasing the Soviets under the polar ice cap. Fun fact, it's something of a submariner tradition to play a game of football on the surface of the polar ice cap. As you can see in the photograph, yes, our submarines reach the surface by simply punching through the ice with the submarine's sail. Pretty damn cool. After serving his country, Chief, as my brothers and I like to call him, would go on to attend Harvard Business School and Tufts Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. Then, instead of pursuing a PhD in economics, he decided to climb the corporate ladder to become a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. If you met him, you'd probably find him to be polite, quiet, but subtly intense. He tries to play it off, but my dad is one of the most competitive men I know. His resume indicates as much. No one works that hard if they aren't obsessed with winning. Perhaps the most interesting thing about my dad with respect to understanding the psychology of the self-made 1%er is that his competitiveness came about as a byproduct of having to survive. He wasn't given anything in his life, so I suspect that at some point, without even knowing it, he equated surviving to winning. And while it served him well in his professional life, I'll be honest, the guy struggles to enjoy his success. Now that you know my dad, if Archie Bunker were a CEO, it's time to meet Livia Soprano. I mean, my mom. Just kidding, Mom. She doesn't even understand that reference because The Sopranos is too violent for her. She hails from Virginia Beach, which is a much deeper part of the South than you would guess from looking at it on a map. They definitely like their Confederate flags, their Bibles, and probably their guns down there, or at least they definitely did back in the 1950s and 60s. She was the oldest of 3 girls born into an upper-middle-class cattle family. Not only did she not have any brothers, but her education was exclusively and somewhat ironically feminine, attending an all-girls high school and college before she married my dad at 21. After a couple years of being a teacher for kids with learning disabilities, a career I strongly wish she had stuck with, she, a Southern evangelical born-again Christian, raised a family of 3 boys surrounded by the liberal elite of New England. She and I were probably at our closest when I went to God Camp in Martha's Vineyard back-to-back summers. I thought it'd be a good way to meet girls since none went to my high school, and I was right. But since real Christians saved themselves for marriage, having youth ministry serve as the basis for my social life was a short-lived venture. Something that does separate my folks from roughly 1/3 of their peer group is that they were not born into 1%er privilege. They worked their way into that status, and if you ask my father, never really expected to achieve that level of material success. That's what I was referring to a minute ago about him not realizing that at some point he conflated surviving and winning. That revelation of their own expectations for life, that they never expected to achieve the level of material success that they did. That all they really cared about was educating their kids and raising them in a comfortable suburb. Upper middle class was their aspiration, not country club 1%er. Understanding that contextual element of their life experience explains to me why they are so unaware of how their superlative privilege has corrupted the integrity of their worldview and made them resistant to almost any alternative perspective. Just as I like to define empathy as an acknowledgement of ignorance, I have no idea what it's like to be you, and you have no idea what it's like to be me. So too do I prefer to define perhaps just as ubiquitous a word in public discourse these days, privilege, as a specific circumstance. Privilege begins where material needs end. My fourth Deter decree explains the psychological effect of privilege. The price of privilege is a prison of expectations. The greater the privilege, the greater the expectations. You might have noticed that this decree sounds like a combination of my first Deter decree, we are all prisoners of our own personal experience, and my fourth Deter dichotomy, wants versus shoulds, also understood as desires versus expectations. Those kinds of intellectual synergies give me hope that I'm offering something useful here. Commentary that you can take with you into daily conversation that will shed light on how the status quo of today's America came to be, why it is so difficult to challenge the status quo, and by extension, the concerted effort the post-baby boomer generations will have to make to overcome it. Even if you're talking with a baby boomer conservative, these Deterisms will serve as fantastic conversation facilitators. I promise. One point of recognition I would like to make in the event Archie and Livia are watching, my folks did do an excellent job of making us aware of how blessed we were to never have to worry about food on the table so that we could focus on not whether we would go to college, but which top-shelf college we would choose to attend. Unfortunately, they never learned the inverse lesson from us, that privilege can adversely affect the worldview of adults who come from humble beginnings, as they do. Their earned superlative success has psychological consequences of which they are completely unaware. The difference between the worldviews of my parents and their sons constitutes the premise for my sixth and arguably my favorite Deter dichotomy, because it just might be the best way to understand anyone. Survivors versus explorers. You've thought about this before with your friends and family, but you've likely used other words to describe the two directions of this psychological fork in the road. Maybe fear-driven versus hope-driven? That's a popular one. I choose survivors and explorers because it suggests that even if someone's life does revolve around the reality of having to make material ends meet, as most people's lives do, there's still room for them to have an exploratory spiritual journey. Put another way, experiential happiness isn't only available to people with money. Survivors follow the money. Explorers follow their passions. Survivors don't respond well to the unpredictable. Explorers don't let their unmet expectations ruin their mood. Survivors surround themselves with the looking like-minded. Explorers seek out those that are different from them, traveling being the most obvious example. The elephant in the room that becomes visible when you start to look at people in your life according to this dichotomy is that your survivor friends are boring, while your explorer friends are fun. Connecting my fourth Deter decree with my sixth Deter dichotomy explains the tragic reality of many self-made one-percenters. They never learn how to transition from survivors to explorers because they are trapped in an emotional prison of expectations only white one-percenter privilege can produce. Most people are survivors because they have to be. Most people, even in the ever-shrinking middle class of America, work to provide for themselves and their families. Many people in corporate America don't actually like their jobs, particularly finance executives. Many of them work in that space for the money. The really successful banker bros eventually treat investing like a really sophisticated game, which is why they become so good at it. The point is, many one-percenter wasps never shed their obsession with success to actually enjoy their success. I alluded to one of the behavioral outcomes of this understanding of the one-percenter wasp worldview in my previous episode, by describing the crotchety old man who spends most of his free time complaining about mundane minutia when he should be on cruises in Alaska. Much of our current public discourse rightfully revolves around the experience of the oppressed and the marginalized. But I argue that the key to success within the context of political conflict is understanding your opposition. In simpler terms, let's call this my 5th Deter decree. Defeating your enemy demands that you know your enemy. Not to suggest that today's Trumplicans are crypto-Nazis, although their views do reek of authoritarianism. The aforementioned Sir Winston Churchill became Prime Minister of Britain in 1940, 9 months following the outbreak of World War II, because he was an expert on Germany. He paid attention to Hitler in the 1930s when every other political leader in Europe dismissed him as a powerless, failed artist with a funny mustache. Just as Churchill understood German fascism better than any other Brit in the 1940s, I submit that I understand conservatism in the age of Trump better than any other American today. By explaining to the general public why the right is the way it is and how it mutated from Reaganism to Trumpism over the past 40 years, I aspire to convince as many Americans as I can that at least 1/3 of the voting public are simply unreasonable people. Unreasonable people that would rather die than admit someone different from them knows better than they do. Yes, they would rather die than admit someone different from them knows better than they do. That quintessentially Trumplican, never admit you're wrong attitude justifies a complete overhaul of left-wing political messaging. Now that I have articulated my judgment of the ruling class of America in my first episode and justified that judgment by telling you the story of my own politics in this episode, I will next explain in greater detail the emotional manipulation 1%er conservatives use to persuade non-1%er conservatives into voting against their own economic interests. After that, I'll transition into answering the most important question of all. What are we going to do about it? Thank you once again for your attention. Please like, share, subscribe. Find me on Twitter and email me with stuff you would like to be discussed on this show. I'm trying to crank out as many episodes as I can between now and Election Day. I'll conclude this second episode, which will definitely be the most personal one I ever do, by offering a simple suggestion. Whenever politics or American society in general comes up in conversation with friends or family, try to establish agreement on this one point. The McBizness maxim, if you will. You don't get change in America by asking nicely. Then tell them to listen to me to find out why.
Hey, yo. So, hope my audio is good. I can see it's working. Okay, great. I always get weird about audio. I think I say that every single time I'm on this space. So, I want to thank everybody for who stuck around for our previous video. Just know that you've earned 3.5 credits of course credit that can be applied to any one of your prerequisites for your your Antifa degree. So absolutely, I'm glad we all got through that college course. It was really good. And here we are. Let's see here. Let's click on over to the comments so I can see what you people are even talking about. So this is Lumen, as it says on your screen now. This is Lumen of Lumencast on Twitch .tv. Lumencast, I'm on there. Also on YouTube, the place you're watching this right now, Lumencast. And I've got Patreon links, or all Patreon, coffee, all that links are in the thing. But if you really wanna help a brother out, the things you can do right now more than anything else is first, it's a 3-part process. I always get weird about my hands on screen because I can never tell spatially where they are, but it's a 3-part process. You need to like this video on this space, like and subscribe to this space. That's on everything. Number 2, Lumencast on YouTube. Subscribe to Lumencast on YouTube. This is a directive. This is like RoboCop. This is one of your prime directives. Number 3, go through my old videos, give them some love, give them some watch time so we can get through this algorithmic suppression that has now spread its tentacles from YouTube to TikTok to Facebook, everything owned by Alphabet, everything owned by Meta. The only way we're going to beat this thing and to get left-wing, progressive, whatever you want to call them, they want to kill all of us. It doesn't matter. Antifa, socialist, I don't know, progressive, what are we calling ourselves? Left of center folk right now. That's how we're going to do it. So those are your directives to make that happen that you can do for me right now. It is October 8th. We are in, not deep in, I would say, but we are definitely in spooky season. Halloween's time. Favorite time of the year. The weather has not hit here in New Orleans yet. It is still hot and humid and disgusting. We have not got to the part of the New Orleans season to where it tricks you and you think you want to live here all your life. Thank you, Rodney, for the sub. Tricks you all your life. Do you thinking like, oh, I could live here now. The weather's so delightful. I can wear a hoodie and shorts. We're not there yet. We're still in. It is absolutely miserable. You need to have portable air conditioner just following you around. You really need to have like some kind of Mesopotamia God King. You really just need to have a legion of manservants fanning you at all times because it's absolutely disgusting out there. In the morning, I think I might want to put on a hoodie or a jacket, but by the time that sun breaks, no go. It's coming off. Sweat is coming down. Personal news, almost didn't make the stream. I turned on my computer when I got home, heard a pop come from my motherboard. Computer stayed on though. Mouse died. Windows, whatever edition we're on, Windows, no privacy edition, Windows, farming, all your data edition, whatever on, let me know that, hey, there was some kind of power surge and I noticed my mouse had died. Took the mouse out and could not find a spare mouse I did have spare mice, but they were wireless and I did not have batteries. I actually did have the dongle. Like, can you believe that? In my electronic junk drawer, I had like the dongles. Man, I'm getting organized in my old age. So what I did was I needed batteries. So I had to run out. I went to Office Depot and bought a crappy Logitech wireless mouse because they didn't have crappy wired mice anymore, right? Then I bought batteries, but luckily the batteries did it for me. I was able just to install new batteries into the old crappy mouse I had, and now we're good to go. So I'll be returning now this stuff. Reason why I thought about this on the way over there, trying to beat the wire to make it in for this show, is that, hey, remember that thing that they always told you as a kid to where like, oh, capitalism breeds innovation, and if we didn't have if we had socialism in this country to where like all stores would sell the same things, tell me how that's not the reality we live in now, right? Do you have a good like mom and pop or just even a good corporate chain of electronic stores near you? What do you have, right? Let's say you're in my position right now. You have to have a mouse. You've got 40 minutes. You have to have this thing hooked up in 40 minutes. Where are you going to go? Office Depot, Best Buy, Walmart. If you don't live in one of the holy places, the Mecca and Medina of consumer electronics, which is near a micro center in Houston or Cincinnati, then like you have no choice. And let me tell you right now, you've got that Office Depot, and this is just stupid computer products. You can relate this to any product. You've got that Office Depot, that Best Buy, and what was the other one I said that you probably will have? Walmart. Guess what? They're going to have the same SKUs. They're going to have the same exact products. Same exact. There's no differentiation. It doesn't, and it doesn't even matter if you spend a lot of money. The mouse I had was pretty nice. It was like a HyperX, middle of the road. It cost me like some kind of gaming mouse. It cost me like $100 and something bucks, right? I even got it online. This thing went out, so you can't even spend a good amount of money and get good quality. You're just getting RGB, red, blue, green lighting. It sucks anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we used to have a Radio Shack. That's gone. But now you see where we're at under capitalism. 6 companies control all of our media that's not online, and some of it that is online. And with stores and retailers, you've got 2 or 3 to go to. So, I mean, why wouldn't you shop on Amazon? Why wouldn't you? And that's not a commercial for Amazon, but I'm saying, why would you not? 1-day shipping, and you get a real selection. Not that even any of that's good. But the point I'm trying to say is capitalism does not breed innovation. Capitalism makes everything homogeneous, and it makes it boring, because to survive, once you've hit, capitalism is a virus, right? It must keep consuming, and it must, exactly what Rodney Matheson says in the chat is what we're going to. Capitalists hate competition. Capitalism must keep consuming. It must keep growing. It's like The Thing, bringing it back to Halloweenky season. The Thing must absorb other organic life forms so it can spread itself out as the Thing. And once that's capped, once you have a certain amount of market cap to where you can't grow anymore, there's no more consumers in the area to buy your widget, then what you have to do is you have to slowly, like The Thing, absorb and replicate all your competition. It doesn't breed, capitalism doesn't breed innovation. It breeds monopolization. And so the very thing that we always, in Havana, Cuba, there's 2 types of toothpaste you can buy. Okay, well, here in New Orleans, Louisiana, in the land of the free, the home of the brave, there's 3 types of mice I can buy. That it got us to the same place. And that's like I wasn't going to go on this rant, but I was thinking about it today, honestly. A further thing of, if you're younger, and I guess it's kick the boomers and kick Gen X time, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm a first wave millennial. I used to think like I wanted to be Gen X so bad. I thought Gen X was so cool. And like, now that I look back, I'm like, their culture was trash. They were definitely like rebels without a cause. They believed in nothing. Just a very, I don't even want to say nihilistic. Nihilistic isn't even the right word. Just a very vanilla generation, right? I don't know why that is. I'm sure there's super smart people who can figure out why that is. But the point I'm making is all the stuff that, if you had boomer parents and grandparents, if you had Gen X parents, all the stuff that they said was going to break our brains. Totally. Oh, don't do that. It'll rot your brain. Don't watch all that TV. It'll rot your brain. But when you go to Thanksgiving, what's your mom got on? What's your dad got on? They're just sitting there just getting pumped full of Fox News all day long. Don't play them darn video games. The video games are going to rot your brain. These boomers, when they're not getting pumped full of, and Gen Xers, when they're not getting pumped full of Fox News, they're getting pumped full of Candy Crush and Farmville, right? I know that's old because that's Facebook, but it's the first thing I can think of. But you know what I'm talking about. These weird, like, either social simulator games or games that are just not even real games. They're just ways to get you hooked into a microtransaction gaming loop, right? What else did they say? They said video games, they said TV, pop music. Stop listening to that radio. It's going to rot your brain. These guys are out here listening to the worst country music, the worst rock music you've ever heard, with the lyrics are meaningless, or they're just straight up fascist. It's like, I'm a country music guy completely. And because when I think about like terrible music, I think about popular country music. It's either it stands for nothing or it's straight up fascist, to where there is a resurgence of outlaw country, the stuff that our grandparents listened to, like Waylon and the rest of the Highwaymen, like Cash, even, I wouldn't say Hank, I would say Hank Williams Jr., Hank Williams, yes. Hank Williams Jr., no. But listen to his songs, but don't listen to his politics. Separate the art from the artist. But listen to his grandson, Hank III. Hank III is completely anti-capitalist, and I wouldn't call him a socialist, but he's definitely anti-capitalist. Give that a listen to. But think about it like, no, okay, so Rodney again with the good stuff. You know, Tool, Alice in Chains. I want you to think of the stuff that when we were kids, if you're the age, you know, I'm 44. If you're 40 or under, the stuff they just played on the radio was just obscene. Obscene. Like I was thinking about 9 Inch Nails the other day. They used to just play it on the radio. They used to be like, oh, it's edited. But we all knew what it was saying. But then they were quick to talk about like, oh, the music is going to rot your brain. It's just so, I don't know. There's nothing wrong. It's just, I'm not kicking a generation while they're down. What I'm saying is it's very ironic that all the things that, again, we were warned to look out for, the internet, oh, that internet, you can't trust it. You can't trust it. It lies to you. It lies to you. But then your mom is showing you some like AI Trump video and thinking it's real. It's like you tried to warn me of this and you let it break your brain. It's completely outrageous and crazy. It's just one of those weird, ain't it funny? If you're, again, talking about age, or this is one of the things Arsenio Hall would say that you kids don't know who that is. Arsenio Hall would say things that make you go, it's just a weird picadillo about life. But here I can tell you in New Orleans, it is a sad day. It looks like, if you're not aware, a couple months ago, we had a prison break out of the city jail. We'll call it the county. It's a parish here. It's called a parish prison. That's one of those weird French things. Out of the Bastille. Had a prison break. They finally caught the last guy today, Derek Groves. Salute to a real one. Salute to a soldier. I'm not trying to be that cute. I am being flippant and cute, but I'm not being that flippant and cute. And I'll tell you why this is kind of important in just a minute. We'll watch this video because I assume a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about, and that's okay. And that's okay. Let's watch this together here. What are we going to watch? How do we do that? I screw this up every single time. I screw it up every time. Here we go. Share screen. It's all right. Slides in PDF. Yeah. Heck yeah. Getting better. Getting better at this.
Inside that New Orleans jail, where 10 inmates dug their way out. Surveillance
Need video.
Video showing 2 of the men rigorously pulling on a cell door that police say leads outside. Then watches all 10 quickly run out of the building through a loading dock door and onto the interstate.
We think this was intentional. There is much more than meets the eye.
Authorities say the group took advantage of defective locks on their usual cells and making their way here, removing a bolted toilet from the wall to create their escape.
All of this has been removed and these have been clean cut. We have reason to believe that there was some assistance with this.
Scrawled on the wall above, "We innocent" and "Too easy," with an arrow toward the hole where they escaped, out of view of the officer on duty. Authorities say they broke out around 1 a.m. early Friday morning, but officers didn't realize what happened until an official head count took place at 8:30, more than 7 hours later. Police say at the time of the incident, there were no deputies at that unit, and the assigned technician had stepped away to get food.
We know that they had help. We're showing you they had help. This was coordinated.
So far, 3 of the 10 escapees found hours later, 1 hiding beneath a car at a hotel in the French Quarter, and now a multi-agency manhunt intensifying for 7 more suspects, some facing murder charges, all considered armed and dangerous.
All right, cool. So they caught our boy Derek Groves. They got our boy. They got the last one. I'm going to talk about him for just a bit, but I want you to see the bit of him getting caught, and then we'll talk about it. Let's make sure here we got that set.
multiple law enforcement agencies as they tried to figure out whether or not Groves was actually inside of that home. We don't know what led police to that location. We don't know how long they've been keeping an eye on that situation. But if you'll remember, what you're seeing on your screen right now is when those 10 inmates escaped out of Orleans Justice Center. We do have some new video that we're going to show you in just a moment of the location in Atlanta, the house in the southwest part of town where Derek Groves apparently was holed up. We don't know for how long. We don't know how long law enforcement has had their eyes on that. This obviously, breaking for the last several minutes, into custody outside of Atlanta in a.
All right, I thought they would show. I try not to pre-watch because. Oh, didn't want that. I try not to pre-watch because I really want to be, have my reactions in real time. So, couple things you might not know about your boy Lumen. Lumen of Lumencast, I was a cop. I was a Marine Corps veteran. I am a Marine Corps veteran. Also, I was a cop. Also, I was a full post. So what that means is peace officer certified, badge, gun, can arrest you, whole deal, who worked in that very jail. When those guys got out, not a surprise. Not a surprise. How they got out was the exact reason I quit. Because they'd known about this for years. They knew that you could just jam the locks with toilet paper, or you could pull it off the hinges like that. And then they also knew that the jail was understaffed. So inmates had tons of time in the middle of the night to do stuff like this. Was not a surprise at all. It's one of the many reasons I quit. Another fun fact is I was on Derek Groves' murder trial jury. Not the first one, not the third one, but the second one. So because Louisiana is backwards AF and terrible, we used to not, it's its own little weird Caribbean city, really state. It's its own really weird North Caribbean state where the US dollar is accepted. We didn't have unanimous juries. So Derek Groves and his co-defendant in his first trial got convicted because they didn't find him guilty unanimously. I can't remember how many found him guilty, but that sent him up the road to Angola, one of the worst prisons of all time, a literal gulag and slavery plantation. And I mean that, a literal slavery plantation where you will be sent to work in the fields and produce produce for the state of Louisiana and Angola. Not a joke. Not even the slightest being funny. So when the Supreme Court said, hey, Louisiana, I don't know if you know this, you're actually in the United States of America, and not having unanimous juries is kind of a no-no. Actually, no, that's not even true. The Supreme Court didn't do that. We voted on that. That was a referendum here, and the voters of Louisiana, we said, hey, that's not cool. Why don't we just be like a normal state where you got to have unanimous juries? And we all voted on that and said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, right? So what happened was all the people who got convicted of crimes with ununanimous, jury convictions, all those it triggered an immediate retrial. So all those cases had to be retried, and Derek Groves was one of them. Now, I was on his second trial. It got thrown out as a mistrial because one of our dumb jurors admitted to the judge. They got found out that he was talking to the media, admitted it to the judge, and so she threw the whole thing out and he had to get tried again. Here's the funny thing about that. Poor Derek. Poor Derek. If some way I could have got a note to this guy or something, and got a note to his attorney or something, because he in that trial, he was not getting convicted. I'm not telling you that he would have walked down Tulane Avenue, but I definitely and a couple other people were going to hang the jury. And here was the reasons why. I pretty much said straight up in deliberations, I said, hey, we all know he did this, right? He did this murder. 100% did the murder. But this trial, the state's evidence is awful. This is what they had. This is what on the third go round, they finally found 12 dummies to throw into a room and convict him on. They convicted him with no physical evidence. They didn't have a murder weapon, which it was a chopper. It was I think it was a Draco. He walked him down with, but yeah, they didn't have a murder weapon. They had no physical evidence. All they had, two things. They had him on Instagram rapping about committing a murder. And then they had his cell phone data pinging somewhere in the area approximately around the time the murders were committed. Brother, I'm not sending nobody to slavery on that. Ain't no way. And the funny thing about it, the crazy thing about it was how many people wanted to argue with me about that. They were like, well, we haven't even heard all the evidence yet. And I'm like, this is all the state has. If they had something stronger, they would have brought something stronger. This is all they have. And they were like, how can you be biased? So biased. You're not supposed to, the trial's not even over. And I said, did you not pass high school civics? Do you not understand how this works? Like, we're supposed to be biased. Like, that's how the system works. They're supposed to sit us in this room, and we're supposed to, without any evidence brought forward by the state, we're supposed to say, they didn't do this. They're walking down Tulane Avenue tonight. And then the state goes, well, here's our evidence. And then we're supposed to go, what about this? And then they go, this. That answers your question. And then we go, no, more questions. And then they go, this answers your questions. And then finally, we're supposed to be, as jurors, 12 people backed into a corner and be like, damn, I think they got him. I think they got him on this one. Ooh, what? Wait. Ooh, no, because no. But if there's any kind of fishiness, any kind of like, no, bro, you definitely did this because of X, because of A, B, C through X, Y, and Z, you're supposed to be acquitted. And it's terrifying how easy the state can find 12 dummies to send somebody to a slave camp for the rest of their life with shaky evidence. Anywho, I crashed. I don't know if that was me. It could have been. Anywho, we need to teach civics in this country, but these things are by design. This isn't something that's like a huge conspiracy. Like, well, actually, no, it is a conspiracy. What am I saying? I'm saying the exact opposite thing of what I'm trying to say. This isn't by accident. Not at all. This is not by accident. This is by design. Break the public schools, underpay people, make it so teachers can't even, they don't have the equipment, they don't have the education they need, they're in debt because they try to get, the education they needed, and don't give them the resources. I don't know if that's me or not. It could be. My computer has been acting weird. I don't know. I have to see. But this is by design to break the public school so we can't get our kids a good education. And then we, the fake news tells us what to think because we never learned how to think. This is not something this is obvious when you peel back the layers of how American society works. 100%. But yeah, poor Derek. He definitely did those crimes. The state did not prove their case, but my man's going to spend the rest of his life in Angola. And I'm a little sad about that. I was really hoping, I mean, he got to Atlanta. I was really hoping he was out in Cuba, you know, helping bury Tupac's mom. But, you know, here still fallen soldier down. Let's see. A little bit of entertainment news for me anyway. I've kind of got a dark sense of humor, but I don't know if y'all have seen the people that the climbers, the mountaineers who have been stuck on Mount Everest, and they finally got rescued. I'm kind of giving the story away. I'm giving the end of it away. They got rescued, but the reason why this kind of stuff happens, it's capitalism. I'll just give the game away right from the jump. But we're gonna take a little ha at capitalism for a sec, and we watch these idiots stuck on the side of Mount Everest.
And what should have been the trip of a lifetime. A trek to see Mount Everest. This time of year, the temperature's normally still balmy, the sky's crystal clear. But on Friday, when a freak storm rolled in and evening beckoned, the snow just got deeper and deeper and deeper. Many of the trekkers were seasoned adventurers, but not mountaineers. And it was a rough night. Daybreak and time to dig out the tents, now half buried. Some had even collapsed under the weight of the fresh, wet snow. This man explained he'd been worried he might suffocate. Some tried to continue their hike with yaks, now knee-deep in the snowfall. But as conditions worsened, as many as 1,000 people were initially feared stranded. Tibetan emergency teams were assembled, then dispatched in what down the valley was torrential rain. It's tricky to get confirmed numbers from Tibetan authorities, but it's been said that 350 people have now been rescued, with another 200 thought to still be stuck. The hikers were approaching Everest from the east up Tibet's stunning Karama Valley. From here, one can see uninterrupted to the very top of the world's highest mountain. It's typically slightly drier here than on the Nepalese side to the west, where many climbers start if they're attempting to actually ascend Everest using Nepal's complex array of camps. The entire region from Bhutan through northeast India to Nepal has seen huge amounts of unexpected rainfall that has triggered floods and landslides, killing at least 60 people. The summer monsoons never used to last this long. Entire villages in Nepal have been submerged, with the water even flooding parts of the capital, Kathmandu.
Now, I forgot about this. Maybe this probably be a global warming issue. I'm not a climatologist. I don't know, but this could even be a global warming issue. But I just want to set the stage of like what these people are up against here, like when they're up there climbing Mount Everest, and like what would possess people to do that. And I'm going to show a couple more things, and I have a very, very, very strong take about this and how it equates to capitalism. Just hang with me.
Stranded climbers. And this is the part most people miss. The wrist, a remarkable.
I hate AI. I hate AI slop. I don't hate AI. I actually really like AI, but I hate AI slop videos. I did pre-watch this because it was an AI slop video. I thought it was good, and I thought it gets to the point that I'm trying to make. So we will endure the clankers for a minute.
Mount Everest rescue mission has saved all 880 stranded climbers, marking a significant triumph in the face of nature's challenges. But here's where it gets controversial. The rescue operation faced numerous obstacles, including harsh weather conditions and the sheer difficulty of reaching the stranded climbers. And this is the part most people miss. The climbers were stranded due to a sudden blizzard on the China side of the world's tallest mountain, which posed a grave risk to their lives. But the rescue teams, equipped with heating, medicine, food, and oxygen supplies, persevered, using horses and drones to aid in the search. The mission's success is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of teamwork in the face of adversity. However, the rescue operation also raises questions about the safety measures in place for climbers on Mount Everest. The mountain's treacherous conditions and the potential for sudden weather changes highlight the need for stricter safety protocols and better preparation for climbers. As the rescue mission unfolds, it is crucial to reflect on the lessons learned and the steps that can be taken to prevent similar incidents in the future. The climber's safety and well-being should always be the top priority, and the rescue operation serves as a reminder of the importance of preparedness and caution in extreme environments. So what do you think?
All right. Cool. So check this out.
£1,000 you're paying all this money, you have to live on the mountain for 3 months to acclimatise, and then there's a chance that you may not do it. I've got a friend that has summited. He's got cystic fibrosis but done all the main summits of the world. It took him 3 attempts, and he just said like he lost friends doing it and all these things, and you just don't think it'll be you.
Mm-hmm.
You go out to do these things and you just think, oh, that won't happen to me.
Now I want you to think about this. Everybody who went up there to rescue those people, those are all real people. These aren't robots. These aren't androids. These are real people who are underpaid that went up to rescue them. These are local native people. These are Sherpas who went up to rescue these people. And there is a whole industry about around Mount Everest of foolhardy people with too much money and not enough problems trying to summit this thing. And even when you summit, you can only stay up there for like 3 minutes or something. It's like an extremely short period of time. So there's this whole industry of how many people can we jam up on that mountain with little to no training or qualification. And if things go wrong, these overworked, underpaid indigenous people will hopefully come bail you out and try not to get killed by the mountain themselves. Seems like a great deal, right? It seems like this is a thing that like capitalism does all over the world, to where the mountain itself is filled with trash. One of the most beautiful, pristine, just wonders of earth. Because again, rich people with not enough real problems in the world feel like this is something they have to do to prove they're alive, to get their dopamine hit, because they've exploited enough people with their sharp elbows to get where they're at. They have bought all the things. There's nothing left but to get somebody else, get a small Tibetan man to carry your stuff, to carry your bottled oxygen up to the top of the world so you can stand there for 3 minutes and jerk yourself off. And it's crazy. So like I said, there's so much trash from all these climbers because they're not hiking down with this stuff. They don't want to hike up with their trash, obviously. So they just leave it on the mountains. And that's not even counting the human trash. There are literal monuments, trail markers, mile markers, you would say, that would say, hey, how far are we up the hill? Well, we passed Green Boots an hour ago. Why? Well, what's Green Boots, you would say? Let's take a look and see what Green Boots is. Go.
In Nepal. On your way, you will see the Green Boots. It is the body of an Indian climber who died in 1996. Even today, there are over 200 bodies just laying on the Mount Everest. These are the bodies of climbers who couldn't make it to the top. The bodies do not decompose because the temperatures are very low. Removing them is very dangerous and costly process, so they have decided to just leave them as a warning. If you ever
Now, brother, let me tell you something. Straight up. Now, if poor Sherpas just trying to make a living weren't involved in this, I would think of Mount Everest as something kind of like the Titan sub. I'd be like, go for it. Maybe this will be the filter for the rich, bored, and dumb. But brother, I'm telling you, I have a rule. I don't go clubbing anymore, right? I don't go to the club. I might go to a music festival. I might go to an EDM show, but I'm not going to the club. I'm too old for the club. But when I was not too old for the club, I had a rule. If the club had a metal detector and I had to get patted down and go through a metal detector to get in the club was obviously not for me. That is obviously not a place where I want to spend my leisure time. It's just not good. It's the equivalent of that for, I would say, white people, non-melanated people. And tell me if y'all know about this. Dick's Last Resort. When you got too much money, what Dick's Last Resort is a restaurant, right? It's a restaurant you could go to. It's fallen out of favor because the kids are all right and the kids are smart and they don't want to spend their money or leisure time in a place like this. But again, this was a place. Dick's Last Resort was a place that served bad food, and the gimmick was it was intentionally bad service, and waiters and staff would be mean to you. Imagine having so much money and so much free time that you want to go to a place that intentionally is bad and spend your hard-earned money. It's more money than sense, obviously. So again, that's the equivalent of I'm not going to the club when there's a metal detector. How this relates to Mount Everest? I'm not climbing Mount Everest or going anywhere in the wilderness where human bodies that do not decompose are the mile markers. That is crazy. That is crazy, bro. If you have that much money, pull up Mackenzie Bezos. Just randomly pull out a map, throw a dart at it, and give all your money to a college. I don't understand. Or a hospital. Or do something with your money besides going to a place that's permanently Halloween Town. I want to be rich because of the freedom that it gives, right? I never want to be so rich that I need to make up problems. It's crazy. But there is a difference now. But this is a couple years ago. Mount Everest, it is turning around. It's mandated, at least I know on the Chinese side for sure, that China don't play that. You have to bring back, like on the way up, they don't care what you do. But when you're coming back, you have to bring back, you're like legally mandated to bring back a certain amount of garbage back down the hill. And then also there's been some organization of the Sherpas over the last couple of years, but still, that's still being exploited and it's still not enough. Let's look at some Sherpa organization real quick. Show you what I'm talking about. What was this? Before we do that, let's look at the tell me again. Tell me again about how majestic this is when you're waiting in line, like you're trying to get to Space Mountain. How is this majestic? How is this? What is this, brother? Are you for real? And I'm telling you right now, again, I'm not going to hide the ball. I do want to be rich. And I want to be rich enough that I can continue to travel the world until I die. And I want to go to Nepal. I want to see Mount Everest. And what I mean by see it, I want to be not even base camp. I don't even know what to describe it as, because base camp is a whole nother deal. You're actually on the mountain or whatever. I want to sit in a lodge with a fire roaring, supporting the local economy, drinking yak tea, and have somebody where I can step outside, I can look at the mountain and go, God damn, that's beautiful. And I can go back inside with my yak tea, and a local person is going to tell me a story about Mount Everest, and I'm going to tip them very, very well. That's how I want to see Mount Everest, because one, it's like a holy place, isn't it? It's like sacred land for like Tibetan people, I think. And then two, like, why? Why did you see that queue? What is the point of that? It's crazy. But like I said, there have been some Sherpa organization going on in the last couple of years. Let's take a look at that. And hopefully things will get better.
Boycott this morning. It threatens to shut
do I not
down
have audio?
next month's.
Let me see if I can refresh this and get audio.
Sherpa guides on Mount Everest are staging a boycott this morning.
Nope, I don't have audio. No audio. That's okay. So anyway, no, but there's been a Sherpa strike in the last couple of years. And then also, let me see if I can find, let's see. Aha, perfect. Al Jazeera, we love you.
Nearly 1,500
And I don't have audio here
experienced
either.
Sherpa mountain guides work here across the huge Himalayan
It's got to
mountain
be just
range.
this window.
They've
I don't
learned
know.
their trade.
Anywho, we'll keep it moving. Oh, you can hear it? That's weird. I can't. Okay. I'll let it play.
Sherpa guides on Mount Everest are staging a boycott this morning. It threatens to shut down next
all right.
month's
If
climbing
y'all can
season.
hear it,
the protest comes after Friday's
that's all right.
deadly
That'll
avalanche.
work.
It claimed 16 Sherpas. Mark Phillips in London shows us what's leading to the protest. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it began as a tragedy and has now turned into an avalanche of resentment that threatens the entire Everest industry. The issue is why the Sherpa climbing guides, who assume a disproportionately large part of the risk, get a disproportionately small part of the take. 16 Sherpas died when caught in an ice avalanche last week, the deadliest ever single incident on the mountain. John Ryder was not far behind when the
How long ago
avalanche
was this?
struck.
11 years ago? I don't know the update on this, but
we thought,
you know, at least they tried.
wow. You know, even
Hopefully
then,
it is
didn't realize
better,
the
better
damage.
for
You didn't
them.
realize, of course, that that whole
Oh,
line of
HBO
circle
Real
is
Sports
right
did
there
a whole
underneath
story
us.
a couple years ago too
So
about this.
that was
kind
our
of thing.
immediate reaction. That was close.
And the circumstances of the Sherpas' deaths fall, where they were trying to make the climb safer for the paying customers to follow, has exposed deep fissures in how the Everest climbing business works. Not much has changed, really, since the day in 1953 when Sir Edmund Hillary and his Sherpa guide, Tenzing Norgay, first reached the summit. Hillary couldn't have done it without Norgay, but Hillary's is the first name associated with the climb.
But of course, I guess I'll get to the point is, for all this, it's an absolute race to the bottom. It's an absolute race to the bottom because capitalism must keep expanding. So they're going to cut costs, cut corners, put more people on the mountain so line can go up that aren't qualified to climb. And then they're stuck up there. And then the indigenous people who are already exploited have to go up there and try to save them for little to no money. Sound familiar? I mean, does it sound like every job that you've ever had here in America under capitalism, to where like the worst people in the world who don't know anything about their job keep failing upwards, while you, the working class, the working poor, can't catch a break, you can't even get a fair wage, and you're constantly having to bail your bosses out to keep the company that will fire you in a heartbeat afloat. It sounds completely like the same thing as the most menial job that you can imagine here in America, except the stakes are a lot higher, because if you screw up there, you're going to turn into green boots. All right, so lastly, we got about 9 minutes left. I wanted to get in. Perfect. Make sure the audio was on for that. I want to get into the Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk text messages that leaked, and TPUSA has verified them. We'll watch a little bit of that. I'm going to give my take, and I'm going to get y'all out of here. And I'm going to stamp your passport so you can move on to the next This Space show. real quick. I don't want to add that to stage. I'm going to stop it. All right, let's do this.
Turning Point USA spokesman Andrew Colvett and producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, Blake Neff, are addressing leaked text messages that podcaster Candace Owens revealed to her audience recently.
In the aftermath of Kirk's death, there was some arguing happening amongst conservatives about his stance on Israel and how his support might have been shifting. Here's Owens on her show recently going through those text messages.
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, oh, I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause.
A day later, Colvett spoke about the veracity of the leaked text messages. Take a look.
And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. And I want to go into it because I actually am really excited that the truth is out there.
Now, I want to be really clear about this with the time we have left, is that Candace Owens is insinuating, not just there, but, in previous broadcasts, she's insinuating that Mossad put a hit on Charlie Kirk. TPUSA is quick not to poo-poo that, quick not to shut that down. They're not backing up that claim that Candace Owens is insinuating, but they're not going to shut it down either. And here's to you, I've said this before on this space. As a leftist, this is a white dog turd that you do not have to touch. You don't have to support it. You don't have to hand it to Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson or anybody else that is coming out as anti-Israel right now. All they are is people who understand how the wind is blowing. That's it. You can give an opinion on it all day, but you don't have to stand on business on none of this. You could just say, yep, cool, let them fight. Let them talk about whatever they want to talk about. What you need to be doing right now, and I mean this in all seriousness, we've had a little fun here. In all seriousness right now, you need to be checking in on your Jewish friends, even if they're Zionists. Because if they're Zionists, they're not absolutely insane. They, like Candace Owens, like Charlie Kirk, like Tucker Carlson, can see the way the wind is blowing. And this is my complete conjecture right now, but I think there's fact in it. I think there's this, what I'm going to lay out in the last 5 minutes, I think has more weight than any of this other garbage. Check in on them, see how they feel, make sure they feel safe. And if you can get around to it, make sure that they know that they have friends and that will protect them and put bodies on the line for them in the future. And I'm saying we're not here yet, but we're heading here to where what's going to happen is there is going to be a split between Israel and the United States, 100%. But how the GOP, whether it's Trump or who has ever after Trump or whatever, how the Republican Party and even the Democratic Party is not immune from this. How they're going to spin it is, gee golly, we didn't know how deep Israel and by proxy hashtag the Jews were entrenched and manipulating American culture, politics, entertainment, society, technology, whatever, right? So how they're going to spin this off is, oh my God, we've all been duped by Israel, when that's not the case at all. Israel is our colony. They don't do what we say do, but we allow them to do what they do. It's us. Israel has no power. There's no such thing as, there's no Jewish conspiracy to manipulate the government. This is the United States. senators and congressmen being manipulated by American money, our own tax money that goes to Israel, and then they send back and they give it to our politicians to do their bidding. It's that simple. So what I think is going to happen is they're going to try for a new Night of the Long Knives, and they're going to try to use Israel and the Jewish people to put all the sins of this Holocaust on, this new Holocaust, this genocide on, and push them out into the woods. And it's going to give the Jews will not replace us guys that we saw in Charlottesville and the rest of the anti-Semitic violent right wing, to give them the societal okay to have a new Night of the Long Knives. It's going to be a weird day, and I swear this is coming. It might be 6 months from now, it might be a year, it might be 2 years from now, but it's coming. You're going to have kids in keffias, brown kids in keffias, outside of synagogues holding it down against white Nazis from getting in there and doing violence to Jewish people. And that's the kind of mindset. I'm not saying you have to go to your resistance meeting and talk about this right now, but I want you to keep this in the back of your mind, because I can see where this is going. All these people, the Candace Owens, the Charlie Kirk before he got killed, Tucker Carlson, they all see. They don't care about breaking away from Israel. That's not it. They can just see the ground shift. They're not dumb. They know where their base is going. That's how they got to their positions, by knowing where their base is going. And their base is going to anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic violence. Please be on the lookout for this. I got 1 minute left. I just want to pump the socials one more time. I'm here on Twitch. I'm on Twitch at Lumencast. Go follow on there. I'm on YouTube. You can follow Lumencast on YouTube. Subscribe. Go through my video catalog. Watch some of the videos. Just leave them on play. That really helps me out a lot. I thank you guys so much for this time, and we'll see you next week on this space. We got the Letterhack. He is a super talented artist and a great guy coming on next. See you later.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letterhack, Matt Strackbein. It's so good to see you again. And because I'm seeing you again, it must be Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. And that's right. This is your call to action to grab the link and share it. Hit like. If you haven't subscribed to this space, you are missing out. I'm not going to insult you more than that. You are missing out. And we will need you to log on with the rest of us here. We've got a great show for you tonight. I'll be here for the next hour. I want to thank Lumencast. It was excellent lead in. If I didn't have a guest, I would have just said, hey man, keep going. It's great content, but I do have a guest. So returning friend of the show. This is his third appearance, if I'm not mistaken. Please welcome back to the show, comic book writer and illustrator of documentary graphic novels, such as Andre the Giant, Life and Legend, and my personal favorite, The He-Man Effect, How American Toy Makers Sold You Your Childhood. Ain't It the Truth? And here to discuss his newest venture, please welcome Brian Box Brown.
Hey.
My friend, how are you? How's it going?
Good. Thank you for having me on again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so good to see you, because the last time you were here, you teased out something. It was the eve of a big announcement. And I was like, oh, you can't say it on the show. Okay, well, I'll have you back. Of course, I've followed up since then. I've shared the Kickstarter with everyone. It was successful. I'm not going to take credit, but we'll talk about how successful it was in a moment. And that I just want to let people know right away, we'll be putting the link in the chat. You can still order this book. It is the WTF podcast Mark Maron graphic novel, which is like, I saw it online. I saw you post it online, and I actually literally said, "What the fuck? Like, I can't believe this. This is awesome." So, like, how did you get this gig? I have so many questions, but how did you come by this opportunity?
It's really weird. Like, I've kind of like done a few projects with Mark over the years, like since he started the show. Done like posters and stuff for him. And
Okay, all right.
yeah,
So you had a history.
Yeah, a little bit. And I've been friendly with his producer Brendan a little bit. And you know, at some point, this was like going back a few years ago. I was working with a publisher, and they were like, you know, what about a Mark Maron book? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't know if Mark wants to do a book with me. Like, you know, it's weird. So anyway, so then they pushed me to do it. Pushed me to ask.
Okay. Hold on. This is unbelievable because I would jump at this opportunity. I would assume you would, and I'm interested to know why you might not. But is your decision to like your initial hesitancy? Is that based on the fact that, you know, your previous working relationship, like the process, not that it was negative, but that you couldn't see it working for like a comic?
No. It's more because I didn't. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I felt like it was a big ask for Mark, and you know, I wasn't sure if he would be interested or.
This would have been you initiating it on your own.
Yeah. So I was just hesitant, I guess. But I did approach him, and he was interested in it. Him and Brendan thought it was a cool idea, and like they had been following my work for a while. But the initial publisher we were gonna go with actually backed out, and so
they're lost. That's a huge loss.
It kind of sucked for a while. You know, I thought the project was dead for like a year after I had been pitching it and working on it for like a year.
And you couldn't talk about it?
No. And then suddenly we had my agent was in touch with this publisher Z2 who was interested in the project and resurrected it. And which was funny because by the time they resurrected it, we were like, all right, yeah, let's do it. You know, we start working on it, and then like not very long into the beginning of working on it, they decided that they were not going to continue the show for very long. And so
the
then
podcast,
it was like,
right? Yeah,
the podcast.
Okay.
So that kind of changed the promotion a lot. That's why we did the Kickstarter, really, because we only had like a month to promote the book on the show for that long. You know what I mean? Whereas when we started, we thought we didn't know the show was going to be ending. We thought it was just going to be
Okay, so but because it ended, did that inform the comic that had yet to be completed in any way? Where you're like, oh, okay, this is more archival now, or
no? Yeah,
so you do
sure,
very
like
actual stuff.
At first, we were like, I was at first like, oh no, but then, I started thinking about it. And I was like, well, now the comic has an ending, so it's
funny.
So it's cool. It's fine. And then now it's like a book that will tell the story of the whole podcast from beginning to end. Whereas if it was continuing on, who knows? In 10 years, we might have had to do another book or something like that.
Okay, what's it like? What is it like when you do? Like, how is your process different? More challenging? Because like you write and draw your own books, and now it's like the producer's involved, right? To some degree, but not like a co-writer. Or
he's more Brendan is to help. He's there mostly as a writer, almost like where him and Mark's role is like I'm interviewing them and getting their stories on it. So Brendan sometimes has input for stuff and information that adds some color to the story, and kind of he's sometimes in a lot of ways really he remembers the ins and outs of the podcast better than Mark does, because he was Mark was actually doing a lot of other things the whole time, and Brendan's been working on this podcast.
He's got the working knowledge. He can be like,
Yeah.
oh, you should do this. Oh, there's this one
yeah.
time, or actually, this guy said it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
He's
great. What a
really good.
resource.
It is. It's a great
Wow.
resource. It's insane, really. Like going from when I was
Yeah.
working on the Andre the Giant book and barely could get anybody on the phone to talk to them about the book, and now I have Mark and Brendan's full attention and everything.
What kind of feedback were you getting? Like, did Mark say, like, I mean, what are you redrawing whole pages, revising whole chapters, or like how involved was he?
No, well, I'm still working on it. You know, I'm like 50 something pages into it right now.
How involved is he? Is he like, hey, I need to see some new pages? What's
No.
going on with the comic? Or
No, he's not like that at all. He's very much like letting me do my own thing, but he is accessible when I need him. And like basically I'll do like a couple hours long interview, and that'll get me through a certain number of pages, and then I'll, you know, get them back and interview them, talk to them again about some other stuff. And you know, you can only do so much. You'd be surprised. It's weird, like you both, you know, in like a 2-hour interview, you both like barely talk about anything that you wanted to get to, and also get enough information for like 50 pages of comics. So
yeah, that's amazing to me.
Yeah.
Like anybody would love to see that process somehow, like documented like in video. I mean, that just sounds so cool. But like, so I almost can imagine you like having to be like, hey, Mr. Marin, it doesn't work that way in comics. We can't do that. Like that's more than one panel. Or are you giving them, like when you're interviewing them, do you ever let them know like you might have to tweak it a little bit? Or like, can we just show this part, and do they have to approve? Like,
no, it's really like, you know, Mark tells the story however it goes, and then, you know, I'm, you know, sometimes inserting like his real lines and like quotes of what he's actually was saying, and in other cases doing more kind of just my regular style of research and writing style, where it's like, you know, telling background parts of the story, you know what I mean? Whereas Mark will be telling more like direct specifics about incidents.
Did he have anxiety about anything? Was he like, oh my God, that's going to be in there?
No,
Oh my God, you're
not
going
at
to
all. He's
that way?
very,
Oh my God.
I think he's in his, I mean, I'm kind of guessing, but just based on his recent media appearances, he's kind of in a phase of his life where he doesn't really give too much of a shit about that type of thing. Definitely not as much as he used to.
Right.
He's very chill, and he you know, was very open about stuff. Like we talked about the Carlos Mencia interview last time, and he was, you know, didn't hold back at all talking about that.
I mean, you would be able to tell if this is a cover of the comic. Is it final cover?
Yeah, that's the cover.
I love it. It's so good. I mean, it's amazing. But this is like a layered experience for me, because I can't tell you how long I looked at it and I was like, oh, I see what's going on here, right? Like it's nice. It's so cool. Like, and that's just me looking at the art. I zoom right in. So this is the thing, is like, I don't know how people review you as an artist, but it is much more detailed than what people refer to as detailed art, if that makes any sense. There's like what you do per panel to me is highly considered.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like this type of comics is so like not, the language of this type of comics is not fully developed, or hasn't been as widely developed as like fictional comics in general.
Yeah. Right.
So I feel like I'm always like making stuff up as I go along in terms of like how to do things. And also like in that way, like I feel like there's no rules, and it's kind of like you can't fuck it up, like, because there's kind of, you know, just comparing it to my other work and like very few other nonfiction comics, it's like it's not like there's a I mean, there is actually like a storied long history of nonfiction comics, but it's not an extremely populated genre in the same way like superhero comics is or something like that.
Yeah, I think like I always have to think about like, am I speaking about the comic books to comic book people or not? Do you know what I mean? Like, who am I talking to? And so, like, do you think, like, so wait, did Mark Maron tell you that he read comics or grew up reading comics?
Yeah, we talked about comics. Yeah. So like Mark, one like cool thing that Mark told me this cool story about how when he was in high school and he would just walk around to like every like local business and chit chat with everybody. He's like, I'd make my rounds kind of and just talk to anybody.
Okay.
It's kind of like this background thing, you know. But he was like a misanthropic teenager and but he talked about like reading R. Crumb comics and how he was you know, R. Crumb stuff is autobiographical, which kind of fed in some ways into Mark's act, which he tried to make, you know, autobiographical.
Right.
We also talked a little bit about when he recorded, like he did an episode early on at Fantagraphics in Seattle, and he interviewed the guy who did Buddy Bradley.
I don't know Buddy Bradley.
It's Hate. I'm sorry, Peter Bagg. So he interviewed Peter Bagg, and Eric, I think, at Fantagraphics, and we talked a little bit about that. And we're talking about Charles Burns. He was like a huge Charles Burns fan, and
cool.
Yeah. But it was interesting.
Awesome.
It was interesting. Like I hadn't really put together like the R. Crumb, like autobiographical nature of his work and how that influenced Mark's work. And like a lot of that autobio stuff for Mark, he told me was because he started doing autobiographical comedy so he wouldn't copy other people. And so
interesting.
So he was like, because he like kind of you know, noticed it in himself. I'm kind of the same way where like if you hang out with somebody that has like a strong personality for a little bit, you start like taking on their personality a little bit. And like,
I get that.
You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, he was always afraid he was going to do something like that on stage and like just steal jokes basically, or steal it. Not. I don't think he was worried so much about like ripping people off joke wise, but more about taking a persona or taking some sort of things like that, or the way people talk and things like that.
I have heard about, I think it was Robin Williams used to just like get done with the set and be like, did I rip off a couple of jokes in there?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like, yeah, dude. And he would just like hand out checks to people.
Yeah,
like,
and he would
sorry
pay people
about
off.
that. My bad. He was like, I was just in the moment and and all the funny shit I knew about.
And yeah, he's just you're improving and stuff over and over again. And we talked about that too, and he was like, you know, it's Robin Williams, man. Like, yeah, maybe he did steal a few jokes in the early part of his career, but like, he had an insane career that any comedian wishes they had, and it didn't happen because he stole some jokes. Like,
right, yeah,
like
exactly.
that was just like, so that was like his point with Robin, and Robin was contrite. You know, he showed contrition about it. He was like, you know, honest, and he's like, this is what happened, and it makes sense, and it's just something that does happen in comedy clubs. Like a few episodes later, he talks to the Robin or the Carlos Mencia, the comedians that like had jokes stolen from them from Carlos Mencia, and they're like, even those guys are like, if you hang out in the comedy club too long, you're gonna steal jokes.
Right.
Like he's like, that's why you have to stay out of you.
Just don't be around people. Just wait for your set.
Do it. And so like Mark's way to battle that was to do that, his jokes about his life or do his act about his life. So he couldn't be stealing premises because it's about, you know what I mean? It's going to be about his own life, which was interesting. And I think that feeds so much into his show, because so much of his show is also him talking about himself. But he he created like a venue for people to talk about themselves in kind of the same way, you know. And I think that's kind of like what makes all his interviews so good, is that people come in and they have like these conversations like that aren't even necessarily about the thing that they're there to talk about. Or
Those
even
are the
about,
best.
yeah, or even about comedy or anything. It's just about, you know, he had this interview with Maria Bamford early on that kind of like set the tone for this. They weren't talking about they did talk about comedy, stand-up comedy a little bit, obviously, but they got into like their own, you know, insecurities and dealing with OCD and all this stuff. Like, and that really, like, we forget because things are so different. Like, excuse me.
Well,
Mark's
15 years.
You know, Mark's show set the tone for that type of thing. Like, if you kind of like look at before Mark's show, like the type, like if you go on like if you want to hear about a movie in like the 90s or 2000s even, you'd see it on like Leno, right? And like what kind of conversation is Leno having with anybody? It's like the most vapid, like whatever, like no kind of. And so then Mark, you know, introduces this idea of like, what if both people involved in the interview knew what they were talking about and like knew each other on a different level and talked on a got to pass small talk, you know what I mean? And
it's authentic. It never once, it isn't as if the show evolved into something. It's, I mean, they may have been more polished around the edges, but like the basic premise of WTF was just perfect from the start and like inspired. I mean, after 15 years, it inspired so many people to try and do it. But like, I don't know, it feels like, I don't know about broke the mold, but it feels incredibly authentic to me. And I think
it's just,
for
I
the
feel like
reasons you
that
say.
like every podcast is in it some way a little bit of WTF. Every show, like even the most popular ones, Joe Rogan is in some level WTF. Like,
yeah,
anytime you see like so many comedians have podcasts where they're talking to other comedians, it's like, and it happens in other genres too. Like I remember even way back, like Colt Cabana had a show where it was like Colt Cabana talks to a wrestler, you know, talks to other indie wrestlers about like, and it was like the same exact format, you know, as the show that Mark did or whatever.
Are you trying to get every 15 years in there? Is that like,
I mean,
every chapter's a year, or do you go and then between?
No,
years,
you know, it's a lot of it is early stuff where it's
okay,
the show's developing, and then I think
nice.
it's gonna kind of climax closer to the Obama stuff. But there's just so many podcasts. There's so many episodes. Like the episode I'm looking at now is like episode 40, and there's 1,500 something more. Like, and like there's no way I could cover all of them. It's just like
daunting. Yeah, that's a huge task. And then like you have to be creative, and you like,
yeah,
have to like it's got to look right. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I mean, there's also like stuff going on that's behind the scenes. That's not even in any of the interview. Like they did this, you know, there was this whole situation with the patent troll.
Okay.
Where, like this guy almost took out podcast as a genre, which if you couldn't have, which would be unimaginable.
I vaguely remember this. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
like it's unimaginable now because so many people watch podcasts as like their main form of entertainment. But like at the time, it was like Mark was like one of the 5 podcasts that had enough listeners that this guy was like going after them specifically to try to get money from them so that he wouldn't like there was like a court in Texas, like a jurisdiction in Texas that was sympathetic to these guys.
That's why I know this story, because there's a hub in Texas.
Yes.
It's like an empty office building.
Yes,
This would be a good comic where
so
all they do is get patents. They just
Yeah.
they patent fucking everything and then
whole
just
business.
sue.
Extortion. Yeah.
And they just get them to settle. They go, well, we can settle for this much.
Yeah.
That's how I know this story. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be a good
basically-
comic.
So that's basically what was happening. That was happening to them, and so they had this like there's this funny story about Mark calls it the meeting of the 5 podcast families. It was
Nice.
It's like the Nerdist, Mark Maron, Adam Carolla, like I forget. There's like two other people too, or something like that. It's just very funny. And they all met at Adam Carolla's house to discuss what they should do about the patent troll.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Is that going to be in the book? Can you?
Yeah, that'll
reveal
be
it?
in the book.
Oh, great!
It's just so
That's going to
funny.
be good.
It made me
Wow.
laugh so hard when you call it the 5 podcast. The 5.
That is
the 5
awesome.
families of the podcast.
I can't wait to see how you do that. I
Yeah.
can't wait to read the whole thing. This is going to be great. And look, on that note, you guys had a incredibly successful Kickstarter asking for $5,000. That was the goal. And now at 2,600, just under 300,000. And this keeps going up throughout the day. So that means people can pre-order. You have to log into Kickstarter and then go to the page. The link is in the chat. Hit rewards and scroll down and see what is still available. If it's green, it changes when your cursor hovers. You can get that. So there's a lot of stuff, a lot of very cool rewards. Some people took those like $2,000 tiers.
The
Like,
$10,000 tier
incredible.
went pretty fast. It was a someone's gonna get like a custom episode of WTF where they mark
I
interviews.
wonder who that was.
I don't know.
Who that was.
I don't know who it was.
Yeah, there was like a $5,000 one where you can get like limited edition gear, stuff from the studio. You could be a character in the book. And then of course there's like the signed deluxe, and just look at the number of people. For people who don't know, look at the number of people who have backed what, and you can tell what the most popular rewards are, and then just like weigh the odds, because every time if you spend any more money, you get more for it. That's what's good about a Kickstarter. So anyway,
there's like 5 versions of the book, kind of.
Yeah.
There's like a super huge version that's like this big. It comes in
that's gonna be awesome.
Comes in a
wow, I
slip
love
case.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to remove shelves for like a whole bunch of those books back there. I love that stuff. All the IDW artist editions, and oh my God, I love that stuff. Okay, look.
I did like 5 covers.
Yeah, that is awesome. Look, I sincerely, thanks for always coming on the show. Thanks for coming on tonight.
Hey, anytime.
I'm very excited to get my hands on this. If you need to share sneak peeks with somebody and you can't make them public, I volunteer. You can just email me. I swear I'll sign whatever you want. I won't share.
Hey,
no, but seriously, all the artwork that's out there looks sensational once again. I mean, you're just
Thank
killing
you.
it. So good luck with the rest of the book, and thanks for coming on the show.
Hey, thanks so much. Thanks for having me on, man.
All right, take care.
Take it easy.
Box Brown, everybody. Come on. The guy, he's amazing, amazingly talented guy. And we are going to talk about talent tonight. We're going to talk about a lot of things tonight. We've got plenty more show. I want to thank you once again for watching. Hey, Funny Book on this space. We've been going since, what was it? 1 p.m. this afternoon. We may be here till 1 a.m. You never know. We are Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, generally beginning at 1 and then, going all night. One constant stream. We're up to, I think I saw 40 some contributors now. Amazing. We're so happy with the way things are going. We have plenty more in store. Thanks for being with us. Please stick with us. Please spread the word. We are a true media collective, working class in solidarity. One more time, thank you. Okay, more show. We're going to be talking about the state of American fascism as it pertains to art. We're going to talk about comics, Poland's Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, and what it means to be an academic leader in these times. But first, let's talk about time itself and the way in which everything moves so rapidly. And what happened just, a few months ago, could have been last week, feels like years. Gives us a real sense of anxiety because what's next? So, I want to share a video on this. Dan Harumi, I love this guy on Instagram. He says he's not a comedian, but why is he so funny? Let me just share the screen with us now. Real short video. Takes no time at all. Once I get it into gear. There we go. Hopefully you can hear it. We'll refresh so we get it from the beginning.
And authority
Power
is
versus
that power
authority.
always has to insist upon itself. Authority doesn't have to insist on anything because it is legitimate. Normally, this requires some hindsight to see the difference, but because things are so sped up, we can kind of see it happening in real time. And it looks flimsy. Like Elon Musk's Doge thing, that was only like 6 months ago, but it feels like ancient history because nothing actually happened. At the time, it sounded like he was going to actually do something, but it turns out he didn't have the authority to do anything. All he could do was create content, and content lasts just long enough to be replaced by more content. Power-hungry men like that always have to constantly assert dominance and demand attention because they know what they're doing won't last. They know they're not building anything that will be remembered. I mean, MLK, letter from Birmingham jail, that's what gets remembered. Nobody remembers the cop who arrested him. Lyndon Johnson signing Medicare, that gets remembered. That is something we live with, that exists outside of the screen. But the only way to not lose your mind in the present moment is to remind yourself of the flimsiness. We have to remind ourselves we don't actually live under totalitarianism. This isn't Hitler. This is Saddam Hussein. This is Joseph Mobutu. It's someone who doesn't actually have the authority to control things. So they have to control your attention. They throw parties for themselves and hunt down their political enemies. It is dangerous, but also pathetic. I mean, the strong men of history look strong at the time, but all they end up being is a question on a history test. Actual builders leave a legacy. You don't have to remember Lyndon Johnson to know Medicare. You don't have to remember FDR. You have to remember your social security number. That is actual legacy. The difference between...
Okay, real quick. And you're probably thinking this too. Doge did a lot of damage. What he's talking about there in that context is they don't have accomplishments they can tout. They don't have anything on paper they can go, see, it worked. The nefarious reasons that they were really in there with all the data theft, as 1K points out, that is not something they're willing to brag about. But yes, it was absolutely the goal all along. The other thing about flimsy authoritarianism, hey, I may not believe in evil, but if somebody out there is cosplaying evil, we're going to want to stop that. We're going to want to do something about that, okay? Because what we know to be evil, what we know to be authoritarianism is damaging as it is. So whether somebody's really pulling it off or just giving it the best try they can, doesn't matter to me. But that's not what I took away from the video or why I wanted to talk about it tonight, at least not the only reason. The lasting effects of Doge will be negative. I get he's not talking about it in that way, but I don't want anyone to get it twisted. This mess will take a long time to clean up. And that was their goal all along. If not the data theft, then to fuck everything up. But the point about requiring or waiting for hindsight is important as well. If a few months ago seems like ancient history, then we need to start thinking about what's next right now, which, like I was saying, is scary and gives us anxiety. So that's why we should do it constructively, so that we might mitigate the anxiety, which is totally natural. And for my part, there's no better way to prevent yourself from losing your mind in the present moment than through art. That brings me to comic books. Two ways to look at it. Consume art, make art. Okay? Either or both is going to get you through it to some degree. It'll at least help. This is what I would like to, the comic book I would like to share with you now. Look, we don't talk about these kind of comics a lot. We more talk about the kind of comics that I was discussing with Box Brown earlier. Nonfiction, not just nonfiction, but I don't know, more independent stuff. But this is very mainstream right here. This is some mainstream stuff. We're going over to Marvel's very own friggin' website to take a look at the new X-Men crossovers. Now, look, this crossovers is like a whole nother thing for me. Because, darn it, it's expensive. The Age of Revelation countdown begins in new giant-sized preview. There's a lot of art to look at. But look, this week, the newest X-Men crossover story kicks off with X-Men Age of Revelation and 5 books, 5 #1 issues, all connecting and telling a single story, are out now as of this week. Books, however, will be coming out subsequently every week. In other words, weekly. So it's an investment, and sometimes, like myself, like I was alluding to a moment ago, readers will want to wait for the trade paperback or inevitable collected edition to be released down the line. Those only get more affordable, or they come out with something prestige, and either way, waiting can be totally worth it. But as always, from an X-Men book and Marvel, you can expect a ton of creative talent. They've got a great roster lined up. The artwork is amazing. It's exceptional. These are just some of the covers. This is going to be great, especially if you're an X-Men fan. But that's not really why I want to talk about it. Because, you know, like I said, you can expect great talent. You can expect tons of creativity and good stories and great art. Count on plenty of, you know, character development as well. But something I would like to point out is that the landscape, literally in these books, has also changed. And there's a map available to show how the U.S. has been altered in these books. Check it out. Let's go down the list of the things that, the changes that you may notice. Alaska is now part of Canada. Louisiana contains the Haven House of recent X-Men stories. I'm not going to spoil anything. Maine is largely uninhabited. Rhode Island is now the Limbo Lands, which are ruled by the resurrected Dark Child and Juggernaut. I mean, come on. Look, if you need a little escapism, look no further. This is some crazy shit. San Francisco is the new capital of the United States of America. What's left of it? South America has suffered severe climate change due to whatever storm, the X-Men storm, did to the Sahara Desert. What did she do? That's amazing. I'm dying to know. Texas is now the independent free nation of Texas, which should make them happy. And oh yes, Washington, D.C. was nuked in the book, in the comic book. This is not breaking news. It was the only way to be sure that, well, I'm not gonna spoil it for him. I'm not gonna spoil it. But this storyline, the fact that they're, you know, doing that with the United States and all, this is just evidence, and Marvel's been doing this a lot this year. All comics have. It's just further evidence that the creators of modern comic books are using the real world and current affairs all around us in their stories. Not only are they doing it, the writers and the artists, the editors are in on it. The publishers are cool with it. This is good. On the one hand, it's a very good thing because using the world around us and current affairs and the challenges in our society, we need to drill down on these challenges and obstacles that our society faces, even when it's fictional depictions of our near future or possible near future. On the other hand, it's a shame that there seems to be an endless amount of material for these guys in terms of the challenges and obstacles we face as a society. They can just read the headlines and go, let's have Wolverine and Cyclops do this. Okay, might be interesting, might help me analyze what's going on in the world, but at the same time, I wish you didn't have those resources so readily available. And that's always the case with Marvel and X-Men crossovers. The story is going to be mostly entertaining. I think we're not to take it too serious. But how many of us will be, you know, in a sense, distracted by something like a reimagining of our country in that way? Canada taking Alaska, Maine is a wasteland or whatever. I mean, you take something like the X-Men and mutant superheroes, you know it's all made up, obviously. But then you look at this map, and if you're anything like me, you can see this shit happening. Maybe not the crazy superhero villain stuff, but you get it. You can imagine some of this stuff for real, or it makes you start imagining it. And that could be a problem. On the one hand, it makes us think. That's fine. Perhaps take stock of what matters to us most, which is good. You know, I hope that doesn't happen. To, if that happens, this is my plan. Somewhere in between there, I think we find ourselves. Makes us want to combat such a shift, right? Makes us want to be like, we can't let that happen, even potentially in our world. On the other hand, I don't have that many hands, but I like that phrase. It could throw us into a pit of despair, so to speak. You know that happens. We know the expression doomer for a reason, and doomerism, but we all doom scroll. We may end up dwelling on the negative, you know, the negative goings on instead of focusing on solutions. We do that. What if this happens? What if that happens? It's just a comic book. It's X-Men. It's easy enough to just put it down, write it off. It's just a story. That won't happen. Who cares? Stupid comic book. But we happen to live in a world where, unfortunately, if you can imagine it, that shit is probably already underway. So how do we resist all that doom and gloom? How do we resist letting ourselves go there? What are we meant to do in these times? And damn it, wasn't the comic supposed to be some kind of escapism? Oh, no. Now it's got me thinking about what we got to save Alaska. Why'd Canada take it? Did we want Canada to take it? I can imagine a scenario where we were like, Canada's got Alaska. They're fine. You know what I mean? Like, why are we in this timeline? But we are. So, what are we meant to do? What's the answer? We fight. That's what we do. We fight back. That is the answer. And we can learn from other people's past experiences. Check it out. This is artnews.com. Andy Battaglia writing. Look, we're going over to Warsaw here. I'm not even going to try and pronounce these names. I wouldn't insult these people that way. I'm not even going to try it. It's such a risk for me. I really don't like stumbling over words, and like I'm going to do that anyway. So like trying to pronounce some of these names, it's like you go a little too long without a vowel, and then there's only like 2 vowels in a 12-letter word. Like I can't do it. It's fun to sit around and try, but I'm not going to do it on air. So anyway, I might skip over some of them. So if it's clunky, that's why. You will have to fight. Modern art, Modern Museum of Art, Museum of Modern Art. They don't call it that over there, which is why I'm already messing up. Warsaw director talks about leading a museum in times of change. Now, I've just highlighted some of this, so, you know, it's mostly a Q&A pertaining to the history of the museum, but it's impossible to ignore right-wing oppression when it comes up, and they've been dealing with this in Poland. I'm not the international politics guy, but they allude to it, if not call it out directly. For the local public, the museum is more controversial. There were huge expectations from people waiting for this building for 20 years, and people can get very upset if they don't find themselves or their own story in the collection. There are young artists who say the museum is not radical enough. And then people more interested in traditional ways of talking about history ask, why are you not telling a chronological story? There are very different perspectives and very different views. So I'm throwing you right in here because what you're hearing is that there is a public desire for art that represents them because they are not the authoritarian oppression and censorship they've been living under. It's the best part of the fucking article. They're arguing over how to best represent what they don't want their country's government to do with their reputation. They're like, that's not us. And they say, but we are happy because what's going on around the museum is extremely intense. We see that there are emotions all around, even if some of them are critical. We also, for good and for bad, in the middle of the political debate about the shape of the future in Poland. We were very often mentioned during the recent campaigns for the president of the republic by different sides in very different ways. So this is a process that is ongoing. History will tell us how it will evolve in a few years. So how familiar does that sound? During an election for president, they just keep bringing up this museum as if it's a bad thing and all this art as if it's bad and in need of censorship. By lobbying and putting pressure on the Ministry of Culture, we managed to negotiate a special grant program for 4 museums dealing with contemporary art for our museum, and then these other 3. The 4 museums apply every year for money for their collection from the Ministry of Culture, and a committee evaluates the applications. In the best years, our museums could get around $1 million. It's a little bit more in U.S. Then during populism in Poland from 2015 through 2023, it was much less. In the worst year, it was something like 30,000 instead of 1 million. But we have managed to buy work for the collection, and in almost 15 years have collected around 1,000 works. Our current exhibit is showing some 150 of those works. The question is, you mentioned that the museum was discussed in recent election. How was it characterized and mischaracterized? The right-wing candidate and his whole campaign tried to create an image of the museum as an institution that costs a lot of money and is showing art that is disturbing for, quote, normal people. A lot of nudity, a lot of work dealing with the LGBTQ community, a lot of work representing sexual activity. This is not true, but it's the way it was described, and that makes it extremely difficult to discuss. The city of Warsaw built this museum. It's a fully public project, but the mayor tried not to mention this too much in the campaign because there's no language one can use to rationally discuss issues with the radical right wing at the moment. It was this full-on propaganda, essentially going, look, your art is too expensive and too woke, is what they were saying. Museums like, what do you mean? It's like publicly done. They're like, what does that matter? And so they had a whole campaign about it during the campaign, micro campaign. And like the mayor here, who was on their side, on the public side, doesn't even know how to combat it. They're like, what can we say? It's out there. It's on the airwaves. It's full court press. This is a big question for us because we stand even more than usual for museums for progressive ideas, but with such polarization, I don't know the most effective way of communicating nuances of our position. Maybe now, after the campaign, the situation will be a bit better. But campaigns are extremely brutal, and there's no space for discussion. Of course, that was only an election for the president, and Poland has a parliamentary system, so there won't necessarily be changes for institutions. Those changes can happen after the parliamentary election in 2027, depending on how that goes. But the pressure to change might happen because people can be afraid of consequences in the parliament if the parliament should change. Hopefully, they're afraid of retribution proactively. They're already showing submission. You see what I'm saying? Not everybody, but that's the fear. Hopefully, we will see the wisdom of the people of Poland and the democratic system in the next election, but we don't know. In 2023, everybody thought because we elected Democrats, we as a country were safe. But as we see, safety is never really granted. Look, this goes on to talk about self-censorship, how it can occur in this kind of situation. And while we didn't do that here, they go on to say that they were careful. We did a show on the passing of an extremely disappointing abortion law in Poland. Look, they pass a law against abortion, and they immediately have an art exhibit about it. I love this. And we focused on the history of how female artists have fought against that kind of regulation. We did it in a way so that it was educational, so we could show what we wanted, but we were careful how it was described, so it influenced our program, but it didn't erase important positions from the program. We negotiated. That's how we survived. I also got advice from the experts because talking with the Minister of Culture was not normal conversation. Different opinions were not welcome. So I was trained, like the way that political leaders are trained in how to talk with Donald Trump. You need certain skills. You openly say no, and sometimes you never openly say no, and sometimes you should say nothing because it makes no sense to fight with a wall. We learned this lesson, and I would be very interested to exchange our experience with other institutions because now many places have this issue. Ain't it the truth? We got it here. Keep an eye on Poland. Read more about how they've done it. This is one art museum or 4 art museums. This is one curator for a single museum. Listen to how they got by. We can learn from these experiences, and we can at least sort of forecast what's coming next because there's a lot of similarities here. A lot. There was another article that caught my attention on the same site where somebody fought back and won. Tenured University of South Dakota art professor reinstated after being fired over Charlie Kirk post. In the post, the professor reportedly wrote, "I have no thoughts or prayers for this hate-spreading Nazi." A shrug, maybe. I'm sorry for his family that he was hate-spreading Nazi and got killed. I'm sure they deserve better. Maybe good people can now enter their lives. So he was immediately fired for that. And they took down the tweet, of course, and they issued an apology on his behalf. Sort of unilateral disarmament. What the professor was saying in private on their private social media had nothing to do with their. It was in no way in the same capacity they have while teaching or being on the faculty. Quote, "The debate about Mr. Kirk's beliefs is for the marketplace of ideas," the lawsuit explained. "The First Amendment guarantees the marketplace stays open. The government may not push people for their ideas or punish people for their ideas." And so they use that to fight back. You have to fight back. You have to be prepared. Like for anything, let's summarize real quick. If you can imagine it might be already happening, so be prepared for anything. Cosplaying as authoritarian, might as well be authoritarian. Guilty, get him. That professor fought back, and so that is another lesson. And while the world continues to shift rapidly, it may be difficult to know how to respond. And I think maybe the answer there is to take a stand as needed in the moment. Otherwise, well, what are we waiting for? There are examples of plenty of why we should be outraged, why we should fight back. Do we really need to be oppressed, fully oppressed, before we push back against oppression? Just look at the ways institutions are taking it upon themselves to censor free speech out of fear of retribution from literal fascists. In Poland, the curator and her colleagues are choosing their words very carefully in order to get what they need and what they want. And it worked. You want to kick the door down and start yelling, they're going to throw you out. But hey, I'm also the guy that says do that if you want to. I don't care. I'm not here to condemn any method. You got to know your audience. You got to read the room. Who are you going up against? Can you push a button and get what you need and then get the hell out of there? Okay. At what cost? Have you weighed the cost? But do we really need to be fully oppressed before we push back against oppression? No, it may be too late if we do. It will be. Just look at the ways these institutions are doing it. It's like they just took this fictional high road to HR at the drop of a hat for a guy who was only inflammatory. Why don't those institutions, why that university, why don't their standards and guidelines not already have policy for standing up against such a thing where people could be held accountable for not saying anything wrong at all? Where's that? Where's the defense of our First Amendment rights? It is no longer acceptable. I mean, look, you can't say that it's fear-mongering to suggest we may fall under fascist rule in the U.S. because here we are. That's not fear-mongering. It's, hey, heads up. I don't know if you watch the news. It's different now. If it was true at one time, it hasn't been for like 20 years, whether you choose to accept it or not. I mean, just look around. Hindsight is 2020, but you don't need glasses to see what's going to happen next. It will become worse. What they're doing doesn't just kind of level out here. Doesn't just poof, go away. If it does, hey, I was wrong. Isn't that nice? But I'm not counting on that. And I think that it will become worse. It will become more oppressive. Censorship will be the norm. We're cosplaying as censorship. Nevertheless, they keep doing it wrong. It keeps getting overturned. We push back. They put them back on air. No censor. They're going to keep trying. They will wear you down. It's another tactic. It's well known. We need to safeguard against the worst possible outcomes now instead of waiting to see what happens. You don't need a moment to take a stand because we have reasons all around us. There's moment after moment, and it is getting worse. We can take a stand at will, and we should, especially when taking that stand is in the form of your own right to free speech and expressing yourself. And you can express yourself in that way with freedom through art. Let them interpret it. Now, I didn't say that in my painting. You tell me. Hey, you tell me. I don't know what it means. Is that what you think? Okay. And when I start saying you can make art or you should make art, here's where just about everyone says to themselves, I'm not an artist. I don't make music. I can't draw. I can't paint. I only draw stick figures, which is art, by the way. I don't know where everyone came up with this very low opinion of stick figures. Shit is fun as hell to draw. Have you never played Hangman? Look, that's probably a problematic game now that I think about it. But anyway, there's nothing wrong with stick figures. Embrace that. Lean into it, whatever that means for you. But, you start to hear all the negative things we say. I can't do that. I don't do that. That's not me. Let me be clear about something. When you say all of those things, you are confusing skill and talent for giftedness. Skill is something we achieve through repetition and practice. Mastering your tools, right? Or at least finding I like this kind of pen. I like this kind of brush. I like this kind of paper. Some people need more practice. Some people need less. But practice is the goal, not achieving some great status as a well-trained artist or musician. I mean, that'd be great, but come on. Just want to make music. Just want to express yourself. You want to be artistic. Practice and repetition is the best part. It's an awakening. It's a transformation. Why rush that? Something is happening the more you achieve the thing you see in your mind. And whichever style of art or whichever media you decide to pursue, it doesn't necessarily have to be your final choice. You want to draw? Go ahead, draw. Want to change your mind and paint instead? Go for it. Maybe you want to do both. I don't care. That's fine. Maybe you're the type to just keep adding things to your repertoire. Design your own album covers. Hey, more power to you. Probably save $1. And although making art and achieving the images we see in our minds may not always be easy, do not be discouraged overall. If your whole life is overcoming challenges, maybe you can practice that during your creative process. But look, I've been doing some form of art my entire life, going on 51 years, and I'm never satisfied with my own ability. But that is no reason to stop. There's no reason to stop trying. Listen to me when I say it's not about the art itself. It's about the process, because then and only then can you have the art. You may never become a world-renowned artist. Your work may never hang in a museum in Poland or wherever. But that doesn't mean that by creating art, you personally will not grow and change into something more, something better, something unique to this world. And there it is. That is why they want to suppress art. Not because it's quote unquote woke, but because the ideas behind the work are unique. The emotions and feelings, the ways in which making art lifts us up, makes us feel proud, makes us feel real, genuine, new, accomplished. As long as we live in a world of oppression and censorship, you can bet the fascists leading the way want us to feel anything besides accomplished or free to express ourselves. And so that is why we must do it. That is how we fight against what happened a few months ago, yesterday, what is happening now today, and what is surely going to happen tomorrow. They're not done with us yet, so why should we be done with them? The legendary Bob Ross once said, talent is a pursued interest. Talent is a pursued interest. There are no greater words, no greater truth when it comes to freedom of expression. It tears down the wall we establish for ourselves that keeps us from creating. It frees us to just fucking go for it. To allow ourselves to grow and to become something new because of our ability and passion for creating. If you could paint without having ever learned to paint, then you wouldn't be talented. You would be a gifted prodigy. And I've got news for you. If you aren't making some form of art these days, right now, it might be irresponsible. If you aren't capitalizing on your own right to express yourself freely and artistically, you may directly or indirectly already be guilty of self-censoring. Don't wait for them to say you can't do it. Do it now. Where and when does that end? When, how, and why do you stop holding back? Just do it now. Stop holding back. If all they do is remove art from the world, then it's up to all of us to continually replace it. We either recognize our ability to make the world a better place, one person or one artist at a time, or we don't. It is as simple as that. Talent is a pursued interest. And if you don't want to paint, you want to write a poem, then write a fucking poem. Left past 10 starts right now. We're missing somebody. We're missing one. Oh,
We're missing Andrea doesn't feel well.
Oh, did she write in?
Yep.
She did.
Did she have a doctor's note?
I think he's writing a note.
Which I have Discord. Dear Andrea, as you know, I don't use Discord during streaming. So to let me know anything on Discord is irresponsible. But let's not talk about this now because I don't want to ruin the intro.
No.
Yeah. We'll talk over the intro. Is what I'm trying to get to. Wow,
I was going to make fun of Visora for not liking Chrome tabs. But wait, I should wait for this to finish.
No, Chrome tabs are good. No, I like Chrome tabs.
Well, here's the issue. Since you mentioned it,
yeah,
I've looked at how much memory they use.
Is that right? Well,
yeah.
Which one? Which one do you guys like? Whoa, hold on. Well, let's go with this one. That's ours. Okay, how much memory do they use?
Tons. And if you don't
literally,
Like, I can tell you right now, I have this space open on your channel that's 366 megabytes.
Mhm.
I've got this tab open that's 444 megabytes, and I did similar tests with other browsers, and they're like half. And that's with my settings tuned so that it doesn't auto load assets on pages. It's crazy, dude.
I wonder what happens with extensions. I
Me
wonder
too.
if that increases because I'll use extensions and just okay.
One sec,
This
I
is
F'd my camera.
this is another reason why some smarty pants out there needs to build us a platform of our own.
Some smarty pants.
We need this space tube right now. Sandee, you've had two political coffee house episodes on this space. How are you like?
Three. Yeah, three. Pretty much three. Let's see. 3, 1. I'm looking through 1. I think 3. Yeah, 3. Yep, I did.
Yeah, nice.
Yep.
Right
I've
on.
enjoyed it. Yeah, I have enjoyed it. It's like it's giving me the look forward to, something I've been completely feeling very not motivated. Put it that way.
It's easy
So,
to
yeah.
feel.
Oh, yeah. It's very easy to feel when you're reading about the fact that they want to squelch free speech, which tonight, I guess he said, I think it was in the burning of the American flag, but Orange Turd said he's gotten rid of free speech.
Did he really?
Yes, he really
Oh
did.
yeah, I saw a clip of that right before I
Yep,
went live
yep.
earlier.
Oh,
Rid of
can
free
we
speech.
please
Yep.
look? We're outside of the tyranny of Andrea and needing to be right or having a concept of what the show should be. Let's play some clips. Let's play that fucking clip.
Well, if you find it, I don't have anything pulled
Let me
up.
look.
I didn't pull anything up. But I do want to talk to you guys about a few things that are. I didn't do a show last night. I was going to talk about this, but this new thing, anti-Christian, it can't be anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, or anti-Trump, and that is what NP. I keep forgetting the numbers or the letters in the numbers. Something -7.
Oh yeah, it's like NPBM.
Yeah,
so,
but I've
they're
been
just,
having a lot of bad
like
feelings.
they always have like a catchy name for shit unless they don't want you to remember it, right? It's
I know,
like
and
big,
I keep
beautiful bill.
forgetting it. Yeah, right. Big bullshit bill. All right, somebody's asking, so I'm telling her Andrea doesn't feel good. She's tired. She did a show today too, and I certainly understand being tired. I'm always tired. Today, I didn't even do that much. I was out in the garden though. It's cleanup time. And tonight we're having a frost, so I had to cover the cabbage and the Brussels sprouts, which are left outside, still growing. And we had rain yesterday, second rain in 3 months, I think it was. I mean, we've had such a bad drought. Yeah.
Okay, I think I don't know. I'm trying to find I just want like a video on Blue Sky. You know what I mean? That I can just queue up.
Yeah.
Not
yeah.
like
I
somebody's
can't find it
article.
on X because I deactivated X.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
the thing
Drums.
is, well, because somebody bought that blue check for me to get the channel back. I got the channel back, and I get quite a lot of views on X for the show.
I got the
But
clip.
the thing about it is that I found myself getting involved in toxic conversations.
Right.
And it's not
Because that's what
safe,
you do there.
but it's not safe for me where I live. It's not safe. I'm looking at my own safety under this parameter now of what's happening out there, like I'm all over the internet. My name is everywhere. And some people are giving me like these paranoid things, and some people are saying, oh, it'll be fine, but I don't think it'll be fine.
Need that
And
delete me thing. Here,
well,
let's listen.
I don't know. I asked my brother what's good to get off, but I'm still on. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to change like my playlists and things like that. Okay,
Look, I
let's
mean,
hear it.
Don't
Okay.
change what you do because
No,
of it.
yeah. I mean,
I'm
to some
changing what I
degree,
do.
to
I
some
am.
degree, you can always modify how you do things, but I'm not going to live in fear of.
It's not fear.
I mean, I don't want this to come across as like my advice to anybody, but And yeah, I don't,
It's
look,
hard
at
to.
a minimum, you're
It's
not
very
doing
much.
the toxic nature of X. You know what I mean? Like
Well, I'm off there. I'm thinking maybe only YouTube and Substack.
you have control over the amount of bullshit coming at you, and like being on Twitter is a real distortion of reality.
Well,
I think.
I'm only going to go back on Saturdays when I'm doing things and listening to the
So you
climate
kept
crisis.
the account.
Well, yeah, because I want to hear Climate Crisis Club. I'm very involved with those people, and they stay in their lane, and they do a space on Saturdays, and people from all over the world talk and come in.
Let's
And
listen. This is
so,
in
you know,
context of the flag, but weird
Yeah.
choice of words. Hopefully,
all
this
right,
is everyone can
let's
hear
do
it.
it.
Assaulted in Portland by a flag burning mob, and we've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. They've never seen anything like it on both sides.
I've never
and
seen anything like
you
it.
end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. Was assaulted in Portland by a flag burning mob, and
who
we've
was assaulted
made
in
it
Portland?
1 year penalty.
So
Okay.
anyway, yeah. I mean,
Assaulted by a flag.
why is he?
Just cut
He
that.
he's just like a rambling weirdo. It's so hard for me to like get past.
I know,
why
but
is this
he said
happening,
it in about the flag burning. But the thing is, he said it.
Yeah,
And
Jake,
then,
why do you
know,
think he said it that
Free
way? What's
speech
your take on that?
warrior.
Why did he say assaulted by a flag burning
No,
mob?
why
or
did
what?
he say
We took away free
we
speech.
took away free speech,
We
and
took
then
away
he's
their
talking
freedom of
in-
speech.
in the parameter of using the flag for burning it? Like, who really fucking?
Because-
How many people burn a fucking flag? Really?
Because it's on his mind. He is
Mhm.
not contrary to what people say. He's not a good liar, so he can't do subtlety. So he knows he was briefed on. We have to talk about what we're doing with the flags. He knows that he has got to roll out this policy. And stupidly, he did not walk the line. He didn't spin it very well. He just said what it is. They're taking free speech away.
I know.
So yeah, that's like his weird way of saying,
admitting what he's doing.
They refer to burning the flag as their freedom of speech. So we took their freedom
right.
of speech. Like he's being sarcastic
Right.
without sounding sarcastic.
Well, he can't.
Like
He's
it's just
not
such
even
a
sounding
monotone
anything.
weirdo.
Yeah, monotone. He is really, and I think he's dementia riddled. There's a lot to talk
Yeah.
about besides that, but what I wanted to talk about with you guys was this whole thing. It's not that I have fear; it's that I am a certain demographic. I live a certain way. I live, and I don't know. I just don't really want to bring a lot of attention to myself under these new parameters. But then
Is that not hiding?
is that capitulating? Maybe it is. That's why I want to talk to you about it, because maybe it fucking is. I mean, I went through a whole paranoid thing this week, and I said I'm not doing a show last night, and I'm talking to this. I am talking to a friend from Portland who's telling me that it's such bullshit what's going on there, but yet she says, that there's some merit to certain aspects. I guess they had some crap go down like last year, or whenever it was, but she's making me paranoid. She's like, you got to get your passport. I'm like, where am I going? Where am I going?
Look, I mean,
cats in the house. Where am I going? No
there
matter
are
how bad it
things-
gets.
There are things you can do in your life, like have a first aid kit around, have a jam bag or whatever they call it. Like, since
I
our
have
power
a
went
bug
out,
out bag. I
and
have
we had
all that.
Yeah, the bug out bag, but I have it because we could lose power for a week or so. You know
I've
what I
got
mean?
2
Like I
big
might want to roll. So there are things you can do, but doing it out of like purely reacting to what they're doing is exactly what
But
they
that's
want.
why I'm talking
That's a
about
toxic
it.
vibe.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
here.
No, yeah, I
talked
get
about
it.
it with
I get
my
it.
brother. My brother says, stick to what you've always stick to your environmental work, stick to your climate, stick to your environment, stick to your science. That's what you like.
Right.
Do what you like.
You're
And I'm
not doing
thinking,
anything
well,
wrong.
I said, but I just started this whole political thing. But you know what? I've realized basically, except for the affirmative actions show, I've done my political thing in the parameter of the EPA and all of the environmental shit anyway. So I guess I'm just not, I'm never going to be the I've had it girls. I mean, I know that.
I don't know that. I
Me?
think you speak to that demographic very well. I think you have the same amount of charisma. I'm
I get 300 views
betting.
on the fucking video.
I'm betting on your inevitable eventual popularity. But I
Oh,
do think
Jesus.
that. Have you ever? Are you a sadist and have you watched like a gazelle getting hunted by
Oh,
a
God,
lion?
yeah.
Seen those, yeah. Seen
Yeah.
those videos
So-
at least
Oh,
back
yeah.
in high school, Time
Yeah.
Life or whatever. Yeah.
A lot of times they don't need, like, the lion relies on the fact that the rest of the herd will abandon whichever one's closest to the lions.
Okay.
And if there's two ways to look at what you're doing. Thing number one is what is best for you immediately. And this is not nothing. Is it important that we preserve voices who are anti-regime? I think yes. But on the other hand, that does have to be weighed against if you make it to
Wrong
safety
twist.
and the
Yeah.
next person makes it to safety. The people who will get snatched up are the people who can't make it to safety or the people who
Well, I'm
refuse
not
to run
leaving
from
my
the lion.
place. I'm not leaving so the lions
Yeah.
can come here.
I
I mean,
would
I'm
say
not leaving here. I have
keep
cats in
doing
my
what you're
life
doing.
here.
Exactly as you've been doing.
Yeah, and Sandee, you have influenced and reached and informed and educated so many people. You have provided resources to people for years. It's why we were sick to our stomachs all summer when you didn't have your channel because
Yeah, it was
like it's a necessary thing. And look, you losing your channel because this happens, but it's the first time that I really thought, you know who's losing? The fucking viewers. This is ridiculous. They were giving their money and support to this person, and now they can't. They weren't doing it out of sympathy. I mean, hey, feel free. If that's why you want to, I'll take it. But like you were providing a service, you were providing resources for people, and I think that's incredibly valuable. And the point we should be making when there is a disruption like what happened to your channel, that's unfair to like everyone, especially the person that you who did all the work. But like, don't play it down. Your reach is vital. Everyone you get to hears it.
Mhm.
These big time podcasts, I barely listen to them. Like, so maybe they
Also-
get the click or the view, but
When
Well-
they take you down, it's very different than when they take Pep Talks down, for example. Like Pep Talks looks like he has it coming. If you're not watching his channel at all, he seems like the sort of person who should get taken down. You don't, and that has a lot of pull.
you mean because he's like in
Yeah,
your
but-
face lefty?
But this
Long
was
hair.
AI shit, the AI
Yeah.
doesn't care, hun. AI moderation doesn't care.
I know.
It's going to spit out, it's going to take it in and spit out the garbage.
And
I
that's
mean,
my
that was your
point.
greater point.
That's
yeah.
why GNN is screwed up, and that's wrong for him. I give him 3 months to get his channel back. I hope he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But
Wolf
that-
is,
but
but
that-
that's how long it takes.
I worry that you've missed what I was saying, though, because that is exactly my point. It's an
know.
irrational system that has taken you down, and it's good to make it obvious by having the people who are there to get taken down be people like Sandee from. I can't stress enough. Your show is Environmental Coffee House. It could not be more tame. I mean, it
Right.
challenges power. It's actually of use to people, but in terms of controversy, no. Come on.
I realized I had to get off X when I was answering some fucking right-wing moron, and he goes, "Oh my God, look, you're even posting with your business name." He thought I had a real coffee. I'm like, you idiot. I make no money here. And then I said, I got to get off this thing. I got to get off it. I
Oh,
mean, like I
God.
said, I'll be there. I'll go back on Saturdays only for Alex and Kim and Ollie and the people that I love on the Climate Crisis Club every Saturday. That's it. And I listen all day, and I do talk sometimes, but I mostly listen to these people because they're from all over and you learn from them. I wish they weren't on Spaces, but it works for them, but I had never even listened to a space before I found them. I don't even know how I found them. Oh, Bobby, so much. I like that nice
T-Bone's
person.
here, everybody. What's up,
I know.
T-Bone? Good to see
T-Bone,
T-Bone.
you sexy biker, you.
Hey, look, I went to the dentist this week for the first time in just over 10 years.
Really?
Dang.
Yeah. So
You
it was like a
didn't go in,
brand new
10
dentist, and I
years?
found him purely by word of mouth.
Ah, shut up.
But no, seriously, I did go to the dentist, but it wasn't a big deal because I'm like 50 something. I know the drill.
I hate you. You're a bad person.
There was a moment where he was talking about a cavity. Turns out I didn't need one, but I thought it was funny because he had to take a phone call. And he's like, I'll fill you in when I get back. And I was like, no, you won't.
Oh my God. And you have them right at the tip of your tongue. There's another thing that's going on with me.
I did go to the
I'm
dentist and they
forgetting
found
shit.
no issues after 10 fucking years, which you're welcome. I'll tell
That
you
is
the
good.
method.
Well, as long as you floss and you scrape your
Yep,
tongue and
twice a day.
you do these things, yeah, you
Wash
can
your
be
mouth out
okay.
with peroxide.
Yeah, and I use sometimes diatomaceous earth with my
Diatomaceous earth.
diatomaceous earth with my toothpaste.
You can use
It
those
will-
for ants too.
Yeah, I know you can use it for it's all you
That
can use it for so
sounds
many things, but it works on
like
your
the
teeth.
alternative
Except
medicine
I
shop
had
run by your inner city friend.
No, a diatomaceous earth
it's
is like
fine.
a landscaping thing.
But it's good
Ah.
for your it's food grade.
Like with the mulch.
Yeah, but what it has just enough of a where it like
Take this pill. It's
good for your
diatomaceous earth.
teeth. It's okay.
It's like putting UV
And
rays on the inside.
It also kills slugs in your and
Yeah.
hard
digestive
no,
system.
in your
Yeah.
garden, hard bodied,
Oh.
whatever, if you put it on the leaves. But it has many uses. But it's good for the teeth. That's good that you're doing that. I had Scott on my show last week. You know, Scott, the end of the world party.
Yeah.
He's got the whitest goddamn teeth. He smiled, and I thought, "Oh my God, you're gonna blind me!" I'm like, "How do you have such white teeth?" And I'm going like this to him. You have such white teeth. And now
They
you
did.
went-
They looked at my X-rays and they were like, they said, "Oh," and I was like, "What's up?" And they were like, "No, this is good." And
Yeah,
I was
it's
like,
great.
"Good, like you have a lot of, you're gonna make a lot of money off me, or good, like." And she goes, "No, you're good. You look fine. How long's it been?" I was like, "It was this year in 2015, I think." And
Jeez, 10 years.
they're
I
like,
go
"Why'd
every
you
6
stop
months.
going to the dentist?" And I was like, "Because I lost the insurance."
I go, it's
And
not
they
that
said,
much to have your
why'd you?
teeth cleaned.
No, but like I didn't want to. I didn't need it. I felt
Right.
well. Okay,
You took care of
you
yourself.
definitely need to like get your teeth clean, but I had I have a process or whatever. Like I take care of it, and obviously there's no problems. But like even I thought there was gonna be something after 10 years.
I think
I don't
that's
have any
great.
pain, but
Very proud of you.
They were like, "Your gums look great."
I go every 6 months religiously. I
Oh,
pay
wow.
I pay my dental insurance.
That's what
and
I'm doing now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm older. I have nothing wrong with my
it's
teeth.
related
either.
to your heart.
Yeah, I have
It
perfect
really
teeth,
is.
perfect gums. Nothing ever happens. So
All
that's
that
really good.
bacteria and plaque buildup, that's the
Yep.
exact same stuff they find in your arteries. Like it's not cool.
That's how my
This is
friend
why-
Jim died. He had bad gums and he fell off a scaffold and had a heart attack and died from that. I knew it was his gums.
That was
I
actually
told him.
my they send you off as a reward with a little plaque. They're like, "Don't forget this little."
See,
I
feel
just
better
wade up
already.
to the edge of the river and open my mouth, and there's birds that fly down and pick them for me.
Oh, Snow White like. Interesting.
Yeah.
There are certain marmots in Mexico, I believe, that will do that. I forget what they're called, but they will go up to domestic dogs and like open their mouth and like clean it out and shit.
That's crazy.
They actually do that. It's like nature's dentist. No,
well,
it's
we
like
gotta
like a
ask-
raccoon thing.
Okay, let's ask anybody in my audience, like Rollins Switch, if you're still here. Do you know anything? He knows everything about everything outdoors and nature and all. He's still going swimming and canoeing. I mean, kayaking where he lives. Yeah, he's awesome. Mhm.
I love.
I'm paranoid now. One second.
Well, I feel a little better. I'm
expression is
gonna
teeth.
between you guys and my brother. I got very paranoid. I kept thinking I'm alone here, and then Antonio goes and we do a show, and he spits out the name of the town I live in. I'm like, wait a minute, Antonio. I never say that. He goes, well, I said, you live in a place that has a gazillion people. But then again, you can Google. I don't know. I'd like to erase myself from a lot of places. And Facebook. I'm on Facebook.
I mean, come on. If
I
they
gave-
have if
they have it all.
it's
on
not
there
like
anyway.
they're going to take your personal information. It's that they are now start using it
Yeah,
against you.
using
That
it.
should be the
Right.
fear,
I
not
know.
that they're
I
going to
know.
find out where you are or get your
Right.
phone
Well,
number.
no,
Not,
I
not,
I
no,
think they have that,
wait. Let me clarify that.
or they have
Not,
access to it.
not they, as in the feds. People around here. You know,
Yeah.
listen. I'm
Sandy.
going to tell you what I
Oh,
did the
nobody
other.
wants to be
Can I tell you
doxxed,
what
yeah.
I did the other day?
Yeah.
All right. I have been telling my friend Debbie I wanted to hear what the Genesis Bible Church was telling people. It's not far from me. And I thought, maybe I'll go. I found them on Facebook. I listened to the sermon. And the first thing was these women, they're playing music, and she's praying for water because we're in a drought. Never say drought, nothing. It's all just God bring us the water and all. Fine, I could deal with that. But then when the pastor came on, he was a younger guy. Everything, it terrified me. Everything was demons, and it was telling you, you want to go to heaven,
times,
and
yeah.
all of it, right? But if you just listen, and he couldn't go the first. I'd say took a 30 seconds to mention Charlie Kirk, and then every time he said demons, he was really wanting to say Democrats, and this is where I live, and I'm like, okay, I listened to that. It was terrifying what they're telling people, what these people are telling people in their, their parishioners. Yes, it's very small. Who knows how many people really go, but it was terrifying. So I got a whammy of paranoia this week. And I guess that's normal in these times.
It's not paranoia to consider it dangerous to put your information out on the internet. You are right. He should have had the sense not to reveal your location.
Right, but he wasn't thinking. We were just it
Nah,
was like we get so
let's
comfortable,
let's
we
not
get so
make
comfortable.
let's not distract. It was correct that your position is correct, and it's not crazy because we have a country run by stochastic terrorists right now.
No shit.
So you're not crazy, and everybody should be
And the
very,
weekend,
very careful.
the
about
weekend
their
idiots next to me, they only come on the weekends and they go hunting, and they have the barn, and they have a Trump thing on their fence. And I keep thinking, how can they support this guy? How can they literally support this guy? And I did find a couple of this. I don't know if you heard this woman, this younger woman, well, maybe she's 40s, that she left the evangelical church, and she's now got a YouTube channel, and she's talking all about it. And what it was
Who are
like.
these, the new evangelicals? They're a great channel. I don't know if
it's
you've heard
not
them.
that.
They're
No.
great.
This is a gal. I've heard them. This is just a gal talking about what her experience. She was really MAGA. She was really she's from Utah, I think. I mean, really into it. And she's gone now. She's out of it. But she's talking about her experience. And then I'm thinking, listening to the people near me at church on Facebook. I mean, I ripped the video because I want to use it.
Check out the documentary called Bad Faith. It's a little lib, you know what I mean, for
Bad
me.
Faith?
But
oh,
yeah,
stop.
but
We have
it's
to listen to everything.
it was right on. Like I was like, yep, that's the origins of what's happening.
What's it called?
Bad Faith, and it's about Christian nationalism and its origins. And they're like, this didn't start with the Tea Party. This didn't start with Reagan.
Oh, here it is.
And it goes way back and gives you shows you the evolution and how the rhetoric has heightened and become more like hostile, and it's why they have the biggest, baddest guns and as many of them as possible. And they really take you through the whole thing, but it's their realization. This is the part I like, their realization and eventual manipulation of politics in order to achieve Christian nationalist goals, to the point where they realized, oh, this is a waste of time. We should find a way to circumvent politics. So that's where I was like, okay, well, that's part 2 of the documentary, I guess. But I mean, where does it go?
I've been making anti-Nazi videos for years. You know how I make that's not environmental necessarily, but I make these videos. And it's like never in my wildest dream when I was making some of them years ago did I think we would be right where we are. Did I ever think I would hear this proclamation of we're going to come after you as a terrorist if you are express anti-capitalist, anti-Christian. And like he says, anti-Christians are the most discriminated against religion. Did he use that word? Are they out of their fucking minds?
Yeah.
Who's discriminating against them?
They talk a lot about
Crazy
that. In that
assholes.
documentary.
They talk about Seven
I'm gonna
Mountains
watch it.
Dominionism.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
wondering because they do
it's
think
good.
government is one of those mountains, but it's interesting that they think it just needs to be removed as opposed to, I don't know, climbed.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's nice to see, and there's people in it that I'm like, fuck this guy. Like this the guy who's there. It's like these Republicans that you see on MSNBC all the time. Who's the one guy
like
that was
the
McCain's
Bulwark
campaign?
people? Because I
No,
like the Bulwark.
old school, older.
Oh,
This is older.
I like Tim Miller from the Bulwark. I happen to like him.
It's Steve Schmidt or something.
Oh, Steve Schmidt. Yeah, he's been around for a while. Weren't they
But
in the
I don't know
Lincoln
if that's
Project?
him. It was John McCain's campaign manager against Obama. What's that?
What about them? You're saying they were
It's
with relation to the video.
They're the talking heads in the documentary where I was like,
Right.
I wish it was anybody else, but like who else? You know what I mean?
They did
And they didn't say anything like they weren't no one said anything negative about their side. They focused all their attention and commentary on the right thing. And that by the end of the documentary, I was like, oh, thank God that was good. You know, I saw another documentary as research for something I'm working on where this Scottish guy, I guess he's a journalist or a writer or something. He comes to South Carolina because he traced the Scots fleeing persecution and linking them, not all of them, granted, but linking like a good deal of them to the start and the culture of slavery and the origins of the Ku Klux Klan. And so, like, the whole reason they call it a clan has Scottish origins, apparently.
Well,
But
clan
so
it is that word.
yeah, so he's like, you know, when I got to, you know, he's like, so I'm going to the deep south in the US and I'm going to look into it. And this is my Scottish accent. And he goes, here I am in Greenville, South Carolina. And I'm like, that's 1 hour north of me. Right. And I was like, oh shit. And you know, it's very, look, if you're going to do something where you talk about the origins and the roots and the history of something and you bring it to literally present day, and we're all like, what is next? But we've just watched a pretty steady progression of evolution in whatever the Klan, what Christian nationalism, whatever it is. And those things are related. But like whatever it is, it's not bottoming out. The documentary doesn't end, and that's what happened. We don't know what happens yet. Like it's very like new documentaries weird me out because at the end you're like, well, now I guess I'll just wonder what happens next. But shit, it's only like getting
I
scarier.
like making documentaries.
So
about
it's informative, but you
scary.
gotta keep it in check.
Who have you watched Ed Gein on Netflix?
Monster season 3.
not.
Yes, I did.
Oh boy.
Jake, do you know who this is? Ed Gein? Do you
Oh,
know
this
that?
is such old news to me. My buddy
but
in high
Charlie
school
Hunnam was
came
so good.
running through the doors one day to be like, did you know there was a guy that made a lamp out of human skin?
So
and we had so many Ed Gein jokes.
Oh jeez.
So this was
I hardly
this was
remember.
very entertaining. Oh, go ahead.
I just realized this joke is going to make it from my high school days till now. This guy is a very funny comedy writer. He now works in the news, working for WDIV, Local 4 in Detroit. But I just remembered, he, from that Ed Gein fact, ended up wanting to do a skit called Ed Gein Home Makeover. And it's a home makeover show. Except when people come through the doors, it's, yeah. Kudos to Dane.
Well, we were watching it. I was watching it. My daughter was watching it. My brother was watching it. And we're like, we're on Signal now. We're not on Meta anymore. We're talking to each other about it. It's like pretty funny. I said half America's watching this.
So what I appreciate about this, because I've seen the documentary and the docu-series or whatever.
Yeah.
What I appreciated about this is it cuts to Alfred Hitchcock making Psycho, talking to the guy who wrote the book about Ed Gein. And then A couple
Oh,
episodes
so
later, they're
well
on the
done.
set of Texas Chainsaw Massacre
Yep.
talking about how that was created.
So well done.
And then Silence of the Lambs, and it just keeps going. And I was like, the Hollywood stuff is really cool. It's really engaging
It was.
to me.
I thought the way they weaved in and out. And of course, Laurie Metcalf as the mother, the religious, both mothers.
From Roseanne. Yeah. she's
Yes.
great.
Look, but the mothers, the two mothers, the mother of the gal that was dating, like going steady with him, those mothers were so hideous and horrible. The characters were just so bad and so horrible to their children to make them feel so bad about themselves.
That character, though,
incredible.
that character, his on again, off again fiance, like I was
Yeah.
like, it's amazing this guy is scoring. Like, the fuck, man.
Yeah,
Like, it's-
scoring corpses.
this guy,
really, and
like,
she
you
tells him
can't
to.
tell there's something up. I don't know. It was weird. So, that
I
part,
like it.
that character was heavily fictionalized for the
Of
series
course
because
it
I looked
was, but
into
was
it.
Great.
Well, I looked into it, and it's like 99% based on a lie she told after he'd been arrested during an interview. And they were like, let's just pretend that was true and make that
Yeah, it was
character in
fun.
the show.
I
I guess, but the parts where they would do like very authentic Hollywood stuff, I was like, this is fucking cool. Because
Absolutely. Absolutely.
whether
Loved it.
this isn't 100% the way it is, but our favorite kinds of entertainment is based on one of the single most horrifying things to ever come out of humanity.
Really?
Like,
100%.
and everyone's like, oh, I love that stuff. And it's like, oh yeah, but I mean, when you think about the real
Not
life,
if somebody was
like,
at my door. Not if I'm sitting
Well,
in here and some
right.
fucker's at my door and
That's
I don't have
why
any weapon on me
I've-
in this room.
that's why I really appreciated the educational aspects of the process behind
Yeah.
making these movies, what they did, what the actors went through. Like, it was really, really, it's like, you think I'm perfect for this role? That's kind of an insult. Like, what the fuck, right?
When he
Like,
said
you
that,
think you
I'm-
see that guy in me? Thanks for nothing. But like, did go on to be one of the most groundbreaking movies of all time, right? So again and again. So anyway, it was great. Now, there's another show on Netflix called Mindhunter. It's by David Finch. And it's about these real life
I haven't watched
FBI
it yet.
agents that
Yeah,
first
yeah.
started interviewing serial killers and came up with the term serial killer. And it's the origins of how the FBI began to like put the pieces together on not necessarily preventing it, but once a crime occurs, tracking them down as quick as possible, like putting a button on it. So in this show, Monster, there's an episode of Mindhunter. It was the coolest thing. It was different actors, but it was the exact same
That's
characters
great.
and set and the way they were acting. I was like, oh, that's so
I
fucking
haven't
cool.
watched all of them, and this was like I said, it was
Mindhunter's
a
all
weird
true.
summer. It was a weird summer. I
Yeah.
did not get to relax. I didn't feel like I got to just lay around and watch movies or anything. But this winter, oh man, I'm going to just be inside, and I got my firewood all on my deck, and I got shit together now. I'm making the food
Hell
and
yeah.
getting all canned up for the winter time. Well, I'm not going to have any money to go anywhere. That's another thing that I want to talk to you guys about. So,
Right.
well, my brother, right? I just want to talk. I want to vent. I've got
Yeah,
22
that's what we're
people.
doing here.
Okay.
Just real quick, just so everyone knows, this is an unscripted, freeform
Unscripted.
conversational show. It's a panel show,
I
and
know
we don't
I'm-
draw conclusions and
Right.
make any points, maybe accidentally.
I'm
but not
blabbing a
intentionally.
lot tonight, but I need it. So
Go ahead, talk it
my-
out.
Okay. So I had borrowed money, $200 from my brother, my younger brother. And I never do that, but I did because I had to pay the school taxes, and then I just got all short.
When was this?
Last week.
Oh, okay. I
so-
thought
so
you could have
all
said
this-
the 80s. I don't know.
No, last week. So, okay. He makes this thing like, oh my God, you have to borrow money from me. What's wrong? I'm like, okay, everything is wrong. So he instructed me. I did my whole budget, every single thing. I made a whole spreadsheet, sent it to him. He did a spreadsheet with all my expenses, with everything on it, how to do this, how to get myself straightened back out again, amortization rates, interest rates, everything. He did this whole incredible thing, which is, it's good, but I'm realizing if I can't afford, I may not be able to afford to even run my channel. That's how close to I am so on the line that he said, I said, I don't know, because I have Ecamm Live, and then I have Story Blocks, Epidemic
It adds up.
Sound, Canva, and then the internet, and
Yep.
everything. It does add up, and and losing the channel for the 3 months really did. I lost my momentum. Then I just wanted to talk about this because this is life experiences people have. We all have these experiences, and I'm living on the line of, he's like, well, you're retired. Like, don't make me feel any worse, about everything. I'm retired. I'm not going to be able to go anywhere. He's got me on the 5-year plan. You know what that means? I'm not going to be able to leave the house for 5 years. I can't wreck my channel. I will go. What would I do without this? Read books and play with the cats? I mean, and clean the house all the time? I don't know. What would I do?
Things would present themselves.
Like
You would.
Substack. I started writing on Substack.
And I mean, honestly, podcasting and live streaming, this is a sign that we lack social clubs in this country. And like the ones we have are, I don't know, fairly conservative, if you ask me, the ones I was in.
I have that. This Sunday is
lovely.
the women's lunch, we
I
get
just,
together
why
every
can't a communist knock on my door and go, hey, don't want to bother you? Pamphlet. We meet why can't
It's not 1955.
why can't a socialist hand me a pamphlet at the Latino festival? You know what happened to me? Fucking Latino festival, walking around having a great time. Actually, more than once thought, I love that this is happening. There's no raids. Here we are, right? Like, it's almost like the outside world isn't here yet.
Yeah.
We're gonna, I don't know. But I was like, these people are all, I wasn't like, wow, they're brave to be out here. But they are. But like, also they were acting totally like, this is the Latino festival. We belong here. This is our thing. And it was a great turnout. But like, this little girl runs up to me and hands me a pamphlet. And I was like, what's this now? And it was like a bag. And she came over from like a booth. And I said, what's this now? And I didn't want to take it. I don't know who this is. It's a little kid. I didn't want to take it. So I look up and there's like a mom going, it's okay. And I was like, oh, okay. What is this? She goes, it's about God. And I was like, oh, thank you. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and trying to convince you what you're doing is not going to work on me, but whatever. It's all AI generated images on a pamphlet for the anti-abortion pill. And I was like, you got a little kid handing this shit out. Like, come on. And you want to talk to us about indoctrination.
Child
You want to talk to us about like some
Child
sort of
abuse.
grooming or Sharia law or imposing your beliefs on people. And like, can we not wait till a certain age before you start saying, well, I don't know, do you want to do that? Do you want to be involved
then
in
they
it?
have to tell them what it means. And I imagine the mothers just like Ed
It was the
Geis's
reverse
mother.
It was the reverse abortion pill is what it was.
I have
kept
something
the
I want to
pen.
bring to your
Yeah.
attentions,
Yes,
both
sir.
of you.
Okay, baby, go for it.
When you hear that somebody wants to enact Sharia law,
Yeah.
what do you think? Like the person who's enacting Sharia law in some country somewhere, would you describe that as right wing or left wing?
Right wing.
Oppressive. Right wing.
It's the Taliban or
It's oppressive, religiously oppressive.
And
That's what
just
I
Sandy,
think.
just Sandy. Why do you think it is right wing? You said religiously oppressive.
Well, I guess really, if you say Sharia and you say we're going to do it, it's kind of insulting to the Muslims. I mean, so.
But why do you think it's right wing?
I thought you were asking in the context of the U.S.
Here
like what they mean when
in
they
the
say it.
U.S.
No, the person who's enacting Sharia law is that person. There really are countries that have religious law, and
Right.
it's Sharia law.
Exactly.
So my question is: are the people who are doing that right wing or left wing?
No.
Well, I don't know if they.
Then why do you think that is?
I don't know what their left and right is.
Don't let
I
me
would
psych
only
you out.
have
Just
this
answer
comparison.
honestly. what your
I would
honest thoughts
say
are.
it depends on how you feel about extremist religions. You know, I mean, are they inherently conservative? Yes.
So I'm getting that you don't really know. Is that accurate to say?
Well, I do.
It's
Well,
fine.
I used to know. I mean, it's different. Sharia can be different for different purposes, religions, I swear. I mean, I would think
So
from
this
like
is a revelation to
one
me
place.
then.
Mhm.
I would say without hesitation,
Here, I'm
it
gonna look
is
it
a
up.
far right it's a far right
gonna-
idea to put anything as a religious theocracy.
Yeah,
So
I'm
it's
putting it
fundamentalism.
in.
Yeah,
There you
Like
go.
exactly that.
extremist. Yeah, like imposed
So
on.
so
forced.
religion running the government, generally speaking, that's
Yeah.
far right.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so if people are trying to enact Sharia law, that is a far right ideology that they're talking about enacting. That's far right
Yeah.
all
Okay.
around the world.
All right. Thank
So
you.
in America, if they're accusing, notice that they tend to accuse left-wingers of wanting to enact Sharia law.
Yeah,
But that's
they don't e-
nonsense.
They
That's
don't know what it means.
exactly
Projection,
correct.
yeah.
But here's what I'm learning right now.
Every
We also
accusation is an admission, or whatever they say.
Pinkerbell has it right. Religious oppression is inherently conservative.
But just what are you getting
Like
at?
Yeah. Well, first, there's a revelation here in this conversation. We don't know with full confidence what Sharia law, the ideological leanings of that, because we've only apparently been responding to nonsensical accusations, and it's
Well,
not
no,
crazy.
years ago.
No, it's not crazy.
Sandy,
that-
seriously, I gotta hear his point.
Okay.
Well, it's not crazy that we would think of it that way and hesitate for a moment, because that's all. It's constantly left wingers being accused of wanting Sharia law. I talked to right wingers. I asked them what the leanings they think of Hamas are, right or left, and they said left. Hamas is a far right extremist organization.
Right.
So I noticed that we get so into details that we assume everybody else is on the same page as us about the basic stuff, but to my horror, they are not.
Yeah, and I mean, I was generalizing it. I was using Sharia law in the way they use it.
Yeah.
Saying,
But you know what?
this
The
is a
only
blanket term for imposing your way of life on everyone, or else, when that's actually what they're projecting. But I see your point. Yeah. And I mean, I do think, because I do this a lot, actually. I won't just say what GOP is. Why did people keep going MSN museum? Why don't you explain to me that that's the Modern Museum of Art? You know what I mean? Like, when people use abbreviations casually, it kind of stresses me out, because it's like, nobody knows what you're talking about, dude. But like, also, yeah, I mean, especially when something has been used so like flagrantly as Sharia law, and just thrown around as like, they say it's the same as saying it's Satan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
But years
okay,
ago, I
it's
just wanted to
impending doom. Got it.
slip this in, Jake. Years ago, the right wasn't saying that. They really weren't. It was they weren't saying it. It started. That's a little bit more, I think, recent, because it used to just be people on the left saying they want white Christian nationalist Sharia law, and then The Handmaid's Tale was on TV, and then people started talking about it. That's when the right wing started reversing it. It was the Donald Trump
Interesting.
syndrome.
Have you seen
That's all. I didn't want to
might be a
interrupt.
trilogy.
That's a good
There
point.
is a documentary. This came out in like 99, 2000. It's the guy who did the documentary is like famous. That's why he is, or not who made the documentarian is famous. It is about a guy who is like the ultimate propagandist and taught television marketing, how to do, like, what you should do. These are like CIA tactics. This shit works, right? Like, manipulated marketing to be more propagandized. So the documentary is about the moment. It was a conscious decision to go after Islamic fundamentalists while also doing that.
Mhm.
and it like pinpoints
Gotcha.
like the moment in politics when the right was like, let's do that. Let's call it
Yes.
out and like do it at the same time.
Call it out and do it.
And there was like a definite shift in rhetoric. It was I
So-
think it was the 90s that it happened, but
The defining aspect of this era of propaganda is definitely going to be accusing others of that of which you are guilty, I think. So,
Ever since 2015, the minute that fucker came down the escalator, that's when it started, and it's just.
and I
been
think it's
continually
intentional.
worse.
I think that's a Steve
course
Bannon
it is.
strategy, and I
Oh.
think he is informed quite literally by the Nazi Party. That is what
Absolutely.
that's what their strategy was.
Oh yeah, Jake.
I did find
They
it.
studied.
Yeah, I think there's something to be gained by pausing and reminding people of the nonsense when we hear nonsense. Like whenever you hear them say they want Sharia law, stop the whole conversation and say, okay, person that
What
just
is
said
it?
that. Yeah, what do you think that is? Yeah.
That's cool,
it's-
Jake. I am definitely going to have to commit this to my memory banks and get a much more cohesive answer for myself instead of
It's
what
just
we
such-
did earlier. Yeah, good.
You see, here's your problem, Sandee, is you are trying to have productive, logical conversations. That's where you went wrong. You're trying to talk like a grown-up, you see. And we're all just fucking, every last one of us is in hell.
it's Adam Curtis. Adam Curtis for the BBC. You can watch these on YouTube.
Adam
3-part documentary series. The Power of Nightmares.
Interesting.
I'm gonna watch it again. Every
The
time I
Power
think
of
of it, I'm like,
Nightmares.
why haven't I
I'm
watched
writing
this
all.
again?
I have this time. I'm writing everything down because every time you talk about great movies, the show's
Also-
over. I walk out and forget it.
Yeah,
The
and this is
Power of
nonfiction,
Nightmares.
But like
Okay.
also Adam
It's on
Curtis,
YouTube.
great writer, producer of documentaries, fantastic.
All right.
Mm.
All right.
It's Baby It's Cold Outside, The Phantom Victory, and The Shadow in the Cave. So you can kind
All
of
right,
piece together
cool.
what those
The
are
Power
about.
of
But
Nightmares.
part 1 for me was like,
I got it. Okay, I got it. So I as long as I have it in my history, I'll have it. So I need some good stuff. I'm
Hold on,
going
it-
to try to
real
relax.
quick. This installment, well, this wouldn't be it. This installment, the first one, traces the parallels between the origins of neoconservative thought in America and radical Islamic ideology in Egypt.
Ooh.
Curtis argues that both movements stemmed from delusional intellectuals who wanted to reassert traditional moral values over liberal or secular societies. So those are good. I'm going to rewatch that. But yeah,
What
okay.
was the
So you want to
year?
chill out? Stop watching the Ed Gein right now.
I finished it.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Move on. Go watch some Joy of Painting. Watch some Bob Ross. My wife and I burned through like 7 episodes.
I watched lately. I've been watching Cat TV. And some
There
of
you
it
go.
is extremely wonderful. With
one
these
episode
cats.
of Ed Gein. One episode of the Ed Gein movie. 2 weeks of cat videos.
Yeah,
One
Cat
episode of
TV.
Ed Gein.
Yeah.
36 hours of Joy of Painting. The Joy of Painting is fucking amazing. That guy is
I don't have any patience right now to actually do what any more than I've taken on here.
But do me
But I would
a
love
favor
to.
and just put that on.
Okay.
And then get back to me because you'll be like, man, I went through 10 seasons in a few days.
All right,
Can't
the
stop."
joy that one, and then the joy of painting.
Well, you know who I'm
my
talking
mother
about.
was a painter.
Yeah,
Jake,
Bob Ross.
You know Bob Ross.
Mhm.
Okay.
Actual military guy.
Air Force.
Funny
Yeah,
enough.
he was a drill
Yeah,
sergeant.
and he learned to paint while he was in the Air Force, like as not therapy for trauma or anything, but like just as looking for a hobby. But isn't that weird? What a weird life. Sorry. By the way, Sandee, I linked in the private chat a playlist for the Goes Wrong show. If you're looking to unwind in just a half hour at a time,
Private chat. Okay. I
yeah.
will.
It's the premise of the
Mhm.
show is like a amateur
you.
theater company gets
Good.
booked on the BBC, but because they are amateur, everything goes wrong, and hence it is
All
quite
right.
fun.
Oh, great.
Good. Now I've got some stress reducers and not just. Yeah. Okay.
Next
Perfect.
week. 2
2 years.
2 years, 2-year anniversary next year of Left Past 10. I'm bringing it up now because we'll probably forget it. We forgot our
Yes,
100th
no.
episode, but that's okay. We did it.
Yeah, but was
be
I
fun,
here? Oh, I was.
No.
I wasn't here. No.
Mm-mm.
No.
So we got to all be
Andrea
here
said
for
that.
next week.
And next week I am. Let me look at my whole schedule and calendar.
Well, you'll be here at 10 o'clock. I mean, even
That's-
for like a few
next week
seconds.
is
join
the
us.
15th already. Holy shit!
Maybe,
Why
yeah.
does time fly when you're older? Just like I wake up and I'm like, it's like,
Well, 31 days, half October.
damn, it's the 8th already.
Halfway. Next
All right,
week
the
will be about
15th.
halfway.
That's a busy week for me, but I'm coming. Yep, I am coming.
Sandee, it's the anniversary of a 2-year
Of
commitment.
course, I'm going to be here.
You have to look at your calendar and be like,
Well, I will make sure.
what
that
am I
don't-
doing Wednesday?
I
maybe
will
the same
not-
thing you've been
We
trying
might
to
have
do
had
for
to
2 years.
reschedule. We could have rescheduled Left Past 10.
No, I don't have anything Wednesday, and
I
I'm
know,
not
I'm
going
saying
to put
hypothetically.
anything on Wednesday.
I
except
think
for
you have this on Wednesday.
Yes, but during the day, I don't have to go to Buffalo, and I do have to go to Buffalo, but I'm not going to go that day. I have some business to attend to up there. All right, and it's not medical for once.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's like
You had a brutal effing
I'm fine.
year,
I'm
basically.
just tired. I'm taking iron
Good.
and a new magnesium, so it's great. I'm all good. Just tired.
Oy.
But
Yeah, I like how Bob Ross is like, tell you what we're gonna do.
tell you
We're
what,
gonna put a
we're
tree
gonna
right
do.
where? There it is. Just love it listening to that guy. He's like, we're gonna take our almighty brush and we're gonna put a lot of paint on it and push it into the canvas. And then he'll say some things where like my stupid, immature, perpetual teenage mind is like, doesn't sound good, dude. He'll say stuff like, and just touch it. Just touch it. It's okay. Give it a touch. And I'm like, dude, he's like, we're walking through the woods. I love the deep woods. So deep. Very deep. And I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound right. Like,
Oh my god, that's
but
hilarious.
he is so like
Ah!
innocent. He'll get to the end of an episode and saying, I want to thank everyone for sending in condolences after my wife passed. And like I mean, he'll just do really heartfelt stuff. He does whole
Aw,
episodes with a
that's sweet.
squirrel in his pocket, Peapod the pocket squirrel, like nursed it back to health. He's got like animal friends and shit. Every
Aw.
now and then he'll like later seasons, like I guess around 5 or 6 season, he's like starts the show by introducing an artist and says, this is Carol. She's a lady from California and she does seascapes. And I brought her in today to do a seascape for you.
I know.
And then
who
like
it is,
this lady looks at the wrong camera because it's like Alaska Public Television. She's looking at the
Yeah.
wrong camera for like 15 minutes. There's nothing they can do. There's all these. It's really kind of neat the way they're like, we're going to graphically display the names of all the paints on the screen right now. And I'm going to get going. If you miss it, you can see the list again next week and write down the one you missed. And I'm like, wow, it's sign of the times, man. No pause. No, like, I mean, think about it. It was like the names of the paint will be graphically displayed across the bottom of your screen. Graphically displayed. Like, we're going to put them on screen. It's just so, like, what you look at as technical is kind of cute and charming the way they're like, we're graphically displaying it, Bob. You want to say it like that? Because that's different than painting with a brush.
Right.
He's calling it out. I don't know.
We should do like a modern version of Bob Ross, but just with a bad artist. I'd like to be like, we're drawing a lady today, which of course means we're going to use the circle function. Ladies have boobs. So we're
They
doing that.
did the Bob Ross tattoo artist where he's doing like a eagle with the
Boobies.
American flag on some lady's ass.
For
And
all
he goes, now this is the eagle is a predator. And I'll swoop down and pick up a little prairie dog and gobble it up and then fly away. And, you know, he was saying like all this crazy shit while he was like bing, tattooing this lady. It was funny. It was like an MTV thing. But Bob Ross was, so here's the thing. I was always fascinated by this guy, but like, you know, when the internet came around, you would spend the first few years going, I should look this up. right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, I
Right,
can just look this up now. This is cool.
Yeah.
So I always wondered how the fuck was Bob Ross really that chill? And I suspected that he just wasn't. And so the first chance I got to like use the internet in the early days, I looked him up and realized, yes, Air Force drill instructor, that guy. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
that's crazy, but
Yeah.
okay. Divorced 3 times, or like married 3 times, divorced twice. And I was like, oh, not easy to be around. Maybe he has a temper. I really started to wonder. Doesn't it sound cool? It's like, well, I'm just worried. You're not.
Well, what are
don't
you
put his-
saying? I've
Hold on, I'm
lost
just
the
worried
track
somebody.
of.
That he
I'm
was a
worried
cool
somebody put
guy.
a phone number up in the chat.
Oh, really? In my
But
house?
like
I mean, in my chat?
it gave me insight to the fact that Bob Ross probably wasn't that guy all the time, but I do think he
Right.
was that guy because there's been
Yeah.
documentaries
Right.
since and everything where no, that's how he was.
So he's a
He
bit
did-
spicy.
He
a
wanted
bit
to get rid of the
wild.
perm. He wanted to get rid of the perm almost right away, and they were like, "It's trademark. You can't."
First of all, that I mean, yeah, that's insane. But also, I'm of the belief that when you are a drill instructor, you must get most of that out of your system.
Well,
You know?
according to Hexeth now, you definitely have. It's going to be haircuts now. No beards.
What? No, I mean the yelling at
No.
people and the being
Oh, yeah, well, that's
mean. Like I'm sure you get all that out of your system when you're you're sitting there and you're like, all right, I'm supposed to traumatize this 18-year-old. What's the
died
meanest
so
thing I can
young.
think of right now? And then you screaming at him and you move on. And I'm sure like you do that professionally for enough boot camps in your life. You just don't have as much of a desire to scream at somebody in the grocery store or whatever. Oh gosh, he was a handsome devil.
My mom used to watch, and my mom used to paint.
Look at
And
that
I
one.
don't know what happened.
I did a contest one time on
Oh,
stream, and I was
wow.
like, "If anybody can tell me who this is, I'll send you this." Right?
Wow, you didn't. That's great, and it was.
Handsome devil.
Oh,
Wow.
Bozy didn't put a phone number. He put numbers that if you look at them on a digital display, they say boobless upside
Here's
down.
one I
Come
really
on, dude.
like.
Bozy got him.
I was like, I hope you're not putting a phone number. What is that? I was like, did he get hacked?
Boobies, by the way. I believe
Booby.
I haven't even looked at the chat. I can tell you, I suspect 8008145.
Yeah.
Boobies.
3.
I got
Oh yeah,
Alaska.
that
You
would
got
be
boobies.
Boobias is what I spelled.
It's like an H.
That's from one of the
Nice.
shows. That's Alaska.
Boobies.
Here we have
Love it.
a little, and you can't have light without dark. And he says all these things. He's like, just
The white. Yeah,
the
that's
way
so
he
cool.
would do stuff was magical, though. It's like the wet on wet process. He wouldn't give it time to dry, which means you can keep layering it without smearing.
Yeah.
And
What
like
kind of
having to wait.
investment is it to get like an entry level painting? You have to have an easel and you have to stand up.
Oh, these days?
Yeah, these days.
I don't
like,
think you have to stand.
No. Well, standing is good.
It's really
because-
well.
I
here's
don't
the
know
thing.
if I could ever find the time, but I just looking at that picture I put up made me feel so good. Like it would be so nice to be able to create something like that.
Not only have I recently
Thank you,
bought an
Matt. I'm gonna watch
easel
them.
and many canvases, but
Yeah?
I've been making my own paintbrushes.
Oh, dude. This is a little Ed Gein.
Really?
I don't know about this. What are you using?
Uh-oh. Ed Gein, yeah. I used to-
Oddly enough,
Little bit.
lady hair.
All right.
Horse tails. Horse tails.
I'll be well. Look on the screen right now and guess what I'm using for the business.
Oh, that's awesome. You're like, where am I going to get hair? Wait a minute. I don't need all this. Oh, cool. I thought this was just your reset.
On the screen.
Well, also, if I go too long without getting a haircut, I do eventually get furious and just shave it all off anyway. But in this case, I thought, hey, paintbrushes.
Cool. Well, I'd like to take a look at those one day if you share that kind of stuff. That sounds cool.
That's kind of what. Oh, yeah, I know that. It's not
Back in
horse-
two shakes of a lamb's
it's
tail.
Sandy,
two-
what you
two
do
shakes
is
of a
if you're going to
lamb's tail.
embrace a new
I don't know if I
hobby
ever
or
have
something,
time.
if you do, you don't
Mhm.
like, oh, I want to learn guitar. You don't run out and buy a $10,000 guitar and then
No.
never use it. So like
Right.
buy some buy some stuff that would be considered entry level, so you don't
Yeah.
break the bank, and then your skill will evolve to the point where those supplies aren't doing you justice. You need to upgrade in order to continue to fuel your own, your talent as you acquire more and more skill. And I just think like there are affordable ways to do it. You could buy like a set and just kind of mess
Right.
around, and then really what you get out of it shouldn't, like, honestly, I've tried painting and I was like, fuck this, it's messy and I suck at it, and I never went back. But I do it digitally, so I have to study painting.
Right,
So I
right,
understand what I'm doing when I'm blending colors and
I
how they look
just-
in print and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
there's
thought-
entry points is what I'm saying.
Right. It felt, just looking at the picture, but I have a problem with finding time for all these things that I want to do, and that's the problem. And that just made me feel so good at that moment, looking at that beautiful painting and realizing, yeah, I could do that. And it's probably a core of like 6 colors to have in your first palette, maybe even just 6 colors, because
know
you're
what? I
mixing and
mean,
blending and doing all that. My friend,
adult
I
coloring
have
books
beautiful
are awesome.
paintings.
And
I've
I don't mean
No, I've seen them.
pornographic. I mean coloring books.
Mhm. My
They've got
daughter
coloring
has
books
them.
all over.
My
Yeah, I
daughter
mean,
has
that's
them.
very art heals. That's very therapeutic.
See, that's a better thing than getting the munchies and eating something. Having your coloring book with you.
I'm
when
not
you're
going to
watching
judge
a
people.
movie. I'm judging myself. I don't want to do that.
If
this
you get a
winter
hankering for
time.
12 pieces of toast because you smoked weed, okay,
All right, I don't
you
smoke.
do you.
I ingest. I don't smoke anything anymore. No, I don't smoke vapes or weed or anything like
My
that.
go-to right now, this
No.
happens periodically. The way I quit smoking cigarettes was by eating frozen peaches, like sliced frozen
Yeah.
fruit, because smoking is like an oral fixation.
Sure.
And I was reaching for something, and I was at like a food show when I was in the restaurant industry, and they were like, there's a frozen fruit vendor, and he's like, check out some samples, try the peaches are great. And I was like,
Right.
this is awesome. So like when I quit smoking, I was like, I'm just going to try to eat frozen peaches. And it worked. It was the perfect substitute for some reason. It just worked for me. I told millions of people, well, everyone I knew, and like it worked for exactly one other person. But like, okay, cigarettes are difficult. So anyway,
Sure.
now
That's
like
one of the
periodically,
most. I
yeah,
give
so
you a lot
per-
of credit for quitting.
so like periodically, I'm like, oh man, I just got a hankering for some frozen fruit. And then it's like every fucking night, frozen mangoes, frozen pineapple. I'm making smoothies all the time. It's
Now
so
you're
good.
hooked
I
on
love.
fruit.
Yeah, I just
Jake.
love
Got a
frozen fruit.
$10 a day habit.
Oh, I harvested my cassava melons. They never got fully yellow. So I brought them in because the weather's been so screwed up. I've got 4 beautiful ones, and I'm just hoping that they turn yellow in the dining room until they're not on the vine, because we had one frost. And I'm covered. Like I said that at the beginning. I went out to the garden and covered up the Brussels sprouts and the cabbage. How's your garden, Matt?
This is not a bird
Oh.
nest, by the way. This is a formed cap of hair.
Oh,
It looks
This was
like
once
Ed,
upon
it's
a
very
time.
so
Ed.
that's yours.
Ed. It's from
Just to be
Ed Gein.
clear, this is yours.
It's Ed Gein.
Put it back on, dude. And you made a toupee out of your own hair? This is fucking awesome.
Looks like a military haircut. Look at that. The straight up, like Richard
How is
Ojeda.
Andrea not here for this?
I know,
I bet
It's
she's
really
not even
sad.
watching this.
Andrea,
She
are
would
you
be having a
watching?
field day.
Be like, Jake put his own hair on. Jake put his
She
own
was
hair on.
tired. She was tired. And her-
Okay,
Try to-
nevertheless, missing out.
But you see, that's going to be a lovely paintbrush when I
Sure.
clip it down. I'm telling
That's very cool, Jake. So creative here and imaginative and
Well, it's 'cause
positive, uplifting, and I love it. 2 years
Look
of
at that
doing this
tool.
with you guys. Oh my God.
Save it for next week.
Getting me out of the doomosphere.
It's because I bought that lathe on a whim when my dad and I were just trying to look for stuff to do together. And man, I've discovered I can taper the ends of a stick. And if you have a tapered stick, you just wrap wire around it. I'm going to try to sell it for a ludicrous amount of money, and then when nobody buys it, I'll paint something.
You might hit something with your endeavors. Something's going to hit your sauce or your paintbrush. It's odd. Sauce, paintbrushes, but I like the spectrum of the ideas that come out of you.
That's the larger project. I do think we should come up
sauce
with
is gonna be great.
non-offensive things we can sell. Like nobody, like when I was talking about cups originally, and people were like, "Oh, that's not good for these reasons." And you did actually, and then I looked it up, and you're right. The cups come from basically slavery. So, but I do think we have to zero in on like products we can sell, because this leftist movement needs to be financed by not leftists. And right now, the only way we have to raise money, which I've been trying to do, is beg the audience. But if we have the same 50 or 100 people financing every goddamn cause, it's not going to do any good. So we have to find things that like normal people that will want to buy and try to hawk those, I guess. That's what I think.
I'm just trying to sell shit so I can fix my house, jewelry and all that. My brother's helping
we all
me
need
with that
money.
too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a tough time, and I have it. It's stuff I don't wear in my
desperately
life.
needs infrastructure.
I need infrastructure. My back deck is gonna. I'm gonna fall through it next year if I don't fix it.
Imagine this future.
Oh my
What if when we all started our shows on this space,
Imagine
Matt,
if you will. Who are you, like Twilight Zone down? Imagine if you will.
Imagine.
What if Matt said, and if you want, you don't have to, but if you want, we have a deal with Company X here. And Company X, if you sell their products, we'll give you $1 for each unit sold. Like suddenly obviously this space is a non-commercial endeavor, but like that would be a central a way that you could do what Brian Tyler Cohen was trying to do. I think he had good intentions, but he ended up just working with the devil. I think that is a legitimate way that leftists could make money. Sell a product. And more crucially, not just say Harry's Razors or whatever, but have a larger organization which has already made the deals. You don't have to negotiate. You don't have to, you don't have to wonder if you're getting screwed. But the vetting has already been done by responsible people, basically. So people starting out actually can afford to start out. I think it's doable. We'll see.
So I assume Brian Tyler Cohen is not a progressive.
He is, actually. I think he's a progressive.
So why is he with what did you say? Aligned with
Chorus.
Hell?
Chorus. No, Chorus.
Oh,
is
Chorus.
the name of the
Yeah.
And I don't look.
I didn't know
I want to
that.
be
He
crystal
did.
clear.
He did really. He was part
He's
of
the
that?
guy. Yeah, he and David
Brian
Pakman
Tyler
are the.
Cohen with David.
Yes.
Oh, I knew David was the fuck around guy, but I didn't know it was Brian.
Yeah, you got to read that piece.
Oh shit! I
Let
guess
me-
I do. Woo-hoo.
But let me be clear about the point I'm making. I don't think he's a bad guy for what he
Right.
tried to do. I think it's
Right.
good that it failed. I think we should, and I don't even know that it failed. They're probably just going to try it again under a different name. But even though I think that the community arrived at the correct conclusion, Brian Tyler Cohen is not wrong to try to solve this problem. Because what do we have happening right now? Sandee, desperate for
Yes.
money. Me, desperate for
Well,
money.
I'm not desperate. Well, yeah. I'm
We are
desperate.
bullshit. We are desperate for money. We're just used to living poor because we have essentially become
Yeah, but
freaks.
yeah. Well,
we knew damn well there was
I
no money
wasn't
in
always
this
poor.
thing of ours. But it's a real problem. And look at the more serious sides. Galactic News Network got canceled, and his bills within 5 days were coming due, and we had to do a scramble to try to just keep him from being homeless.
God damn,
Lore-
that's really terrible way to live. I
Yes.
mean, that
Laura
that-
Pepper, Pep Talks' wife, is right now funding desperately to try to get her cancer treatment paid
Oh my
for.
god.
In other words, people who are doing the most necessary work in society right now
Yeah, yeah.
also have to take a vow of poverty. to do so. And I think one of the things that is incumbent upon
didn't
people
wanna think
who
about.
are able to last in this field is to find a way to finance it for the little guys. Absolutely. So Brian Tyler Cohen effed up, but he effed up trying to do a good thing, and I think we should keep that in mind when we judge him.
I'm not
Yeah,
judging
I'm not.
him.
I
I'm
think
not
that
judging him. I mean, I don't know enough. And actually, there's some of his stuff pops up on the screen. I'll watch certain things. I watch so many different people, so it's hard because I don't watch one person all the time consistently, except for the Majority Report I'll have on.
we got
Same.
normies in my life who are. Friend of mine said, I've been listening to Midas Touch a lot. And I was like, Midas Touch. And he goes, oh, yeah. And
Well,
I
they're
was
all
like,
lawyers. Yeah, they
I
know how
don't-
to.
Oh, yeah.
But like, I could have said, okay, dude, you want to listen to some real shit? But I didn't. The way I said it was, oh, you know who you would like? Because we could hang with this guy. He would be like a homeboy. We could really kick it with this guy. You got to listen to Boston Bryant.
I was going to say Boston Bryant.
He's affiliated with Midas Touch, but he is like, that's my level.
He could be on this space if he wasn't on Midas Touch.
And
Absolutely.
Then I was
Boston
like,
Bryant, he was on here
Yeah.
today.
Oh, was he really?
Oh
Yeah.
he's the 1 o'clock slot on
He
Wednesday.
did a show today.
Oh, right.
Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, you got mixed up.
I
You-
know,
maybe
Jake.
you-
There's too many to keep track of.
Too many
Believe me,
Bryans.
we're doing well.
I am-
It's a good.
Yeah,
one.
I like him. I still
knew there
want to
was
do
a-
a show. I want to do a show with Jeff.
But like
I
the
knew there
fact
was
that
a-
people are listening to
Yeah.
not Joe Rogan to get their news, I don't
Yeah.
really care how skewed it is. It's like we were saying with creative projects. Find your point of entry and get in here. Like, please
Yeah.
pay fucking attention. Like, you could do worse than the Bulwark if you weren't doing anything before that. Now, I'm in your life. I will advocate for more genuine forms of commentary and news reporting and all that stuff. You can look to me for a resource in my circle of friends and family, or not. Obviously, this is what I spend my time doing on air. But like, that to me was hopeful, because this is a guy who, by all rights, shouldn't have his head up worried about politics because he's trying to make ends meet crucially. Now, if he was trying to make ends meet crucially by paying attention to politics and doing commentary about it, and that's how you made your ends meet, and you could see what was going on, just think of the level of unfairness at a minimum, the unfairness that you recognize in the world and in the system, and you can see it happening, and you know why it happened, you know how to fix it. Nobody's listening, and now it's happening to you because of some twisted, it's not even a business model, but some sort of twisted mechanism that results in a mistake and an
Right.
error of you losing your platform and your income, and your audience goes with that, all the things we've been talking about. But like, people are paying attention. People are starting to pay more attention, and it's vital. Not this guy, but another buddy of mine I was talking to, who I would consider a total normie, to the point where he's never even heard that expression. But he would say, no, dude, seen all those ads about Harris and giving illegals trans operations
Oh,
in prison. And I was
Christ.
like, dude,
I have to hear.
I
it.
was like, I'm just going to tell you, like, you're almost unreachable if you believe that shit is true. You have to, like, you really have to invest some time in reading the news, and you will quickly be able to, because we grew up with
Matt,
bullshit detectors.
But people have lost critical thinking.
No, but but not this guy. So if this
Oh,
guy
okay.
had begun, this is
Okay.
a guy I know personally. And so I was talking to him very directly, and I was like, if you invest even a small amount of time in reading the fucking news, you will develop a great bullshit detector for what to buy and what not to buy. And like, the stuff that you're going with is just, that's why they flood the airwaves. So, and he couldn't get his head around it not being true, but being allowed to be on TV. And I was like, there's a fundamental flaw just in being a part of America in this society. You cannot believe everything you see on fucking TV.
Right.
Like, this is like, you really have to, like, that's why I kept drilling at home. It's like, you have to read, man. You have to read. Now, because of the results, people are finally coming around. And we talked about this in a recent episode where people who I was, beating the drum 8 years ago saying, holy shit, this is what we got to do. It's got to be, listen to this. This is what's going to happen. And they go, oh, it's hyperbole or fear mongering. Oh, that's
Yeah,
crazy
right.
talk. That's
Yeah,
not going to
that's what
happen.
I hated.
And
And
now
I made my
they're
videos
like,
on it.
now I'm talking to people and I haven't said I told you so, but like they are going back to the moment where they're like, and this is when it fucking started. We should have done this. And I'm just thinking,
We were
like,
telling you that then, but
I
nobody
don't
wanted
know,
to
but like, I don't know how to say you should have listened to me.
No,
But,
because it doesn't do anything. It's going forward and being
but you
proactive. And
should
you know how
be,
to do that, Matt.
you should be consuming your news in
Yeah.
a genuine way. And I think if you're so easily convinced by what you see on TV, step one, start reading the news. And then just make sure you diversify your outlets. You can get suggestions from people who do this on a regular basis and stop being a fucking normie, even just enough to be informed at the ballot box, right? And not just go, well, I saw this commercial a lot. It was
I
like
don't see
insane to me, but I was hopeful after talking
Wow,
to my
I'm
other
losing
friends.
everybody on my. Are you all going over to this space, leaving my chat?
But do you think, I mean, you don't have to talk about your personal lives, but
Right.
it is hopeful for me that, every time I talk to my little brother now, he launches in with, this is some bullshit they're doing with this bill. And I'm like, wow, I don't even know what you're talking about. This is amazing. Like they're really, switched
Paying
on.
attention to what's going on around them, and paying attention to the fact that we are getting robbed blind, or
Yeah, but I think now they feel like honestly, when I first started paying attention to all online lefty YouTubers and streamers, I wasn't like, it's my responsibility to fucking know what's going on here. I just thought it was like being mature. I was like, I'm an adult now. I own stuff. I'm a part of society. I should have an informed opinion about what goes on. But I do think
it's true.
People, right. But I think now people are like, oh, this is irresponsible not to do that. Like I have to do that. Like I have to know what's going on because this is like, it's scary. And I hate that it's come to that point, but like,
well, that's the thing.
It's hard to check out now.
I wrestled. Well, that's what I was wrestling with this week. Do I want to just check out?
I think that's hard to do.
Rescue kitties, get off everything.
You don't do politics. Politics does you, and what that means now is like you can't check out.
Yeah,
there's a lot to be offended by, but there's also a lot to like in those situations when you're like, what the fuck is going on out there? I got to read the news. It's like, no, you want that you need to begin a self-education process. You need to begin learning about not just reading the news, but learning about how the news is delivered, learning about how stories are crafted, how narratives and talking points work their way into it's not something. It's like you go to driver's ed and then you drive the car and you have insurance, but like, yeah, you can just vote.
About how many percent?
Like, hold on,
How many
there should be a
percent of
process.
the population do you think have those skills?
Oh, I don't.
These days,
I think people are smarter than I would normally give them credit for because technology can make you very resourceful. Like you look at the edits that people do and making videos on TikTok, and I'm like, you did that without a production company? Like you just use your phone? That's incredible, And so I do think it's worth giving people credit for their ability to responsibly and maturely absorb the news and make informed decisions while voting and participating in democracy and civics and all that. But like, I just don't know if people's desire is the same as their ability. I don't give them credit for having the passion to do it correctly.
We need that more in the climate community, in the environment community. And actually, I see a lot of activism around things that I told you about, that cheese plant that had the effluent problem that ruined the Issawa Creek, and it's destroyed. But the lawsuit is for the town's going to get a lot of money because the company willfully did this. So, I mean, these things do work, and public pressure does work. And I mean, it can work. locally. I believe locally is also a way to go. Make sure you
This-
know what's going on where you live.
Absolutely. Like, because
You
that's
have to.
so accessible. But like, this is what I was trying to say. Tinkerbell coming through with the articulate
That's so
single
true.
line.
But
Yeah.
wait, what'd she say?
Once you have the
Right.
media literacy, it's like being able to see the Matrix. You go,
Mhm.
So true.
oh,
Mhm.
I see what's going on here.
Yeah.
I have a recommendation if you're feeling overwhelmed. If you're feeling overwhelmed and you would like to take a break from this stuff, you absolutely can. I just ask that you do one thing. If you
And
know
what's that?
what's wrong with the world, and you would nonetheless like to take a break from hearing about what's wrong with the world, that's fine. But do one thing every day. So even just have a default thing you can do if you don't know what else to do. In the case of folks who watch my show, what I would recommend is you be prepared to write one email every day. It takes you maybe 30 seconds, and just thank your senator or representatives, whoever they are. I don't know why I said senator, but for the shutdown, say that your congressman. Thank them for the shutdown and say, keep it up, because right now the government is not being funded
Right.
properly, and
Right.
there's no point in funding an improper government. So if you want to take a break, it is okay to take a break, but you do have an obligation to do something. In fact, if you only ever listen about the problems, but you don't do anything else, that's a problem. So do at least one thing to give yourself the
Yeah,
okay
I'm supposed to be doing some
enjoy.
local letter writing, and I've got postcards to send
Well,
out.
and
do,
there's
do at least one thing to give yourself
Yeah.
permission, essentially, to not do anything else.
and you can give yourself the room or the bandwidth needed to do that one thing by practicing like responsible engagement with the news. Like, yeah, maybe sometimes it is okay to just read the headline and the byline and just get like a picture of what's going on. Subscribe to the AM Quickie from the Majority Report, where they give you like this 6-minute read with the links. So if you want to know more, you click on the article and just go ahead and read the whole article. But like, they're giving it to you in sometimes it's a play-by-play, and sometimes it's commentary, and sometimes it's like, this is what happened, it's developing, you know what I mean? But like, it's curated in a way that gives you a perspective on what is important, and it's like daily. But like, that's such a quick thing that surely it's going to make time for you to like, act on one of those things, like Jake was saying. It's pretty good. And there's like, then you get Chloe Humbert's newsletter where she's like, here's the letter I wrote to my local congressperson, copy and paste, change it to your state or city or whatever. But like, here's what I'm writing about this. And so then it's a fucking copy and paste. You don't have time for that. Copy and paste, fire off an email. Like, let's go.
It's just in your bookmarks bar, save the contact information. In fact, you can save the Find My Representative website, and
Right.
it literally takes you 30 seconds. You write one email a day. You can say, I did my bit. That's the one good thing about everybody needing to do something, is that you don't need to do much. Just a little bit goes a long way when we're all doing it.
Yeah. And like, could you imagine if we all emailed and texted politicians as much as they email and text us asking for money? Like, they would be like,
I really want a new
get like
email
12 a
address.
day if you don't unsubscribe or send back stop or whatever. And
You
you know
send
what? When you
back
say
and
stop,
go to
they hit you
junk.
right away.
They
Wait.
changed the phone number. Wake up, Sandy. Kim says, I'm awake. I'm just comfortable.
Oh.
Very chill.
Yeah.
Very
Now we're
I
all
thought she was
chill,
telling
very
you to get
chill.
woke. I was going to be like,
No,
what
no,
the
no.
fuck?
Kim is my mom. She's telling me to
Literally.
wake up because I'm like
Okay.
sitting here going like this, but I'm always tired this late because
Looney
it's just
Tunes
a bit
is
busy.
LT9K is
I
trying
love
to
him.
challenge me to a lie detector, which
I
I
love
think he
him.
means he wants me to just do an episode of Lie Detector. I may have done the last one.
Wait, with him?
Ooh.
With him? Maybe
Oh, I
with
don't on
him?
the show, on his show.
No, I don't know.
I think Lie Detector should be a subscriber.
I'm going to
reward.
be his guest. I'm so excited.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think he's
January,
a
right? Is that what we're
wonderful
talking
human-
about?
He's a wonderful human being.
He's booked out till January. Is that what I heard?
Yeah,
Booked out till
I'm so
January.
proud of
God
him.
dang.
Yes, proud of him. Yes, I am.
This guy, he's got.
I was starting to
books
wonder
so
when
bad.
he's going to
Love it.
have me back on, but I guess
We're
that'll be
going to
this
do
time
the
next year.
and we're going to do the Donald and Ivana shtick for Halloween. Let me see, what's the date, Looney? I didn't even
Friday.
look
Just
at
point
it.
out he
Coming
never
Halloween is a
even
Friday.
invited me.
All right, maybe we'll
Jake,
do it on Halloween.
he probably thinks it's too hard of a get.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
He's like,
it. Yeah.
you know, I'm sure many people have said, have you ever thought about having Jake Draugelis on your show? You know, Jake Draugelis, and he goes, he would never come on this show. That guy, I'm sure he's busy. 2, he doesn't know who I am.
Well,
and 3, he's busy.
The Looney fan club. Yeah.
I really did go to the dentist and they said, you're good. That was incredible because that would have been,
It
they
had to
knew how
feel
long
good.
it had been. They had every opportunity to be like, uh-oh, we see something, you know, but they didn't. They didn't even try and con me.
Yeah, you expect the upsell, if nothing else.
Yeah, I think maybe it's my area. Maybe they're like, oh, thank God, this guy doesn't need anything. Get him out of here. Maybe they're too busy. There's a lot of Mountain Dew advertised down here.
Uh-oh.
That was the other thing. I don't do soda. I don't do lots of sugary stuff. I floss twice a day. Like I never break that habit.
Wow.
The toothpaste I use is not even a paste, and it contains some something that's good. I forget what it's called. Something that's good for your
Tyler.
teeth that's only available in Europe.
Yeah.
Like this is the one way. They're bites where you like chew a little tablet and then
Oh, really?
get some water on your brush and then
Just
it
go.
brushes. They also have mouthwash and they have dental and
So
all
it
kinds
does
of stuff.
not have a lot of plastic, in other words.
No, it's it's one glass jar I've had for years, and I just keep refilling it with these little paper
And
pouches.
it would be nice to see that alternative to toothpaste jug, everything plastic. I'm finding these companies. I like to do, not that I'm
Yeah,
proud
the
of them,
refillable stuff.
but
Like
but it's got to become less expensive, and the materials are, well, they're starting to, these companies and these scientists are really starting to refine these things. It's
the
great.
detergent
I
sheets,
can't
like
stand it.
the sheets that they just dissolve. You don't need to buy
Right.
liquid or those plastic pouches anymore. And oh my
Right.
gosh, so
Yeah, I don't do that anyway, but I buy this. I was talking about this big jug of, I don't know. It's a powder. It lasts a whole year or more. I mean, I'm only one person. I forget what it's called, Aunt
but
Millie's or something. It's
I
just
celebrated a good bill of health from the dentist with ice cream because I was like, oh, I could totally do this if I want to. I'm gonna be fine.
celebrating with ice cream for me. If I eat
Tooth
sugar,
powder.
it makes me have a headache. I can't handle it. I
I'm
ate
that way with
ate
cocaine.
way too
Just kidding.
I ate way too much sugar.
I keep
this
trying. I'm
summer.
like, guys, I don't think it's for me. There's
Sorry.
yeah.
I'm just imagining Matt standing around with like a bunch of like 80s business guys and like a
my head
dude
hurts.
with a machete, and he's just like, I don't know. I
I'm
don't
like,
think
how
it's
do
my
you do
vibe."
it? Like extra? I don't know.
I
I'd be like,
love this
"No,
chat
I don't think it
tonight.
works
It's so
on me."
good. Connor's here with us. Connor, you're still a moderator for the Tom Hartman show, right? Connor Arroyo.
Welcome in, Connor.
He's
Nice.
talking
Hi,
about
Con.
Please tell
he's
Tom
lost
Hartman
his
we
rabbit
said
ass
regard.
mind. Yeah, Connor's
Who
good
has? Who
people.
lost
Connor-
their mind?
Connor's saying that about the orange turd. He's lost his guy. He's going to go after Hillary
Yeah,
Clinton and Liz
yeah,
Cheney.
yeah.
How do you stop? Listen,
Do you
that's
think he
another
is?
thing. That's what Connor said. Connor has some inside scoop. Half the time, he's pretty knowledgeable.
Early
And,
bird.
wait,
Early.
yeah, he
Well,
is.
it's always Halloween somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, he is with Tom. And if you're with Tom Hartman and you listen to Tom every day, I mean, Tom is really bright,
Thanks
brilliant,
for the $2
amazing
pen.
person.
Oh yeah, no, Tom Hartman.
God damn, is he smart? And the books,
Give him our regard.
everybody I talk to when they talk about the Medicare scam, I say, get Tom's book on Advantage, Medicare Advantage. He wrote the manual on how not to get fucked by that. So yeah, big fan of Tom.
my headphones off with what you should do is, and then put them back on with
So
how
many
not to get
people.
fucked.
All right. So many people want to be on at noon.
Gonna make up what
Tom
happened
is
in
on at
between.
noon. Majority Report is on at noon.
We're on at 1.
House
So
Sparks is
during
on
those,
at noon. Who else? Tony Michaels is on. There's so much choice at
I love it.
noon. Yeah. And that's I that's hard to listen to. And at noon, I don't sometimes even ever get it together to even turn on anything lately. Alex Lawson, Social Security Works. Yes, very good show.
You
Very
doing
good show.
analog? Way out there in the sticks. You doing analog still?
Analog?
Yeah, you
Me?
got a UHF channel? Like dial? Do you know what that is? UHF?
No, I don't have that. I don't have
I
it.
explained. I know. I'm kidding with you. I explained what
Who knows
UHF
here?
was to somebody
Yeah,
today.
that's the old radio wave. That's a larger wave than what we're seeing from these towers. The wave sizes.
You're
have
getting
changed.
serious. That's awesome.
Yeah, because the UHF is definite. I bet there are some old trailers around here that still have that.
We were talking about the movie UHF,
Yeah.
and somebody was like,
Oh.
"What is a UHF?" And I
Antenna.
explained it.
Put your
But
antenna.
it was always that
I have ham
dial.
radio.
It was like the AM radio of television. Is how I
Right.
described
Right.
it.
That's perfect.
I was like, you put it on channel 9 and it's saying like 54. So you just go with that. Or whatever.
I got this ham radio I have to learn how to do. I told you guys about this.
Oh, ham radio.
But
Okay.
the book is so dense. I mean, I got to like
Oh,
2
man,
pages.
I would learn
and
by
look at the
doing.
book.
Here's
Well,
the thing.
yeah, I'm
Here's
just
the
gonna
thing.
set it up and then
Go to the ham radio shows and really
where I
they
have
would
to drive 100
Oh,
miles.
they're no.
They're
I'm
everywhere?
sure they're everywhere.
Really?
Then those guys loved it. You go, so what's this all about? They'll be like, well, let me tell you. And then 3 days later, they'll read that book
Because
to you.
I've got the radios. My brother, again, he sent it, but he's brilliant. I don't have time to concentrate.
So you know I was a prank caller for a number of years.
that was on a lie detector. Right?
When we got our driver's license, my buddy and I would take his dad's car, and he was like a courier. So he would, he had a CB in his car.
Yeah, I had
And
one.
every now and then it would be like 1025, or whatever. And so I'd pick it up and go, fucking
You'd go,
asshole. I would pick it up and go 12, 10, 8, and then just put it back. And they would say, please keep the channel clear. And I would say,
Get mad at you.
Roger that. And then
You
just
were a troll. You were an early troll.
I guess so, but it
Yeah,
was
you
funny
are.
to me. I didn't do it a million times, but I did it enough to be like, oh, they're pissed. They're upset now.
My ex-husband, the
Oh, well.
first one, he was a trucker, so we had the whole thing. My vehicle had a CB radio.
Did you ever write him a letter to my good buddy?
No, my good buddy. No.
My one and only good buddy. And then,
How
when you
about
get
your
divorced,
good
you're like, I
buddy?
guess you're not my good buddy. It's hypocritical.
No.
I think, hold on. Look at this
What?
comment. Jeez.
What comment? Matt,
I would be, because here's the thing. So I often fantasize about, because everyone's like, my forefathers this, my forefathers that. I fantasize about explaining our current predicament to like John Adams or Ben Franklin. And like, either they're going to be like, I don't believe any of this, I'm listening, or which, and like kill me on the spot. Like, you can't have this knowledge without being, what are these clothes? And they just be like, abomination. You know what I mean? But there's a chance that
I see a comic in the making.
there's an opportunity. Exactly. But there's an opportunity for you to be like, Ben Franklin's like sort of stunned, and you just quickly go, I got to tell you, man, here's the through line because of this. And then and then you got 30 seconds. Talk about an elevator pitch. You got 30 seconds to explain to Ben Franklin how this moment right here, Declaration of Independence, all that stuff, leads to our current predicament. Like, could you do that? Could you get it through to him in a way that's like, dude, it all comes down to the racial wealth gap. Could you do that? It's all about
That is
inequality.
such a good thought exercise.
Capitalism is doesn't exist without fascism. What now, Ben? You know, like, could you
Yeah.
break it down for him in such a way quickly enough, assuming he's about to freak out and yell abomination? Could you explain it to him quickly enough that he would be like, hold on, what the fuck is this? What's going to happen?
Woof.
I mean, it could be as easy
That's
as
a
saying,
great thought exercise.
yeah, it's like as easy as saying, like, hey, you think this shit's gonna, they're talking about the Second Amendment 300, 250 years later. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this obviously isn't what you meant, right? Like, put something in there.
And if you
I
are
don't-
talking about how to avoid the problems of America by altering the Constitution and doing so by making a quick pitch to this person writing the Constitution, if you're able to figure out a quick pitch for why the Constitution should be altered, you can actually still achieve the same results without having to invent time traveling, but doing everything else the same. Do a quick pitch to voters for why we should have a new amendment. I think that's phenomenal. If I don't have something yet, but it'd
like
be great.
the video
right back.
of it'll be the video of your forefathers, right? Recognizable, like Ben Franklin, whatever. They're talking about the Second Amendment, and they're all, instead of muskets, they're all holding AR-15s. And like then you see like and they're like, thank God we have these because the Civil War is happening. And then you see them all like, you know, like on an open battlefield using AR-15s instead of reloading and bayonets. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
okay, maybe there's something to this, but I do, maybe that's it. Travel back in time. You have 10 seconds to convince Ben Franklin that, you know, things get really bad. Just give him an article of the most recent school shooting. Make sure
Well,
that
it's-
article says this is number 48 this year and it's only fucking July or whatever.
Notably, if you're in this scenario you've brought up, you are talking to somebody who you presumably are going to speak to respectfully. You're talking to
This is gonna sound
somebody
crazy
who doesn't have a great understanding of modern problems.
but
In other words,
uses bigger words than I do, for sure.
maybe, but I think what's relevant here is that you're talking to them respectfully. The person doesn't have an understanding of modern problems, and you have to quickly inform them of not only what change you think should be made, but why that change should be made. I think that's perfect training for talking to the right wing currently. They don't have an understanding of modern problems. We do have a serious problem with disrespecting people and then asking them to turn around and do what we say. Yeah. And
But,
also,
like-
we don't have, in the current culture, we don't have much time to convince somebody. They might, it's a miracle to find somebody that's willing to give you 10 seconds.
I like the idea that, because, like, you know, okay, I assume they're forward thinking and that they're taking a lot into account. And so maybe you just go back and you go, Mr. Franklin, do you have like a minute? And he goes, sure, what's up? And I go, ask me what the future's like. And he goes, what do you mean? I go, I don't know. Let's say 200 years from now, what's America like? What's the United States of America like? Ask me. And then I'll, you know, and he goes, what's it like? And I go, what do you mean? Which part? He's like, I don't know, banks. I go, okay. Let me explain banks, right? And he'd be like, oh shit. Are you fucking kidding? Like within seconds, right? Maybe you just go, there's 400 billionaires hoarding all the wealth, and most of the people can't afford health insurance. And there's like health insurance companies that have deductibles and all. He would quickly be like, hold on. That's not, they didn't go that way, did they? Right. But like it would paint a picture. Like this is why I fantasize about it, because of all the ways you could quickly paint the picture and illustrate our current predicament. On the other hand, there is a very funny like storyline in one of the later seasons of Lost when they do time travel, where Hurley is like, you know, the fun, lovable guy is trying to convince somebody that he's from the future. And he's like, I'm from this year. And they go, okay, who's president? And he's like, ugh. You know what I mean? And they're like, dude, come on. You're not from the future. And then, so that's something that could happen where you quickly
That
like can't convince
works.
people, right? But like also another thing that happens is he thinks he's going to write The Empire Strikes Back before George Lucas has a chance to, and like sell it to him and make money off it. But he just doesn't know how to write a script, so it sucks. You know what I'm saying? Like he's making a great movie sound like garbage. So I don't know. It's like we think, not we think, but when I fantasize like this, I also think like they'd be like, dude, okay, funny, weird clothes. The hat's a little weird, but like, I'm not buying any of this.
It's the
Like,
creative
you're not
process.
convincing me.
You fantasizing is your creative process. Everything going leading to the outcome of something marvelous.
If
Usually.
Ben Franklin, let's say John
art.
Adams, if John Adams,
Mhm.
it would have to be John Adams and his wife. If they gave me an hour a week, I guarantee the second session, they would have an endless amount of questions. Because after the first time, they'd be, well, even if they were like, this is far-fetched, this guy's probably an abomination, we should probably burn him, whatever.
Oh, shit.
They would come back the second week and be like, okay, you said a lot. What is this about handheld devices?
I mean, what would really
phones, you know?
happen is you'd show up and they'd say, "Who the fuck are you? Get out!" And they would never ask you any questions. If you're going off the lost,
But if they
interpretation.
saw me arrive, it
Ah,
was like, and I was like, oh shit, I'm from the year 2025. I'll leave. I know it's freaking you out. I could tell you all about the future if you want. I know you're John Adams. I know who you guys are. You know what I mean? I know you and Thomas Jefferson are going to die seconds apart. Means nothing to you, but it's true. It's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You could.
I can't
You'd
even
probably
go
just
there.
freak them the fuck out. But it's something. Like Jake, you did it exactly right. You took the exercise and you were like, all right, Matt, that's fiction. Sounds fun. How can we use this in the real world? And so I think that's
useful.
It's just training for communication and like getting across to somebody without being like, how much time you have, dude? I'm going to have to explain to you why the Iraq war was fucked up. And like, here's
I
3
don't want
books
to
you should read.
undersell the concept. Like that's how you get good at talking to people. The way I got good at presenting was I would pause debating. Excuse me. I would pause movies at the worst possible time and say, if I was the character who is in this terrible position, how would I try to talk my way out of it, or how would I calm down the situation, or whatever. And it's purely fantasy. Yeah, it's just you sitting there imagining, but it gets you thinking, like, what is the fundamental problem that these people are experiencing, or
Right.
why is it how do we communicate a lot of information about what doesn't work about America and a big solution to fixing that, but in a short amount of time? Pitch into the founding fathers. We should all do. Side note, though, I would like us to come up with a term. I'm going to pitch one right now: wealth inflation, and the term should describe how
wealth.
The term should describe how much money counts as being ultra rich.
Oh.
It used to be if you had tens of millions of dollars,
Right.
you were considered ultra rich because you can throw millions of
I
dollars.
still
at
consider that.
Sorry,
yeah.
it is ultra rich.
I don't measure it
there
based
is an
on
there is
wealth
an inflation of what is the ultra rich. How much influence an individual has with their lots of money is defined by who's got more money, essentially.
It's obscene. It's obscene.
And yeah, it went from, we jumped right over 100 millionaires straight to billionaires.
Unreal.
So we should make that part of the cultural consciousness, and people will begin to realize, oh yeah, it's not just that there are rich people in control of things, but what they are defining as being rich is going up while our lives stay the same. That's the wealth gap expanding, folks.
Here's what you could do. You could go back in time and fully integrate and be like, I don't know, one of those kids that would run messages back and forth in Congress. You know what I mean? And so they're sitting there, they're like drafting the Declaration of Independence. And I just look over their shoulder and go, nah, nope, no, that's not good enough. Of course, they were all doing that. But if you get them at the right moment, they'd be like, huh, what? And you go, well, here's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, you just got to put yourself 250 years from now.
Right.
Put yourself in those buckle shoes and like
Probably wind up on an irrelevant side quest with Johnny Tremaine trying to help him deliver silver somewhere. No one's gonna get that joke, but
but like also mass communication, international relationships. Like there's so much stuff that I'm sure they could like imagine
Nip in the bud.
happening, but not in detail. I don't think the
Yeah.
forefathers were like they went to France to help fund the Revolutionary War and stuff like that, but they get it. They get international relationships. They, John Adams had to go talk to the king or whatever. But like, it wasn't worth their time to like really worry about that in terms of being like, crucial to our future because they had immediate problems. But maybe what you do is send Harvey K back to talk to Thomas Paine.
Yeah.
Because he would be like, okay, dude, I'm laid out for you in
Harvey
2
K.
seconds. I know exactly what to say.
People are getting behind Harvey K's pitch, by the way.
I thought about
The
him
Economic
today.
Bill of Rights.
How funny I
You
thought
what?
about him. I thought about him today, Harvey.
Lovely.
Yeah, just
There
don't know
would be a
why.
painting of Matt. That would be hilarious. Like the letter
Go ahead.
hack and like the signing of Declaration of Independence, like in the background going, okay, don't listen to me. Like I'm just from the future. What the fuck do I do? No, I don't hand me the quill.
This is a visual I can get behind. Harvey JK. Bring Bernie too.
Too slow. He would never get his point. He'd go,
Oh,
look. And they'd
they'd be like, forget it.
be like, dude, we are on our way to a well.
Shit.
Although we
Like,
would be
you-
starting the time wars because we'd go back to change time by affecting the way our guys do things, and then they would go back to change time the way
Yep.
their guys do things, and we'd be next to the founding fathers giving advice, and they'd be next to Hitler saying, "Oh, don't go against Russia," and it would be we'd just end up breaking even.
It would be cool though to have like a
It
team
would be cool.
of time travelers. Like, okay, so let's say it's like Sam Cedar, Harvey K. Let's just throw him in there. Who's the guy from let's just say Crystal Paul, right?
Yeah, she's good.
Like get like a
A
team
female.
because those guys will be able to talk to each other and be like, what are the top 3 things we're facing that they could address now here? Would it be these? No, that? Okay. So how should I work? Okay. You want to do it that way? Okay. Who? Me? Okay. They're not going to listen to a woman?
Don't
Okay.
send
Makes sense.
Kyle because he'll
Like-
just keep going, bro.
Just think about how
Bruh.
think about how strategically sound that. See, when we time travel, it's always just like a soldier or a pilot or an
Lord.
accident.
I've never time traveled. Maybe when I did LSD when I was like 15. But no, I can't say I've ever time traveled. I'm sure
I
we
time
can find
traveled-
someone in our followers that has felt like they time traveled.
I did time travel live on this show.
That was good.
Once
That was
upon
good.
a time.
But I was thinking this will bring it full circle to what we were talking about earlier. How
Uh-huh.
anti-capitalist, anti-Christian. If you're a lefty at all, if you're for universal health care, you're going to jail. Like I've had this sort of fantasy before too. Like what if it was like they put us all in, like if I'm in one of those places, I don't know how realistic this is, but I would like to think I would start organizing people. And if I had the gift of gab and I was a political commentator, or like, if the Humanist Report and I end up in the same cell, we're going to be creating content in some way. We're going to have a newsletter. We're going to
It's
be
the
talking to people.
The progressive wing. You're over
We're going to
there
figure
with-
out exactly, what I'm like. And so it's like, fine, you want
Not
to lock
really
us up?
funny.
They'll give us some downtime. We can really coordinate. And you want to say
It's not
collaboration?
funny.
Here we fucking go.
It's a little funny.
It
A
is
little funny.
It
But
would because it
Jesus.
would be like, cause if this happened, I and like I was saying, if you can imagine it, it may already happen. But like you could find yourself in a position where you're like, who would have fucking thought that it was gonna be me, Ben Dixon, David Doel, Lance of the Serfs, and the Humanist Report? And I heard they're sending Matt
And
Binder here
Crystal
next week.
Ball.
We're
Any
all in the
women-
same camp.
women?
Like we're getting shit
Oh, yeah,
done in
men.
here. They made a huge mistake. But
I'm looking forward to making pals in the gulag.
Oh
we're gonna
my God.
radicalize the fuck out of this.
I'm not
gulag.
going to no fucking gulag. No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
At a
Sandy, I'll
point,
just
it's
take
not
some
fun.
of your contact
thing
cards.
makes me
a couple of
crazy
business cards, hand them out.
thinking about
Look,
this shit.
be in the
I've
same
been.
friend.
It's
The
so,
reference
I
frame
never want
says
that.
this like it matters. Like they haven't been talking about taking Canada for months now.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Also, Lance is a real one. He
Sandy-
might show up and help protest.
Sandy on her show today, and I was chatting with her, and she does come from a vantage point of being somewhat safer than we are down here, and that she did a good commentary, but she has a Charlie Kirk video she's going to roll out, but she's not sure what date yet. Can you believe they're going to have a Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day is October 14th? Who gives a shit? How do you do this? I just don't get it, how in this country we are memorializing a white Christian nationalist, racist, Nazi piece of shit. Okay. Is that going to get us shut down?
I am going to memorialize him. I'm going to take part in Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day. My intention is I'm gonna
I'm sorry,
I think
Matt. I hope
I
we're
gotta
not in trouble now.
turn down the temperature and
We're being-
really just play some Charlie Kirk clips so he can, in his own words, say
Yeah.
who he was. My understanding is he had some very useful things for us to understand about empathy, black pilots, that sort of thing. So I'm
One
looking
of the
forward to
people
that.
did it already. Was it really American? Somebody did that. I don't know if it was one of the
1,000 people have done that.
Yeah, it was really good. I liked it because I thought I want to put something together, and everybody was jumping on the bandwagon. So I thought, oh, good. I don't even have to. I can just not.
The all trans journalist media outlet, Assigned Media, is having a Charlie Kirk Day of Remembrance art contest. All submissions need to be in by October 10th.
Very cool.
They will show them all. They're going to try and showcase all of the entries, but there are prizes. I think there's a cash prize of $500 for first place. There's some jewelry, some very cool designer jewelry. They're going to handmade stuff.
Where is this?
But like
Online?
Assigned Media.
Yeah, but I mean,
interviewed.
of course, online, not in person. And
Yeah, it's an online media outlet, but
Mhm.
it's all trans journalism, and
Mhm.
it's anti-trans propaganda. They go right. That's their main goal, is to target that stuff and debunk it. But also, it's original articles and editorials and even comic
Yeah,
strip.
good,
But like,
for that.
I had Evan Urquhart, the founder and editor-in-chief, one of the contributors, on last week to talk about this art contest. And so when I'm going to show them all on the 14th, but I guess is that
Very
next week?
nice. Yeah, I think I saw Evan. That's where I heard of this contest. I did hear about it.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
That's the. There are a few people I would love to have on my show weekly, but like, I don't want to prevent them from doing their media. Like, it just instantly raises up what I'm trying to do when I have certain guests on.
Yeah, sure, of course. I think a lot of us have that symbiosis. I have a good one. I have a good symbiosis with Tony. Antonio, I could listen to him for a long time.
It's 11:55 p.m. on the East
I
Coast.
know.
Andrea Rovenski could not join us this evening, so we may not go to 1 a.m. Is that what I'm
No,
hearing?
I'm not.
No
What I was
way.
going to tell everybody was if we end the show and it goes off on my channel, I want everybody to go over to this space TV.
Who did we want to redirect to? Thank you for that, Sandy.
Or
Everyone
Matt.
join us at this space.
Well, wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, and
Absolutely.
but I don't know how to shut it off on mine. But then I could go to bed and watch from bed and not worry about the chat. You could all go over to this space
This was
TV.
good. Thank you for the $2 Californian.
Okay, wait. Where's the link? Looney Tunes, put the link in. Are you still here?
Damn, 10 memberships. Thank you, John Lithium. Wow.
Very
Thank you.
nice.
We got members only content coming up this week.
Yeah, I thought about doing a member thing on my YouTube. I think I have a whole 28 members. But you know what? 28 very important people. But then I also have a lot of buy me a coffee people, and I can't. That platform is not. It's not like Patreon. You can't put videos on it or anything. So I'm thinking about changing that. Oh, thank you, Looney Tunes. He put the. Oh, look at you, Matt, gifting the memberships.
Riverboat Jack is live now, and or we could dump people into. I just realized I was interrupting Sandee as I was trying to respond to Matt. from
Why? You
earlier.
didn't interrupt me at all.
I so
She
did.
finished?
Please.
I stopped.
No, she.
I'm done.
She started reading what I was doing on screen, so we're
Yeah.
good.
We're good.
This is
Go
why
ahead.
I'm not a natural at the show hosting thing. My brain cannot keep up with the stuff I see. Like, you ever see like fucking Carlos just like click 3 things and like bring up an obscure video from like 5 years ago that
He's
somebody
slick,
mentioned?
isn't he?
He
Yeah.
is.
Dude, he is
He's slick,
the
man.
chillest. Yeah,
Chillest.
he's making it look
Chillest.
he's making it look easy, but he's also making it look very calm.
Yes.
That's him. That's him. And that's a good
It's-
vibe. I like his show
it is.
because I'm not stressed out. I listen to him and just, oh yeah, okay. All right, man. Yeah. And he's got good analysis skills.
Yes, he
All
does.
right. There's the old teacher in me, but
Well,
I
Donald
think-
James X,
Mhm.
Looney Tunes 9000 both have streams that are waiting to go live.
Oh.
Probably they're scheduled for tomorrow. And Riverboat Jack is live now. Or if we'd rather, we could just go to Shout Studios, one of my favorite pirate places. Don't go to that. They just play old TV
Yeah, we
shows.
could sign off. We could
I
sign off.
have
We've had a
like
good night.
special
It's been
edition
fun.
DVDs from them, right?
Really? Cool.
Oh, that's Shout Factory. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's legal. Actually, it's not pirating. I'm just.
I got a Japanese edition, special edition of Godzilla -1.
Nice.
And for the special features, they put up a little message that goes, "We aren't doing English subtitles because we want you to have an authentic Japanese experience." And I was like, yeah, but like, what about people that can't hear? Don't you want some sort of closed captioning? There's
Are there
nothing.
are there no
Nothing.
deaf Japanese people? Really?
I like how this
that's not
seems
true.
fucked up. Like, and did they do that just for me because I'm in America? They're like, oh, he's American, give him the one. Because how do they know I'm not fluent in Japanese? So, like, I have to assume the Japanese edition of the movie is either not available in Japan. It's only for us. So it wouldn't make it a Japanese edition. It would make it an American edition. Or there's actual like Japanese getting to the, and they're like, why they put that thing up about subtitles? Is that for English speaking people? It could be for Spanish speaking people, but like my uncle can't hear, so this is fucked up. I don't know. It just seemed really like they were snarky and everyone thought it was funny,
Oh.
and there wasn't one person to go, well, if you think about it for
Then
2
it really
seconds more,
wasn't
this
funny.
is dumb. We shouldn't
Right.
do this.
I think
All
it would
right.
be very
Go ahead.
funny if Godzilla in various languages, the roar was translated differently. like how in France a chicken is like "Cuckoo" or whatever.
Well, I'm going to say goodnight. And
Oh.
I guess it'll stay on unless everybody wants to go on to
We're trying to wrap it up here. I mean, where are you going?
to
I'm doing my
bed.
bit.
I have two. Listen, I still have 2 kittens here, and now they have moved upstairs because the other.
No, it's like I'm
What's
saying
the
we're
last-
gonna end the show, and you're like, "Well,
Oh.
I'm leaving."
Oh, well,
Okay. I mean,
I-
you just got to be like 2 seconds quicker.
No,
Sandy is a little bit rude with that, don't you think?
You
Randomly.
guys. Oh God, Jake. Oh, he did it.
I'm gonna be
Look
here
at that.
alone any second now.
That's it. No, we're going to say goodnight to everybody and thank you for all coming. Nunya and Connor, it was great that you were in the chat. That was nice to see you. And Billy, all your wisdom as usual. And Bella, I love you. And Kim, thank you for coming in. And Orb Rumor. It's been a good chat tonight on my side of the world. Not a lot of people. It was definitely quality over quantity. I loved it. Everybody was perfect tonight. Thanks. I loved it.
And thank you, Sandee. I missed you last week. I'm
Thank
glad you
you.
were here this week. I thought it was a good show. I think
Yeah.
as Andrea would say, good app. You know what? We'll have the most imploding, nutty, off the rails episode where I'm sure like everyone is like, are they okay? And like we kind of had that last week, and like at the end, Andrea was like, now we're gonna go, and then Letterhack's gonna yell at me because I'm probably in trouble now because all the shit I was saying. And then like and then we're done, and I'm like, okay, we're not live anymore. She's like, good app, that was a good app. And I'm like, come on.
Oh. She's
You want it to be
missed her tonight.
crazy.
I missed her tonight. Oh, love you, Bongo Dave. Look at that. So many nice people. That's great. All right, Matt, let's go. Put on the ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Here. Matt can stay on all night.
I thought this was a good comment.
You've got boundless energy. Winners
We
and
got a
losers.
good audience. You can split. I'll hang out for a little bit. And just talk to the chat.
That is a good one. Reasonable. I'm ready to go. I am so tired.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see you. Do you want me to like play you off?
Yeah.
I'll
I'll just leave you on. Talk to everybody in the chat. Good night, my friend. Oh, thank you, Donald. It's nice to see you, of course. I love it.
All right.
Mwah.
Later. See ya.
See you guys tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern on
Yeah.
my show here.
Political Coffee House.
Uh-huh.
Boom.
Okay.
All right.
Boom.
See ya. And she's gone. And now, actually, we come full circle to the way this whole thing started at 9 p.m. You know what? Here, let me see who's listening out there. Let's see which this space listeners or content creators, contributors, and hosts are listening right now. Because this is my day for this space. Come on at 9. Hang out till very late, till Thursday, actually. So let's see if we can create some drama. I will tell you that Wednesdays don't start till 8 p.m. on this space. Are the daytime guys going to come at me? It's a little daytime, primetime rivalry. I would say when Looming Cast starts at 8 p.m., put your ears on. Yes, thank you for supporting the channel and watching all the earlier shows, but let's see who out there is like, buddy, we're going to crank it up a notch. You're done for. Let's see if let's see if Jeff Waldorf and Andrea Rovenski, who Andrea is day and night, by the way. It's a very interesting dynamic there. Let's see if Boston Brian, Jeff Waldorf, let's see if they're going to gang up on me. Let's see if Deter McBizness is going to stand for that shit. I do thank everyone for supporting this space. I really, really do appreciate it. We had a meeting today, this space industries, or as Andrea calls it, industries. And we talked about some stuff. We're having a lot of fun. See where this thing goes. But in the meantime, we are going to try to have, events along the way. So we'll see. But yeah, this was a good night for me. I'm just sort of killing time from 9 to midnight. This is fun. That's a good solid 3 hours. My regular content is still on hiatus. If you are a member over there, you're hearing all the reasons why. And I'm sharing some of the art that I'm making with you. And I'll be sharing more news soon on some things I'm working on. But your support over there helps support everything that happens here. In many ways, you make it possible for this space to exist. I really, really, really do appreciate it. We just have too many folks watching right now to end. But I'm just going to wager that you can get more from Riverboat Jack than you can from me at the moment. And that's where all these are going to, that's where my channel and this space is going to redirect you. This is like the leftist boiler room. Which part? The whole channel, the whole collective, this moment right now, the last 4 minutes, left past 10. What's the boiler room aspect? I do think, like, look, I don't like to play favorites, but you can't watch 10 hours of streaming and not be like, he was cooking on that. Now, I'm a recent fan of Robert's solo work, Lumencast. I love that stuff. But if you watch Jeff Waldorf today, he was fired up. Jeff was like, first of all, he advertised Fville multiple times throughout the show, like more than once. He did not wait till the end. I thought that was great, because if we have done anything on this network, it's that we somehow, with very little effort, convinced Jeff Waldorf to say the word Fville more than once a week. I went from once a week to several times. But he was so fired up today. Like, and it was a righteous fury. He wasn't doing it for clicks. The man was fired up. It was genuine. And you know it was, because he would end a segment and be like, there's a couple times where I was like, easy Tiger. Easy big fella. But that's a Seinfeld reference. I shouldn't do that. But anyway, that was a good one today. So if you want to circle back and watch anything from this space, watch the whole damn thing. But like, Jeff was on fire. That was great. And that's following Boston Brian. Like, that's a wild shit. And then Andrea. So it's like, look at how we've lined it up for you. Boston Brian, Jeff Waldorf, Andrea Rovenski, Sandee Lovas. You guys, come on. Everyone needs to be watching that, but like in that order. Like that's your set list. That's your track listing, right? Like these songs are in this order because they sound better back to back to back to back. But yeah, and Pinkerbell's like, you're picking a fight with a solid lineup. I know. But like, come on. Left past 10? It's heavy. Man, this is heavy lifting. Okay. Want to have your show and talk about the news? Fine. You want to plan what you're going to talk about? Okay. You want to just go like fever dream for 2 or 3 hours? Late at night into the wee hours of the following day? Anything could be said. Anything could happen. That takes effort. And it's effortless, which is kind of ironic, but it takes guts. You got to be able to talk like you know what you're talking about when you have no idea what you are saying. Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth? Good. Neither do I. Anyway, fuck this, man. It's late. I mean, look, if you need a better example of the shit that can fucking happen here, where did it go? This isn't even the craziest thing. Jake wore his own hair as hair. What the fuck is going on here, man? This show is crazy. Finally, no talking. Since it's just me, there's no one here talking. This space sent you. The Letterhack sent you. Say hi. Be nice. Introduce yourself. We're back on at 1 o'clock tomorrow right here on thisSpace.tv. Bring your Jake bug.